whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thursday edition coming up. We'll get you all set for Thursday Night Football out at SoFi Stadium. The Vikings visiting the Chargers in 20 minutes. Back to the college game we go as we get some best bets from Ryan McIntyre from the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. And finally, Donkster time at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you guys with us on Stadium as well. We always stream our final hour, and you can do that on the Bally Sports Live app or at ballysportslive.com. We're also streaming on X. Tip of the cap. Hello, if you're tuning in for our final 60 minutes. Chelsea, tonight it is Thursday Night Football. Vikings, Chargers out in L.A. The Chargers laying 3.5. The Chargers minus 185. Minnesota is plus 150, and the total is 44 and a hook. You excited about this game, or you're like, bring me the World Series, game one, tomorrow?
Well, both can be true, because I am certainly very ready for some World Series baseball. But I don't know. I think it's interesting because the Chargers are so fascinating to me. The fact that they look like one of those teams that were going to be one of like the betting darlings coming into the season this year, just because they had a lot of talent. You know, Justin Herbert is one of those quarterbacks where it feels like we are always seeing the potential in him. And plus, like, the Chargers defense was good to start the season. They start the year with a big win over the Chiefs. But like the last 3 weeks, their defense has given up at least 27 points in all 3 of those games. And one of those games was against the Dolphins, which I don't know if you've checked in on the Dolphins lately, but that is a dumpster fire of a team. So it's interesting to me what we will see from the Chargers tonight.
Man, I don't know. They haven't fallen off. Well, they have fallen off. I mean, it hasn't been this drop to the bottom of the NFL, but that's just how quickly things can change in the National Football League. Weren't we both just crazy hot on the Chargers? I know I was. To start the year, they look so good and so complete, and now they're having some injury issues, but the defense has fallen off. I like the Vikings tonight, plus the 3.5, but I will say it's just a perfect barometer for the NFL to see how quickly things can change, which is why it's always in sports and in sports betting, it's always important not to overreact because we never really know until later on in the season. I know we always hammer home the idea of sample size, but this is why, because now the Chargers, okay, favorites in this game, but they don't look like the team that we saw a few weeks ago.
No. And I mean, they're still 4-3, so there is still time left in the season for them to correct the ship and, you know, shore up some things because some of it has been due to injuries. And we do have some injuries on the offensive line that might be better tonight. Trey Pipkins and Joe Alt are both probable for tonight, so that would be a huge help for Justin Herbert and pass blocking. The run blocking has been terrible for the Chargers, but it's still a team with a lot of potential. But it's just funny to me how I think people really want to believe in other teams in the AFC West who are not named the Kansas City Chiefs. And it feels like every year we look like idiots. We're like, oh, did you see the AFC West this year? Russell Wilson went to the Broncos. The Broncos are going to be the team. The Broncos were not the team. So this year, a lot of people are like, oh, look at the Broncos defense. You know, look at the Chargers and Justin Herbert. And what do you know? The Chiefs still look like the best team in the NFL. And, you know, they don't even have that good of a record. It's one of those things where I think we are clamoring for some change in the AFC West. And it just doesn't feel like it's going to happen.
Man, weren't we thinking we were going to get that this year? Some competitiveness, finally, in the division. Like maybe it's up for grabs. And once again, they're back. The Chiefs are back. Okay. They look great. I'm so thrilled about playing them on Monday night. Like I'm going to be in the game. D-Day, how pumped are you that the Chiefs are coming to town?
I can't wait. So excited. Commanders haven't won at Arrowhead, I don't know, ever.
Oh, God.
Great.
Great. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's gonna be
Vibes are great. It's
yeah,
fine.
vibes are great. Also, we do have some breaking sports news that we do need to get in here before we continue talking about Thursday Night Football. So, Terry Rozier, guard for the Miami Heat, has been arrested by the FBI as part of a sports betting investigation. So, remember back in 2023 when Rozier was playing for the Hornets, there was some really unusual betting activity on a game between the Hornets and the Pelicans game. That was on March 23rd of 2023, and a ton of money and a ton of bets came in 46 minutes on a bunch of unders for Rozier's totals. So his lawyer said he had been cleared based on an FBI investigation, said that a few months ago, but now things have clearly changed. So Rozier now, again, plays for the Miami Heat, did not play last night against the Magic, but he has been arrested, taken into custody, and the Eastern District of New York and the FBI will hold a press conference at 10 a.m. today to announce more arrests and to have more information. So just a quick break from football. This is massive news because it looked like he was cleared, and now clearly that is not the case.
Yikes. Yikes is the word that I would use, especially, if you're Adam Silver and the commissioner of the NBA, and we're seeing all these partnerships with sports books. And he even went on, I think it was some show yesterday, was talking about how we need to pull back on props. Like maybe this had something to do with it. I don't know if he was aware of this, but I think the worst part of it is that Terry Rozier is not a nobody. It's one thing when you see like Michael Porter Jr.'s brother or, whatever his name is, when you see somebody who barely plays in the NBA and you're like, okay, I can understand why the money would be tempting. But like Terry Rozier's made a lot of money in the NBA.
Yeah.
And so it's wild to me that he would still have, which we should clarify, allegedly, he has not been proven guilty of anything just yet.
It's true.
That he would have the motivation to do this. And that's what's really shocking about this. And what could be very potentially dangerous is that it's not just like the nobodies, like Malik, who is it? Malik Beasley, who also like allegedly was involved in this as well. Like not the same one, but like he's not a nobody either. So like, I don't know. The NBA, I'm sure, is very nervous about this. And so we will see what they say, but this is definitely something to keep tabs on.
There's no question about it. And it's always amazing to me. I'm always blown away by athletes that try to sort of circumvent the rules. And look, we don't know if this has happened. He's been taken into custody, but he will get his day in court, or certainly he will have his own defense. So we're not, accusing him of doing anything. The FBI is, but he hasn't been convicted of anything. But I will say, for the people that have been convicted or the people that have been proven to do this, like you just don't get away with it. Like you just can't. These programs now, these algorithms are so sophisticated. They go in specifically. There are companies that do nothing but monitor action like this. So while you think you might have a plan, or, it's just a couple points, or, maybe I'll try to game the system by missing a shot, whatever it is, it's just the programs and the methods are so sophisticated to prevent this from happening that you're gonna get busted.
And selfishly, I'm thinking the player props I feel like are the biggest problem, right? Aren't there the ones that are probably the easiest to manipulate? And like, that's my favorite thing to bet on. So I know this is people's livelihoods, but I'm like, but can I still bet on player props? Because there is a reason, like here in Tennessee, you can't even bet on college player props for this reason. Yeah. And like, I get it. Like college players might be more susceptible to like some of these money bribes or whatever, but I don't know. Like player props seem to be like the biggest issue.
Well, those are the ones that are just the easiest. All it takes. And here's the thing, because some of these numbers are so small, and that's why a lot of times we'll see some of the guys involved where they're not big names and they think they can just kind of slide under the radar. Do you know what I mean? Like the prop could be 3.5 rebounds. Like who's paying attention to that? Well, someone is. You miss a rebound, or your point prop could be 4 points. You know what I mean? You miss one shot.
A free throw.
Yeah, it's a free throw. Mm-hmm. Who's going to pay attention to that? Yeah, someone's paying attention. But that's why, because all it takes is a single miss, a single missed opportunity, it's always the under too, right? It's never the over. It's always like the under. Like I just won't play, or you think I'm going to get a lot of minutes tonight. I'm not. I'm going to feign an injury, or look at that free throw just a little bit off. And those are the ones that, when you see things like this, those are normally almost always what we see.
Yeah, but Jenks, you watch a lot of crime shows. I think the biggest part of this is, how do you prove intent? Like, if there is no paper trail, when somebody's just like, hey, I was just bad. Yeah. And, like, some of these guys have bad nights, and sometimes somebody will jack up a terrible shot. Like, look at James Harden on some nights. You're like, some nights he looks like an all-star, and some nights he looks like he shouldn't even be starting at the YMCA. So it's one of those things that, how do you prove this if there is no paper trail?
Well, I think it's there's no paper trail, but there is a ton of circumstantial evidence is what it comes down to, right? So when it comes to this particular case, in 46 minutes, there was a surge of bets totaling $13,759 on Rozier's points, rebounds, and assists. So for a guy who isn't some sort of superstar to get that much action in such a short amount of time is really rare. You don't see it. So that was immediately flagged. So what happened in this game? What happened is Rozier played 10 minutes and then left the game because he said he had a foot injury. So, sure, maybe he really did. But also, maybe the reason why this money came in is because someone knew he was going to leave early, and that was the intent. So, yeah, you can't prove it. It's not like there's a body you can find, but there's a ton of circumstantial evidence surrounding this case, which does not look good.
Right, but I think if you get a good lawyer, wouldn't they just harp on that? They would just say, hey, this is circumstantial. Like, we're not guilty until proven innocent. There's not enough evidence. And you're like, hey, what if he actually got hurt? How can you prove he didn't have a twinge in his knee? It just feels like it's one of those things that we will see. And, conversely, I'm sure the U.S. government also has very good attorneys as well. But this is where you pony up and you use some of that money that you made in the NBA and get a good lawyer.
And the real key here, Chelsea, it's going to be the connection between Rozier and this professional sports bettor who made all of these bets, right? So they'll look at the data on his computer, phone, whatever it is. If they can find a link between the two, some sort of communication, I'm sure that's where the real guilt lies, if indeed he is guilty, right? Like, if these two things happen in a vacuum, okay, it's not probable, but it's possible. But if they make a connection between these two things, then you'll see the intent, which will be, yeah, I'm placing this bet because I know you're going to leave early with a quote-unquote foot injury. So I think that is the real link that will possibly be revealed by the FBI. Again, Rozier, guilty, not innocent until proven guilty, but when the FBI steps in, that's clearly a bad sign. This is not just some sort of residual investigation by the NBA. These are the feds walking in.
Oh, absolutely. So we'll see what lawyer he gets. But my point being is that it doesn't matter if he did it. If they can't prove it, that is the thing. Because you look at some of these cases and people who have looked so guilty have walked away clean. We've seen it before. So I'm just saying, if you get a good lawyer.
You never know. And that's why we like the Vikings, I think, tonight, +3.5. I don't know. I think that's, the bigger story here. But before we go to break, because I know we started talking Vikings and Chargers, but this is breaking news, which is worthy of talking about. Do you have a play you want to throw out quickly? Because I know you love your props.
Yeah, I love player props. That's why this is important to me.
I know, right?
All right, so prop of the night. I think I'm going to go with either Keenan Allen or Ladd McConkey over their receiving props because you got to play somebody in the receiving game for the Chargers because you look at Justin Herbert's passing prop and it's 273. So the books are counting on Justin Herbert to throw the ball in this one. So those yards have to come from somewhere. And if you look at Keenan Allen, he's coming off a career game, had 14 targets that last time around, over 100 yards receiving. And, this defense of the Vikings has given up a ton of yards. They just gave up 183 to Devonta Smith.
I knew you'd get one in. Well done. Coming up next, back to the college game we go, and how we're feeling about some of the top 25 matchups on Saturday. We're going to chat with Ryan McIntyre from the College Experience podcast next. It is a daily tip on a BetMGM network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thank you, Emily. I might take my gal out dancing tonight. Cut a rug. All right. Ah, she's a swell gal. Maybe I'll marry her. Just entertaining myself over here. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm James. It's Chelsea. Wasn't your wedding really small? You've been married for how long now? 30 years? Been a while.
I think it's 11 years. I probably need to double check on that.
Good for you guys.
Yeah, one of these days, maybe I'll change my last name. I was thinking about it, like, when we first got married, and then I was like, I don't really want to go to the DMV. So people are like, are you taking a feminist stand? And you're like, no, I'm just kind of lazy. So I am still Chelsea Messenger. Maybe in, like, year 15, I'll be Chelsea Buchanan. Who knows? But I'm not taking a stand. I don't want to have to get a new license and, like, change everything. That feels very unfair. Because, like, think of all the things you would have to change if your last name changes. Like, your credit card, your bills. So, like, that's not a reward. Like, that feels very unfair. So I ain't doing it.
Nah, I don't blame you. Catherine was asking me, because I don't think she's going to change her last name. She would if I asked her. But I'm like, she's like, but she has, I mean, her name's Catherine Howard. And Catherine Howard is such a cool name because of the historical connotations, right? Former Queen of England and wife of Henry VIII. So it's such a cool name. And she
I
loves
didn't know that.
Yeah. And so that's why when we go to Renfest, she loses her mind when she sees the guy dressed as Henry VIII walking around. She's like, I'm Catherine Howard. My name is actually Catherine Howard. She gets a picture. She's like, loses her mind. And she loves that kind of stuff. So I'm like, I am not going to make you. If you want to, sure. But you love your last name. It sounds great. You love it. Why change it? So she's not going to change it. And I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, and that's how it should be. Like, if if she wants to, that's great. I don't know. I just feel like people make a huge deal about it. And again, like, I don't want to go to the DMV, so I ain't gonna.
Here's another great name. Ryan McIntyre. That just rolls off the tongue, baby. You know him. Host of the College Experience Podcast, part of the Sports Gambling Podcast Network as well. Ryan, good morning to you, man. I don't even know where to start. Let me ask this, because we were talking about this early in the show. Heisman futures, do you have one? Is there value on anyone right now? Or you're like, dude, I don't care. Let's talk about the SWAC.
No, it's not college hoops yet, but 10 days away. I know we were talking pre-show, but yeah. Hey, I like the morning tunes, by the way, leading into the segment.
Yeah.
But, I think there's a guy in Nashville, Tennessee. I think it's Diego Pavia, man. I still think he's undervalued, and this is such a narrative-based award, so you kind of need that sexy name and sexy story. Pavia's story coming from New Mexico State Institution, Military Academy, and then going over to New Mexico State. I think he's really taken the college football world by storm, and I still think people are sleeping on Vanderbilt just because even Nick Saban admitted last weekend, I can't get in my head that Vanderbilt is actually an SEC contender and a playoff contender.
Crazy.
Yeah, and that feels unfair to me. Like, I know college football is such an establishment where, pedigree matters. And we start the season with, like, preseason favorite to win it all. And, like, the ranking is, it's like, you are innocent until proven guilty. Like, Texas and Penn State had to be bad to be kicked out of the ratings. Like, and that feels unfair to me for some of these teams like Indiana and Vanderbilt. But let me ask you, because I feel like you are very good at picking out teams who are underrated, who are in different conferences, because we have, like, writers on the show that come on and talk about the Blue Bloods, but I feel like you're very good at watching all of the teams and picking out, like, some of these smaller schools. So let me ask you, what is the team in college football that is the most underrated this year?
I'm going to stay with the same team. Although they are in the SEC, I really think it's Vanderbilt. And I was more impressed with how Vanderbilt went to Alabama and kind of held their own in a game where I thought maybe Alabama would have their way in the trenches, and I didn't think they did. I thought that they were able to blow it open late. I just think Vanderbilt at the line of scrimmage is really, really good, and they're such a unique style of play. And if they get in that playoff, I think that they're going to give fits to whoever it is. And what they were able to do to LSU last week, and what they were able to do at South Carolina, at Virginia Tech. When you win road games by multiple scores in hostile environments, that's when you start getting my attention. So I know that they're in the SEC, but they're still treated like a mid-major for whatever reason, just because of their name. I think Vanderbilt is still the most underrated team in the country.
Ryan, I'm going to ask this question to everyone because I still can't get over it. And I know as a college hoops person, you'll appreciate this. Can Indiana, the Hoosiers football team, can they really win the national title? Here they are, third favorite, 9-1.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, please sign me up for an Indiana Vanderbilt national championship to really just turn college football right on its head.
Right.
When you go to Autzen at Oregon and win the way that they did, control the line of scrimmage, that's a statement win. And on top of that, they went to Kinnick at Iowa, where a team that has picked off so many top 10 teams over the years, that's when you know a team's for real, when they can win on the road. Mendoza's the real deal. I know he's skyrocketing on draft boards. Speaking of Heisman, he's the front runner right now, I believe. And then Cignetti is as good a coach in college football as they get. So it's funny because he brought over a bunch of his James Madison guys. I think we don't realize how good the Sun Belt is year in and year out, and they're proving it by bringing his guys over to the Big Ten and really taking college football by storm, because they're 17-2 in the last 2 years.
Yeah. All right. So let's get some bets on the card, because I know you be betting. I see some of the bets that you put on the card, and some of these games, I didn't even know the teams had football teams. But what's the bet of the week for you?
I'll go with the unranked team laying points against a ranked team. You got BYU coming in here 7-0. They just stormed the field. Rivalry win over Utah. Freshman quarterback hitting the road. Then you get Matt Campbell on the other side coming off a bye week. Iowa State was super banged up going into the bye week. They're getting healthier on the defensive side, and Rocco Becht as well had a concussion, and he's going to be healthy, ready to go. I'm going to lay the points in Ames, Iowa, with Iowa State against number 11 BYU. I believe they're laying 2.5 right now.
We're talking with Ryan McIntyre, and you can check him out all over the place on the College Experience Podcast, part of the Sports Gambling Podcast Network as well. So we talked about teams that are underrated. Which teams in college football, and I do want to ask you about a couple of specific games, but which team do you think is most overrated right now that you don't really like compared to maybe the general public?
I still think it's Texas.
You're right.
I think I have not. I couldn't believe that they won the game. Yeah, I know you're a Texas grad, Mike.
You're right, though. You're right.
I mean, Arch has just been so underwhelming. I don't know what they're going to do in the offseason with him, if they're going to part ways, go a different direction. That's going to be a fascinating topic, because, I mean, Arch was a Heisman frontrunner coming into this year. But they got absolutely outgained by dominated at the line of scrimmage, but were able to steal that game. I just think that they have not really looked the part or passed the eye test the entire year. They just have the Texas name brand, and they were preseason in the top 2 or 3.
All right, so we know you're big on Vandy. They've got a big game this week. College game day is going to be here in Nashville. Vandy, 2.5-point home favorites against Mizzou. So this line is tight, so odds makers are certainly giving Missouri a chance in this one. But does Vanderbilt have the edge?
I do. I think they do. I think that they'll control the line of scrimmage just like they did against LSU. It's hard to believe that Missouri's first road game on October 18th was last weekend, which is just crazy with these schedules. But back-to-back road spot, they won a chaotic game at Auburn. I like the spot for Vanderbilt getting back-to-back home games versus Missouri back-to-back road. I think they control the line of scrimmage, and they get revenge from last year where Missouri beat them on a walk-off field goal in Columbia.
So since we were talking about Texas and how bad they are, should I grab 7.5 with Mississippi State? Because I was looking at that. I was like, how in the world is Texas laying 7.5 going to Starkville? I'd be all over the dogs here.
See, I'm the king of this, where I trash a team all week and then I'll swing in and I'll hop.
Okay.
I actually laid it with Texas here. I think they can contain Mississippi State's offense with the high tempo under Jeff Lebby and company. One thing about Texas, they are good. They are good on the defensive line, in the trenches on the defensive side. So I think they can bottle them up just like Texas A&M did. I think it's a good matchup for Texas this week. I just think Texas is overrated in the grand scheme of things.
Well, they were one of the teams that was expected to win a national championship this year. Elsewhere in Texas, Texas Tech is coming off a loss to Arizona State, but I feel like they're a very interesting team. If you believe line play matters, they still have one of the best offensive and defensive lines in the country. Are you out on Texas Tech now, or do you still think that the Red Raiders could have a chance to get in the college football playoff?
I do. They're I think minus 110 or plus 100 to win the Big 12 right now. I think they are the best team. The only thing going against them is the Big 12 is so wacky year in and year out, and upsets happen. We just saw them get picked off in Tempe. I think honestly they're worth a stab at 30-1 to win the national championship. I think they're good enough on both sides of the ball in a year where it's going to be wide open. They just need some consistent quarterback play. Baron Morton's banged up once again in Lubbock, but I think from a trenches standpoint, with how much they invested in that roster, I think Texas Tech is good enough to win the national championship.
Yeah, man, I agree with you, and I absolutely cannot stand Texas Tech, as you know. But it just goes to show that if you spend the money in the portal, and they have Cody Campbell, and all that oil money, I mean, that defensive line is stellar, and they're unbelievable. So I'll just throw it out there in the ether. What's a game that you're really on this week? It doesn't have to be a top 25 matchup, just one that you really like.
Yeah, you guys mentioned I like the sicko games where it's going to hurt your stomach to take. I'm going to take Brian Kelly and his family down there in Baton Rouge in the Foxhole. Everybody's out on Brian Kelly this week. They're catching a short number against undefeated Texas A&M, the other team that has spent a ton of money in the trenches with the oil money. A&M coming in back-to-back road spot. They were fortunate to get out of Fayetteville, Arkansas. They also they're in the middle of a 3-game road trip here. So I think they're going to get tripped up. Death Valley at night. We've seen it year after year. Give me LSU to knock off Texas A&M and hand them their first loss there in Baton Rouge.
All right, so we have a few minutes left, and we talked about college hoops a bit before we came on here. We know you are a college hoops guy. You gave us some great plays in March Madness last year. So who's on your radar this year? Maybe not a team that has the best odds to win it all, but a team that's going to be fascinating to watch that maybe people should be watching out for.
I'll go to the Big 12. I'll go to BYU. It's not every year that you see a team beat out every single blue blood for the number one player in the country, but BYU has invested a ton of money into their program. And they also went out in the portal and added different guys and have a bunch of returning production from that Sweet 16 team. So I'm interested to see how they are with expectations, because they have a little bit of a target on their back with a $15 million roster at BYU. But just from a fascinating standpoint, must-watch TV, I got the BYU Cougars as the team I really want to watch.
Ooh. What is your favorite small conference to follow? Not necessarily bet on, but, obviously not the big ones, but one conference where you think this is fascinating, these teams are super competitive, and maybe it's not on the public's radar, but you can't wait to see this season.
I will go with Historic League, and I think they're the second or third conference champion every year. It's definitely the Missouri Valley.
Okay.
It's a bus league, and they're all basketball towns. They some of them do have FCS football teams, but primarily they are a basketball league, and they take a lot of pride, and there's great home court advantages. And we've seen the teams pull upsets in March before, whether it's Belmont, Murray State, Drake, Bradley, and you can go down the list. So the Missouri Valley is always a league I love watching night after night in college hoops.
Well, I'm ready for that. I'm ready for tonight, and I'm ready for college football this weekend. That is our guy, Ryan McIntyre. Check him out as host of the College Experience podcast. Also follow him on X at Moneyline_Mac. Ryan, always great picking your brain when it comes to anything sports betting related. Thanks for the time.
Appreciate it, guys.
You bet. Chelsea, are you excited for college hoops? You bet a lot of small conference basketball. You don't fool me. I've seen you do it.
Well, he said the MVC, and I need to double check this, but I'm pretty sure that's where Belmont plays. I bet a ton on Belmont because they're here in Nashville, and because we see them on the local news. So it's, I think, easier to follow the local teams when you can read about them in the newspaper. So yeah, I'll be betting on college hoops. I think it'll take me a while to get my feet wet though, just because I think college basketball, it takes a while for teams to kind of set the rotations. And plus when you get to the higher ranks, when you have all these superstar freshmen, it's
Yeah.
really difficult to project like those first couple of seasons. So it's not something that I feel super confident the first week of the season, but I will be watching.
Also, some quick breaking news again. Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups has been arrested by the FBI for alleged illegal gambling. This is from Shams Charania at ESPN. So half an hour ago, we saw Terry Rozier from the Heat get arrested this morning at his hotel room, and now Portland head coach Chauncey Billups arrested by the FBI. They're having a press conference later on this morning at 10 a.m. This just broke. Unbelievable. Coming up next, Donkster, best bets. Stay with us on a Thursday here on the Daily Tip.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Thursday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thursday night football tonight. Game 1 of the World Series tomorrow. And athletes being arrested across the country. What a wild 35, 40 minutes. So at the top of the hour, Heat guard Terry Rozier arrested at his hotel room and charged with illegal gambling by the FBI. And now Blazers head coach Chauncey Billups has been arrested by the FBI for illegal gambling as well. This according to ESPN. So whatever is going on, this sounds like some sort of sting operation. And again, the FBI and I believe the Eastern District Attorney of New York, they are going to hold a press conference later on today at 10 a.m. and we will get more details. But man, this is massive news that now we're having a player and even more disturbing, a head coach arrested for illegal gambling.
Right, and these aren't nobodies. Like, it
Right.
feels like the NBA had such good momentum with, like, the NBA on NBC and then inside the NBA last night. And we had some great games on the opening night of the NBA. And now you see these arrests, and you have to feel like Adam Silver has to be, like, panicking right now. Because this is, I don't want to say it's, like, the worst thing that could happen to your league, but it is certainly a black eye if some of these guys are convicted of what they are accused of, just because it threatens the integrity of the league. It threatens all of these like sportsbook partnerships that have been pushed upon like every sports league. So it's one of those big problems that Adam Silver is certainly having to deal with.
Yeah, whatever comes up here, Adam Silver is going to have to step in. A lot of this won't be his choice because the FBI is clearly making moves now and going around making arrests, and we may not be done. This is 2 in the past 40 minutes, so we could possibly see more. Maybe we won't. But something is going down. There's no question about it. But Adam Silver will have to go in immediately and do something to be proactive here and to show that this is not acceptable, that anyone that even thinks about doing this will be punished and punished severely, because you know how it is, particularly now in 2025 when sports wagering is such a huge part of the landscape and we hear about athletes getting requests on Venmo or being yelled at games because guys aren't hitting their bets or their props, whatever it is. Like, this is kind of an issue with interaction anyway, and so people naturally question the integrity of the game, which is not necessarily fair, but it does happen. So you cannot have any sort of perception of impropriety here. So Silver's got to step in. He's got to do something quick.
Well, and especially, it would be one thing if it was one player, if it was just Jonte Porter, and they're like, okay, it's an isolated incident.
Right.
But when it starts spreading and it feels like it is a trend, that's when it's a real problem. And that's when it's a league-wide problem, as opposed to saying, hey, that guy's just a bad apple.
Yes. So hopefully this is where it ends. I'm definitely not rooting for other coaches or players to be arrested, and hopefully this is somewhat isolated, because the last thing you want is, in a couple hours, we're talking about multiple people. Right now it's just 2, Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups. I don't know if there's a connection between the two. The only connection right now is that both have been arrested by the FBI for illicit gambling. On the same day where we're talking about at the beginning of the show, hey, if you're a college kid, you can gamble on pro sports. That's sort of the slippery slope, you know what I mean? Where I'm not saying these kids are doing that. I'm just saying that this is exactly why you have to be careful about what you allow and what you don't, because the temptation is there even for people who should know better.
And especially for player props, because they feel like they are so easily manipulated. But I was just looking. Like, it's crazy to me about Chauncey Billups because, like, the Blazers play tomorrow. So, like, is he going to be back for that? Like, what is the game plan in between? Like, you just started a season. So, I don't know. There is a lot of moving parts to this, but it will be very interesting to follow.
It certainly will. Hopefully that is it. I mean, a player is bad enough, but it's even worse when you're a coach. You know what I mean? Because you have so much more power to influence the game. Like, that's the real shoe dropping here is a player. Okay, we hear that from time to time, but a head coach in a pro sports league being arrested of this is massive.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, because this is just off the top of my head, but wasn't that like what Pete Rose was doing? Wasn't he on the coaching staff? And it's like, especially in basketball, it's like if you are choosing to not play a certain player and you're like, hey, let's take the under on his player prop, that is a very clear connection.
Right. Guess what? You're sitting today. Or, you know what? we're taking you out after your first at bat. It's like, you know, the prop's like 1.5 hits. You bet the over or you hit the under if you're the manager. You know what I mean? Those are so easy to manipulate. So maybe there's nothing there, but when the FBI is involved, never, ever good. What is good, or at least what has been this week, are your bets. So let's see where we're going tonight.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, give us another winner.
Let's go. So tonight I am not betting on the NBA. I feel like there's a joke somewhere there, unlike some of the players, allegedly. But I'm going to go to the NFL and Thursday night football. I'm going to go with Chargers receiver Ladd McConkey over 55.5 receiving yards for -114. So you look at the matchup on the surface and you say, okay, the Vikings have been pretty good against wide receivers on the whole. But over the last few games, they have given up some huge numbers to opposing wide receivers. Just last game, Devonta Smith of the Eagles had 183 receiving yards. DK Metcalf of the Steelers had 126. Even if you look at that game against the Browns, there was a receiver, or a tight end, I should say, that had 67. David Njoku had 67 receiving yards when the Browns played the Vikings. So if you look at the other context clues we get from this game, Justin Herbert's passing yardage prop is 254.5. So the books think that Justin Herbert is going to have to sling it tonight. And I feel like he is going to depend on the target share king of Ladd McConkey in this one. Over the last 2 games, Ladd McConkey has gotten 24 targets, had 15 against the Colts last week, had 9 against the Dolphins, had 67 yards last game, and 100 in that game against the Dolphins. So I feel like it's going to be a big Ladd McConkey night. And usually he'll have like one big long reception. Like in that Dolphins game, he had a 42-yard catch. So I am banking on him having at least one of those. And I'm hoping that this is one of those props we get by halftime. A girl can dream, right? So I'm going to go Ladd McConkey over his receiving prop of 55.5 yards for -114.
All right. I need baseball to come back so I can win something. Yeah, I do. Vikings +3.5 at the Chargers. Not my favorite bet. Why? Because of Carson Wentz. How do we feel about Carson Wentz leading a football team? Well, I don't feel great about it, but I do feel good about Wentz against this Chargers defense. Early on in the season, the Chargers look so good, like as a team. They look complete. And they will be better on offense tonight. It looks like Joe Alt, their stud defensive tackle, or offensive tackle, I should say, is going to play. That will help LA and give some protection to Justin Herbert. But I don't think it's going to matter against the Vikings because they're getting that half point. And over the past 3 weeks, the Chargers defense has been really bad. They've given up at least 27 points in the last 3 games. They've become one of the worst rushing defenses in the National Football League. So if I'm the Vikings, what am I going to do? I'll use Carson Wentz when I need to, but I want to hand it off to Jordan Mason. I also like his anytime touchdown prop. That's around +115. He's gotten in the end zone 3 times in the last 4 games. I think he could do that tonight. They're not going to have problems in the red zone like they did last week against the Eagles. But I'm going to grab the Vikings here based on what we've seen from the LA defense, which has regressed over the past month. Let's go Minnesota +3.5.
Going with the side here. And I keep seeing like more details of this NBA case. So apparently Chauncey Billups is allegedly in an illegal poker arrest. So I guess this is not with the NBA, like not with like betting on the NBA. So I guess that's a good thing. How are you doing illegal poker? Like, isn't this legal in most places? Like, that's my first question is like, what is this? Like an underground poker ring that you see in like the movies?
Yes, because there is a distinction there. And I remember I was reading about this, or actually looked it up because I was curious myself. I'm like, how is this illegal? But if you create a system or a group that is large enough where there is money being exchanged or enough money being exchanged and enough people involved, then it becomes an enterprise and it becomes illegal because you can't just start a gambling operation, right? It has to be legalized. So if it's big enough and there's enough money there, then yeah, you can get involved in that. Why did I read about it? Because I wanted to start one. And I was like, I guess I can.
Maybe your next career, James.
I know.
But wasn't there
Maybe.
a Will Ferrell movie about this? The House? I don't think I got all the way through it because I don't think it was that great. But it was like Will Ferrell and I think maybe it was Amy Poehler. And they started like a gambling thing in their basement with like craps and roulette. And honestly, that sounds awesome. I would love to be invited to that.
Me too. Well, I guess we got to check with the Dogster real quick before we get out of here. Let's see what he's up to. Dogster, get in here.
Charles Barkley isn't the only one who's lost weight.
Well, you look the same to me.
I've lost 5 ounces. Does anyone want to know my secret?
Not.
I eat 2 Doritos Locos tacos a day, 1 Baja Blast, and then I have a cup of love butter.
I don't even know what that is. I don't want to know. Do you have a bet?
Packers plus 7.5, hosting the Thunder.
Well, there you go. Good job. It's Pacers. Well, coming up next on Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P, Matt Fortuna at 10, Paul Charchian at 11, Chuck Esposito at 11:20. There you go, Chelsea. Right into Bet Sweats after this.
Chuck Esposito. Who is that? I feel like I've heard that name before.
Are you thinking of Phil Esposito?
I think there is a coach, I think, of NC State baseball that was like Esposito or something. I don't know. That's what I will be Googling after the show.
I will be looking at ways to circumvent the law when it comes to an illegal poker ring. I'm going to find a way. Yeah, why not? That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Always appreciate your time. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Good luck on your bets and have a great Thursday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
A happy Thursday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM. You're on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys coming up today on this Thursday. A lot to get into. We got Thursday Night Football tonight between the Vikings and the Chargers. We'll dive into that game. Also, college football Thursday night, South Alabama, Georgia State. We got the World Series tomorrow. We'll talk DFS fantasy. We'll also dive into some player props that we like in college football as well. Our guy, Cole Thompson, going to join us here in a little bit, and then we'll give out our favorite plays of the day to wrap up the show. As always, any questions, comments, best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Send them in to us at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube. If you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast as well, wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Thursday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line, check in with our guy, Cole Thompson. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson, host for SEC Unfiltered. And Cole, another week of SEC ranked matchups. We'll start in Norman, Oklahoma and Ole Miss. Ole Miss looking to bounce back from that tough loss in Athens against Georgia. Sooners a 5.5-point favorite at home. You think that's too many points?
A little bit, but not by much. Again, last week what we saw from Oklahoma was not only a rebounding performance after Red River, but the ability to run the football. And that's something that Ole Miss has struggled with all season. They rank 91st in run defense right now. The inability to be able to bring down guys like Chauncey Bowens and Nate Frazier and even Gunnar Stockton last week certainly were the downfall of the Rebels on the road in Athens. And again, this is another road environment to where Memorial Stadium, even at 11 a.m., is going to be ravenous. And this is a playoff game before a playoff game. Most people are going to be looking at Lane Kiffin and Brent Venables as the two reasons why somebody comes out on top. I'm actually going to the other side of the ball. I'm looking at Ben Arbuckle and I'm looking at Pete Golding. Who has a better game plan to be able to keep the coordinator on his toes most of the afternoon? If you can be able to stop the run and force John Mateer to beat you through the air, there's a lot of things that I think could definitely favor an Ole Miss team, especially creating turnovers. They did a good job at that in multiple games this year, including Tulane and Kentucky. But on the flip side, if you're John Mateer and you're able to trust that you have a ground game, that's eventually going to lead to your opportunities to get the explosive plays downfield to a Giovanni Gibson, a Deion Burks. I think the quarterback that has the most rushing yards in this game will be the stat that decides who comes out on top. And right now, I think John Mateer is a really solid quarterback that has been able to change the overall atmosphere of what we've seen out in Norman. But I just think the Trinidad Chambliss has a little bit more left up the sleeve. There's 3 wide receivers that are averaging over 15 yards a play. This is the number one scoring defense in college football, and it's the number one defense in pressure rate. I also look at this offensive line for Ole Miss. I think they're going to do a good enough job to keep Trinidad Chambliss upright. I'm taking the points. I'm taking Ole Miss to not only cover, I'm taking them to win outright and pull off the upset.
There you go. All right, so Cole going with Ole Miss. One of those teams going to have 2 losses at the end of the day. Also, in this game, one of these teams going to have 2 losses. Missouri and Vanderbilt. Vandy a 2.5-point favorite at home. College game day is going to be there. Both teams coming off some really good wins. Vandy beating LSU at home last week, and then Missouri beating Auburn in overtime. Cole, feels like the line maybe is a little bit shorter than the perception for what people think. It's similar to what it was for Vandy LSU last week. You like the Doors, or are you going with MIZ?
You know what's really interesting, PJ, is this is the perfect example of that scene in The Office where Pam Beesly holds up 2 pitchers and goes, they're the same pitcher, because they're literally the exact same team almost down to the color scheme. I mean, they both are a run-oriented offense that sets up the ground game to go ahead and build up the passing attack. They both have mobile quarterbacks that are not afraid to tuck and run. They both are efficient inside the red zone. They both love to be able to run it with their premier player. They're both great in run defense. They're both great on third down execution. They're both great on third down defensive execution. They both have a common opponent loss to Alabama, and they both have a common opponent win over South Carolina. So these two teams mirror up extremely well against one another, and that's why I think that the line is only in favor of Vanderbilt because of it's at First Bank Stadium. If this game was in Como, I think that you would see Missouri favored in this matchup. The 2 things that I'm looking for in this game is we have seen the defensive line of Missouri be able to get after quarterbacks. But last week, LSU was able to get in the backfield. They weren't able to contain Diego Pavia. So how do you force Pavia to win with his arm rather than his legs? If you force him to have to be able to build that rapport with guys like Eli Stowers, Trey Richardson, Junior Sherrill, there may be an opportunity for you to give up the explosive plays, but come away almost unscathed or only giving up a field goal if you're Missouri. And then from Missouri's standpoint or Vanderbilt's standpoint, Vanderbilt has yet to be truly, I think, tested when it comes to the ground game. And we've heard a lot of people, which has been very wrong in the public eye, criticize Ahmad Hardy for his insufficiencies over the last 2 weeks against Alabama and Auburn. This is still a running back that at one point was averaging 119 yards per game. Can you slow down 29 and force Bo Pabula to beat you through the air? I think that that's what happens. I think this is a special season for Clark Lee, and I think that we will see a new betting favorite for the Heisman Trophy leader in Diego Pavia come Sunday morning, because the Doors, they're going to get the win over Missouri, and they're going to be in the hunt for a college football playoff bid.
Which is just crazy to say. If that's the case, they got Texas upcoming in a couple weeks in Austin, and what a game that could be. Another good one. We got a night game in Death Valley. A&M on the road is a 2.5-point favorite against LSU. A&M unbeaten, the number 3 team in the land, going up against an LSU team that's playing for their season. Cole, who do you like in this one?
The last time that Texas A&M won against LSU in Baton Rouge was 1994. That season, Texas A&M went undefeated, and the only reason why they didn't play for a national title was because they had a tie with SMU. So you're an undefeated Texas A&M roster that can win in a rock fight, can win with the ground game, can win with the vertical passing attack. There's a lot of things that I look at that say this is where the other shoe drops. I believe that you will not see an undefeated team in the SEC just because of how talented the overall rosters are, and there is a margin of error that you're allowed to hit. And I think, unfortunately, you're going to hit the negative side of it if you are Texas A&M at some point. But right now, I do not trust the play calling from Joe Sloan. I do not think this offensive line is going to be able to slow down Cassius Howell. They're so faulty when it comes to the rushing attack. Like, people looked last week at that Vanderbilt game and said they hit 123 yards. And then I told them, well, take away the 51-yard run from Caden Durham, and once again, you were averaging 3.1 yards a play. So the inability to have a dynamic offense has been really hindrance at times. I think that once again, this is going to be a game to where you'll see Garrett Nussmeier get some deep shots down the field. They're top 20 in explosive plays, but it's not enough to get the job done. I think Texas A&M continues to roll. I'm taking the under in this game, and I'm also going to head and take the Aggies to win with the +-2.5.
All right, we're talking with Cole Thompson here on Send It In, host for SEC Unfiltered. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson. All right, Cole, you before you hopped on, you said that you think there might be some chaos in college football this week. So you like Ole Miss potentially pull off the upset against Oklahoma? Any other teams out there you think could be on upset alert on Saturday?
Let's go with 2. There is a race for that number 4 spot in the Big Ten, Illinois versus Washington. Washington offensively has not been able to find a spark over the last several weeks when they play against ranked opponents. They struggled against Ohio State. They struggled against Michigan, but this is a defense that is susceptible to explosive plays, and they are, even though a favorite in this matchup at -4.5, they are the unranked team. Number 23, Illinois, I think is going to have to play a dominant performance offensively to guarantee their spot still in the hunt for a college football playoff bid. And why don't we go down to Starkville, Mississippi? Last week, Texas, yes, friends, Texas, the preseason number 1, gave up nearly 400 yards of offense to Kentucky. Cutter Boley had over 300 yards. They outgained them by 196 yards, 28-8 first down conversions, and somehow, some way, Texas did not find a way to lose on the road. You play in Starkville. You play against a pissed-off Mississippi State team that has yet to win a conference game this year underneath Jeff Lebby. Have yet to win a conference game since Jeff Lebby was hired. Defensively, you're there. Offensively, you have no juice. If you come out slow in a place that is a cathedral of chaos known as Starkville, Mississippi, where those cowbells continue to ring and they bother the crap out of you, I promise you, you will find a way to drop a game. This may be one where Texas is not able to come away unscathed.
Yeah, this is the 4th straight game Texas has played away from Austin as well, Cole. We were talking about that earlier in the week, right? They've been in the Swamp. They've been Red River last week in Lexington, and then, as you mentioned, in Starkville this week. So that's an interesting game for Texas. Got about a minute left, Cole. Any other games we didn't touch on that you're excited for this week that you have a thought on?
People think all the time that we as college football snobs do not care about the G5. We do not care about that lowly conference, but you know what? USF and Memphis, my friends, this is a playoff game because the winner of this game, I think, is going to be the G5 representative. You got a top 10 scoring offense going up against a top 25 defense. Ryan Silverfield's unit has been able to do just enough in the second half of games to give its offense a spark. Sutton Smith is going to have to be the key in this matchup for the Tigers. And then you look at the explosive plays downfield from Byron Brown, what he's got with Chaz Nimrod. He's averaging 11.2 yards a pass. He's one of the most electrifying players in college football. But the game is in the Liberty Bowl, and I made a bold play at the start of the year to say Memphis will walk into the college football playoff. Somehow, some way, I think that Ryan Silverfield's squad pulls it off against one of the high-scoring offenses in USF. They're going to not only get the plus 4 and a 5, they're going to win outright, and they'll be in the college football playoff.
Absolutely love it. Cole Thompson, give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson, host for SEC Unfiltered. Great stuff as always. Cole, enjoy week 9, my friend. We'll see you next week.
Scary Saturday upon us, ladies and gentlemen. Be ready for chaos. Bye.
Certainly could be. All right, let's continue talking college football. Week 9 here on Send It In. Getting to some of my favorite player props for the upcoming weekend. We will start in that Ole Miss-Oklahoma game. And I want to say this was like a month and a half ago when Oklahoma played against Auburn, we were talking about Jackson Arnold and taking his under rushing, and he finished with minus 11. I don't think Trinidad Chambliss is going to have negative 11 rushing yards, but I think he's going to really struggle in this game to run against Oklahoma, who's got that top-tier defense. They're so good against the run, especially the quarterback run. They really contain well. So Chambliss is going to have to make some plays through the air. I think Kiffin's going to do everything he can to try and get him going on the ground, but I like Chambliss under 35.5 rushing yards. And also keep in mind, there is a chance Austin Simmons is available for this game. Kiffin's going to roll with Chambliss, but if he's struggling in this first half, needs a spark, there is a chance maybe he could go to Simmons, so you have that aspect of it as well. I like under rushing yards for Chambliss. Rashul Faison, the running back for South Carolina, I'm taking his over rushing yards, over 33.5 against Alabama. I think this number is too low. For me, what's interesting, Faison this season, he's gotten at least 10 carries 3 times. And when he has, he's gone over at least 50 rushing yards in all those games. His prop number, again, is only 33.5. What's South Carolina's formula for hanging around in this game against Alabama? They got to play good defense, and they got to try and find a way to chew possession and run the football. And Bama's run defense just is not very good on the road. For whatever reason, it hasn't been that way the last couple of years, but on the road, they have a very difficult time stopping the run. I would look at some alts for Faison. I mean, you can get like 80-plus yards, 90-plus yards at 9-1. You can get some nice prices for Faison if he rips off some big runs. And Bama's been giving up some explosive run plays. So his rushing number at 33.5, I think is too low. I like over, and again, I would look at some alts there. Rocco Beck, anytime touchdown, plus 140. Beck, they don't really use him. He doesn't get many yards throughout the game, but they use him short yardage and they use him goal line. And going up against BYU, who doesn't really give up too many explosive offensive plays, they really make you work the ball down the field. This feels like a physical type game. There are going to be a lot of field goals. Every yard will be earned throughout this game. But Rocco Beck, they're definitely going to call his number. They need a win. They've lost their last couple games. So I think Iowa State, inside the 10, inside the 5, they're going to lean on Beck's legs. I like him to find the end zone at plus 140. Arch Manning, under 1.5 passing touchdowns for Texas at minus 120 against Mississippi State. Cole just laid out all the numbers. I mean, Texas has really struggled this season on offense. They were not good in that Kentucky game. And Mississippi State's got a solid defense. 4th straight game away from home for Texas. You got to deal with the cowbells, which is not easy if you're not used to it. So a lot of factors here for the Longhorns, whose offense just is not what we thought it would be this season. So I think if Texas finds the end zone, it could be an Arch rushing touchdown. It could be a running back touchdown with Wisner, one of those type of things, maybe even a defensive touchdown. Arch to throw 2 touchdowns, I'm not buying it. I'll go under 1.5 passing TDs at minus 120. And then finally, Marcel Reed against LSU. I'm going over his rushing number at 33.5. I think Reed is really going to have to use his legs in this game against LSU. He's a dynamic athlete. He's got game-breaking speed. And at night in Death Valley against a good defense with a good pass rush, he's going to have to scramble around and make some plays. So Reed over 33.5 rushing yards. Again, A&M, there are 2 road games, at Notre Dame, at Arkansas. 41-40, 48-45. They played 2 shootouts. That's not going to be the case against LSU. They're going to have some offensive struggles, and I think Reed's going to have to run around and make some plays. They're not going to be open receivers. They're going to struggle, I think, at the run game a little bit with the running back, Moss. So I'll take over rushing yards for Marcel read. All right, you guys, let's do a little primetime Peach now. We do have some breaking news in the NFL that Dan Quinn said that Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel will both practice today. So, obviously, good news for the Commanders. Play on Monday night against Kansas City. As for tonight's game, Thursday Night Football between the Vikings and the Chargers. Chargers are 3.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 44.5. All week I've been talking about this game, thinking J.J. McCarthy was going to play. He is not. It's going to be Carson Wentz. So that does change the handicap a little bit. I still do kind of like the under just because both of these teams had bad defensive performances in their last game. Minnesota gave up 28 points to Philly. Then you have the Chargers give up 38 points to the Colts. So right now is a good time, I think, to sell on both buy on both defenses after people just saw them kind of get shredded in their last couple games. I don't understand, though, why this line went through the key number of 3. It opened 2.5, which I think was a good line. Chargers 2.5, went to 3, okay. Now you're giving me the 3.5 with Minnesota. I'm going to jump on that and take the hook with the Vikings. Anytime I get a team coming off of a home loss that's going on the road, I'm always going to use that. You have 2 terrific coaches in this game with O'Connell and Jim Harbaugh, so both teams are very well coached. Both teams have good defensive coordinators, but the injury report for LA is just brutal. We'll see if Joe Alt goes tonight, but they are super banged up on offense. Their running backs are banged up. They can't get any running game going. They're really relying a ton on Justin Herbert. And when you got Brian Flores, your defensive coordinator, that's dialing up all those blitzes for an NFC team that you normally don't see very much on a short week when you don't get your normal prep, I think that's a big advantage for Minnesota. So I do like Minnesota tonight. I think it's going to be a tight game. Both of these teams need this game. I'll take Vikings plus 3.5 against the Chargers. As for some props that I'm looking for, Justin Herbert, longest rush over 10.5 yards. I was just telling you guys, we all know Flores loves to blitz, right? And he gets this banged up offensive line for the Chargers. Herbert probably going to be under duress for most of the game. If he was able to find a lane or break a tackle, make a guy miss, there should be some room for him to run for a bunch of yards. So we can get that on one scramble easily. 11 yards, over 10.5 for Justin Herbert. So I like that longest rush. I also like Keenan Allen, over 49.5 receiving yards at minus 115. Keenan Allen, still at this age, such a good route runner, such good hands, so good when he's in man coverage, those kind of things, and he's Herbert's go-to guy. So I think this is a really good matchup. It feels like a Keenan Allen game tonight, so I like him over 49.5 receiving yards, and I like him to find the end zone as well at plus 170. McConkey's plus 165, Keenan Allen's plus 170. I think there's a good chance both of them find the end zone. If I had to choose one, though, I'd rather go with Keenan at plus 170. As for some college football tonight, we have South Alabama as a 6.5-point favorite at Georgia State. Total in the game is 55.5. South Alabama minus 225 on the money line, and Georgia State is plus 185. This is an interesting game because both teams are really, really struggling. Georgia State's 1-6 on the year. South Alabama has lost 6 straight games. So it's one of these games where neither team really remembers how to win anymore, and you're giving me 6.5 points with the home dog. I'm going to take that. Major Applewhite's the head coach for South Alabama. If you kind of follow college football, you might remember that name. He's been an OC at some big schools. He was the head coach at Houston. He's at South Alabama now, and I like their team. I mean, they're a lot better than what their record indicates, which is why they're a 6.5-point favorite in this game. I feel like they should have a few more wins this season. But nonetheless, this is a team that cannot win games, and they let bad teams hang around. They're on the road tonight, laying a touchdown. I'm going to take Georgia State. So I would look at the Panthers plus 6.5 in that game. World Series Game 1 tomorrow. We'll dive into this game a little bit more on tomorrow's show with Send It In. But the Blue Jays and Dodgers, we have lines out for Game 1. LA, a minus 150 favorite. Blake Snell's going to go tomorrow. Blue Jays plus 125. We still don't know who's going to go for them. Maybe it's a Savage. Maybe it's Gausman. We'll see. Total in the game is 7.5. I am leaning towards taking Toronto, though, at plus 125. I'll make an official pick tomorrow, but I'm leaning towards the Blue Jays, actually, in Game 1, because I like when you get these kinds of series where it feels like everybody's picking the same team to win, right? I mean, have you really heard anybody that likes the Blue Jays in this series? Pretty much everybody likes the Dodgers. It kind of reminds me, though, of the NBA Finals from this past year when we looked at Indiana and OKC, and we all liked OKC to win the series, but what happened in Game 1? Indiana won. So a lot of times, the best bet for these type of series, when we all kind of feel the same way about how it's going to go and we all like the same team to win, you take a shot with that team in game one, especially if you're getting them at home. And Toronto, that is a tough place to play. Dodgers got to fly across the country. That building is going to be rocking. And Blake Snell has been awesome so far this postseason for the Dodgers. But, he's gone up against the Phillies. He's gone up against the Brewers, teams that tend to strike out a little bit. Toronto does such a good job at fouling off pitches. They do such a good job at working counts. There's no easy at-bat in their lineup. So I think they're going to spoil some pitches. I think they're going to get that pitch count up for Snell. And if they can get him out in like the 5th inning, the 6th inning, and you get a chance to face that bullpen, that's going to be a big advantage for Toronto. So I like the Jays tomorrow. I think they could win game one. And now all of a sudden we're looking at this series and we're like, man, are the Jays really going to do it? If they do, we're going to get a cheaper money line price on the Dodgers to win the World Series. And then that's when we'll scoop in and take LA. But Blue Jays, I'm leaning towards them in game one. I think they take care of business tomorrow night against the Dodgers. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's a Pro Football No Sweat token. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. Let's talk a little fantasy pee here on Send It In, my Week 8 NFL DFS lineup. And I like my lineup quite a bit this week. We're going to start with my quarterback. It's going to be Joe Flacco. He's $5,400 this week in DFS, and he's going up against the New York Jets defense. Now, I don't love the fact that I'm getting Flacco after that awesome performance against the Steelers, but I do love the fact that he's playing the Jets this week. I'm not going to lie to you. And he's got those two great receivers in Chase and Higgins. And now Flacco has that extended time to learn the playbook. I'm sure most of you saw that he was talking about after the game. Zach Taylor was calling plays, and he still didn't know some of the playbook. So Flacco should be more up to speed with the playbook now. The Bengals got a ton of confidence off that Steelers game. I mean, he's got that great rapport now with Chase and Higgins. Like, Flacco's the perfect quarterback, and we know they can't run the ball, so they're going to continue to throw it against this Jets defense that's been terrible, and you're getting Flacco at a really good price. So the price, the matchup, the fact that it's a good fit, he's more comfortable with the playbook. I think Joe's a good play this week, so I'll look at him, $5,400 against the New York Jets. What about DeAndre Swift? I'll take him as my first running back at $5,900. I think Ben Johnson, leading up to this Ravens game, is going to go look at what his former boss, Dan Campbell, and the Lions did when they went to Baltimore week 3 and beat the Ravens on Monday Night Football. They ran the ball down the Ravens' throat. And I think that's what Ben Johnson is going to try and do in this game. The Ravens are starting to get healthy back on defense, especially in the secondary. So you got Kyle Hamilton's going to be back like he was before the bye week. Nate Wiggins is going to be back there. Marlon Humphrey was out yesterday with an illness, but he should be back. He should be good. So the Ravens in the secondary, the back end, they're going to be at full strength. They're still missing Matt Abuke, though, up front. And that is a huge loss, and that's where I think the Bears can take advantage. DeAndre Swift's had some really good games the last couple of weeks. He didn't practice yesterday, but I think he's going to be good to go for the game on Sunday. So if Swift plays, I definitely like him, $5,900 against the Ravens. J.K. Dobbins, I like him as well in Denver's game this week against Dallas. He's at $5,800. Dobbins had a really nice season for Denver. He didn't really have a great game last week against the Giants. They just couldn't get him going, which was a big reason why they were down 19-0 in that game. And then, of course, you're down 19-0 in the fourth quarter. You got to throw the ball. So Dobbins hardly featured the rest of the way. But in this kind of game against the Dallas defense, with the best offense that Denver has seen all season, they have a big advantage with their offensive line, and Bo Nix has kind of been up and down this season, so I think Sean Payton leans on the ground game. Feels like a solid Dobbins game for me, so I like JK, $5,800 as my other running back. What about A.J. Brown as my first wide receiver, $6,100? Eagles going up against the Giants. Those explosive plays, we saw them against Minnesota. I think Philadelphia found something a little bit in that game. And look, going up against that Giants defense that was on the field for a ton of plays in that fourth quarter against Denver, and psychologically, where are they after giving up 33 points? Like, that Giants defense is a unit I want to fade this week. And the Eagles, Hurts to Brown and Smith was hitting some big plays through the air. I think they continue that this week. So A.J. Brown, 6,100 yards, one of the receivers that I'm looking at. I'm also looking at Rashid Shaheed at $4,700. Now, Rashid's only had one game this year where he's gone over 60 yards receiving at 122 against the Patriots. That's why his price is so short, but I like the upside. I like the boom potential of Shaheed because of that game-breaking speed. It just takes one 70-yard deep ball to Shaheed against that Buccaneers defense that's okay. They're great against the run, but they're a little suspect against the pass. That's why I think they were so good against the Lions this past Monday night, because of how great they are against the run. But Rattler and the Saints have been playing pretty good at home this season. They've been putting up some points, and I think Shaheed could have a nice game against his Tampa secondary, so he would be the other receiver that I would look at. What about Drake London to have a bounce-back game against the Dolphins? Really wasn't a factor much in that Sunday night game against the Niners. Now, back at home, going against this Miami defense that can't stop anybody. It feels like the team's going to quit any second if they haven't already on Mike McDaniel. Drake London would look at him, think you're getting a nice price, $6,400. Mason Taylor, the young tight end for the New York Jets, I'm going to take him at $3,500. Whether it's Justin Fields, whether it's Tyrod Taylor, I don't really think it matters. Mason Taylor is starting to become the top option on that Jets defense. And against this Bengals defense, I think Mason Taylor has the potential to have a really nice game. So I'd probably prefer it to be Tyrod for sure, because I think the Jets have better opportunities to score and move the ball. But regardless, I think Mason Taylor, really nice buy at this price for tight end, $3,500. Bijan Robinson going to be my flex at $8,800. I mean, look, Miami's got the worst run defense in the NFL, and they're going up against one of the best running backs in the NFL. This should be an easy game plan for Atlanta. I know I have Drake London in my lineup. I think he could have a nice game, but this should be Bijan early and Bijan often, and you should just keep feeding number 5 the entire game. I think Bijan's going to have a heck of a day. And again, Jonathan Taylor is the most expensive this week. McCaffrey's up there. So Bijan's not even the most expensive running back, and I think he maybe should be after Taylor because of the matchup. So I like Bijan in my flex. And then give me the Texans defense at $3,000 to round out my team. Going up against San Francisco, you got an immobile quarterback in Mac Jones. McCaffrey's really the only guy you fear on that offense. I think DeMeco Ryans and the Texans are going to have a great game plan to try and take him away. And then you have a terrific secondary. They forced 4 turnovers last week against that Seattle offense. The Texans defense has been terrific all year. I think they're going to be terrific again. Yesterday, we gave out Niners team total under 20.5 on the show. So I'm all in this week on that Texans defense, and I'll plug them in my fantasy lineup as well. So here's our lineup for week 8 in the NFL. This is what we're rolling with. Joe Flacco is going to be my quarterback at $5,400. Swift and Dobbins as my 2 running backs. A.J. Brown, Rashid Shaheed, Drake London as my 3 wide receivers. Mason Taylor as my tight end. Bijan Robinson as my flex. And the Houston Texans as my defense against San Francisco. That's what we're rolling with in week 8. All right, you guys, wrap up the show. PJ's plays here on Send It In. And again, going streaking will be back tomorrow for game 1 of the World Series. So let's look at prop lock. Let's go to the NBA. We got a finals rematch tonight, OKC and Indiana. Benedict Mathurin, I think, is going to have a big year. My guy, Shawnee Sharp, our Pacers analyst, tells me that Mathurin's going to go off this season. So I'm riding with Benny Mathurin over 1.5 3-pointers against OKC. Shawnee Sharp, what do we think of that? We like that play?
I like that a lot, Peach. I think Ben actually is going to be like a big factor. I think he's going to be the only, like, the main playmaker for the Pacers this year.
Mm-hmm.
I've bet him most improved player. I think tonight his assist line's 3.5. People think Nembhard's going to be the guy with the ball a lot. They need him to play defense on the best scorer every night. So I think it's going to be Ben who's going to be the playmaker, have the ball in his hand. And tonight I really like the Pacers in the first quarter, just because no Jalen Williams, no Alex Caruso, and maybe no Lou Dort. And the Pacers are going to want to come out and try to assert their dominance again, showing that, like, hey, no Tyrese, we're fine. And also the Thunder just played that double overtime game the other day.
True. I like that. Good look. That's a Shawnee Sharp handicap right there with Indiana in the first quarter. So take a look at that. I like Mathurin over 1.5 3-pointers as well. And then plays that we already talked about today. Georgia State plus 6.5 against South Alabama. I like that as my dog of the day. 2 teams that are really struggling. I'll take the dog plus the points. And then give me the Vikings, my best bet, plus 3.5 tonight against the Chargers. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Tomorrow, PJ Pick 5 will give out favorite bets, college football, NFL, and my favorite props. We'll see you guys then. Great rest of your day. Thursday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM. You're on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys coming up today. On this Thursday, a lot to get into. We got Thursday Night Football tonight between the Vikings and the Chargers. We'll dive into that game. Also, college football Thursday night, South Alabama, Georgia State. We got the World Series tomorrow. We'll talk DFS fantasy. We'll also dive into some player props that we like in college football as well. Our guy, Cole Thompson, going to join us here in a little bit, and then we'll give out our favorite plays of the day to wrap up the show. As always, any questions, comments, best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Send them in to us at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube. If you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast as well, wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Thursday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line, check in with our guy, Cole Thompson. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson, host for SEC Unfiltered. And Cole, another week of SEC ranked matchups. We'll start in Norman, Oklahoma and Ole Miss. Ole Miss looking to bounce back from that tough loss in Athens against Georgia. Sooners a 5.5-point favorite at home. You think that's too many points?
A little bit, but not by much. Again, last week what we saw from Oklahoma was not only a rebounding performance after Red River, but the ability to run the football. And that's something that Ole Miss has struggled with all season. They rank 91st in run defense right now. The inability to be able to bring down guys like Chauncey Bowens and Nate Frazier and even Gunnar Stockton last week certainly were the downfall of the Rebels on the road in Athens. And again, this is another road environment to where Memorial Stadium, even at 11 a.m., is going to be ravenous. And this is a playoff game before a playoff game. Most people are going to be looking at Lane Kiffin and Brent Venables as the two reasons why somebody comes out on top. I'm actually going to the other side of the ball. I'm looking at Ben Arbuckle and I'm looking at Pete Golding. Who has a better game plan to be able to keep the coordinator on his toes most of the afternoon? If you can be able to stop the run and force John Mateer to beat you through the air, there's a lot of things that I think could definitely favor an Ole Miss team, especially creating turnovers. They did a good job with that in multiple games this year, including Tulane and Kentucky. But on the flip side, if you're John Mateer and you're able to trust that you have a ground game, that's eventually going to lead to your opportunities to get the explosive plays downfield to a Giovanni Gibson, a Deion Burks. I think the quarterback that has the most rushing yards in this game will be the stat that decides who comes out on top. And right now, I think John Mateer is a really solid quarterback that has been able to change the overall atmosphere of what we've seen out in Norman. But I just think that Trinidad Chambliss has a little bit more left up the sleeve. There's 3 wide receivers that are averaging over 15 yards a play. This is the number one scoring defense in college football, and it's the number one defense in pressure rate. I also look at this offensive line for Ole Miss. I think they're going to do a good enough job to keep Trinidad Chambliss upright. I'm taking the points. I'm taking Ole Miss to not only cover, I'm taking them to win outright and pull off the upset.
There you go. All right, so Cole going with Ole Miss. One of those teams going to have 2 losses at the end of the day. Also, in this game, one of these teams going to have 2 losses, Missouri and Vanderbilt. Vandy, a 2.5-point favorite at home. College game day is going to be there. Both teams coming off some really good wins. Vandy beating LSU at home last week, and then Missouri beating Auburn in overtime. Cole, feels like the line maybe is a little bit shorter than the perception for what people think. It's similar to what it was for Vandy LSU last week. You like the Doors, or are you going with MIZ?
You know what's really interesting, PJ, is this is the perfect example of that scene in The Office where Pam Beesly holds up 2 pitchers and goes, they're the same pitcher, because they're literally the exact same team almost down to the color scheme. I mean, they both are a run-oriented offense that sets up the ground game to go ahead and build up the passing attack. They both have mobile quarterbacks that are not afraid to tuck and run. They both are efficient inside the red zone. They both love to be able to run it with their premier player. They're both great in run defense. They're both great on third down execution. They're both great on third down defensive execution. They both have a common opponent loss to Alabama, and they both have a common opponent win over South Carolina. So these two teams mirror up extremely well against one another, and that's why I think that the line is only in favor of Vanderbilt because of it's at First Bank Stadium. If this game was in Como, I think that you would see Missouri favored in this matchup. The 2 things that I'm looking for in this game is we have seen the defensive line of Missouri be able to get after quarterbacks. But last week, LSU was able to get in the backfield. They weren't able to contain Diego Pavia. So how do you force Pavia to win with his arm rather than his legs? If you force him to have to be able to build that rapport with guys like Eli Stowers, Trey Richardson, Junior Sherrill, there may be an opportunity for you to give up the explosive plays, but come away almost unscathed or only giving up a field goal if you're Missouri. And then from Missouri's standpoint or Vanderbilt's standpoint, Vanderbilt has yet to be truly, I think, tested when it comes to the ground game. And we've heard a lot of people, which has been very wrong in the public eye, criticize Ahmad Hardy for his insufficiencies over the last 2 weeks against Alabama and Auburn. This is still a running back that at one point was averaging 119 yards per game. Can you slow down 29 and force Bo Pabula to beat you through the air? I think that that's what happens. I think this is a special season for Clark Lee, and I think that we will see a new betting favorite for the Heisman Trophy leader in Diego Pavia come Sunday morning, because the Doors, they're going to get the win over Missouri, and they're going to be in the hunt for a college football playoff bid.
Which is just crazy to say. If that's the case, they got Texas upcoming in a couple weeks in Austin, and what a game that could be. Another good one. We got a night game in Death Valley. A&M on the road is a 2.5-point favorite against LSU. A&M unbeaten, the number 3 team in the land, going up against an LSU team that's playing for their season. Cole, who do you like in this one?
The last time that Texas A&M won against LSU in Baton Rouge was 1994. That season, Texas A&M went undefeated, and the only reason why they didn't play for a national title was because they had a tie with SMU. So you're an undefeated Texas A&M roster that can win in a rock fight, can win with the ground game, can win with the vertical passing attack. There's a lot of things that I look at that say this is where the other shoe drops. I believe that you will not see an undefeated team in the SEC just because of how talented the overall rosters are, and there is a margin of error that you're allowed to hit. And I think, unfortunately, you're going to hit the negative side of it if you are Texas A&M at some point. But right now, I do not trust the play calling from Joe Sloan. I do not think this offensive line is going to be able to slow down Cassius Howell. They're so faulty when it comes to the rushing attack. Like, people looked last week at that Vanderbilt game and said they hit 123 yards. And then I tell them, well, take away the 51-yard run from Caden Durham, and once again, you were averaging 3.1 yards a play. So the inability to have a dynamic offense has been really hindrance at times. I think that once again, this is going to be a game to where you'll see Garrett Nussmeier get some deep shots down the field. They're top 20 in explosive plays, but it's not enough to get the job done. I think Texas A&M continues to roll. I'm taking the under in this game, and I'm also going to head and take the Aggies to win with the +-2.5.
All right, we're talking with Cole Thompson here on Send It In, host for SEC Unfiltered. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson. All right, Cole, you before you hopped on, you said that you think there might be some chaos in college football this week. So you like Ole Miss potentially pull off the upset against Oklahoma? Any other teams out there you think could be on upset alert on Saturday?
Let's go with 2. There is a race for that number 4 spot in the Big Ten, Illinois versus Washington. Washington offensively has not been able to find a spark over the last several weeks when they play against ranked opponents. They struggled against Ohio State. They struggled against Michigan, but this is a defense that is susceptible to explosive plays, and they are, even though a favorite in this matchup at -4.5, they are the unranked team. Number 23, Illinois, I think, is going to have to play a dominant performance offensively to guarantee their spot still in the hunt for a college football playoff bid. And why don't we go down to Starkville, Mississippi? Last week, Texas, yes, friends, Texas, the preseason number 1, gave up nearly 400 yards of offense to Kentucky. Cutter Boley had over 300 yards. They outgained them by 196 yards, 28-8 first down conversions, and somehow, some way, Texas did not find a way to lose on the road. You play in Starkville. You play against a pissed-off Mississippi State team that has yet to win a conference game this year underneath Jeff Lebby. Have yet to win a conference game since Jeff Lebby was hired. Defensively, you're there. Offensively, you have no juice. If you come out slow in a place that is a cathedral of chaos known as Starkville, Mississippi, where those cowbells continue to ring and they bother the crap out of you, I promise you, you will find a way to drop a game. This may be one where Texas is not able to come away unscathed.
Yeah, this is the 4th straight game Texas has played away from Austin as well, Cole. We were talking about that earlier in the week, right? They've been in the Swamp. They've been Red River last week in Lexington, and then, as you mentioned, in Starkville this week. So that's an interesting game for Texas. Got about a minute left, Cole. Any other games we didn't touch on that you're excited for this week that you have a thought on?
People think all the time that we as college football snobs do not care about the G5. We do not care about that lowly conference, but you know what? USF and Memphis, my friends, this is a playoff game because the winner of this game, I think, is going to be the G5 representative. You got a top 10 scoring offense going up against a top 25 defense. Ryan Silverfield's unit has been able to do just enough in the second half of games to give its offense a spark. Sutton Smith is going to have to be the key in this matchup for the Tigers. And then you look at the explosive plays downfield from Byron Brown, what he's got with Chaz Nimrod. He's averaging 11.2 yards a pass. He's one of the most electrifying players in college football. But the game is in the Liberty Bowl, and I made a bold play at the start of the year to say Memphis will walk into the college football playoff. Somehow, some way, I think that Ryan Silverfield's squad pulls it off against one of the high-scoring offenses in USF. They're going to not only get the plus 4 and a 5, they're going to win outright, and they'll be in the college football playoff.
Absolutely love it. Cole Thompson, give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson, host for SEC Unfiltered. Great stuff as always. Cole, enjoy week 9, my friend. We'll see you next week.
Scary Saturday upon us, ladies and gentlemen. Be ready for chaos. Bye.
Certainly could be. All right, let's continue talking college football. Week 9 here on Send It In. Getting to some of my favorite player props for the upcoming weekend. We will start in that Ole Miss-Oklahoma game. And I want to say this was like a month and a half ago when Oklahoma played against Auburn, we were talking about Jackson Arnold and taking his under rushing, and he finished with minus 11. I don't think Trinidad Chambliss is going to have negative 11 rushing yards, but I think he's going to really struggle in this game to run against Oklahoma, who's got that top-tier defense. They're so good against the run, especially the quarterback run. They really contain well. So Chambliss is going to have to make some plays through the air. I think Kiffin's going to do everything he can to try and get him going on the ground, but I like Chambliss under 35.5 rushing yards. And also keep in mind, there is a chance Austin Simmons is available for this game. Kiffin's going to roll with Chambliss, but if he's struggling in this first half, needs a spark, there is a chance maybe he could go to Simmons, so you have that aspect of it as well. I like under rushing yards for Chambliss. Rashul Faison, the running back for South Carolina, I'm taking his over rushing yards, over 33.5 against Alabama. I think this number is too low. For me, what's interesting, Faison this season, he's gotten at least 10 carries 3 times. And when he has, he's gone over at least 50 rushing yards in all those games. His prop number, again, is only 33.5. What's South Carolina's formula for hanging around in this game against Alabama? They got to play good defense, and they got to try and find a way to chew possession and run the football. And Bama's run defense just is not very good on the road. For whatever reason, it hasn't been that way the last couple of years, but on the road, they have a very difficult time stopping the run. I would look at some alts for Faison. I mean, you can get like 80-plus yards, 90-plus yards at 9-1. You can get some nice prices for Faison if he rips off some big runs. And Bama's been giving up some explosive run plays. So his rushing number at 33.5, I think is too low. I like over, and again, I would look at some alts there. Rocco Beck, anytime touchdown, plus 140. Beck, they don't really use him. He doesn't get many yards throughout the game, but they use him short yardage and they use him goal line. And going up against BYU, who doesn't really give up too many explosive offensive plays, they really make you work the ball down the field. This feels like a physical type game. There are going to be a lot of field goals. Every yard will be earned throughout this game. But Rocco Beck, they're definitely going to call his number. They need a win. They've lost their last couple games. So I think Iowa State, inside the 10, inside the 5, they're going to lean on Beck's legs. I like him to find the end zone at plus 140. Arch Manning, under 1.5 passing touchdowns for Texas at minus 120 against Mississippi State. Cole just laid out all the numbers. I mean, Texas has really struggled this season on offense. They were not good in that Kentucky game. And Mississippi State's got a solid defense. 4th straight game away from home for Texas. You got to deal with the cowbells, which is not easy if you're not used to it. So a lot of factors here for the Longhorns, whose offense just is not what we thought it would be this season. So I think if Texas finds the end zone, it could be an Arch rushing touchdown. It could be a running back touchdown with Wisner, one of those type of things, maybe even a defensive touchdown. Arch to throw 2 touchdowns, I'm not buying it. I'll go under 1.5 passing TDs at minus 120. And then finally, Marcel Reed against LSU. I'm going over his rushing number at 33.5. I think Reed is really going to have to use his legs in this game against LSU. He's a dynamic athlete. He's got game-breaking speed. And at night in Death Valley against a good defense with a good pass rush, he's going to have to scramble around and make some plays. So Reed over 33.5 rushing yards. Again, A&M, there are 2 road games, at Notre Dame, at Arkansas. 41-40, 48-45. They played 2 shootouts. That's not going to be the case against LSU. They're going to have some offensive struggles, and I think Reed's going to have to run around and make some plays. They're not going to be open receivers. They're going to struggle, I think, at the run game a little bit with the running back, Moss. So I'll take over rushing yards for Marcel Reed. All right, you guys, let's do a little primetime Peach now. We do have some breaking news in the NFL that Dan Quinn said that Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel will both practice today. So obviously good news for the Commanders. Play on Monday night against Kansas City. As for tonight's game, Thursday Night Football between the Vikings and the Chargers. Chargers are 3.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 44.5. All week I've been talking about this game, thinking J.J. McCarthy was going to play. He is not. It's going to be Carson Wentz. So that does change the handicap a little bit. I still do kind of like the under just because both of these teams had bad defensive performances in their last game. Minnesota gave up 28 points to Philly. Then you have the Chargers give up 38 points to the Colts. So right now is a good time, I think, to sell on both or buy on both defenses after people just saw them kind of get shredded in their last couple of games. I don't understand, though, why this line went through the key number of 3. It opened 2.5, which I think was a good line. Chargers 2.5, went to 3, okay. Now you're giving me the 3.5 with Minnesota. I'm going to jump on that and take the hook with the Vikings. Anytime I get a team coming off of a home loss that's going on the road, I'm always going to use that. You have 2 terrific coaches in this game with O'Connell and Jim Harbaugh, so both teams are very well coached. Both teams have good defensive coordinators, but the injury report for LA is just brutal. We'll see if Joe Alt goes tonight, but they are super banged up on offense. Their running backs are banged up. They can't get any running game going. They're really relying a ton on Justin Herbert. And when you got Brian Flores, your defensive coordinator, that's dialing up all those blitzes for an NFC team that you normally don't see very much on a short week when you don't get your normal prep, I think that's a big advantage for Minnesota. So I do like Minnesota tonight. I think it's going to be a tight game. Both of these teams need this game. I'll take Vikings plus 3.5 against the Chargers. As for some props that I'm looking for, Justin Herbert, longest rush over 10.5 yards. I was just telling you guys, we all know Flores loves to blitz, right? And he gets this banged up offensive line for the Chargers. Herbert probably going to be under duress for most of the game. If he is able to find a lane or break a tackle, make a guy miss, there should be some room for him to run for a bunch of yards. So we can get that on one scramble easily. 11 yards, over 10.5 for Justin Herbert. So I like that longest rush. I also like Keenan Allen, over 49.5 receiving yards at minus 115. Keenan Allen, still at this age, such a good route runner, such good hands, so good when he's in man coverage, those kind of things, and he's Herbert's go-to guy. So I think this is a really good matchup. It feels like a Keenan Allen game tonight, so I like him over 49.5 receiving yards, and I like him to find the end zone as well at plus 170. McConkey's plus 165, Keenan Allen's plus 170. I think there's a good chance both of them find the end zone. If I had to choose one, though, I'd rather go with Keenan at plus 170. As for some college football tonight, we have South Alabama as a 6.5-point favorite at Georgia State. Total in the game is 55.5. South Alabama minus 225 on the money line, and Georgia State is plus 185. This is an interesting game because both teams are really, really struggling. Georgia State's 1-6 on the year. South Alabama has lost 6 straight games. So it's one of these games where neither team really remembers how to win anymore, and you're giving me 6.5 points with the home dog. I'm going to take that. Major Applewhite's the head coach for South Alabama. If you kind of follow college football, you might remember that name. He's been an OC at some big schools. He was the head coach at Houston. He's at South Alabama now, and I like their team. I mean, they're a lot better than what their record indicates, which is why they're a 6.5-point favorite in this game. I feel like they should have a few more wins this season. But nonetheless, this is a team that cannot win games, and they let bad teams hang around. They're on the road tonight, laying a touchdown. I'm going to take Georgia State. So I would look at the Panthers plus 6.5 in that game. World Series Game 1 tomorrow. We'll dive into this game a little bit more on tomorrow's show with Send It In. But the Blue Jays and Dodgers, we have lines out for Game 1. LA, a minus 150 favorite. Blake Snell's going to go tomorrow. Blue Jays plus 125. We still don't know who's going to go for them. Maybe it's Savage. Maybe it's Gosman. We'll see. Total in the game is 7.5. I am leaning towards taking Toronto, though, at plus 125. I'll make an official pick tomorrow, but I'm leaning towards the Blue Jays, actually, in Game 1 because I like when you get these kinds of series where it feels like everybody's picking the same team to win, right? I mean, have you really heard anybody that likes the Blue Jays in this series? Pretty much everybody likes the Dodgers. It kind of reminds me, though, of the NBA Finals from this past year when we looked at Indiana and OKC, and we all liked OKC to win the series, but what happened in Game 1? Indiana won. So a lot of times, the best bet for these type of series, when we all kind of feel the same way about how it's going to go and we all like the same team to win, you take a shot with that team in Game 1, especially if you're getting them at home. And Toronto, that is a tough place to play. Dodgers got to fly across the country. That building is going to be rocking. And Blake Snell has been awesome so far this postseason for the Dodgers. But, he's gone up against the Phillies. He's gone up against the Brewers, teams that tend to strike out a little bit. Toronto does such a good job at fouling off pitches. They do such a good job at working counts. There's no easy at-bat in their lineup. So I think they're going to spoil some pitches. I think they're going to get that pitch count up for Snell. And if they can get him out in like the 5th inning, the 6th inning, and you get a chance to face that bullpen, that's going to be a big advantage for Toronto. So I like the Jays tomorrow. I think they could win game 1. And now all of a sudden we're looking at this series and we're like, man, are the Jays really going to do it? If they do, we're going to get a cheaper money line price on the Dodgers to win the World Series. And then that's when we'll scoop in and take LA. But Blue Jays, I'm leaning towards them in game 1. I think they take care of business tomorrow night against the Dodgers. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's a Pro Football No Sweat token. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. Let's talk a little fantasy peas here on Send It In, my Week 8 NFL DFS lineup. And I like my lineup quite a bit this week. We're going to start with my quarterback. It's going to be Joe Flacco. He's $5,400 this week in DFS, and he's going up against the New York Jets defense. Now, I don't love the fact that I'm getting Flacco after that awesome performance against the Steelers, but I do love the fact that he's playing the Jets this week. I'm not going to lie to you. And he's got those 2 great receivers in Chase and Higgins. And now Flacco has that extended time to learn the playbook. I'm sure most of you saw that he was talking about after the game. Zach Taylor was calling plays, and he still didn't know some of the playbook. So Flacco should be more up to speed with the playbook now. The Bengals got a ton of confidence off that Steelers game. I mean, he's got that great rapport now with Chase and Higgins. Like, Flacco's the perfect quarterback, and we know they can't run the ball, so they're going to continue to throw it against this Jets defense that's been terrible, and you're getting Flacco at a really good price. So the price, the matchup, the fact that it's a good fit, he's more comfortable with the playbook. I think Joe's a good play this week, so I'll look at him, $5,400 against the New York Jets. What about DeAndre Swift? I'll take him as my first running back at $5,900. I think Ben Johnson, leading up to this Ravens game, is going to go look at what his former boss Dan Campbell and the Lions did when they went to Baltimore week 3 and beat the Ravens on Monday Night Football. They ran the ball down the Ravens' throat. And I think that's what Ben Johnson is going to try and do in this game. The Ravens are starting to get healthy back on defense, especially in the secondary. So you got Kyle Hamilton's going to be back like he was before the bye week. Nate Wiggins is going to be back there. Marlon Humphrey was out yesterday with an illness, but he should be back. He should be good. So the Ravens in the secondary, the back end, they're going to be at full strength. They're still missing Matabuke, though, up front. And that is a huge loss, and that's where I think the Bears can take advantage. DeAndre Swift's had some really good games the last couple weeks. He didn't practice yesterday, but I think he's going to be good to go for the game on Sunday. So if Swift plays, I definitely like him, $5,900 against the Ravens. J.K. Dobbins, I like him as well in Denver's game this week against Dallas. He's at $5,800. Dobbins had a really nice season for Denver. He didn't really have a great game last week against the Giants. They just couldn't get him going, which was a big reason why they were down 19-0 in that game. And then, of course, you're down 19-0 in the fourth quarter. You got to throw the ball. So Dobbins hardly featured the rest of the way. But in this kind of game against the Dallas defense, with the best offense that Denver has seen all season, they have a big advantage with their offensive line, and Bo Nix has kind of been up and down this season, so I think Sean Payton leans on the ground game. Feels like a solid Dobbins game for me, so I like JK, $5,800 as my other running back. What about A.J. Brown as my first wide receiver, $6,100. Eagles going up against the Giants. Those explosive plays, we saw them against Minnesota. I think Philadelphia found something a little bit in that game. And look, going up against that Giants defense that was on the field for a ton of plays in that fourth quarter against Denver, and psychologically, where are they after giving up 33 points? Like, that Giants defense is a unit I want to fade this week. And the Eagles, Hurts to Brown and Smith was hitting some big plays through the air. I think they continue that this week. So A.J. Brown, 6,100 yards, one of the receivers that I'm looking at. I'm also looking at Rashid Shaheed at $4,700. Now, Rashid's only had one game this year where he's gone over 60 yards receiving at 122 against the Patriots. That's why his price is so short, but I like the upside. I like the boom potential of Shaheed because of that game-breaking speed. It just takes one 70-yard deep ball to Shaheed against that Buccaneers defense that's okay. They're great against the run, but they're a little suspect against the pass. That's why I think they were so good against the Lions this past Monday night, because of how great they are against the run. But Rattler and the Saints have been playing pretty good at home this season. They've been putting up some points, and I think Shaheed could have a nice game against his Tampa secondary, so he would be the other receiver that I would look at. What about Drake London to have a bounce-back game against the Dolphins? Really wasn't a factor much in that Sunday night game against the Niners. Now, back at home, going against this Miami defense that can't stop anybody. It feels like the team's going to quit any second if they haven't already on Mike McDaniel. Drake London would look at him, think you're getting a nice price, $6,400. Mason Taylor, the young tight end for the New York Jets, I'm going to take him at $3,500. Whether it's Justin Fields, whether it's Tyrod Taylor, I don't really think it matters. Mason Taylor is starting to become the top option on that Jets defense. And against this Bengals defense, I think Mason Taylor has the potential to have a really nice game. So I'd probably prefer it to be Tyrod for sure, because I think the Jets have better opportunities to score and move the ball. But regardless, I think Mason Taylor, really nice buy at this price for tight end, $3,500. Bijan Robinson going to be my flex at $8,800. I mean, look, Miami's got the worst run defense in the NFL, and they're going up against one of the best running backs in the NFL. This should be an easy game plan for Atlanta. I know I have Drake London in my lineup. I think he could have a nice game, but this should be Bijan early and Bijan often, and you should just keep feeding number 5 the entire game. I think Bijan's going to have a heck of a day. And again, Jonathan Taylor is the most expensive this week. McCaffrey's up there. So Bijan's not even the most expensive running back, and I think he maybe should be after Taylor because of the matchup. So I like Bijan in my flex. And then give me the Texans defense at $3,000 to round out my team. Going up against San Francisco, you got an immobile quarterback in Mac Jones. McCaffrey's really the only guy you fear on that offense. I think D'Amico Ryans and the Texans are going to have a great game plan to try and take him away. And then you have a terrific secondary. They forced 4 turnovers last week against that Seattle offense. The Texans defense has been terrific all year. I think they're going to be terrific again. Yesterday we gave out Niners team total under 20.5 on the show. So I'm all in this week on that Texans defense, and I'll plug them in my fantasy lineup as well. So here's our lineup for week 8 in the NFL. This is what we're rolling with. Joe Flacco is going to be my quarterback at $5,400. Swift and Dobbins as my 2 running backs. A.J. Brown, Rashid Shaheed, Drake London as my 3 wide receivers. Mason Taylor as my tight end. Bijan Robinson as my flex. And the Houston Texans as my defense against San Francisco. That's what we're rolling with in week 8. All right, you guys, wrap the show. PJ's plays here on Send It In. And again, Going Streaking will be back tomorrow for Game 1 of the World Series. So let's look at Prop Lock. Let's go to the NBA. We got a finals rematch tonight, OKC and Indiana. Benedict Mathurin, I think, is going to have a big year. My guy, Shawnee Sharp, our Pacers analyst, tells me that Mathurin's going to go off this season. So I'm riding with Benny Mathurin over 1.5 3-pointers against OKC. Shawnee Sharp, what do we think of that? We like that play?
I like that a lot, Peach. I think Ben actually is going to be like a big factor. I think he's going to be the only, like, the main playmaker for the Pacers this year. I've bet him most improved player. I think tonight his assist line's 3.5. People think Nembhard's going to be the guy with the ball a lot. They need him to play defense on the best scorer every night. So I think it's going to be Ben who's going to be the playmaker, have the ball in his hand. And tonight I really like the Pacers in the first quarter, just because no Jalen Williams, no Alex Caruso, and maybe no Lou Dort. And the Pacers are going to want to come out and try to assert their dominance again, showing that, like, hey, no Tyrese, we're fine. And also the Thunder just played that double overtime game the other day.
True. I like that. Good look. That's a Shawnee Sharp handicap right there with Indiana in the first quarter. So take a look at that. I like Mathurin over 1.5 3-pointers as well. And then plays that we already talked about today. Georgia State plus 6.5 against South Alabama. I like that as my dog of the day. 2 teams that are really struggling. I'll take the dog plus the points. And then give me the Vikings, my best bet, plus 3.5 tonight against the Chargers. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Tomorrow, PJ Pick 5 will give out favorite bets, college football, NFL, and my favorite props. We'll see you guys then. Great rest of your day.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we keep on rolling in the NFL. Week number 8 begins tonight. Joe O, Sammy P. And it's going to be the Minnesota Vikings and the LA Chargers. And to look ahead to that game and the rest of the card, whether we're talking about prop betting or fantasy, who better than to bring on Paul Charchian at Paul Charchian over on X of Guillotine Leagues, friend of the program, living up in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Charch, how you feeling, man?
Not good about the Vikings tonight. I can tell you that much. I do not see.
Really?
I do not see a victory coming. Yeah, I think there's a lot of things working against Minnesota in this particular matchup, and I'll give you some prop plays to try to potentially take advantage of some of these specific individual matchups that I believe really lean Chargers tonight.
Okay, well, you throw that out there. Let's just get right to it. What do you like?
Okay. Well, let's start here. I want to go begin with Quentin Johnston over 41.5 yards, and his anytime touchdown is plus 170. And I'll throw this out as just a hedge. This is high risk because there's so many receiving options in the Chargers offense. There's 4 legitimate ones. But he's got a unique matchup. He's physically imposing. He's 6'3", 210 pounds. He wins contested catches. He boxes out small defenders. The Vikings have faced 2 similarly built receivers this year. DK Metcalf went for 126 yards and a touchdown. And then last week, A.J. Brown, 121 yards and 2 touchdowns. So big physical receivers have gotten it done against Minnesota because they don't have a matchup for big physical receivers. The 2 Vikings starting cornerbacks are small. Byron Murphy is 5'11", 190. Isaiah Rodgers is 5'10", 170 pounds. So Johnson can win one-on-one battles with those guys with his size. The Vikings have one larger cornerback, but it's Jeff Okudah, and he's awful. He has allowed a 100% completion rate in his coverage this year. Pro Football Focus ranks Jeff Okudah 152nd at the cornerback position. So no matter who matches up on Johnston, he's got a winnable matchup, and he's the 9th most used receiver in end zone targets in the league, almost 1 per game. So Johnston over 41.5 yards and the anytime touchdown plus 170.
Charch, we need your help here, and maybe you're looking for some help when it comes to the same subject. It is not really fantasy or prop betting related, though it does have something to do with your Vikings. I don't understand the emergency quarterback thing. What is going on? You're either good enough to play, you're healthy enough to play, or you're not. This was a situation on Sunday. It's the situation tonight. J.J. McCarthy, Wentz has been in. We know he was injured, all that. But he's healthy enough to be the emergency quarterback if 2 quarterbacks go down, but he's not healthy enough to play. What is going on? Is this a soft benching?
It is not a soft benching, but there are shenanigans happening here, and I'll explain what is going on. Original timetable for McCarthy, back when he suffered the ankle sprain week 2, should have put him on the field last week, week 7, coming out of Minnesota's bye. And if the Vikings thought he was going to miss more time than that, they should have put him on IR, right? Because that would have freed up a roster spot. If they thought he was going to miss more than 4 weeks, IR would have been the answer. But they didn't do that, which is interesting. The most probable explanation, Occam's razor, is that he had a setback on the ankle and nobody's talking about it. He's still walking with a limp right now. And if that's the case, if you're the Vikings, why not just say he had a setback? Why all the cloak and dagger? Why continue to let these conversations, soft benching conversations, continue when you could have just said he had a setback on the ankle? That's it. That's all you had to say. But the Vikings haven't done that, despite the fact that clearly, if your ankle injury is still not right and you didn't put him on IR, that's almost certainly what happened. And the other part about the soft benching that doesn't make sense. It's not like Carson Wentz is playing so well that you're leaving McCarthy on the bench so you can have your better quarterback in. Carson Wentz looked awful last week. So the soft benching does not make sense. It's not that. He almost certainly has had an unannounced setback, and that's what's going on with J.J. McCarthy.
How good Sam Darnold been last 2 calendar years, huh?
Oh, God. Well, that's the other talker in Minnesota. So keep in mind, the Vikings finished last season with a lot of different penalty. They had in their camp, they had Sam Darnold, who right now is an MVP contender. I know the betting odds don't look like it, but he absolutely is. Then they also had Daniel Jones in their building, MVP contender right now. They also had Aaron Rodgers, who wanted to play for the Vikings, and they eschewed him. And they went with J.J. McCarthy, who to this point, through 1.5 seasons, they've gotten 2 games out of and 1 good quarter of play from J.J. McCarthy. So Viking fans are pretty salty about it looks like the Vikings have, at least in the short term, prior to us really knowing anything about J.J. McCarthy, they've managed to thread the needle to the worst possible quarterback solution that they could have chosen.
One more Vikings question for you before we move on to the rest of the card. I know you've got some props that you want to discuss as well. I started looking big picture. No, I'm not on K-Fan today, but I just started looking big picture at the Vikings and the rest of the schedule. And, it's funny. We spend so much time in the off. I mean, we spend so much time in the offseason. Okay, this is the easiest schedule. This is the hardest schedule. We have no idea. None of us know. We can look at win totals and projections and all that stuff. We're all just guessing, right? Nobody really thought the Indianapolis Colts were going to be a top 5, top 6 team in the NFL, but here we are right now. That's exactly what they are. They're 6 in Super Bowl odds. It's no joke. And now you're like, whoa, the Cowboys, they're better than we thought. That's a top 3 offense in this league, no doubt about it. We're going to Seattle. Like, there are people saying that they could win the NFC. That's how impressive they've been on both sides of the ball. So it was a tough schedule to begin with. And now the games that you thought you were going to be favored or have a really good chance of winning, those are a lot tougher. Like, I'm looking at the upcoming games chart. I ran right to the win totals. I'm like, what is the updated win total on the Vikings? 7.5. Are there 4 more wins on the schedule? I don't see it.
Not apparent wins, and they get Baltimore week 10. The Vikings do at home. By week 10, this Baltimore team's going to be healthy. I mean, the reason they've struggled so much has been almost entirely and directly related to all their injuries. That's not going to be a factor by week 10 in all probability. So that game, which for a little while looked like it was winnable, is going to be harder. Bears rounding into form now, right? So they got the Bears week 11. Bears starting, it looks like Ben Johnson is pulling that team all together. He's establishing his new Montgomery and Gibbs in the form of DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai. That team's starting to come together. There's not one game left on the Vikings schedule that you can point at and go, that's probably a win. They are all either grinders or they're tilted away from Minnesota the entire rest of the schedule.
I'm looking at this list you sent across. You got the running back unders in both Cleveland and New England. They play each other. Coincidence, or you shorten both guys separately?
It is coincidence, and let's talk about it. My favorite play of the weekend from a prop standpoint is Ramondre Stevenson under 17.5 rushes against Cleveland. Patriots offensive line struggling. Ramondre tends to do exactly as well as his offensive line allows. And against the Browns, that's going to be very little. And when Ramondre flops, he flops hard. He's had 3 good games. He's had 4 bad games. In those 4 flop games, he's averaged 22 rushing yards, 13 receiving yards. He is 1 game removed from an 18-yard game. And his flop is absolutely in play. Here's Cleveland, so best run defense in the league. They're number 1 in ESPN's run stuff win rate, number 1 in Pro Football Focus's run defense ranking, number 1 in rush defense success rate, number 2 in rush defense EPA, and number 1 in yards before contact. And when he does have these flop games, he averages 7 rushes a game. 7. He's only topped 17.5 rushes 1 game all year. That's it. I don't even know what we're doing at a 17.5 over under on rushes. Seems, he's got to have an elite out of the ordinary game, and that ain't happening against the Browns.
With Paul Charchian here on BetSweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. That game actually is kind of fascinating. It's a large point spread, and you certainly understand why, because of how well the Patriots are playing right now. But you've got Drake May, who has now entered the MVP conversation. Like, he's on the fringe with Baker, right, who didn't look great the other day. And he's performing to a high level, Drake May is, but against weak teams. You have a weak team, but you have a great defense. So I'm fascinated to see this one. Is there any hesitation? Has Drake May just been so good, he's a lock-in guy, opponent doesn't matter? Or do you look at it this week and say, he hasn't faced a defense like the Browns? Maybe if you have another option, it's worth considering.
We're starting Drake May. First, we start him all
No
the time,
matter
no
what.
matter what at this stage, because the rushing receiving combo is just so good for him. But also the way you beat the Browns is through the air. Just talked about how impossible it is to run on the Browns. It's also really, it's just, they're a mediocre pass defense and an elite run defense. They're going to pass a ton in this game. Lots of volume coming. There's some strong individual matchups as well, including Stephon Diggs. Kayshon Boutte is a possible play as well for this team. So yeah, we're going to see enough volume here that we're going to start the elements that we would normally start from a fantasy standpoint against the Browns through the air only. You're not going to touch Ramondre, as I mentioned, in the running game. And Sam, you alluded to Quinshon Judkins. Can we hit on that for just a minute in a game that I think will be difficult for him? Do we have time? All right.
Of course.
Over under 71.5 rushing yards. We're going to take the under here. Patriots, for everything we're seeing about the Patriots now, and they look like a playoff team, and everybody's talking about Drake May, MVP, totally legit. The other thing that they've done to change their fortunes is they've turned into an elite run defense. They're seeing the fourth fewest rushing plays overall. They're allowing the fifth fewest fantasy points to runners. They've got the fifth best run defense EPA, the third best yards before contact. No runners top 49 yards against the Patriots. And this number is 71.5. I think people are reliving last week's Browns game in the rain when that's all anybody could do was run the ball. Patriots are 7-point favorites. And if you think it's going to be a one-sided game, the game script tilts away from Quinshon Judkins. He also doesn't catch. So I don't like Judkins anywhere near this number of 71.5 rushing yards. We're taking the under.
Are there any blow?
Sorry, Joe.
Go ahead, Sam.
There's a book hanging $1.95 on Lamar to score. Not throw, cross the goal line, of course, as you know. I understand we want to wait and see. But we ain't going to see 195 a lot on Lamar. Are you interested in an anytime touchdown?
I don't think he's playing. So, I mean, there's that. So, I think your risk level here,
really?
Get your ticket back if he doesn't play. So, well, that seems to be the area it's going in, right? Did not practice yesterday. Correct me if I'm wrong.
He was out there. He was out there because I'm here in Chicago, as you know, and Bears fans were freaking out about it. Like, oh no, we might get the Lamar game coming back.
It might get him back. I mean, the whole thing changes if it's him versus Cooper Rush or Tyler Huntley. Plus 190 is awfully good. Now, a hamstring injury in theory would limit him, but plus 190 gets to be pretty compelling for a guy who's usually sitting at probably what plus
130
most weeks.
Yeah.
So that's that makes there is something to be had at that price at plus 190.
That one makes things complicated for sure. We'll see what happens on tomorrow's injury report, the final injury report of the week. But are there any specific quarterback situations that really stand out or they jumble things, whether it be receiver or anything? There are so many spots. We got a new quarterback with the Jets. We don't know about Kyler. We talked about the Vikings. Now Bryce Young is out. Jaden Daniels now out. It messes a lot of things up. And we have 6 teams on bye, Charge.
We got 6 teams on bye. Can we talk about Justin Herbert tonight?
Mm-hmm. Please
Let's do it. His line is 250.5 yards, which is second highest line. It's a big number, but I think there's a chance this Vikings defense is a paper tiger. Until last week, the Vikings had played for opposing quarterbacks Caleb Williams, Michael Penix, Jake Browning, Aaron Rodgers, and Dylan Gabriel. So on paper, they looked really, really good. Then last week, they play their first proven good passer, Jalen Hurts, and he toys with the Vikings. He has a 4 incompletion game. He throws for 326 yards and 3 scores. And it's one thing for Brian Flores, Vikings defensive coordinator, to scramble the brains of Dylan Gabriel and Jake Browning with exotic pre-snap looks. But Justin Herbert's seen it all, right? That's a totally different story. He is not going to be affected that way. He probably gets Joe Alt back at tackle. That's a huge plus. He's topped 38 pass attempts in 4 of the past 5 games. And if he's going to throw that much, 250 yards gets to be pretty easy for Justin Herbert. And I like him over that number tonight. And I already told you earlier, I like Quentin Johnson as part of that passing attack.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, I think a lot of people have it in their minds that the Vikings have a top-notch defense. Did not look great over the weekend with the deep ball, and they'll be tested again tonight. Charch, appreciate your time at Paul Charchian over on X. Make sure you check out Guillotine Leagues. Enjoy the game tonight and the rest of the week, all right?
Thanks, guys. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Good stuff with Paul Charchian, as usual. Let's get a book report. NFL, college football. What do the books need? Where's the sharp money going? We'll find out from our buddy Czech Esposito coming up next. Joe O, Sammy P, you got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Every Thursday on the show, we get a book report, go out to one of our friends, usually Las Vegas, and find out where the sharp money is going, some of the movement that we've seen, and plenty of movement, especially in the NFL this week, Sammy, because of all the quarterback uncertainty that we have. Welcome back. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, and Sam Paniotovich. It's a busy, busy time on the sports calendar, especially if you're running a sports book like Chuck Esposito is over at Station Casinos. You've got the NFL in full swing. Same deal with college football. The World Series starts tomorrow night, and now the NBA season is underway. Chuck, thanks for taking time and joining us. How you doing?
Oh, my pleasure, guys. Always great to jump on with you. And you're right. It's so much going on. And us, of course, the NHL as well with the Vegas Golden Knights. So very busy time in sportsbooks out here in Vegas.
Well, I hate to start this way, Chuck, but it's the news of the day with this Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, Damon Jones, FBI's getting involved in all that. When you hear that an NBA player like Terry Rozier is potentially on the hook for shaving points for a long, long time, like, what's your reaction to that?
You know, I'm just kind of getting caught up with it this morning as well, guys, and just, a little bit head scratching, and going to go back and kind of look at some past games and just kind of do some investigating on our own side as well to look at it. But at this point, I'm still, kind of gathering all the information.
Yeah. What's kind of fascinating about this, and you're in the Vegas perspective, so it's a little bit different than where sports betting has been legalized elsewhere. But a lot of these books, they promote prop bets, same game parlays, prop bets. Why? We know why, because they hit at a very high rate. And a lot of the younger generation is into the prop bets. And myself and Sam, we're a little bit older, but we're more sides and totals guys. But they promote it. And Adam Silver was talking about it earlier this week on the Pat McAfee show that maybe we need to dial it back. And that's it. If you want to come up with the easiest way to cheat, whether you're a pro, whether you're in college, fake an injury, whatever it is, it's prop betting. It's much more challenging. It's happened. Like, we all remember the Tim Donaghy scandal, but it is certainly much more challenging when you have an entire team that would have to be involved, and word would likely get out. But, I do wonder if the prop betting maybe not go away, but it's cut back immensely.
Yeah, it's hard to say, guys. I know you're absolutely right, though. I mean, I hear from a lot of younger guests that they really they target the prop betting, the same game parlays, the live aspect of wagering, so you can wager throughout the course of the game. The second it tips off or kicks off or first pitch, that is so appealing right now. So those are all popular wagering options that have grown so much interest and increased handle so much, and the largest growth has been in those areas. So it is something that we would definitely have to take a look at as well.
Curious your handle. Let's move to the NFL here, Chuck. Curious what you're seeing, what the guys are betting you on Baltimore, Chicago. We just had Paul Charchian on, who does a lot of fantasy work in the space, and he says he doesn't think Lamar's playing. Obviously, the market says that it's likely that he does play, but have you taken anything either side, Chicago or Baltimore, noticeable?
We have, guys, opening the game at 5.5. It was quickly pushed up to 6.5, which led us to believe that Lamar was playing. But you're right. I've started to read some stuff and hear that there's a good chance that he doesn't play. If he doesn't play, this line will definitely crash down. I mean, I think you look at the 49ers with all the injuries they've had, and it's been the kind of circle the wagons, and they've played, and they're 5-2. It's been the exact opposite for the Ravens, that as talented as Lamar is, that offense runs a little bit more schoolyard, and they're creative, and Lamar does a lot with his legs and his arms and his arm in that kind of scenario. That has not been the case without him. So early action has clearly been on the Ravens. Only about 60% of the tickets are on the Ravens right now. But if it comes out that he's not going to play, especially against a Bear team that's won 4 straight, I see this number coming down very, very quickly.
What is your mentality as someone running a sports book when it comes to quarterback uncertainty? So we have a couple of spots this week where we got word early. We know about Washington. We know about Carolina. Okay, they're going to the backup quarterback. The Jets too. I don't know that there's much of a difference, but they end up going to the backup quarterback. And then there are situations like this one we're talking about with Baltimore where you don't quite know. Do you prefer to know early in the week so you can get to a certain number as quick as possible? Or is the uncertainty not the worst thing in the world because there's going to be a lot of people kind of making their own opinions and betting both sides of it?
I would much prefer to know. I think the fact that we're in an information era now, and it's not only us that is tuned into everything and constantly looking and listening and watching. Our guests are just as sophisticated and on top of it as well. I would much rather know. And when it comes to starting quarterbacks like Lamar Jackson, I mean, it is such an impact to the overall line. You're right. The Jets, it's not going to be a major fall off. There really was a minimal movement of the line at all. It didn't move the needle really without Justin Fields with the struggles he's had. But somebody like Lamar or Jaden Daniels, when we don't know for sure, it really does affect the line dramatically. We've seen some of these marquee starting quarterbacks affect the line sometimes at least 7 points or more. So we saw a huge jump on Kansas City without Daniels, and I'm sure it'll be the same case if Lamar doesn't play for the Ravens on Sunday.
Speaking of Kansas City, I told Joe on Monday we had a cookout at the house on Sunday and had a lot of the boys over. And I think every single one has a ticket on the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl. So we might as well just end the season now, Chuck. I'm sure you're there as well. I'm sure the Chief bets have come in over the last 3-4 weeks. What does the future book look like right now in the NFL?
It really doesn't look bad. And the strange thing is you guys are absolutely right. But I've done other media shows, and people always ask me, are the Chiefs back? And my response is they never left. I think you look at how talented they are with Mahomes. You've got Andy Reid. You've got Spags. Now you have a healthy Worthy. And bringing Rice back into the equation, they're phenomenal. And I think you look at Patrick Mahomes right now, and you can make a serious case that he's the MVP, that it's not Josh Allen. It is Patrick Mahomes right now. I know they're behind the Denver Broncos, who are 5-2, easily could be 7-0 without giving up 2 field goals at the end of the game. And the Chargers have really kind of stumbled after that 3-0 start. I'm not worried at all about the Chiefs. We've continued to lower them, and our conversation internally had been, you guys, you know what's going to happen. Everybody else is going to bet all these other teams, and we're going to hear the Chiefs are done. But come January, who's going to be right there? The Chiefs. So we did keep them relatively low, and actually we're in fairly good shape with the Chiefs as far as our future book liability goes.
With Chuck Esposito, race and sportsbook director for Station Casinos out in Las Vegas. On the NFL side of things, Chuck, respected money, where have they come in on as far as NFL sides?
Well, we've actually seen a little bit of a late push on the dog in tonight's game on the Vikings. We've seen this number start to come down just a little bit. We saw some sharp money come in, which I was a little surprised, but was on Carolina, plus the 8. We opened this game 8. Bills come off their bye, hadn't covered in the 2 straight games before they lost, didn't cover against the Dolphins, didn't cover against the Saints, then lost to the Patriots and Falcons. Yet coming off a bye, we've seen some sharp money come in on Carolina in that game. And those are the ones, and really some sharp money on the Saints. I know Tampa's kind of banged up a bit, but some sharp money has come in on the Saints too, and we've seen a 1.5-point drop against Tampa. I think it's a product of how beat up Tampa is, but also it seems like once teams play Detroit, that next week they don't play as well. So I think that's kind of a factor as well on that game. But those are the 2 that really kind of stand out so far, guys.
How about Giants and Eagles? These 2 teams played a couple of weeks ago. Obviously, the Giants won outright. The number was Philly minus 7.5 in New Jersey. And now it's 7.5 in Philly. I think that's a little low, but the Giants have definitely gained some respect. Dart is fun, man. Dart and Dable, that's a fun combo in New York, New Jersey, huh?
It really is. I mean, it's a shame that they don't have Malik Neighbors there, so he could kind of have that growth with Scadaboo and Neighbors. I think it's low too. When we put it up, I kind of talked about it with my team. We were looking at the game, and I'm like, God, it's going to be really tough for the Giants to come back from what they gave up against Denver in the fourth quarter. And then it's a revenge game for Philly. Philly kind of similar to Kansas City. Same thing last year, 2-2. The internal problems, they're not that good. They just kind of go through the motions. And when they have to turn it up, they probably will. I thought the number was too low last week when they were only 1.5 or 2 point favorites against Minnesota. I still think it's low this week at 7. I clearly think this number is going to go up. In my mind, there's no question it doesn't go north of 7 and close in that 7.5 or 8 range on Sunday.
All right, with Chuck Esposito here. Chuck, let's jump over to the college football things, the slate that we have here. And as far as the action, what stands out? Is there specific respected play, public play? What jumps out when it comes to this weekend?
I think overall, guys, in college football, we've seen so much parity. You've seen so many great games and so many of the top 10 teams that have struggled and movement there. I mean, there's some really good games this week. I think the Ole Miss-Oklahoma game is a great game. Ole Miss comes off the loss. That's a really good game. We've seen a little bit of a push on Oklahoma in this game. We opened 4.5. The game has gone up to 5. The Vanderbilt game, too, the Vanderbilt-Missouri game. It's hard to believe that we're talking about Vandy and Mizzou at 15 and 10 in the country. Both teams come in at 6 and 1. Vandy opened up a 3-point favorite here. We've seen a little bit of money there. And then the A&M game against LSU. I mean, LSU with 2 losses already, they're done. Yet maybe a signature win here against A&M. A&M just 3-9 against the number of their last 12 games and 2-12 against the number of their last 14 games against LSU. So we've seen a little bit of Lucy money come in as well, but maybe not quite the marquee schedule we've seen over the last 2 or 3 weeks. But those are 3 games that really jump out, as well as the BYU Iowa State game and the Houston ASU game. So about 5 or 6 really good games this weekend as well, including Missouri and Vandy.
Circling that one, Joe. 180 LSU. I see what Chuck did there. I'm circling 180 LSU. Okay, all right. I might bet that one. Heisman Trophy. If you had a vote, Chuck, who do you give it to today?
Tonight?
Yeah, if you had a Heisman vote and you could give your Heisman ballot, who would you pick?
I'm starting to lean towards a certain quarterback that happens to play for Alabama.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yep. Simpson, I get it. Do you rate them as a significantly better than the other SEC teams, or do you have Alabama very, very close with the rest?
I think it's close. I think the SEC, you look at that conference, and there's a lot of good teams in there. I think it's going to kind of depend on how it all shakes out based on the committee and where these teams are all slated at the end. But I do put them at the top right now.
Okay.
And then Ohio State is just so much better than everybody, it feels like. I know from a power rating standpoint, you probably have them number 1. I was talking to a couple guys that do what you do, and they said the gap between Ohio State and Oregon, Bama, Indiana is still like 4.5, 5 points. That's pretty high. Even though there is a lot of parity, it's clear who the best team in the country is, no?
Oh, yeah, no question, no question. I mean, I love Oregon, too, and, especially against teams that are maybe a tick just below the top 5 or 6 in the country. I mean, they just keep their foot on the gas, and they don't let up. But it's we'll see what happens over the last third of the season, guys. But right now it's Ohio State and then everybody else.
Chuck, I'm assuming with Major League Baseball, it's going to pop back up tomorrow, finally, after a little bit of a layoff here. We get World Series game number 1, Dodgers Jays. Assuming that your perspective is, can we please get a good series? Can we please get 6 to 7 games as opposed to 4 to 5?
I would love it if that's the case. And, with our close proximity to Southern California, we don't have a professional baseball team yet. Everybody loves the Dodgers. However, with the odds being as low as they've been all year, we actually are in fair shape as far as liability goes on the future book. But the team that we're actually in the best shape on going into the playoffs was the Toronto Blue Jays. Just a lack of respect from the bettors with the Blue Jays. However, when you look at the Jays, guys, best record in the American League, but also the best home record in baseball. I know it's tough against the Dodgers. I know we're going to need the Jays in every game, but I actually think it's going to be a little bit better series than a lot of people do. The series price has already been pushed up from minus 245 to minus 260, 265. They're not going to be the favorite in any game. The Jays are going to be a dog, even at home, but I give them a shot. I think the series does go at least 6 games. Again, best record at home in baseball.
Chuck, final minute. Is there one specific NFL or college football side that you would like to be aligned with the most this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, we actually touched on it, guys, and
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats. Get to our lightning bets coming up in just a couple of minutes. Got Thursday night football. There's a college game, not much attention going on there. Don't forget the World Series starts tomorrow as well. Sam, it feels like baseball's been gone for like 3 weeks. I completely forgot about it until we were talking with Chuck. I'm like, oh yeah, the World Series starts tomorrow.
So I do want to bring up this Damon Jones thing before we get out of here, because there's a lot of dot connecting going on right now, and I think you know who I'm talking about. But there's a listener of ours that has a Blue Jays bet at 55-1. Nice ticket, huh? To win the whole thing. 55-1. Trumps my 8-1. So, balls on the table, 55-1. He's wondering if there's any hedge possibilities. I think at 55-1, you can lay a little Dodger series price, right? I mean, why not? If you got 55-1, you could lay a little 230, no?
You can. How much do you want to gamble?
That's
and
the
I
question.
Asked that I asked that because it's something that I brought up to you yesterday. You don't have that ticket, but you also are holding a Blue Jays ticket. Now, different scenarios, 8-1 versus 55, but you're both aligned on that side. So what do you think about tomorrow? Do you have a strong opinion on who's going to win that game? Because if you can get Toronto to take a 1-0 lead, boy, it makes life a lot easier as far as hedging. Now, with the 55, I'd be fine to lay that price going into it. And, maybe you could reassess after every game where you're at. But, like, for you, with your spot of 8-1, I would probably try to wait, because I think there's a decent chance that Toronto takes game one. And then if I'm this person with the 55, I would just lay the price going into it.
Right. I'm not going to do anything, is what I told him. And I'm not going to – he didn't give me permission to put his business, how much he bet, so I'm not going to do that. I don't think it's a full unit, though, considering what he said. So let's call it maybe a half unit at 55-1. That's a lot of possibility there. Why can't the Jays win game one? I mean, they're at home. They've been very good for the most part all season at home. Snell's okay. I mean, he's definitely pitched in big games before, but he could be beaten. I was bringing up maybe Dodgers in 5 or Dodgers in 6 or maybe both to kind of spin the yarn that way. If you don't want to lay 215 at one book, 230 at another, 250 at another. I mean, the price is obviously different at all these different books, but he's got a great bet at 55-1, and I'm not hedging my 8. That's what I said. Now, at 55, I think it's a different conversation, but a hell of a bet there, no doubt.
Yeah, I wouldn't hedge it either. You're right. There are different ways that you can attack this too. When it comes to, you could do, they offer spread, right? Like minus a game and a half.
Yeah, that's what he brought up. He said, I'm thinking about Dodgers 1.5 at minus 115, but obviously could get middled there if the Dodgers win in 7.
I know. But if the Dodgers win in 7, you would think he would also have probably an opportunity to get a good Jays series price in the middle of the series, right?
Yes, but he doesn't need more Jays, I don't think, because he's got the 55.
Oh, yeah. I meant a better Dodgers price is what I meant.
Dodgers, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yes, of course. All right, yeah, it's an interesting situation that you got there. All right, let's find out with Thursday Night Football, the start of week number 8, where the room is.
Where's the room?
All right, we bring in EP Paul Aspen, find out what the room is doing with Thursday Night Football. Vikings and Chargers. What do you have, Paul?
In a new development, the room is on all overs in tonight's Thursday Night Football game for player props. Okay. So, most bet props at BetMGM for tonight's Thursday Night Football game between the Chargers and Vikings. Number 5, Vidal over 55.5 rushing yards.
I get it. I think Haskins is out or questionable for this game, so that would make him being the dude. Yeah.
Is this Sam's guy, or Sam, did you go Haskins? Oh, you had Haskins.
I picked up Haskins. Somebody else picked up Vidal. Haskins had 4 fantasy points. Vidal had 21. Stay hot, kid.
It sucks when you pick the wrong guy. You're like, I don't know, flip a coin. Oh, I got the wrong one. This bum.
All right, number 4, Orande Gadsden II over 41.5 receiving yards.
I'm liking this Minnesota side so far. What else? That was the hot name last week.
Yeah. Carson
Gertz
Wentz
told me to pick him up. Let's see, did I get him? I did not get him. Somebody scooped in ahead of me and took him in the waiver wire.
If Gertz was on Gadsden, might be our fade.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
Gadsden
Carson
is
Wentz.
down and he's not moving.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. Wentz over 11.5 rushing yards.
Oh. How is that the
Really?
play?
Yeah.
Come
So,
on.
like, if Carson Wentz does his dumb scramble sort of thing and ends up taking like a 15-yard sack, that's not negative rushing yards, right? That's just a sack.
They take away passing, I believe.
Yeah.
Because the
Bummer.
negative rushing is the kneel down.
Right. But that's like it,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Unless you were to get like a double reverse handoff or something, I think.
Yeah.
All right.
I might be wrong about
That's
the passing, but I know they don't take away from the rushing for that.
Yeah, they don't take away from the rushing. All right, number 2, most popular prop for tonight's game, TJ Hawkinson over 31.5 receiving yards.
All right.
And the number 1 most popular prop for tonight, BetMGM, Jordan Addison over 51.5 receiving yards.
He was the guy. He was the guy last week. I was just, you said Hawkinson. I'm like, my reaction was, oh, I'm surprised it's not Addison. And then you go right to Addison. That makes sense. It's recency bias. Okay. Who had the biggest game for the Vikings most recently? They're going over on Addison. Nothing on Jefferson, huh?
Nothing.
That's interesting, Sam.
If I had my bell, I would be pounding the bell right now. Justin Jefferson over 80.5. That's my favorite bet tonight.
Why aren't they betting Jefferson?
Because you got to
Dude,
bet
look at
Hawkinson and Addison.
He's plus 150 for a touchdown, Jefferson. Best player on the
Really?
field. Yes. I'm sure he hasn't scored much recently, but I don't really care about that. That's got to be why you're getting that price. Yeah, he has not scored since he got a touchdown against the Bears in week 1.
Well, he's scoring tonight. I hate to break it to you.
Jefferson Moon.
JJ touchdown.
Jefferson 10 toes moon.
Now you're combining segments. I don't
I know.
think that's a thing. I like it.
Joe, there's
Blood
no
moon.
rules. There's no rules. Yeah, purple
Not
Viking moon.
Yeah, I'm in a studio and nobody knows who I am. I don't give a damn anymore.
Who are you?
Just
Do
get
you have a
silly
name
looks.
tag?
Did you
name
push the
tag?
button?
I do have a name tag. Yeah, push
Did
the
you
button.
push the button? Were you asked that
Who
question
said that
today?
in the chat? I think
Who
it was
are
Bertram
you?
Jake.
Who are you? And did you push the button? So good. I think that JJ one's a good look. All right, Sam, official. What are your player props?
I'm just doing the Jefferson over 80.5. You can find that readily available at BetMGM. Other books are higher, so we're going to take the best number and the best price. Over 80.5 receiving yards, and I'll take a piece. Nobody wants to do it. I'll take the Vikings and the points. Let's see. Best number I can get on Minnesota is 3.5 minus 115. I will gladly take that hook and take Minnesota plus 3.5.
Do you think it will be 3.5 at game time? I'm not. I don't know about that.
I don't know.
Go back to 3.
I don't know how the public's going to play it. I don't.
After our conversation, I want to bet Justin Jefferson touchdown at plus 150.
Do it.
That was not on my radar, but now it is. JJ gets back into the end zone, plus 150. Let's go V. Vikings, Virginia. Virginia minus 10.5, Vikings plus 3.5. That seems to be a show bet on Minnesota. I don't think Paul will join us, though, because we know how he feels about one Carson Wentz, right? You never, ever?
No, never, ever. Yeah, I'll go. How about the Wentz pick 6 versus the Eagles? Oh, it was beautiful last week. I'll go Jefferson, though. I'll join Sam on that. I mean, me being me, I'm like, whoa, when's the last time we got 2+ touchdowns at 10-1 for Justin Jefferson? But I'll just do the one at plus 155. Oh, since we didn't do 10 toes down, Jets, Browns, money line. Like 11-1.
Ew.
You disgust me.
Okay, all right. We can't do Carson.
Can't do the Vikings. I can't do
Browns money
exactly.
line.
Yeah. Right. He's betting on Tyrod Taylor and who? What was the other one? Dylan Gabriel?
Gabriel? Maybe we get Shador at halftime? Who knows? World's our oyster.
Doing Jets,
Gabriel.
Browns, parlay.
Let him watch.
Money line parlay.
Can't do Wentz.
How many weeks have both the Jets and Browns won in NFL?
0. Oh.
Both? 0. Both would be 0 for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're due.
Jake, what do you have?
Since Paul's not going to do it because now you know it's going to win, like I'm doing the Jefferson 2 touchdowns because now you know it's definitely happening. since Paul's going to do the Jets and the Browns but can't do Jefferson 2 touchdowns. Moon 10 toes
Or the
down
Vikings.
Jefferson. My final comment for everybody. But did you push the button?
Purple moon. This show's so stupid.
It's been a weird week.
Just wait. You think it's dumb
I know
now?
I would describe it. That's Sweats. I think we're back tomorrow.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network.
Are you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you'd like to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. You like our show, you like Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends at BetMGM Network is where you can find the Wagertainment. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Thursday. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addy Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts. And I can't believe these words are about to come out of my mouth, but it's the big story of the day. Nick's thoughts on the FBI's gambling investigation that has rocked the NBA involving Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups. Very true story, which we'll talk about in this hour as well. Plus, Nick will give us his thoughts as well on what we saw last night in an awesome night. First full slate of the NBA, headlined by the dominance of Victor Wembanyama. So we'll get into that all throughout the show. And as always, if you miss anything throughout these 4 hours, talk some NFL, Thursday Night Football, got the NBA, World Series. If you miss any part of the show, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, I mean, we are putting the content in on-demand fashion for you to consume. The least you could do is subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcast. We have 3 guests who will be joining us on the program throughout the show today. Starting at 5 o'clock Eastern, professional sports bettor, part of the Hammer HQ, our buddy Joey Knish will be checking in as he gives us his bets in the NFL and in college football. That'll be to begin hour number 3. At 6 o'clock Eastern, at the start of the Power Hour, NBC's lead betting analyst, co-host of the Fantasy Football Happy Hour, Jay Croucher, returns in his weekly Thursday spot. We'll get all of Jay's thoughts ahead of Week 8 in the NFL season. And also, is Victor Wembanyama going to win MVP? We're just 2 nights into the NBA season, but we got to ask these questions after what we saw last night. And then at 6:20 Eastern Time, professional sports bettor, founder of the Hammer HQ, Rob Pizzola, will check in with us here on You Better You Bet. Rob does an awesome job with his show Forward Progress and will give us his bets for Week 8 in the NFL. And speaking of the NFL, we want to hear from you guys at home, the real ones, listening and watching the show right now. What's your best bet for tonight's Thursday night football game between the Vikings and the Chargers? Looking at the point spread for that game, we're still hanging out at 3. BetMGM's at 3.5, minus 102, but I see some 3s out there in the market, total 44.5. Let us know if you like the side, you like a total, the prop. Favorite bet for Thursday night football, Vikings at the Chargers. Put it in the YouTube chat or in the Twitch chat, and we'll give you a shout out later on in the program. Like I mentioned at the top, big story in the world of sports, FBI's gambling investigation that led to the arrest of Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier, Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups. Both guys have been put on immediate leave by the NBA issuing a statement earlier this afternoon. We will get in depth with that in the next segment here on the program, but just wanted to mention that off of the top. The FBI's gambling investigation with Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups among the 30 people arrested with that investigation. But I want to begin today's show with something that I saw last night. And I'm not the only one that saw this. We were all watching this since this was one of the national TV games. And as a sports fan, these kind of moments come up every so often. whether it's like once every few years, a couple times a decade, et cetera, et cetera. These moments where you remember where you were watching what you believe to be a potential all-time great athlete. And last night was another one of those moments. I mean, I think back to, because I'm 35 years old, about to turn 36 next July. Like, I think back to times growing up. Like, I was a little bit younger, so I wasn't there for like Michael Jordan when he first burst onto the scene. I saw the tail end of his career, like the last three-peat, and of course what he did with the Wizards. But I remember as a kid wondering why my dad was watching golf. And that was the 1997 Masters when Tiger Woods went scorched earth at Augusta National. Like, that's a remember where you were moment. I was living in an apartment in Everett, Washington during that time, watching, being like, what is this golf thing? And oh my goodness, why is this guy, everyone's so hyped up about him? What's so good about him? And seeing that in real time. A little bit older, like towards the end of high school, early into college, I remember where I was, LeBron James, Game 5 against the Detroit Pistons in the 2000 Eastern Conference Finals, where you watched that game and you said, oh, this guy is next in line. Like, he is the guy that's going to be the face of this sport. He is going to be an all-time great player. Like, you all remember that LeBron James, Detroit Pistons scoring the final 25 points for the Cleveland Cavaliers, 28 of the last 29 points as the Cavs went on to win the Eastern Conference in upset fashion. Like, I remember I was in the loft of my parents' home in Everett, Washington, watching and being like, wow, this guy is legit. Like, this is the next guy. He is taking the throne as the face of the NBA. And on a smaller scale, much older in life, this was just about 7 years ago, but I do remember where I was watching that wild Monday Night Football game between the Rams and the Chiefs, 54-51, and thinking to myself, this Patrick Mahomes guy had been awesome all the way up until that point and had that game, thinking, this is the next guy. And that's come to fruition, as Mahomes is a three-time Super Bowl champion, already one of the greatest players in NFL history. Last night was on a much smaller scale, but in my opinion, the performance from Victor Wembanyama was equally as seismic, if not greater, than what I outlined in the previous where you were moments with all-time great athletes. Like, last night, Victor Wembanyama was otherworldly against the Dallas Mavericks. And the Spurs won the game, but that's not the big story. San Antonio beats Dallas 125-92. Hooray, whatever. Like, that's not the big story from the game. The big story from the game is the 7'6" Frenchman who just captivated the basketball world with one of the more dominant performances I've ever seen on a professional playing field, or court, or ice, or links, or whatever. Victor Wembanyama last night against the Dallas Mavericks, 40 points on 15 of 21 shooting, by the way, 15 rebounds, 3 blocks in 30 minutes. I felt like I was watching someone who cracked the code of basketball. Point blank. It felt like just an absolute cheat code watching Victor Wembanyama. And it's October 22nd. It's not a game that 15, 20, 30 years from now that you might think of as one of the best Victor Wembanyama games, because I think this is just the start of what he's going to be throughout his career, barring health. But last night felt like we were seeing something seismic take place. And I don't mean that to be hyperbolic or anything. I truly believe this, that last night was seismic. I mean, we all know what he can do as a defensive player. I mean, he's the odds-on favorite at the start of the year to be Defensive Player of the Year. His defensive prowess is amazing. You can just see guys, anytime they get near the paint, they're just like, yeah, no, I'm not going to lay this one up. I'm not going to put this shot up because I know that Victor is going to gobble this up and send it into row G or just like catch it in midair and make me look embarrassed. Like, his defensive prowess is one thing. And we heard reports over the offseason that, Victor Wembanyama has been working out a little bit more, trying to get stronger so he doesn't get pushed off of his spot as easily as a slender guy, just trying to make sure that he can be a more sturdy player as a post player. And you saw that on display. Wemby looking a lot stronger last night than we had seen last year and in his rookie season a couple years ago. But also, the cherry on top for Victor Wembanyama, the offensive game has evolved. And I found it very, very fascinating and interesting that Wemby, early in his career, went to the post doctor, the great one, the dream, Akeem Olajuwon, this past offseason. Wemby was working with Akeem Olajuwon. And like we've seen other guys like Kobe, the late great Kobe Bryant worked with Akeem Olajuwon. Other guys have been, hey, like let's go work with Akeem to get some post moves. I know Dwight Howard had done some stuff as well at the later portion of his career. Like guys have gone to Akeem Olajuwon and said, hey, you know what? Like give me some tricks to the trade. Because like the Dream Shake, what Akeem would do on the block in the mid 90s when it was winning MVPs and winning championships, like that stuff is legendary. And Wemby at just 21 years old is starting to apply that to his bag as an offensive player. And last night, applying all of that, defensively, offensively, far and away the best player on the court. And what I found so striking about last night's performance by Victor Wembanyama was the competition he was going up against. I mean, the Dallas Mavericks, which of course their general manager Nico Harrison making that famous trade of Luka Doncic to the Lakers and acquiring Anthony Davis, the whole strength of the Dallas Mavericks was that their front court defensively would be an absolute monster. And it is against most teams, but not against Victor Wembanyama. Anthony Davis is one of the best defensive big men of his generation. I mean, this goes back to college. He went one and done and won a title for John Calipari at Kentucky. He was awesome defensively there. He's been awesome defensively in his entire career as a perennial like DPOY candidate. Has never won the award, but has been talked about as one of the best defensive players in the NBA, one of the best of his generation. Last night, Victor Wembanyama made him look like a bum. Last night, Victor Wembanyama made him look like someone who had never seen any kind of like offensive prowess before in his NBA career. Like last night, Victor Wembanyama turned Anthony Davis into barbecue chicken. That's how crazy last night's performance was. And it's not just Anthony Davis. It's Derek Lively, it's PJ Washington. It's all these guys that are in the front court for the Dallas Mavericks. And the sequence where Victor Wembanyama blocked a shot on one end, dribbles the ball up the court because at 7'6", why not also be able to take the ball up the floor? Dribbles the ball up the floor, crossover, through the legs, behind the back, step back, three-pointer in your eye hole, and one. Like, I thought I had just seen heaven watching that. Like, I was like, this is basketball God, is what I'm just watching. This is absurd that this guy is capable of doing this at 7'6". Like, imagine. I'm watching it with my wife, and like she's watching it because now she's captivated by what Wemby's doing because she can hear the broadcast, and Ryan Ruocco and Jay Billis doing a great job on the broadcast, and it's every second, oh, wow, Wemby. And so she sits down next to me, and we're just watching it together, and like just full disclosure, like she played high school basketball way back when, and so she can at least appreciate what's happening. And I'm like, have you seen anything like this? Like this was like we were watching a video game. That's what we should call him, Video Game Victor. That should be his new nickname. Forget Wemby, Video Game Victor, because that's what he was last night. Like that play was absurd. And that play, in addition to what was going on the court, now has Wemby squarely in the MVP conversation. And I think it's justified because last night there will be players and elite players, your SGAs, your Jokic's, your Giannis's, your Lukas, et cetera, on down the line. There are players that have better skills than Victor Wembanyama. He's 21 years old. But right now, today on October 23rd, 2025, I don't think that it's crazy to say that no player in the NBA will have more of an impact on winning than Victor Wembanyama. And I think there's a very real possibility that at the end of this season, the consensus opinion will be that Victor Wembanyama is the best player in the NBA. It's not crazy. It's not crazy at all. And I think last night, as we turn it to the MVP conversation, if that's what's to come, this guy should be the favorite to win MVP. Now, right now, over at BetMGM, SGA, the reigning MVP from last year, he is your favorite at plus 250. Wemby is now plus 300 after being 14-1 at the start of last night's game. I mean, I was watching that market moving in real time. People were just jamming in Wemby bets as the performance was going on. Jokic is plus 350, Luka plus 450, Giannis is 15-1. I know team success is always a factor with the MVP. Usually you want to be on a 1 seed, 2 seed, 3 seed, and you want to be like the sun, the moon, the galaxy for your team. The team success for the Spurs this year, it's probably not going to be what it usually is. But because Wemby will be so impactful and will be clearly the most impactful player when it comes to winning, I do believe that he can get around the team success portion of the MVP conversation. And as long as the Spurs are out of the play-in, and let's say they're a 6 seed or even a 5 seed, I think that Wemby should be your MVP frontrunner after just one night of basketball. And as it pertains for the Spurs and their ceiling, I mean, I don't think they're going to win the title. I don't think they're going to win the West. They're still a very young team. It's Wemby, Stephon Castle, last year's Rookie of the Year, just added Dylan Harper, the 2nd overall pick. It's a very young team, and at some point, De'Aaron Fox will join as well. So the playoff success, I don't think will be there. But in terms of the win total, 45.5, I think that's an over. And I think Victor Wembanyama should be your MVP frontrunner as we begin this early 2025-26 season. And I'll just tell everybody, chalk down this moment as the moment we all witnessed Victor Wembanyama becoming the best player in the NBA. On the other side, we'll get to the top stories from throughout the world of sports, including the FBI's gambling investigation that led to the arrest of Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Tennessee Titans actually have a win. They won a game this year in hilarious fashion with the catch, the fumble, how they scored on that touchdown. I still don't know. And only to be outdone by the DeMercado, the running back, letting go of the ball at the goal line. But they did win the game. They're a mess, but they fired the coach. And I think that naturally moves them off of line one. Because organizationally, they realized that Brian Callahan had to go, and they made a move. So firing the coach moved them from 1 to 2 in my book, and the worst team in the league is the team that was still starting Justin Fields last week. Mm-hmm. 3 games this year where he didn't crack 50 yards passing, and they still were rolling him out there. And I think, you know what? I think they thought about it heading into this week. But we did see the news earlier this week. Tyrod Taylor's going to start. Good luck. The coach has got to go. You can already tell after 7 weeks, the coach has got to go. Again, maybe more organizationally driven than roster driven, but they're just incompetent. And they continue to make the wrong decisions and get the wrong quarterbacks and bring in the wrong coaches and draft the wrong guys. And it's the same thing. What's insanity? the same thing over and over and over again. And that's all we do with the Jets. They are the worst team to me in the NFL.
Okay.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebfe hanging with you guys this Thursday afternoon. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Kostos with his thoughts on the FBI's gambling investigation that led to the arrests of Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier in the NBA. We're about to get to that topic here in a matter of seconds, but want to remind everybody out there, it is a Thursday, and we have Thursday night football. So we want to heal. I don't know what that is. We want to hear from the real ones. We're mixing here and real. That's what we want to do. We want to hear from the real ones. What's your favorite bet for tonight's Thursday night football game between the Vikings and the Chargers? Could be a side, a total, a prop, whatever you like for tonight's game. And let us know why you like it and drop it into the YouTube chat or in the Twitch chat. And we will go ahead and give you a shout out later on in the program. Also, 20 minutes from now, we're tackling NFL awards as we head into week 8 in the National Football League. I know everyone's saying this. I'm going to say it as well. Cannot believe we're already at week 8. The NFL season flies by because we're just nose to the grindstone, and all of a sudden you look up and it's Thanksgiving. That's like literally a month from now. But NFL awards conversation, MVP, Offensive Rookie of the Year, where I actually think we have a false favorite at O'Roy with Jackson Dart as an odds-on favorite over at BetMGM. We'll talk about it all coming up in 20 minutes. But joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern, it's our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, how we doing? Happy week 8 to you and yours. Pretty busy day in the world of sports, and it doesn't even have to do with the NFL.
Yeah, this was a wild one today, Femi. This news coming down with the FBI and the NBA. Now, we had heard some rumblings with Rozier and everything already, so not all shocking, but Chauncey Billups, that came out of left field.
It's nuts. I mean, I woke up this morning and I just looked at my phone and I'm like, wait, what? I'm like doing a double take. So-and-so got arrested and this person got like Rozier. I was like, I kind of like scoffed at the Rozier one, and we can get into this right now. No point wasting this. Bill, let's just tee it up. Like, what's the number one story we need to know this afternoon? I think we all know what it is, but let's just get right to it.
All right, Femi, let me give you some of the details here because the FBI has been investigating gambling ties to the NBA. Today, they arrested 3 people tied to the NBA. Former Cavs coach Damon Jones, Heat guard Terry Rozier, and Blazers head coach Chauncey Billups. These arrests tie to a range of problems, including illegal sports betting in regards to props and rigged poker games that went as far as using x-rays and all sorts of things to get the losers there. All these allegations, they do tie back to the same mafia family. The NBA immediately put Rozier and Billups on leave. A total of 34 people were arrested here, Femi, covering 11 states and tens of millions of dollars that exchange hands. And now we wait and see exactly what the fallout of this is going to be.
This just seems like it's out of a movie. Like, this is nuts. It's insane. And I guess I can't say that I can't believe it because like these things happen now in years past and in decades past. It happened in the shadows as opposed to in bright lights with all of us watching and under the microscope. But still, to read that sitting Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups has been arrested for his involvement in illegal poker games? Like, that is absurd to read as a sentence. And that's what I read when I woke up and I got the notification on my phone and I just did a double take and said, what in the absolute bleep is going on in the NBA? Like, the whole time, I'm like, I go to bed, the Wemby performance happens, I'm like, man, it's gonna be a great day to talk about Victor Wembanyama. Nope. Here this is, and I know a lot of people out there, especially those who don't do what we do, which is, hey, like, we'll be transparent. We're in the betting space. Like, we host a sports betting show. And obviously, BetMGM is our partner, and we absolutely love BetMGM. We make it legendary every single day of the week with the Wagertainment. But, like, you know, like, clearly, like, we are benefiting from sports betting being at the forefront of sports entertainment consumption. Like, that 100% benefits us. So I say all that to say this: I don't think I would have a differing opinion if not for my current situation and my current reality. But I do believe this is a time where legalization of sports betting is actually doing its job. Like, this allows these legal sports books to be the watchdogs. And that's how these things get investigated in the first place. Like, a few years ago, this Terry Rozier thing, it's not getting investigated if all the prop bets are being placed in PPHs or in local bookies, et cetera, et cetera. It's being investigated because it got flagged at prominent domestic sports books. They see the irregularities in the bets that are being placed. Oh, why does somebody really want to bet the under on Terry Rozier? We're not talking about LeBron James, Giannis Antetokounmpo, or like Steph Curry, like the biggest stars of the game, where it's like you would understand why there'd be a lot of interest in those prop bets. No, we're talking about Terry Rozier. That's what we're talking about. Or even worse off, and I know he's been talked about this as well today after what we saw a couple of years ago when he got banned for life from the NBA, but Jonte Porter. Like, that situation, that gets flagged because of legalization. So yes, does legalization mean that we might have more of these stories and more of these investigations? 100%. And unfortunately, when things are legal, you're going to get bad faith actors. You're going to get people who don't know how to act. And that's what we have here. People making bad decisions like Terry Rozier allegedly and like Chauncey Billups allegedly. Like, that's the case. And even on the Billups front, because I don't even want to mix the two, because I feel like that's what's been happening all throughout the day is that, oh, Rozier and Billups, sports betting bad. So Chauncey Billups is a backroom poker game. Like, that's what is being alleged for Chauncey Billups. It has nothing to do with sports betting. And allegedly, because I want to emphasize allegedly, you ain't gonna sue my ass. That's not happening to me. But like, allegedly luring people to go out there and get got by these illegal poker schemes, like that, like what does that have to do with BetMGM or any sports betting? It has nothing to do with that. So I know there's people who are not fans of betting being so prevalent in sports and society, and I get it. Like, we all have our interests, we all have our tastes, but that doesn't mean that, oh, like we need to immediately ban sports betting or ban prop betting and ban all this stuff. It's like, no, things are going how they're supposed to go, and they're working according to plan, where we can flag this stuff and we can cut it off and we can at least get in front of all these guys who are doing wrong things allegedly. So I think that this is obviously a big story, but this doesn't mean that sports betting is, oh, bad and sports betting is taboo. No, this is actually legalization cracking down on people who are doing things they were not supposed to be doing in the case of a handful of guys in the NBA, allegedly. Bill, hit me with the last, or hit me with the next story. Sorry.
Yeah, we got quite a few of these to go here, Femi, but let's get off of that one and get back onto the field because Week 8 of the NFL kicks off tonight. Minnesota Vikings are in LA to face the Chargers. Los Angeles is currently a 3.5-point favorite. Total is 44.5 over at BetMGM, where, of course, you can make it legendary. Femi, how are you and others betting this one tonight?
Yeah, let's see how people are making it legendary with the BetMGM insights. What's the record for make it legendary that we can say in this segment? We love you, BetMGM. But first of all, before I get into what everyone else is betting in the game, I want to bet the Chargers. Now, I have not placed this bet just yet because I want to see the injury report, particularly with Chargers left tackle Joe Alt. Like, that's a massive deal. We've seen the Chargers offensive line against the Commanders, against the Colts. It's been bad. In fact, it's been brutal. Because not only is it Joe Alt, Trey Pipkins, who's not even that good, but still is much better than the backups that they have out there. Like, this has been an issue. And if they can't protect Justin Herbert against Brian Flores and what he's doing, throwing blitzes at the quarterback, like, this could be problematic for LA if they don't have Joe Alt or Trey Pipkins. So I want to see the actives and inactives 90 minutes prior to kickoff. But if we get good news on Joe Alt, I will lay the 3 with the Los Angeles Chargers because I want no parts of Carson Wentz on the road catching a field goal. No. Do you want to bet that after what you've seen over the last couple of weeks with Carson Wentz? I don't. Like, this Carson Wentz thing, I don't even think he's an NFL quarterback anymore. Like, yeah, he can throw the ball far, and he's like a pretty decent athlete, etc. But no, what I've seen is not an NFL quarterback. This guy should not be out there starting, but unfortunately, that's what they got. And I think when J.J. McCarthy is healthy, which hopefully for the Vikings is next week, we can see J.J. McCarthy once again, because we've only seen him play like 2 games. But Minnesota, never for me. It's Chargers or pass. But let's see the injury report first on Joe Alt. Now, as for what everyone else is betting, 62% of the bets, 67% of the handle is on the Los Angeles Chargers laying the 3.5. 78% of the bets, 83% of the handle is on over 44.5. And then 51% of the bets are on the Vikings money line at plus 150. People like to bet the $100 to win 150 as opposed to laying 185 to win 100. But 65% of the handle is on the Chargers on the money line. As for the popular player props, 5th most popular, Kamani Vidal, over 55.5 rushing yards. 4th most popular, Oronde Gadsden II, over 41.5 receiving yards. 3rd most popular, Carson Wentz, over 11.5 rushing yards. 2nd most popular, TJ Hawkinson, over 31.5 receiving yards. And the most popular bet over at BetMGM, where we will, of course, make it legendary, Jordan Addison, over 51.5 receiving yards. Most popular anytime TD score, Jordan Mason at plus 115. I'm hoping to bet the Chargers -3 if Joe Alt plays, but we will have Femi's Island first TD score bets as well to wrap up the show at 6:40. But I want to be on the Chargers, but let's see the injury report before we click yes on that bet. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Femi, let's talk Baltimore Ravens because quarterback Lamar Jackson practiced yet again, but he was limited again as well. Now, Jackson practiced very lightly, just like he did yesterday, jogged a little, threw a few passes, but did not formally participate with the ones. I mean, still no statement from Baltimore if Lamar is going to be playing against Chicago this Sunday, but certainly no guarantee with how little he seems to be doing at practice thus far this week.
And that's the big thing to me. He's not really doing a whole lot. So I get that he's there and they can technically list him as limited because he's doing more than nothing. But this seems like he's very, very limited. And with a hamstring injury, with a mobile quarterback, I don't know if you want to be out there with Lamar Jackson risking it all for this 1-5 season. Because if he goes out there and let's say he plays on Sunday against the Bears and aggravates that hamstring, see you later in like 6 weeks. And if that's the case, it's over for the Baltimore Ravens. Now, if they have to start Tyler Huntley, it might still be over because I don't think you're coming back from 1-6, but at least you have a healthy quarterback and you can at least make the case to where they've had 2 weeks to prepare Huntley. Maybe they can beat the Chicago Bears at home in a game where, again, maybe you can catch Chicago slipping a little bit. I just don't think that Lamar is going to be playing in the game. So you can say, well, Femi, why don't you bet plus 6.5? Because I want to know for sure. And I think I'll end up getting there at some point, but it's never Baltimore, even though this felt like the Baltimore bounce back spot and Baltimore being able to reel off some wins to contend for the AFC North. Like early in the week, like full transparency, I laid 6.5. We got the report that Lamar was not at practice on Monday. I took 7.5 to buy out of that bet. So like I'm just off of this game entirely, but I probably will end up on Chicago if I think this continues to trend in this direction come tomorrow on Friday, which is the big injury report. If that's the case and it's, Lamar was jogging around and threw some passes, he's not playing if that's the case. I'm sorry, folks. Read between the lines. I don't think we're going to see Lamar Jackson on Sunday, barring something dramatically changing tomorrow in Friday's final week of the practice. Bill, hit me with the next one.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are hosting the Green Bay Packers on Sunday Night Football, but 52 guys on the Steelers roster really don't matter this week. All eyes are on legendary quarterback Aaron Rodgers as he faces Green Bay. And Femi, Rodgers talked about facing his former team.
I don't have any animosity toward the organization. Obviously, I wish that, things have been better in our last year there, but, I have a great relationship with a lot of people still in that organization. And this is not a revenge game for me. I'm just excited to see some of those guys and be on Sunday Night Football again.
Rodgers can say whatever he wants. I'm pretty sure he wants to crush Green Bay with every fiber of his being.
He's just excited to see some of those guys. I'm sure he's excited to see LaFleur. I'm sure he's excited to see Goot, Brian Gutekunst, the GM. He's excited to see all the Green Bay Packers. Come on, nobody's buying this, Aaron. And I think the fun stat with this game is that, this is the only team that Rodgers has not beaten because, of course, he played for them for so many years. That's a motivating factor. Like, you want to be one of those quarterbacks that's beaten all 31 teams, or all 32 teams in this instance, in his NFL career. This is a very meaningful game for Aaron Rodgers. But it's also a very meaningful game for the Pittsburgh Steelers, because as we were talking about in the last story, Lamar Jackson, we don't know if he's coming back. Let's say the Ravens lose. You could actually slam the door shut on Baltimore's chances to win the AFC North if Pittsburgh wins this game. And I do like the spot. You know what? I love the spot for the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is when you want to be on Mike Tomlin. Last Thursday night, no parts. Take Cincinnati or don't bet the game. Luckily, we bet Cincinnati. That was a fun experience. This game, though, underdog, at home, prime time. Oh my goodness. Like, this is when Tomlin breaks out the Any Given Sunday speech mixed with the miracle speech, mixed with like any great speech you've ever heard. Like, I think the Steelers will play their absolute best game. Is it good enough to win the game? We'll find out Sunday, but I always love the aspect of betting on teams where they're going to give you their A++ performance, and I think we get that Sunday night. I took 3.5. I would actually still take 3 if you've not bet this game yet. I think this is a close one. I think the Steelers pull off the small upset at home. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, let's switch back over to the NBA, because in the opening segment, you talked plenty about the legendary performance of Victor Wembanyama, but how about the debut of VJ Edgecombe for the Sixers? Philly beats the Celtics 117-116. Edgecombe, 34 points, the third most ever, Femi, in an NBA debut.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. Like, everyone's talking about, like, oh, like most points since the debut of Wilt Chamberlain. Anytime that's the conversation we're having, that's ridiculous. Edgecombe, he can go. Like, that guy is athletic as all get out. Nobody can stay in front of him. And he was knocking down threes. Like, it's not going to be this every night. At least I don't think it is. It'd be pretty nuts if it were. But, like, this is a very, very promising sign for a young Sixers team. Like, they have the old guys with Embiid and Paul George, but after that, it's Maxey, it's McCain, it's now Edgecombe in the mix. This team is pretty talented. If they could ever get the older guys to be healthy, called me crazy earlier in the week when I said 14-1 Sixers to win the Eastern Conference. If Embiid can get right and Paul George comes back with this backcourt, might not be as nuts as you all thought just a handful of days ago. On the other side, we're breaking down NFL awards as we head into Week 8 in the NFL season here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Favorite that I like the best this week, and that is going to be Tennessee minus the 9.5 against Kentucky. Talked about this the first 2 days, right? You guys know I usually don't like laying big chalk, especially on the road. I think it's a really nice spot for Tennessee, getting them under the 10. I think they win this game by double digits. You want to bet Kentucky against teams that tend to struggle to score a little bit. You know, like they can hang with Texas, they can hang with South Carolina, they can hang with some of these teams that don't have great offenses, but they're going to struggle keeping pace with Tennessee. And this total being at 54.5 tells me that Tennessee is going to score some points. 17, I've been saying it the last 2 days, I think is the magic number. If Tennessee can get to 27, I don't see Kentucky getting past 17. I think that'll cover the 10 for us. So I like the Vols on the road this week in Lexington. Underdog that I like the best this week, it's going to be South Carolina plus the points against Alabama. I've seen it a lot of these sports books so far. The most bet team this week is Alabama, which makes a lot of sense. They're the hottest team in the country. They've beaten a ranked team 4 straight weeks. South Carolina has been incredibly disappointing this year. Their offense stinks. They can't put up any points. But this is why it's a great spot to bet South Carolina, because of the recency bias and because everybody is kind of forgetting about how Bama usually plays in these kinds of games. It's creating value on South Carolina, right? Talked about it on Monday, guys. Like, DeBoer is great in ranked matchups. He's great in marquee games. He's great in tight point spreads. But when his teams are away from home and they're laying a big number, not only do they not cover, they usually lose the game outright. So I'm taking South Carolina plus the points, and I think sprinkling some money line would be a good look as well.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Thursday on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe hanging with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the FBI's gambling investigation that led to the arrests of Blazers head coach Chauncey Billups and Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier. We talked about it in the last segment. If you missed it, make sure you check it out in podcast form. I will say this, though, about that story that I did not bring up in the last segment. The NBA concluded its investigation on Terry Rozier and said that they didn't really find anything. Like, that to me, it's, what's going on with that investigation? Like, was it like honestly like a half-assed investigation, or was it like they just couldn't find anything? They don't have the investigators that the FBI has. Who knows what's going on? But that to me is like one of the sneaky red flags with this story that's come out today. The NBA saying, "Oh yeah, all clear, nothing to see here," and now all of a sudden here we go, and we have all this evidence that's allegedly pointing to Terry Rozier being heavily involved in some of the prop shenanigans that he is being accused of. So big story. Nick will talk about it to begin the 4:00 hour. I talked about it in the last segment. Check it out in podcast form if you missed it. Also, a reminder, Thursday Night Football, Vikings at the Chargers. Let us know your favorite bet, side, total, or prop, and we will give you a shout out later on in the program. Like, you got to have the rationale, but it could be anything. Anytime TV score, maybe you like the total, maybe you like the side. I like the Chargers, but I want to see the injury report. Let us know your favorite bet and why. Put it in the YouTube chat or in the Twitch chat, and we'll give you a shout out later on in the show. But let's go ahead and get into some NFL awards talk, and we'll touch on all of them. Some of them you don't need to spend a whole lot of time. The favorite is the favorite, and the favorite should be the favorite. But we'll start off with NFL Most Valuable Player, MVP, the award that everyone's always excited about because it's the most prestigious award in the NFL. Right now, your favorite over at BetMGM is Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes is plus 125 at BetMGM. Has another spotlight game this upcoming Monday against the Washington Commanders, a banged-up Commanders team, no Jaden Daniels, a defense that I think is really, really bad, but nobody really talks about that. As we saw this past Sunday against the Dallas Cowboys, Mahomes and this Chiefs offense is humming with Rashee Rice back. This is a showcase game for Patrick Mahomes, who is getting closer and closer to an even money favorite to win the award. The Chiefs' updated win total over at BetMGM, it's 11.5. They're a plus 380 to be the 1 seed. He has really good numbers, 3rd in QBR, 7th in EPA per play. He's the best player in the sport. So you understand why the betting markets are projecting going forward. If things continue the way they've been going the last couple of weeks, he's likely going to be your MVP. I still contest, and anyone who asks me about the award, this is what I say because I do truly believe it. I think this award is going to be decided. Okay, that might be strong. I think the front runner of this award will be decided next week when the Chiefs take on the Buffalo Bills. Obviously, there'll be half of a season to go after that, and we'll see what happens in the second half of the year. But heading into the back half of the season, the quarterback that wins that game next Sunday, Chiefs at Bills, will be your MVP favorite and will be the guy that everyone is talking about heading into November and December and early January when the ballots become due. So that's the big takeaway for me with the MVP market. We had that 3-week span of Baker Mayfield, 7-1 right now at BetMGM. Baker Mayfield's not winning the MVP. Like we talked about that when everyone was going goo goo gaga with Mayfield mania. It's not going to happen. And unfortunately for Baker Mayfield, he's now losing Mike Evans for looks like maybe the remainder of the regular season, if not all the way until late December. Like it's not a good situation for Baker anymore. And that loss in primetime against the Lions did not bode well for his candidacy. An interesting guy is Drake May. Drake May at 9-1. The New England Patriots win totals at 10.5. They're plus 950 to be the 1 seed. He's 2nd in EPA per play, 4th in QBR. I do believe Drake May can win this award, but he needs help. He does not have the inside track because he does not have like the marquee games on deck. Now, they do host the Buffalo Bills later on in December. That'll be a big game for the New England Patriots, but the attention that Drake May gets is not going to be the same that someone like Patrick Mahomes gets. And Kansas City right now, they look like they could be a juggernaut in the making. And if that's the case, I think you got to just tip the cap to Mahomes, and he likely wins the award. But if not Mahomes, like I'm hoping for Josh Allen. As somebody who bet Josh Allen before the start of the year, bet some Jordan Love, I'd love for this thing to be opened up a little bit. But right now, Mahomes is the rightful favorite because he's the best player in the sport, and that offense looks to be humming along. Last thing for me for the MVP. I know a lot of people have talked about Dak Prescott. The team is not good enough. That's the problem for Dak. His numbers say he should be in the conversation. He's 4th in EPA per play. He's 1st in QBR. He's been awesome. Everyone's acknowledged that so far this season, but they're 3-1, and they have an updated win total of 7.5. That's just not going to get it done. Even though the juicy price of 25-1 is hanging out there, and everybody wants to look at that and say, "Oh, what about Dak?" No, just save your money. Do not bet Dak Prescott to win the MVP. Offensive Player of the Year. A short conversation. Jonathan Taylor's the favorite. He should be the favorite. He's now odds on too, which is really great. If you've been following along all season, you should have Jonathan Taylor at 15-1, 14-1 to win OPOI. It's going according to plan. 10 touchdowns on the ground already for Jonathan Taylor. 697 yards. Both lead those respective categories, rushing yards and rushing TDs. The Colts minus 350 to win the AFC South. Jonathan Taylor is our guy. And if Jonathan Taylor doesn't win it, hopefully our other guy can do it in Seahawks wide receiver Jackson Smith-Njigba, who leads the league in receiving yards by a mile with 819. So OPOI, we've done a really good job of getting ahead of these moves. Obviously, got to worry about Christian McCaffrey, got to worry about Puka Nacua, but I like where we stand right now with Taylor, Smith-Njigba, Bijan Robinson from August. Like, this is a really good spot to be with Offensive Player of the Year. Let's see how things play out, but hopefully Taylor goes off against the Tennessee Titans this Sunday. Defensive Player of the Year. Not a whole lot to discuss here. A couple of weeks ago, it's like, okay, Micah Parsons isn't really doing a whole lot. Maybe we could kind of poke holes at his case. Last week, okay, like Micah's still stuck on 2.5 sacks. And then he won the Packers the game last Sunday. Parsons is coming off a 3-sack performance, was outstanding. He is known as like one of the best pass rushers in the league. Now he's back to favorite status at plus 180, and I agree with it. The Packers are awesome. Their defense is awesome. They're 7th in defensive EPA per play. They're plus 105 to win the division, 11.5 with the win total. He should be your favorite to win Defensive Player of the Year. And I know we got some Jared Verse over the last couple of weeks. Jared Verse is still in a pretty good spot, but right now, I don't think anyone's beating Micah Parsons. Things can change, but as it stands, Parsons should be your favorite for DPOY. Coach of the Year, kind of the same story. Shane Steichen just keeps winning. He just keeps winning. He's plus 160 to be Coach of the Year at BetMGM. And this Sunday, the Indianapolis Colts are 2 touchdown favorites against the Tennessee Titans. Now, it's a football game, so I guess theoretically they could lose, but I don't think anyone's anticipating that. So the likely scenario is that Shane Steichen improves to 7-1, which will put him 1 win away from matching their 2024 win total of 8, and has his team on track to be a 12-win team. That's the threshold where you want to be, like that 4-game improvement. The Colts are well on their way to that improvement as the team in the AFC South. So right now, this week, there's really no point trying to bet against Shane Steichen. Maybe things kind of get a little bit crazy with the next 4 games. I mean, they're at the Steelers next week. They play a game in Berlin against the Falcons in week 10. Then they have a bye week, week 11, and then they're at the Chiefs in week 12. So I don't think the Colts are going to go 16-1. There will be times where they lose, and then maybe there'll be a rough stretch where maybe we can bet some of these guys. But right now, I think the only person that can run him down is a guy that we talked about 4 weeks ago in Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel. Vrabel's plus 310 right now. Would not advocate betting that. But New England's already exceeded their win total from last year. Last year, they were 4-13. This year, they're 5-2. And this Sunday, they're a touchdown favorite at home against the Cleveland Browns. Schedule is pretty manageable. Home against the Falcons next week, at the Buccaneers, home Jets, at the Bengals. I think this could be like a 12, maybe even 13-win team. If they ever got the 1 seed, I do believe Vrabel would win it over someone like Steichen. But right now, no point betting against Shane Steichen because he seems to be that dude, and the Colts have all the juice right now in the NFL. Offensive Rookie of the Year. This one I do believe has some meat on it. Where Jackson Dart is the favorite at minus 125 over at BetMGM. Now, Dart put up some really big stats against the Denver Broncos, at least like the yardage and the touchdowns. That stuff was really, really good. And he's up to 7 TD passes with 3 interceptions. He's got 3 rushing touchdowns as well. So like the numbers are pretty solid for a guy that's just only played in 4 games. However, the schedule is just so damn brutal for the New York Giants. And yeah, we could all like applaud his efforts in these games where they're playing really good teams, but I just don't know if it's going to hit the same as someone like Emeka Egbuka, who might end up being like 2nd team All-Pro this season. Like that's on the table for Emeka Egbuka. And right now, Emeka Egbuka is plus 250 over at BetMGM, has 5 touchdowns, 527 yards. I actually think Egbuka should be the favorite. Now, it's not sexy to be like, oh, like, let's go ahead and bet some plus 250. But if you're looking for a bet, I do believe that's a bet because the only reason Egbuka was not the favorite last week or heading into last week was that we all thought he was going to miss some time with the hamstring injury. He didn't miss any time. He played last Monday night. And all indications are he got out of that game just A-okay. So if Egbuka's healthy, and now with the Mike Evans injury, and who knows when Chris Godwin's ever going to feel right, I think Emeka Egbuka is going to be wide receiver 1 in Tampa. And he has a great rapport with Baker Mayfield, and he's going to get a lot of volume. I think Egbuka should be the favorite over at BetMGM because literally the only thing that we thought was going to change was his health status, and it never changed. So why has he not been restored as favorite over someone like Jackson Dart for the New York Giants? Another guy that could potentially enter the mix here is Colts tight end Tyler Warren. He has a few touchdowns, about 439 receiving yards. He's plus 650. That price just feels right to me. I don't think it's really bettable. But at the big price that I think, not the big price, but the price I do think is bettable is Emeka Egbuka at plus 250. Last week we talked about Travis Hunter. He was 100-1. Now he's down to 50-1 after his 8-catch, 100-yard performance with a touchdown. Would not bet him right now because he's on bye week. But after the bye week, maybe some more implementation to the offense. Perhaps we can get a little cooking with Travis Hunter at wide receiver. Lastly, Defensive Rookie of the Year and Comeback Player of the Year. I don't think there's a lot to do here from a betting standpoint. I so desperately want to bet someone in Defensive Rookie of the Year. I just don't think it's worth the time right now. Jahad Campbell is now the new favorite over Abdul Carter. Campbell's plus 200. Carter's now plus 225. The big mover in that market was Nick Emenwari of the Seahawks. Was 30-1 last week, now down to 6-1. all right. I mean, he's missed half the season. Like, if you want to go down that road, maybe projecting he can continue to be the kind of Cam Chancellor role and that Kyle Hamilton role in the Mike McDonald defense. But I think Jahad Campbell, if a vote was held today, he would be your D-Roy. And comeback, it's the same conversation that we've been talking about all season long. Dak Prescott should be the favorite. He is the favorite at even money. No point betting against Dak as he continues to light up defenses each and every week. On the other side, Nick joins us with his thoughts on the FBI's gambling investigation in the NBA.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Before we get into this game, Michael Jordan. I mean, the biggest name on the planet still in basketball. Debuted on NBC. Was talking about the game right before they got underway. And he's going to be sort of I don't want to say a correspondent, but they're going to have interviews with MJ throughout the season and just kind of get his insight because this is not something he normally does. He sat down with Mike Tirico. Did you like it?
I think this is the same category as nostalgia, where you know what they're doing and you still don't have any power to stop it. Because Jenks, I have the sneaking suspicion that they're going to use bits of this same interview throughout the entire season. And I feel like they might have just told Michael Jordan, they're like, hey, we just need 3 hours of your time. We're going to sit down interview and we're just going to air it through the entire season. Because I think a lot of people thought that he was going to be on the desk and he would give real time analysis of the game. That was not the case. But because Michael Jordan has been so reclusive and because we have not been, inundated with all kinds of updates from his life and he's here on this and he's on this commercial, is that when we get stuff from Michael Jordan, we cling to it. And we're like, oh, yeah, these are great sound bites. And it's crazy some of the things that he was talking about, that he hadn't shot a basketball in years. Yeah. That's crazy to me. Somebody who is that competitive. And I guess I understand, for somebody who played basketball for such a long time, because I'm sure he still plays golf, because I think it was when he was at the Ryder Cup and he rented a house. The house had a basketball court. And so he was like, hey, maybe I'll shoot a free throw. And he did it in front of his kids or something. And he said it was the most nervous he's been in years. Think about that. Michael Jordan shooting a mere free throw in front of 5 people, and he was nervous. These are crazy stories that we have been yearning for.
Yeah. Well, it was the kids of the guy who rented him his house so he could stay at the Ryder Cup. Yeah,
Okay.
and so the guy was like, all right, can you do me a favor? Let's get some autographs. Let's get some pictures. You shoot a free throw? And he was like, oh, God, this guy has told these kids all about me. But the best part about that is, of course, it's the big lead up. And Tariq's like, I hope you swish that free throw. He got that smile, like that classic MJ smile. He's like, damn right I did. Like, of course he hit the shot.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
Sorry for hating. No, I'm not. I love being a hater when it comes to winning money.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
The New York Football Giants. Imagine a world where an NFL team, think about this, scores 32 points, doesn't allow a point until the fourth quarter, and loses. Losers lose. I'm going to say something crazy. The Indianapolis Colts are the second best team in the AFC. If you told me that the Colts in January were going on the road to Buffalo, I'd bet Indianapolis. And I wouldn't think twice about it.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry. Tremendous football and basketball Thursday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide. We are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, full betting breakdown and preview of Thursday Night Football as Week 8 in the National Football League kicks off in Los Angeles with the Chargers against the Minnesota Vikings. And we've got news that came down moments ago per ESPN NFL insider Adam Schefter. The Minnesota Vikings have activated running back Aaron Jones. Who? Aaron Jones, off of injured reserve. Aaron Jones will be back for the Minnesota Vikings tonight against the Chargers in that backfield along with Jordan Mason. We will get into the side. We'll talk about the total. We'll talk about props. We're going to tell you why you might want to wait to see the final actives and inactives list 90 minutes before kickoff, before you bet this game. And what's at stake for both teams tonight, including a player who won't be playing in the game. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy. Also, dun, 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 dun. Oh, it's been moving. It's been moving for quite some time. Femi Abebefe and yours truly will take you through every game coming up Week 8 NFL Sunday. All the side moves, all the total moves, all the injury reports, including what's happening with the Baltimore Ravens ahead of Sunday's game at home against the Chicago Bears. It moved coming up next hour here on You Better You Bet. And in the final hour, the power hour of the show, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. We will find out if Frozen Femi is ready to hit the ice, because I'm not betting hockey tonight. Only 2 games in the NBA, but we've got an NBA Finals rematch. Would be more fun if Tyrese Halliburton were playing. Thunder and the Pacers in Indiana. And how about the Nuggets and the Dubs in the Bay Area? Our bets for the NBA games tonight, 2 NBA games on a Thursday, and of course, side total and props, Thy Royal Prop King, and Femi's Island for the Vikings and the Chargers on Thursday Night Football. Today's social question: what is your best bet? You, our listeners and viewers, your best bet for Thursday Night Football tonight with the Vikings and the Chargers. Type it in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/at the BetMGM Network, and in the Twitch chat, twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. Could be the side, total, a prop. Your best bet for the Vikings and the Chargers. Type it on YouTube. Type it on Twitch. Bill Zimmerman will read the best responses in the Power Hour. And Mike Brown, not the Knicks head coach, but our video producer, Mike Brown will put your name in lights as we wrap up the show. But we officially begin the tremendous football and basketball Thursday edition of You Better You Bet with the biggest breaking news on Thursday in the world of sports. A betting scandal that has rocked the NBA community today on this Thursday. Absolutely wild news to wake up to, that we all woke up to today, unless you're like super hungover or whatever. Maybe you go to bed really late, you wake up late. I have no idea. But when you woke up, chances are you're a sports fan, you saw this news, and you're absolutely stopped in your tracks. And the Terry Rozier part of it is somewhat believable. That's one where you see it and you're like, really wish this didn't happen. But then you see the other primary name involved, and that's the one that really causes your jaw to hit the desk or the floor or your steering wheel, wherever you happen to be at that moment. So I am sure everyone is aware of the news, but just in the event that you're not, Portland Trailblazers head coach and NBA Hall of Famer, the Finals MVP, Chauncey Billups, Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier, and former Cavs player and assistant coach Damon Jones arrested today as part of a pair of wide-ranging investigations related to illegal sports betting and rigged poker games backed by the mafia. Rigged poker games backed by the mafia. I hope that you'll excuse me if I say that the first thing that popped into my head was Chauncey Billups sitting in a smoky room next to Ben Wallace and Richie Aprile and Paulie Walnuts at Tony Soprano's executive game. Just a ridiculous headline. Illegal poker games backed by the mafia. This is like the script of a Michael Bay movie. This is like Martin Scorsese straight to Netflix, starring Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups. Just an absolutely crazy story. They're currently in custody. Rozier is being accused of tipping off people that basically he's going to leave a game early, and you could bet his unders, and apparently a ton of money was bet on the Rozier unders. And there's video floating around on social media of Rozier, who plays in the NBA, obviously. He's dribbling the ball off his knee, and he's like passing to no one, and he's missing basically wide open layups. You watch these videos, and you think, kind of in the same way you're watching the Emmanuel Clase videos, pitching for the Guardians. He's a really good pitcher, and all of a sudden, not only can he not find the strike zone, but he's not even making it to home plate. It's just allegations for right now, but obviously your brain goes to, like maybe something's up here. No one is guilty as of yet. But look, I think we can all kind of see what's happening here and draw our own conclusions. The NBA releasing a statement a couple hours ago, tweeted out by ESPN NBA insider Shams Charania on Billups and Rozier being placed on leave from their teams. Quote, "We are in the process of reviewing the federal indictments announced today. Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups." It's crazy that Rozier gets top billing here. Billups is the coach of the Blazers. But anyway, Rozier and Billups are being placed on immediate leave from their teams, and we will continue to cooperate with the relevant authorities. We take these allegations with the utmost seriousness, and the integrity of the game remains our top priority. The reports on Billups that he and maybe others, and Damon Jones, and Jones might be involved in both these things, that they're like luring people into playing these illegal poker games with the promise of playing poker against former athletes, and the games are rigged. And this is like something out of a Mission Impossible movie. It's like all sounds like it's out of a movie. There's like an X-ray, and the shuffling machines are rigged. And there's someone called the quarterback who's watching from like far out, who knows what's happening in terms of the cards. And he's, I don't know how this works, but making some kind of signal to people at the table so everyone knows like what everyone has. Seems like a pretty big advantage when you're playing a high stakes game of poker. Just like, again, stuff out of an action movie, stuff out of a spy thriller. You almost can't believe it. And if these allegations are true, obviously very bad news for all the people involved. And it's worth noting, it's not just Billups and Rozier and Damon Jones arrested. A lot of purported members of La Cosa Nostra, as the people are throwing that word around today. Everyone thinks they're like really cool. Let me tell you something. As a Mediterranean from New York City, you are not. But when I say it, I am. A lot of others arrested as well, purported members of the mafia. I can't even believe this is the conversation we're having on You Better You Bet. And for Portland, like Chauncey Billups is not going to coach the team. I would be absolutely stunned if Chauncey Billups ever coached another game in the NBA. Like, he's done as the head coach in Portland. I'm not willing to entertain any arguments to the contrary that like Chauncey Billups is going to be clear to these allegations and he's going back to coach Portland. Like, he's done. Like, use your noodle here, use your brain. He ain't coming back to, I don't think he will ever coach another game in the NBA again. And I think there's a strong chance, and we'll see if the allegations are true or not. If anything is even close to being proven, Terry Rozier will never play in the NBA again. He'll be on the Jonte Porter plan, like exiled from the league. The Blazers interim head coach, former NBA player, Tiago Splitter. And we can have a conversation at some point about what this means for like the 2025-26 Blazers, losing their head coach, now an interim head coach. They lost their first game of the season last night. They did cover, for what it's worth. Shout out to Chauncey Billups. Plus 4.5. They lose by 4 at home to the Minnesota Timberwolves. And Chauncey Billups, after the game, in a delicious and potentially cruel bit of irony, uses the expression, pushing chips into the middle of the table. You actually can't make, I didn't make that up. I'm not making that up. That's actually true. So what happens now is the same thing that has happened in every situation like this. Whether it's Jonte Porter, whether it's Calvin Ridley, whether it's Ipe Mizuhara, a.k.a. Shohei Ohtani. It's the same conversation every time. These things happen because sports betting is legal. If sports betting were illegal, none of this would be happening. It's because sports betting is legal that all of this is going down. I'll preface what I'm about to say by saying this. I am employed by Odyssey. My paycheck is signed by Odyssey, my primary paycheck. But obviously, BetMGM is the presenting sponsor of this show and this network. So BetMGM is part of the reason why I make the money that I do. And I'm not going to lie to anybody and say otherwise. I am also an ambassador for BetMGM. I get paid separately by BetMGM, in addition to what I get paid by Odyssey to do this show, to create content and be an ambassador for BetMGM. Make it legendary. So I can certainly understand skepticism that anyone would have in advance of what I'm about to say. I think I've earned enough equity with our listeners and viewers with my honesty over the years that you will know that I am telling the truth. And even if you think that I would try and deceive you with my comments and my explanation and my take on this, I would urge you to do this. Listen to what I'm about to say and ask yourself when I'm done, do you agree with me or not? And I think the answer to your question, to my question, is going to be yes. that you will agree with me. The fact that sports betting is legal means it is far easier to catch these actors. I love using that word in that term. Like the actors, like the bad actors, people acting in bad faith. The assuming guilt, the Terry Roziers of the world, the Damon Jones of the world, the Jonte Porters of the world, hell, the Chauncey Billups of the world, assuming guilt. The fact that sports betting is legal makes it way easier to catch them. Way easier. Because the BetMGMs of the world, and I'm going to say some names of BetMGM's competitors because I think it's important here. FanDuels, DraftKings, etc. When there is like a very strange pattern of like heavy betting on some obscure market, whether like a Terry Rozier points under or rebounds under or assists under, and something shady happens during the game, it's really easy for this to be flagged. Where in the past, if it's not legal, I used to joke with my friends when we were betting with the bookie back in the day, like, what are you going to do if something, I once placed a bet, I promise this is true. I once placed a bet on Duke. I don't remember what year it was. I placed a bet on Duke. Duke covered the spread. I went onto my betting site, an offshore betting account, and the bet wasn't there. Like, they took it off. I made the bet, they took it off. And in the moment, I thought to myself, what am I going to do? Like, call the Better Business Bureau? Like, call the police? Excuse me, officer, I bet money illegally offshore on this game. Can you please make sure that I get the money that I bet illegally? No! The fact that it's legal means that this stuff can actually be regulated. More on this on the other side. The betting scandal that has rocked the NBA today. Rozier, Billups, and Jones arrested.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Number 2, you had them at 5. I'm putting them at number 2, even though they have 2 wins, and that's the Vegas Raiders. The Raiders are repulsive. And all this chatter about they finally got a quarterback. They finally got a quarterback. And Geno Smith is arguably the worst quarterback in the NFL now. He goes from flying high in Seattle, looking good, having weapons. All right, you got paid. You're going to the Raiders. You stink again. It's like New York all over again. The Raiders can never do anything right. They always get the coach wrong. They think they get the quarterback, and they get that wrong again, whether it's via the draft or free agency. It does not matter. They are the Raiders. They stink. Oh, it would suck to be a Raiders fan. Raiders number 2. Number 1, worst team in the NFL. Titans are trash. They were the worst team last year. They're the worst team this year. I don't care that they have a win. It is a disaster. And I just wonder if Cam Ward is going to ever recover. We are seeing quarterbacks this year that really struggled in awful organizations to start their career, maybe a couple of different spots. That was the case. And they turned things around eventually. I hope that's it for Cam Ward. Things do not look good. By far the worst team in the NFL. They were the first team to fire a coach for good reason, and it did not matter. They got no new coach bump with McCoy last week. Not that he was going to save anything. So, yeah, Titans won.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
You Better You Bet on this Thursday. Crazy day in the NBA. Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, Damon Jones arrested today as part of a wide-ranging investigation into illegal sports betting and rigged poker games backed by the mafia. So as I was saying heading into the first break of the show, legalized sports betting actually helps in catching these bad actors, helps in catching people that are trying to skirt the rules and break the law and violate the integrity of the game, not otherwise. And the other thing about that I would really urge everybody to consider and really think about this for a second. And I don't even want to criticize the people that have the thought, because it's like, oh, well, if it weren't legal, I get that thought process, immediately going to that conclusion. But if you say that and you mean it, right? That legalized sports betting is the root of all of this, and these things are happening because sports betting is legal, the implication is that nothing ever happened before sports betting became legal. And you know in your heart of hearts that that's not true. You know it. You know that since time immemorial, since the Old Testament, or when Jesus walked the earth, any time in between then and now, that people have been cheating at games. People have been rigging games. People have been rigging card games. Have you ever heard of the shell game? A game that literally is constructed to separate you from your money. You can't win the game. This has been going on for a long-ass time. Do you really think there was never a point-shaving scandal prior to sports betting being legalized? Come on. Of course not. This is human nature. For as long, I don't know how long it's going to be, but for as long as we, as humans, roam this earth, there will be those that walk among us. Not all of us, but some of us who are going to try and break the rules and try and skirt the law to line our pockets and the pockets of others with money. That is an incontrovertible fact, and if you don't realize that, you are an ostrich. Your head is buried in the sand. Sorry. Grow up. I have no patience for you as a human being if you refuse to acknowledge that fact. And I'm not trying to diminish any of this. This is not to be like, wow, like this is great that they did this. It's obviously not. Like, it's not great. And I'm not trying to wave a wand, right? And put everything under an umbrella and say everything under the umbrella of sports betting is great. Like, no problem. Sports betting's legal and everything's awesome. And because it's legal, we can catch people that are reportedly not guilty, but accused of committing these crimes. Obviously, there are negatives to sports betting. Of course there are. We say every show, gamble responsibly. We say, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Like, don't bet outside your means. Obviously, if this is something that you do in an addictive manner, like, it could ruin lives. And that's kind of like part and parcel with all of this. Everyone knows that that's true. It's like when you buy a pack of cigarettes, the Surgeon General's warning. I'll paraphrase it. If you smoke this, you might get cancer. Do you know anyone in your life, because I do, who's got a drinking problem or a drug problem? Let's use drinking, just because drinking's legal, right? It's legal to get hammered, right? It's legal not to get behind the wheel or to fight people when you're drunk, but it's legal. Everyone knows that there are negative aspects that come with this. I'm not trying to defend sports betting as just like this pristine thing that is beyond reproach. And it's all great and everything's great with it. But like to blame this on legalized sports betting, I think is pretty insincere and sanctimonious. And I think it's ridiculous. Because again, if you stop to think about it, two things are true. One, legalized sports betting helps catch people that are breaking the law in this regard. And two, this was happening well before sports betting was ever legalized. And just for Billups, we have some, look, like, he's committing crimes, obviously. If it's true, it may not be true. If it is true, and he is working with the mafia, running illegal poker games, and they are fixed. It's kind of funny, right? Like, I know, like, we as a society want to do this. Oh, my God, this is horrible. This is terrible. Can we at least acknowledge, like, the humor in a basketball Hall of Famer, finals MVP, and current NBA head coach who says, you know what I need in my life? Silvio Dante, Bobby Bacala, Johnny Sack, and you, some schmuck, so we can part you from your hard-earned money. Like here's Chauncey Billups' executive game. There's Larry Brown in one chair, puffing on a cigar. Tayshaun Prince slugging back a beer. And like three random dudes who don't know they're about to get taken for everything they've got. Obviously, they're committing crimes if it's true. But like the ridiculousness of this. Like, we have to be able to say this is so ludicrous that we can actually have a laugh about it. Right? We can't be that serious as a society. And look, he got caught, if it's true. And if it's true, you're going to go to jail, right? Like, that's what's going to happen. And what a fall from grace that'll be if that's what happens. Like, forget it. Like, Rozier's like a decent NBA player. Damon Jones was whatever. He's like LeBron's buddy. Like, Chauncey Billups is like legit. Like, a legend? Is that fair to say? Like, not a legend in the way like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's a legend. Like, not a legend in the way like Michael Jordan's a legend, or like Shaq's a legend, or like Kobe Bryant's a legend, the late great. But I mean, he's a Hall of Famer. Finals MVP. Like, top 5 draft pick when he came out. Coach of an NBA team. Like, this is not Jonte Porter. This is not even Calvin Ridley in the NFL. First round draft pick, Alabama. This is way, way bigger than that. Like, this is the one where it's like, oh my God. He may be not guilty. He doesn't have to be guilty. But I mean, like, in these moments, and I'm not trying to draw the comparison at all, but like, think about someone like Bernie Madoff, who was filthy rich when he decided to defraud people out of their life savings. Like an evil man. I'm not saying Chauncey Billups is evil. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't have to be someone desperate. And maybe he was desperate. Who knows one of the details? I have no idea. It doesn't have to be someone who's fighting and scrapping and scratching and clawing, like does living paycheck to paycheck. That doesn't have to be what it is. Like, the allure of money and the allure of greed exists in each and every one of us. And thankfully, most of us, I think the vast majority of us, I think most people are good. And I'm not saying Chauncey Billups isn't good. We have no idea what's going to happen here. I think most of us are able to resist that and say, you know what? No good. I'm not getting involved in that. This is far more than just a sports betting story. This is human nature, period. And guess what? If they made sports betting illegal today, they said, you know what? It's sports betting's fault. We're making it illegal. Do you really think this would stop? Really? Really? Well, what about the prop market? I don't know. You'd find a way to do something else. That you don't think that human beings are going to find a way to try to skirt the issue and make money? Grow up. Like, sorry. And I say that again as someone who has made a nice living because of, not just because I think I'm pretty good at my job and Odyssey pays me, but like BetMGM being involved with the show has been great, and I'm not going to say otherwise, and I get paid separately. But I think what I've just said, while acknowledging that like part of my livelihood comes from that, I all think that you can draw the line and say that I'm not carrying water and what I'm saying is accurate. So ask yourself that. Is what Nick Kostos just said fair, or is it unfair? I would actually dare someone to tell me it's unfair. You bet on this Thursday. Now, 30 minutes into the show, we covered it, and Femi and I will talk about it a little later as well. We've covered it. Can we talk some hoops, please? Like, I'd love to talk about the actual games. Because last night, Wednesday night, was a spectacular opening night, and I understand that opening night was actually Tuesday night. But last night really felt like opening night with a million games. It was awesome. And I'd love to lead with my New York Knicks, who took care of business and beat the Cleveland Cavaliers at the Garden. And I've got a pretty interesting take, I think, on that game and what it means for the Knicks going forward. I think for Cleveland, it means nothing that they lost. Like, all good for the Cavs. Garland will come back. They're going to win in like the mid to high 50s, low 60s. They're going to be awesome. I don't think it means anything for the Cavs. I think it does mean something for the Knicks. But we can't lead with the Knicks. And the reason why we can't lead with the Knicks, and the only reason that this wasn't the lead of the show today, is because of the arrests of Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier and Damon Jones, is because Victor Wembanyama is a real person. Because Victor Wembanyama exists and draws breath. The San Antonio Spurs last night shoved the Dallas Mavericks into a locker. Cooper Flag, point flag, how'd that go? 0 assists. Not great. This was an annihilation and the type of performance that makes you go to yourself, oh my God. It got me like, oh my God. Honestly, it's like the news equivalent of Chauncey Billups arrested as Blazers head coach for like being involved in illegal poker games backed by the mob. That's the sports reaction you have to some of these Victor Wembanyama highlights. Oh my God, jaw on the floor. 40 points for Wemby in his season debut. And it's not so much the points as it is how he scores them. Now, I can describe them here for you, like the block that he had of Derek Lively. And Derek Lively's a big boy, and Wembanyama makes him look like me. The block of Lively and the crossover step-back three-pointer, he's 7'5". The crossover driving dunks, both regular and reverse fashion. Step back long 2-pointers, crazy blocked shots, insane rebounding. Can I say something crazy? I don't think Wembanyama is going to win MVP. And he's the second choice on the board right now behind SGA. I don't think he's going to win MVP. And the only reason I don't think that is because I don't know if the Spurs are going to win like the amount of games that the Thunder are going to win or that the Nuggets are going to win. And Wembanyama, because he's so big, like carries greater injury concern, right? Like we can acknowledge that that's true. So I say that. I don't think Wembanyama is going to win MVP. I'm not saying he can't. I'm just saying I think SGA is more likely and Jokic is more likely because I don't know if the Spurs are as good as those teams. I say that to now say this. Are we absolutely certain that Victor Wembanyama isn't already the best player in the league? Is there a chance he's already the best player? SGA is coming off one of the greatest seasons by a guard in the history of the NBA. It's not an insult to SGA. Nikola Jokic, maybe before last night, and maybe Jokic retakes, and maybe this is a ridiculous thing for me to say, and we'll find out. That's the great thing about this, right? We're going to find out. Jokic, best player in the world, been the best player in the world for quite some time. Giannis is obviously awesome and a physical freak, kind of in the same way Wembanyama's a physical freak, except Wembanyama's like half a foot taller. None of them can do what Wembanyama can do. And it has like nothing to do with skill. All those players are skilled. Wembanyama's 7'5". What do you do? What do you do with him? He's I used to, when I played like NBA Live back in the day, like it was before NBA 2K. I think NBA Live 95 was the first year you could like create players. I'd create, and like I would always be sure to like not make the player too broken. Like 99s all across the board. Because I felt like it wasn't fair. Like you just win. What fun is that? Victor Wembanyama is a created player that you create, and it's 99, 90, 7'5", 3-pointers, 90. Dunks, 99. Handle, 92. Blocks, 99. He's a created player because you just want to win every game. Except he's real. We'll talk more about the San Antonio Spurs on the other side, Knicks, Cavs, and a couple other games last night from the NBA that piqued my interest. Femi will join me, and we'll rap about the arrest this morning in the association.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Yeah, whatever comes up here, Adam Silver is going to have to step in. His, a lot of this won't be his choice because the FBI is clearly making moves now and going around making arrests, and we may not be done. This is 2 in the past 40 minutes, so we could possibly see more. Maybe we won't. But something is going down. There's no question about it. But Adam Silver will have to go in immediately and do something to be proactive here and to show that this is not acceptable, that anyone that even thinks about doing this will be punished and punished severely, because you know how it is, particularly now in 2025 when sports wagering is such a huge part of the landscape and we hear about athletes getting requests on Venmo or being yelled at games because guys aren't hitting their bets or their props, whatever it is. Like, this is kind of an issue with interaction anyway, and so people naturally question the integrity of the game, which is not necessarily fair, but it does happen. So you cannot have any sort of perception of impropriety here. So Silver's got to step in. He's got to do something quick.
Lively denied emphatically by Wembanyama.
It's like playing against your dad in the driveway when you're 8 years old. What do you do?
Wemby 3, you bet! Plus the foul!
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
That's the voice of Fordham Ram, my fellow Fordham Ram, Ryan Rucco, on the call last night on ESPN as Victor Wembanyama puts on an absolute show and the Spurs destroy the Dallas Mavericks. So we talked about Wemby in the last segment, and I don't think it's crazy, and I'll ask Femi this question in a moment, and we'll talk about all the arrests this morning. I don't think it's crazy to think and to say that Victor Wembanyama might be the best player in the league already. Given his height and his handle and his range and his defense, it's ludicrous. It is preposterous. But it's not just Wemby for San Antonio. And look, I don't think the Spurs as a team are as good as the Thunder or as good as the Nuggets or as good as some of the elite teams in the NBA. But they've got a really awesome young core. We had this conversation last year on the show. When are the Spurs going to win a title with this core? Next year? 2 years from now? They're going to win one in the next 5 years. It would be a major upset if they didn't at least make a finals in the next 5 years. Wemby, Stephon Castle was awesome last night. Even Dylan Harper, the second pick in the draft, scores 15 points. Turned the ball over a couple times. It's first game. That's okay. De'Aaron Fox isn't even playing right now. And the Spurs look like this. Now, it's one game. It's against the Mavericks team with Cooper Flag making his debut. No Kyrie Irving. So we don't want to go too nuts yet. I do think San Antonio's adjusted win total is interesting. Prior to last night's game, 44.5 is the number at BetMGM. Now it's 45.5, so we're up in. They're 1-0. It makes sense. The only way they don't go over is if Wembanyama's hurt. And, that could happen. That's how you lose. And there is a chance that happens. I'm willing to take that risk. This team's ridiculous. If Wembanyama's they can't go 47 and 35? Come on. So I like that for the San Antonio Spurs. Just quickly on the Dallas Mavericks, just one thought. And I think this is more of a prop betting thought than a game betting thought. So Cooper Flag is point flag last night. 0 assists. They get dump trucked. And it's not because Cooper Flag started at point guard. I don't know if this is going to work out for now with Dallas. Flag's got to do his thing offensively. I don't want Cooper Flag worried about facilitating. I don't like saying this out loud, and you're not going to like hearing it. You, being an educated basketball fan and basketball bettor. The Mavericks need to play D'Angelo Russell way more. They just have to. Until Kyrie Irving comes back. I don't know if the Mavericks are going to win 50 games this year. I don't know if that's happening for Jason Kidd and the Dallas Mavericks. A couple other quick thoughts last night from the NBA. I gave you my opinion on the Knicks and the Cavs. Means nothing to me for Cleveland. I'm actually really impressed the Knicks won because when Donovan Mitchell got red hot in the third quarter, I was texting with some people and I'm like, game's over. They're going to lose. And they won. And that was great. And the reason why I'm so enthused by one win for my New York Knicks, I actually did think there was a difference in the way Mike Brown coached them from what Tom Thibodeau was doing the last couple of years. Case in point, first 13 minutes of the game, 11 players play. You think that would ever happen with Tom Thibodeau? I love seeing Tyler Kolek on the court. Remember him at Marquette? I think he's a legit backup point guard. I loved that. I loved it. They're playing faster, less ISO ball with Jalen Brunson. This is exactly what I wanted when I called for Tom Thibodeau to be fired in the postseason this calendar year. It's not that Thibs isn't a good coach. It's that the expiration date had been reached and this offense needed something different, and I believe Mike Brown brought it in game 1. I'm so excited for what this season's going to be for my Knicks. I don't think they're going to win the title. I don't think that. I think whoever comes out of the West would beat them, but I do think the Knicks will win the Eastern Conference for the first time since 1999. Sixers and the Celtics was a fascinating game, huh? Philly, with an awesome fourth quarter comeback, outscores the Celtics by 12 and beats Boston 117-116. The star of the game, Tyrese Maxey, 40 points. But obviously, the player that everybody's talking about is rookie VJ Edgecombe with 34 points in his NBA debut, a spectacular debut for the Philadelphia 76ers. Now, Joel Embiid does play in the game. 20 minutes, 4 points, and a plus-minus of -16. But he's working himself back. I don't know what the expectation should have been for Joel Embiid in this game, but he didn't meet them if you had high expectations. What I'll say about the Sixers is this, and I'll give you a quick thought on Boston as well. VJ Edgecombe is not going to average 34 points per game. If he does, he's going to win MVP. But if he can be 16 points a game, be like a good scorer as a rookie, Jared McCain's going to come back. You have Maxey. Paul George didn't play last night. I'm doing it. I'm talking myself into the Sixers. Now, it's like a 6-leg parlay that has to cash, and the last leg is like plus infinity. Joel Embiid's healthy through the season. But if that happens, this is a legitimate Eastern Conference contender. Because it looks like we're one game in, things can change. It does look like they nailed the VJ Edgecombe pick. And just on Boston, I see 41-41 for this team. When Peyton Pritchard is shooting the shots at the end of the game, it's not good for anybody. And last note on the NBA from last night. I told you last night I bet the Charlotte Hornets against the Nets, laying 5.5. They won by 19. It had nothing to do, my bet, with Charlotte and everything to do with the Brooklyn Nets, who are basically playing everyone on the team except for Danny Wolf. So all the other first-round draft picks are playing. Ben Saraf started in the game. The Jewish Kirilenko, trying to fill up the stat sheet. They are so bad. So bad. They could go like 8-74 and I wouldn't bat an eyelash. I can't wait to bet against the Brooklyn Nets in the days and weeks to come. You bet on this Thursday. Femi, you bet buffet with me. Femi, give us your thoughts on the arrest this morning is the thing that actually happened. Then I'm dying to get your betting takes on Edgecombe and Wembanyama.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you had to say. We don't have to spend a whole lot of time on this one because I think for a lot of folks who might not do what we do and dabble in this space, it can be unfamiliar and maybe you don't like gambling or whatever. We all have our likes and our interests, whatever. I don't want to judge anybody for that. But to me, just kind of get informed at least in what it actually is going on as opposed to just being like, ooh, big, bad, scary, let's ban it all. I think that's not the way to go about this. I did find very interesting, though, because in the reporting that's out there, and of course all this is alleged, but $200,000 that they got down on the Rozier props on his unders. That to me, I don't know how that happened or how they were able to accomplish that, because given prop betting, you dabble in props more than I do, but I dabble some. Usually you're not being able to get down that much. So I don't know how many accounts that they had rolling through that thing. But yeah, I would encourage people that I think a lot of what happened, yes, sports betting was an avenue in which that was what they wanted to do, the crime family allegedly, but I think a lot of this was beyond sports betting, and this is debts that are trying to be paid off. That's my guess, at least, as to what's happening right now. Because Jonte Porter is still in this thing, talking about how he was threatened to go out there and tank, and all that happened a couple of years ago. It's kind of crazy, and I don't think just being able to access SGPs is why we got here. I don't think that's what's happening.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right, and just this is going to sound really cheesy, and that's okay. It really is. My mom has said to me throughout my life, keep your nose clean. And she's not just saying don't do cocaine. Keep your nose clean, stay out of trouble. Yeah. Keep your nose clean. And that's what I would say to any young person or old person. You can have fun. We certainly do. Keep your nose clean. Don't get involved with the wrong people, and stuff like this may not happen. And I'm not trying to generalize. I'm just saying. All right. Let's talk about some bets, my friends. I'm dying to get your expertise on VJ Edgecombe's Rookie of the Year price and Victor Wembanyama for MVP after what we saw. We don't often get that, right? Night one in the NBA and a huge move in the MVP market and Rookie of the Year market.
This thing was happening in real time with both of these. I want to start with the MVP because Wemby is the big story so far 2 days into this NBA regular season. This is 14-1. Before the game starts. And now we're down to 3-1 over at BetMGM, to where he's pretty much co-favorites with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And I'll go as far as to say, it might sound crazy, but I actually do think there's a path for Wemby to win this award. And I think you can make an argument that he should be the favorite to win this award. And here's why, because team success is a big thing. And you brought that up earlier in this segment. And I 100% agree with that, except for this case where I think Wemby might be able to get around it. Because everyone watching that game, and it's not going to be that every single night. At least I don't think it is. Who knows? Maybe that's just a sign of what's to come.
If he's averaging 40, he's going to be the favorite soon.
But I think, and we talked about this summer when we were discussing win totals, the Spurs win total was at 42.5, 43.5, and it's they might have the best player in the league, and this is the win total? Are we sure? If they get the 5 seed or even the 6 seed, let's just say they avoid the play-in tournament, and they're one of the top 6 seeds, I don't think there's going to be a player that has more of an impact on winning than Wembanyama this season. All the box plus minus, value over replacement player efficiency rating, all that stuff. He's going to be number one. And if he's number one in all of that, and we at the end of the year come to the consensus that, hey, he's just the best player, SGA can go 68-14 again if he wants to. I think Wemby might beat him out. I think he would, just because that. Nobody's ever seen what we saw last night. If that's a sign of what's to come, I don't know how you beat that.
Give us a thought on VJ Edgecombe, Rookie of the Year.
Fun. I would caution people to just pump the brakes a little bit. Edgecombe, obviously, I think is going to be a really good player, as we saw last night. But now that he's sitting there at like one of the co-favorites to win the award, or just behind Cooper Flagg, I don't think we need to overreact to that one. I think Wemby's more real. I think Edgecombe will be in the conversation, especially early in the season. But I think Flagg should still be your favorite. But unless they keep doing this point Flagg stuff, if that's the case, then yeah, you might want to circle that. But as it stands right now, I still think Cooper Flagg is your most likely rookie of the year. It's one bad game. It's not going to be that every single night.
And obviously, Jared McCain's going to be back. Paul George is going to be back. Less shooting opportunities. And Joel Embiid's going to shoot more as well as the season goes along and he's healthy.
Be better.
So less opportunity for you'd hope so, for VJ Edgecombe. I do think like Neek Clifford, 80-1, starting games for the Kings.
I'm good.
Also, Keegan Murray's hurt too. I'm good. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you. Coming up on the other side, we start the hour. College football bets for the weekend with our buddy, pro sports bettor, Joseph Knish.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Under that I like the best this week is going to be Ole Miss and Oklahoma under 54.5. I think this is too many points, right? Yes, the Ole Miss-Georgia game was high scoring, but both of those defenses aren't very good, especially the Georgia secondary. Ole Miss, they lost a lot of guys on defense from last year, and it finally showed in that Georgia game. And Oklahoma, like John Mateer's a really good player, but they just have not been putting up as many points as they probably should in these games. And Oklahoma's defense is going to get some stops on Ole Miss, especially at home. They got a terrific defense. So the combination of Ole Miss getting some stops on Oklahoma in this game, Oklahoma getting some stops on Ole Miss, and this line maybe being a little bit inflated because Oklahoma went into Columbia, put 35 up on South Carolina. Ole Miss put 35 up on Georgia. It's a little bit inflated, but this game is going to be a lower scoring. I think it's going to be played in the mid-20s, like 27-21, 28-24 kind of game. I'll go under 54.5. And then the outright winner that I like the best this week is going to be LSU, plus 115 against A&M. A lot of people are going to take A&M as a small road favorite this week. They're undefeated. They're playing well. LSU just lost their second game of the year against Vanderbilt. Similar handicap, though, to Red River with Texas and Oklahoma, where Texas had 2 losses. They needed that win to save their season. Oklahoma was undefeated. Texas ends up winning the game, and it's a night game at Death Valley, right? Usually teams don't go in there and win unless you're Bama or Georgia. If they play there, you'd probably trust. But anybody else, I'm good. Staying away from A&M. Give me LSU plus 115.
biggest names in the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The tremendous football and basketball Thursday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. First hour of the show, talked about last night in the NBA, Victor Wembanyama, VJ Edgecombe, my New York Knicks, and the terrible Brooklyn Nets. The first half hour of the show devoted to the scandal that has ripped through the NBA today as Blazers head coach Chauncey Billups, Heat guard Terry Rozier, and former Cavs player and assistant Damon Jones arrested as part of a far-reaching investigation into both illegal sports betting and illegal poker games backed by the mafia. These are sentences that I can't believe I'm saying today on Thursday, October 23rd, 2025. So a full half hour on that in case you missed it. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. 20 minutes from now, Femi and I will talk about Vikings-Chargers tonight, and we'll hit It Move, the side and total moves, and injury info for every game on the board. Week 8 in the NFL. All our bets for tonight will close the show next hour. But joining us right now to give us thoughts on college football this weekend, professional sports bettor from the Hammer. The show is Hit the Books, and it's with our friend Brad Powers, and you can find it in podcast form. Just search Hit the Books, and you can find it on YouTube as well. The great Joseph Knish. On Twitter at JoeyKnish22. Joseph, welcome back to the show. How's it going?
Gentlemen, tremendous football Thursday, and you know what? Next year, I'm going to have to get the pot of coffee a little earlier this year with the new time slot coming up. Excited for that. And let me tell you, if you've seen a picture out there of me, Chauncey, and Rozier, it's AI. You can do crazy things with ChatGPT nowadays. It wasn't me, trust me.
Yeah, we'll talk about something that Knish said there in the weeks and months to come. I do want to start there, Knish, with what you said about Rozier and Billups, because obviously, you're one of, for people that don't know and aren't on social media, good for you. Knish is one of the most forward-facing people in what we call betting Twitter, as commentary on a lot of stuff going on in the betting community, and I find a lot of it really interesting, and I think Knish is a really smart guy, and I mean that sincerely. When you heard this news today, you saw this news, what did you think? Does it mean anything for sports betting moving forward? Give us your opinion here, and then we'll get to the games.
I mean, it's definitely this is going to be what you call me. There's been some, you've had the Jonte Porter, you've had some minor, or lesser scandals in smaller sports, tennis, college baseball. This feels like the one that's kind of the seismic change where you might actually see. I'm not sure. You might see some sweeping, rule changes, legislation coming out of it. Maybe the way players, what they can get involved in outside of the court. And probably what I would say, if I'm doing the glass half empty, the worst part of it is the people who have been swearing sports have been fixed for years, or it's scripted, or those people, they're going home today and getting the bottle off the top shelf and saying, honey, I told you so. I knew this has been fixed the whole time. So from a sanity perspective, it hurts me that those people kind of get their moment. From a actual what fallout perspective, I do think it's going to affect probably all the major leagues in what guys can actually participate and get into off the court. You're not going to want your star player going to a poker game, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, just an absolutely crazy story as we're all still gathering all the facts, which will be a developing story over the weeks to come. All right, let's talk some ball, Kanish. College football, your beloved Michigan Wolverines, they took down my beloved Washington Huskies last Saturday in Big Noon kickoff. Now here the Wolverines are in East Lansing in prime time, 7:30 kick, taking on Sparty Party, laying 14.5 with a total of 47.5. What are you doing with the rivalry renewed that is Michigan and Michigan State?
You know what, Fem, I'd love to come on here and say, it's going to be a Sparty dunk-a-thon. I bet a little Michigan State at 14.5. Maybe it's a homer edge. Maybe it's a little bit of emotion. I got to tell you, and I know it's been the fans have been out on Jonathan Smith in East Lansing. It's getting ugly up there. But I will say the team, I thought, little bit of and you lose by 25, and I'll say I thought the team played with some effort last week. They're not great. It's a Michigan team. Bryce Underwood has not been the same quarterback on the road all season. You've seen it in a number of scenarios. One at USC, he's been much better at home. Now he's going to East Lansing, where I think it's at 7:30 in East Lansing. Let me tell you, I don't think they're going to be short on the kegs and brews up there for getting ready for this game. Going to be a tough environment. It's a Michigan team that I think does enough to win, but to lay multiple scores on the road with a quarterback who, again, ton of potential, but has been shaky in the road environments this year, to have to cover that number, give me Sparty to keep it relatively close, and Michigan wins out in the end.
Going against the Wolverines, at least at the betting window, going against the Wolverines, still believes they will beat Michigan State. College game day is in Nashville this Saturday. Vanderbilt's hosting Missouri. Diego Pavia is the story of the SEC right now, and Vandy's a 2.5-point home favorite, total 52.5. How do you see that game playing out, and also the implications that it'll have with the Heisman Trophy market, where Pavia is sitting at 11-1 over at BetMGM?
I tell you what, I was one of the last people on this. If you've been riding this Vandy bandwagon for, a year and a half, you've probably, it's like, Bitcoin at the first day. If you got on early, you had, 20-point money line victories here. They're upset. Last week, I got on the train, and Fem, it felt great. It felt so good to finally be with the Doors. I bet the first time they're a favorite in the SEC in 40 years, and I laid it, and they cover. And you know what? I'm going right back to the well. I'm not getting off this train. Give me Vandy. Give me another cover. Give me a home against a team against Missouri that I think is a bit fraudulent. They don't have a great passing game. I think Vanderbilt in the trenches, what they've done here the last few years now is they're playing, against Bama, LSU. They don't look outmatched on the offensive and defensive lines in this games. And really, the only difference was Pavia had his worst game in a Vanderbilt uniform against Alabama, which was kind of the difference in that game. Played relatively well last week. I think this week, again, coming to it, I'm going to keep it rolling with Vandy. And I tell you, do I think they can run the table? Probably not. I think that's probably a bridge too far. But in terms of market, people, in terms of popularity, I got to tell you, if Pavia runs the table, I think he's got a realistic shot to win. And I wouldn't have said, I thought, Bama game was the killer for him, but he's just got so much name recognition and popularity and mystique that the other guys don't have. If Vandy can keep this rolling and finish the year in, the top 5 and run that, I think he's got a real shot. Will the team do it? I think they slip up and, they probably drop another one, but not this week, not this time, baby. I'm going Pavia in the Doors.
Yeah, and I'd caution people because I think a lot of folks out there listening might be like, oh, can the quarterback for Vanderbilt win the Heisman Trophy? I mean, we saw the Baylor quarterback win the Heisman Trophy back in 2011 when RG3 did it. So if you're exciting enough and you're captivating enough, as it appears Pavia is, as it's going to be a Pavia commercial on College Game Day this Saturday, I definitely think he has a chance if they're able to run the table. This is You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Femi Abebfe, hanging out with Joey Kanish, professional sports bettor, part of the Hammer HQ, talking college football here on a Thursday. How about the other game in the SEC with a 2.5-point spread? Texas A&M and LSU, Aggies laying it on the road. Do they get it done with the Tigers as a short home dog pull off the upset?
Now, this is another one where this is two teams that I've loved. have diametrically opposed opinions on, and it's been a buy for me on Texas A&M a lot of weeks this season and a sell in LSU, and now they're playing each other, and I ain't stopping now. I just don't think this LSU team is particularly good. I thought the defense started off the year well, been kind of declining so far. They can't run the ball at all. They can't protect the passer. Nussmeier's a little dinged up. I don't think you can see it. He's not 100% healthy. He's going to play, obviously, and it's a Texas A&M team that I think is really good. And went a little bit, back and forth last week for Arkansas. They get backdoored. But I don't think, people, this was one where if you're a Death Valley at night guy, people think, it's the hardest environment to play. I just am not there in terms of the home field advantage anymore at some of these places that have been historic, whether Happy Valley or Death Valley. Those were the places where, sometimes you would say 3-4 points of home field. I don't buy it anymore. I don't buy this LSU team anymore, and I think Texas A&M goes in there and handles business. Anything under 3, give me the Aggies. I think they got a chance to run them out.
Kanish, what are we doing with Oklahoma and Ole Miss with the Sooners about a 5-point home favorite?
I can't, this Oklahoma, and I know they handled business last week in a little bit. Mateer looked a little better. To lay this kind of number with John Mateer and the Oklahoma offense, how it's been, I just can't do it. And I know that Ole Miss, they got a little bit, they ran out of gas last week versus UGA. I thought they were in that game for the most part. I thought they were really live to win for the majority of it. And then fourth quarter happened, they get run out. This is one, I know Oklahoma's defense has been very, very, week after week. The defense has come in, maybe you could call it arguably best defense in the country. But offensively, I just don't see it. And Ole Miss they've been able to put it up every week, and now you can get a little bit of points at home. Give me Ole Miss. It's not my favorite play of the week, but it's one that I just don't believe in what I've seen from this Oklahoma offense since Mateer's been dinged up. He hasn't been the same guy, and I don't trust him to cover a number here versus Lane.
So Ole Miss, not your favorite play of the week. What is your favorite play of the week in college football?
I'll tell you what. Give me, I see the three of us out there. It's rain and wind. We're in the Midwest. We're in the Great Lakes. We each got an oar, and there's only one thing you can do, baby. It's row the bleep boat. Row the boat. Give me the Gophers to go into Iowa City +9. And let me tell you, 9 points, you're not going to need one of them, because I think this Minnesota team's going in there and winning it outright. Think they're very live. Rowed the boat last weekend. They handled Nebraska, and it's an Iowa team that, again, this game, the total's high 30s. It's going to be rain. It's going to be wind. It's going to be ugly football. And I got one team with Darius Taylor now healthy and Drake Lindsey and a quarterback that I like a lot better than Mark Gronowski. I just think this Minnesota team has more weapons, has more talent, and it's in Iowa. Again, they got the dub versus Penn State. They've gotten a few nice spots this weekend. I think the record overall looks a lot better than what Iowa, could or should be. And to me, getting over a touchdown here in a game that I think is going to be filthy, ugly, forget about it. Give me the Gophers. We're going to row the boat all the way to the money line, baby. Gophers +9, favorite play of the weekend.
Absolutely love it. Kanish, in a minute, let's do a vibe check on the top teams in college football. If we're going to assume Ohio State's the best team and maybe Bama's the second best, do you see it that way? How do you rank the best couple teams in college football that you think could actually win the Natty in about 60 seconds?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, I think you got but Bama, again, they're handling their business with the wins, but the performances on the field leave a little bit to be desired. We talked a few weeks ago. It's Ohio State and then a line, and then you've got this next tier of teams that I think Bama's in, and Miami with a brutal loss, but I think they're in. But you've got a couple names in there, and that we've talked about on the show, Indiana, Vanderbilt, these Texas Tech. These teams have legitimate shot to win in 2025, the year of our Lord. Legitimate shot to not only make the college football playoff, but potentially contend for a national championship, which is insane to say. But I think outside of Ohio State, you've got this tier 2 of teams that I just don't see as really being able to separate either, from the Miamis, the Penn States, to anywhere to get close to that. So I think Ohio State's a little bit of a tier above, but we're not talking 7, 10, 14 points above tier 2, in some of these dominant seasons. I think you've got 6, 7 teams that can probably actually win a national championship this year, and a couple of the names are insane to me that it's realistic. So with that said, I'm still, to me, the team that I'll say right now on this late October is going to win the national championship. Give me Notre Dame. Give me the Fighting Irish. Been buying up for the last few weeks. They're running the table. They're getting in, and I think they can get to that Ohio State level. They might be not there this week, but fully healthy, and I know they got a couple injuries going on. I like Notre Dame's ceiling even a bit more than Ohio State. Fighting Irish, I think, are going to be this year's national champ.
Kanish, you might have to hand in your Michigan fan card after saying that. But we love having you on the show. At Joey Kanish 22, Hit the Books is the name of the show on YouTube and in podcast form. Stay well. We'll talk to you next week.
Gentlemen, best of luck this weekend.
On the other side, dun, 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 dun. We know it moved.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, Horvey, you've been waiting for Matthew Golden props to drop. They have arrived, my friend. I'm going to go the alt market. I'm going to go for 50-plus receiving yards. I think that the standard number's at 41.5. So 50-plus receiving yards is at plus 128 against the Pittsburgh Steelers there, the Aaron Rodgers Bowl. You look at the Steelers, number 21, and drop-back EPA defense. They've allowed the 8th most wide receiver yards this season. 7 wide receivers that hit the half-century mark against them. And Golden sees a lot of action in the slot, about 50-50. 46.4% of his snaps are played inside there in the slot. So he's getting a lot of Jalen Ramsey in coverage. That used to be an intimidating matchup. It ain't anymore, because Ramsey has given up a 67.7% catch rate this season and the 25th most receiving yards of any defensive back in the NFL. And you look at Golden, he's number 12 in yards per target. He's averaging a hefty 17.8 yards per catch. He's number 6 in average yards of separation per target. And he has gone for at least 50 in 3 of his last 4. It's plus 128. I absolutely love this value on Matthew Golden, and my fantasy team sorely need him to find the end zone as well. So hopefully Jordan Love will hit him on a streak route and he'll take it to the house. So that's my last bet on today's Hump Day Hail Marys, which calls the camel one more time. Hit it!
Hump Day!
Yeah, Horvath, I gotta get your opinion. You got to be in with me on Golden at 50 plus, right?
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, next hour on the show, it's all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, including side total and props for Thursday Night Football. We'll talk about that game in a second. Plus, Jay Croucher of NBC Sports, plus pro sports bettor Rob Bizzola, best bets for Week 8 in the National Football League. So, Femi, before we get to it moved for Sunday's games, let's talk about tonight's game, where the Chargers, a 3-point home favorite over the Minnesota Vikings, total 44.5. Give us the injury report. Where do we sit right now?
Yeah, a lot of injuries to discuss with this game, and a lot of them in the trenches. Obviously, with Minnesota, we'll start off with them. J.J. McCarthy is not going to be playing the game. He's already been ruled out. But their offensive tackle, Christian Darrisaw, their left tackle, listed as questionable, popped up on the injury report yesterday with a knee injury. That's one to look out for, as well as their right tackle, Brian O'Neill, who is listed as questionable. He was DNP Monday and Tuesday, limited on Wednesday, so I'm assuming that means he's maybe trending in the right direction. Their right tackle, Brian O'Neill. But those two tackles for Minnesota, they'll, of course, be on QB2 with Carson Wentz. Aaron Jones, on the positive, has been activated to the 53-man roster, so Minnesota should be good there. And no Andrew Van Ginkel, which is a big loss for them, their star edge rusher. For the Chargers, offensive line injuries as well. Joe Alt, he's listed as questionable. Trey Pipkins, listed as questionable. Now, those guys were limited all throughout the course of the week. I'm anticipating that they play, but let's make sure we get that information 90 minutes prior to kickoff before looking to dive into the bets. And from a running back's perspective, Hassan Haskins has been ruled out for the Los Angeles Chargers. So no Haskins, but Alt and Pipkins listed as questionable. Those are the two big ones for LA.
And you know that means we'll have some kind of wacky anytime touchdown bets for the Chargers. Nyheim Hines, anyone in the Chargers backfield? Well, we'll talk about it at the end of the show. So I do a bunch of media at the end of the week, Thursday and Friday, and obviously on Thursdays I get asked about the Thursday night game. And usually I have an opinion, right, on the game. Like, even if I'm not going to bet it, I have an opinion on side or total. I don't know what you're supposed to say about this game until you find out for sure, like that the Chargers offensive linemen are playing. And I actually think, Femi, that's the difference between the Chargers winning and covering or the Vikings winning and covering. If Alt and Pipkins don't play, like, I think Brian Flores and company are going to feast on this terrible Chargers offensive line and get to Justin Herbert. But if Alt plays, I really think this is going to turn out like last week did for the Vikings, where Jalen Hurts slammed them down the field. Why wouldn't that happen here with Justin Herbert? So it literally comes down to whether these offensive linemen are active or not will determine the bet that I want to place on this game. Same feeling for you, or do you feel differently about that?
100%. Same feeling. I need to know Alton Pipkins. I want to bet the Chargers. I don't think I'll ever get there with Minnesota, but I want to bet the Chargers in this game at the numbers that are probably going to be realistically available, but I can't do it until we know with the offensive tackles. Like, if we don't know, and if those guys are not good, then I'm not going to bet it. But if they're good at 3, I think it's all systems go. I'll even pay minus 120 for it as well.
You had the day off yesterday. Odyssey Sports NFL insider Brian Baldinger joined us, Femi, and I asked him, are the Vikings benching J.J. McCarthy? And he gave, like, a really nice Brian Baldinger answer. And basically the answer was yes. Like, this is now 6 weeks. This is now 6 weeks. I don't even understand what the argument is to the contrary.
They said it was a 6-week diagnosis. That's what Schefter said. It was 2 to 6 when they initially put him on. I guess they never put him on IR, but like.
He has an ankle sprain.
Yeah.
Like, in what dimension is an ankle sprain a 6 weeks injury for a quarterback?
I mean, I guess if it's a bad one, but it hasn't been full in practice. So you think that they were like withholding him in practice?
Played on a torn ACL. I think
in the AFC title game, not in week 7.
Honestly, that's a fair point. Honestly, I think we've reached the point now. Okay, if the Vikings win tonight, let's say Minnesota wins. We'll get to it moved in a second. Say Minnesota wins, Carson Wentz, whatever. It plays great, plays average, whatever. They win the game.
Yep.
We're now past 6 weeks. Who is the Vikings starting quarterback in week 9?
I think it's J.J. McCarthy.
I think it's Carson Wentz.
You think? Now, of course, I don't think he's going to play that great, but even if he plays well, there's so much out there of the bad with Wentz. I don't think one game is going to be like, oh, here it is. Like we all saw last week. We all saw what happened over against the Steelers in Dublin. Like, it's it's Carson Wentz that we're talking about. I don't think they're benching him for what we saw last Sunday. Unless McCarthy has just been like the worst practice player ever, how can you make a judgment? He's played 2 games.
It's the only thing that makes sense is that they're back. Like, there's no way he's still hurt.
So I guess if we believe
ankle
that this
sprain,
is a
6 weeks ankle sprain. You've been following foot and especially like doing like what we do where you're in the weeds on injury reports. Where have you heard of this? 6 weeks for an ankle sprain.
It's usually not the case. Like it's never like this. But also, he's been limited in these practices. It's not like he's been full participant. JJ's still working back. Like I don't think they're actively saying, "Hey, dude, don't do this drill so we can list you at limited because we actually benched you." Like that's what we're led to believe if we think that this is a benching, because that's what limited is. It means you didn't do everything that you could possibly do.
I'm starting to think it is a benching.
If it's next week and here's Wentz, I will be there with you. But this is the 6th week, and we were told 2 to 6 weeks. Now, maybe it is just a severe ankle sprain. We don't know that. I don't know what the X-ray said. But if it's 2 to 6 weeks, this is the 6th week, and if he shows up next week, I think it was just a regular injury. I don't think that KOC is saying sign me up for Carson Wentz. That I don't.
Well, okay, so let me phrase this a different way. I'm going to phrase what you just said differently. It's not like I want to play Carson Wentz. It's I don't want to play this other guy, and I'll take the other option. That's and look, like,
and you think they know after 2 games?
I mean, maybe. There were reports over the summer that he was super inaccurate, but he was terrible for the first 3 quarters. Look, like,
that's true.
Last week on the show, I said that if the Vikings want to do anything this year, they have to play J.J. McCarthy. And I'll say this right now. I think their season's over. I think it's over. They're not making the playoffs. I think that they have told us, and I can be wrong, I think I'm right, I think that they're telling us that McCarthy's not good enough, and they're going to play Wentz, and Wentz obviously isn't good enough, and I don't think they're making the playoffs. And I think they're going to come in last in the division. That's where I think we're headed right now with the Vikings. We'll see what happens tonight and what happens moving forward. I think it's going to be very fascinating. Listen, and I may take the L on this one. I've taken the L before. I will take it again, certainly. But I think I'm right on this one. All right, let's get to Week 8 NFL Sunday. All the side, all the total movement. Bets for Vikings and Chargers coming up at the end of the show. But right now, it moved.
I think it moved. I think it moved. I think it moved.
It moved. It hits different ahead of Week 8 in the National Football League. Femi, we begin our Week 8 NFL Sunday betting sojourn in the city of brotherly love as my New York Football Giants visit the Philadelphia Eagles. Where do we stand right now, Eagles and G-Men?
Yeah, this was an interesting one. We opened up at 7, actually opened 6.5, like really, really early Sunday after the games. That immediately got bet up to 7. And we hung out at 7, and now we're at 7.5, which is kind of fascinating given the injury report we've been getting out of Philadelphia. It's been negative for the Eagles. A.J. Brown, DNP both days with a hamstring injury. I'm assuming the betting market thinks that he should be able to play, but let's see what happens on Friday. But that's a big one to keep in mind. A.J. Brown with the hamstring. Cam Jurgens, their center, has a knee injury. He was DNP both days. Adoree Jackson, which at corner, I guess you can make the argument, hey, like, it doesn't matter who they play with the guys that have been bad, but he was DNP with concussion. He's in the concussion protocol. It sounds like they might be able to get Jacorian Bennett back, the guy that they traded for with the Las Vegas Raiders during training camp. So that's the Philly side. On the Giants side, we have some key injuries as well. Brian Burns dealing with a hip injury. He is DNP both days. Javon Holland in their secondary, DNP both days. Paulson Adebo, DNP both days. Darius Slayton, limited. Sounds like he might be able to make it back with that hamstring injury. So that's the injury news. And with A.J. Brown as the headliner, we're still seeing the Eagles get bet as now the 7s are turning into 7.5s. I bet Philly -7. Obviously, I would love for A.J. Brown to play in the game and not be absent, but we'll find out tomorrow what the full status is for A.J. Brown, with the Friday injury report being the most important one. But I like Philly at 7, but the injury report is pretty big for both of these teams.
I'm going to like Philly at 7 as well. I think your analysis was sterling. I agreed with all of it. I have nothing left to add. So with that being said, Let's head to Atlanta, Femi, where the 3-3 Atlanta Falcons play Tua Tagovailoa and the 1-6 Dolphins. And I should probably do like 10 seconds on this because I teased it yesterday and never did it in the show. Tua's comments yesterday at his press conference when he's asked by the Miami media, why didn't you throw the ball to Jalen Waddle? And he basically said, because I'm not tall enough to see over the offensive lineman. I'm going to say what I said last week. Tua Tagovailoa needs to stop talking to the media. Or at least get up there and Drew Rosenhaus it. Why didn't you throw to Jalen Waddle? Next question. What happened at the players-only meeting? Next question. Do you think your head coach and GM should be fired? Next question. Do you want to be part of the bloodline in WWE? Yes. What do we got, Femi, with the Falcons and the Dolphins?
This one opened 7 with Atlanta, of course, as the home favorite. We are now out to 7.5. So there's been money coming in on the Atlanta Falcons in terms of the total. That's ticked to the under 45.5 down to 44.5. And the big injury with this game is Michael Penix Jr. He was limited both days dealing with a foot injury. Sounds like he should still be good to go. The expectation is that he will play. If he doesn't play, hell, I mean, there's an argument to be made that maybe his backup might even be better than him and Kirk Cousins. So that's the status for Atlanta. For Miami, bummer for them. Darren Waller making his return, scored some touchdowns. He is now considered week to week with a pec injury, so they will lose a pass catcher on that Dolphins offense. But it's been all Atlanta money, 7 to 7.5, and the total's been to the under 45.5 to 44.5. I think I'm just kind of like whatever with this game. At 7.5, maybe I'd tease it, but I don't want to lay 7 in the hook with the Falcons. I'd rather just tease it and try to pair it with something else, which I haven't even thought of as of right now. But just talking it out loud, maybe pair it with the Philadelphia Eagles. How about that? A Dirty Birds teaser. Falcons down with the Eagles down to 1.5, and we can go party Sunday.
The Michael Vick Memorial teaser, Eagles and Falcons.
100%.
I'll just it feels like an extreme outcome type of game to me, where if the Falcons play their A game like they did against Buffalo, I think they're going to win by 100. If they play like they did against San Francisco or Carolina, can the Dolphins win? I think the Falcons are so inconsistent and so hard to trust. Newsworthy week at Florham Park, Femi, for the Jets. What do we got with Cincinnati hosting 0-7 New York?
Yeah, I guess what side of the bed is Woody Johnson waking up on? Does he want to go ahead and can his quarterback again to the media? I guess we'll find out later on tomorrow. But this has been all Cincinnati money. It opened up at 4.5. Bettors quickly gravitated to the Bengals after what we saw last Sunday with the Jets losing to the Panthers. Now we're all the way out to 6.5, and that has been steady throughout the week. In terms of the total, just kind of bouncing back and forth between 45 and 44.5. Not a whole lot to report there, but the injury news is the key here for both teams. For the Jets, Garrett Wilson did not practice again today with that knee injury, missed last week's game. If he's not out there, he's like their only good pass catcher. That's going to be a big problem for the Jets, whoever they start at quarterback. Sauce Gardner, he was DNP yesterday. I haven't seen any update on Sauce today. I'm assuming he's still in the protocol. But Michael Carter II, he was able to practice in full yesterday, dealing with the concussion coming out of the protocol. Trey Hendrickson for Cincinnati, limited on Wednesday. Still waiting word as to what his availability and his status was today on this Thursday. But big news for the Jets, though, Garrett Wilson, DNP, and we'll find out who they decide to start between Justin Fields and Tyrod Taylor. I think, to me, it's Jets or pass, as gross as that sounds. I might get there with the Jets, but I only want to do the Jets if Tyrod Taylor plays. I don't want to bet on Justin Fields, not anymore.
Sauce Gardner, DNP again today with his concussion. I wouldn't bet the Jets with your money.
Seems unlikely.
Patriots and the Browns, the Belichick Bowl, Femi, in Foxborough.
Yeah, no real injury news to report with this one. David Njoku, limited both days. Sounds like he's going to work his way back to the starting lineup for the Cleveland Browns. But in terms of the betting market, some interest on Cleveland. The 7s -110 are now 7 -115. If you want to go ahead and bet the Cleveland Browns, I even see some 7 even money out there for New England. So we're still hanging on to that key number, but you can see the betting activity going towards the Cleveland Browns. For the total, it's actually ticked up 40.5 now to 41. I kind of like Cleveland at 7. I have not worked up the courage yet to press the button, but I do think by the end of the week I will be on the Browns +7 because I think this is a big step up in competition in terms of opposing defense that the Patriots will face as opposed to what they've faced in the previous 7 weeks.
I was thinking about you this morning. Just wanted to let that happen for a second. Yeah. You said on the show a couple days ago that this was going to be by far the best defense that the Patriots had played this season. Mm-hmm. Do you know who agrees with you?
Who's that?
Mike Vrabel, who said the exact same thing at yesterday's media availability. At 7.5, I might be able to get there with Cleveland. Honestly, 7.5 just feels like let's tease the Patriots into oblivion. Patriots Eagles.
Yeah. Pats Falcons. A little 28-3 teaser.
I don't want to tease. If I'm betting Atlanta, I want to lay Atlanta like 16.5.
That's fair.
I feel like they might lose. I feel like they're either going to win by 17 or lose outright. Quick break. And on the other side, the rest of Week 8 NFL Sunday, it moved. And we will start. Oh, we've got some movement in this game. Was I the one that moved the market? Probably not, but I did bet a side in that game. We'll talk about the Panthers and Bills to kick it off next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, Horvey, you've been waiting for Matthew Golden props to drop. They have arrived, my friend. I'm going to go the alt market. I'm going to go for 50-plus receiving yards. I think that the standard number is at 41.5. So 50-plus receiving yards is at plus 128 against the Pittsburgh Steelers there, the Aaron Rodgers Bowl. You look at the Steelers, number 21, and drop-back EPA defense. They've allowed the 8th most wide receiver yards this season. 7 wide receivers that hit the half-century mark against them. And Golden sees a lot of action in the slot, about 50-50. 46.4% of his snaps are played inside there in the slot. So he's getting a lot of Jalen Ramsey in coverage. That used to be an intimidating matchup. It ain't anymore, because Ramsey has given up a 67.7% catch rate this season and the 25th most receiving yards of any defensive back in the NFL. And you look at Golden, he's number 12 in yards per target. He's averaging a hefty 17.8 yards per catch. He's number 6 in average yards of separation per target. And he has gone for at least 50 in 3 of his last 4. It's plus 128. I absolutely love this value on Matthew Golden, and my fantasy team sorely need him to find the end zone as well. So hopefully Jordan Love will hit him on a streak route and he'll take it to the house. So that's my last bet on today's Hump Day Hail Marys, which calls the camel one more time. Hit it!
Hump Day!
Yeah. Horvath, I gotta get your opinion. You got to be in with me on Golden at 50+, right?
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
We want all our listeners and viewers to go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With today's Pro Football No Sweat token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager doesn't win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. And don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Femi did NFL awards on the show today. Be sure to check it out. You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. And check us out on YouTube and Twitch. YouTube.com/@the BetMGM Network. Twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. Next hour on the show, Jay Croucher, Rob Pizzola, our best bets. For right now, it moved Week 8 NFL Sunday. Femi, the Bills off their bye, traveling to Carolina to play the 4-3 Panthers.
Yeah, interesting game here. Obviously, the big headliner with this one is that Bryce Young will not be playing on Sunday for Carolina. It will be Andy Dalton, as Bryce Young is dealing with a high ankle sprain, not to the severity of J.J. McCarthy's. His is just 2 to 4 weeks as opposed to 2 to 6 weeks for Bryce Young here. But it will be Andy Dalton at QB for Carolina. And for the Buffalo Bills, from an injury perspective, they have guys, it looks like they might be getting some of these guys back. Dalton Kincaid was limited, Matt Milano limited, Terrell Bernard limited, Daquan Jones was a DNP, as was Josh Palmer, at least on Wednesday's injury report, but it sounds like they could be getting some reinforcements back on the second level of defense and at pass catcher with Dalton Kincaid. As for the line movement, this was 7.5 at open, got all the way down to 7, then went to 8, and then we got the news of Bryce Young, and all of a sudden we get Carolina getting bet to where now we're sitting here, we're off of 7 in the hook. We're now 7 across the board. There's 7 minus 110 that's out there pretty much everywhere for the Panthers and the Bills. The total, that's gone up. This was 45.5. Now we're up to 46.5. And we might hit that key number of 47. So money on the over and money coming in on the Carolina Panthers, which makes a lot of sense based on what we've seen from the Buffalo Bills defense. I have no strong opinion with this game. I think 7's probably just right. If we got to 6.5, I'd have to think about betting Buffalo. But at 7, I think it's a pass for me. But Nick, I know you're interested in the Carolina Panthers that may have gobbled up some of those hooks that were there earlier in the week.
Oh, just call me a Thanksgiving turkey. Gobble, gobble, gobble. I bet 7.5. I think Rico, they're going to do like what the FBI is going to try and do coming up to a bunch of NBA players and coaches. They're going to hit him with the Rico.
Hit him with the Rico.
They're going to hit him with the Rico. Rico Dowdle and old mother Chuba Hubbard. Carolina's going to run all over Buffalo in this game. I like the Panthers. All right. A lot going on, obviously, injury-wise, with the Ravens and the Bears in Baltimore. Femi, what do we got? Baltimore and Chicago.
Yeah, very interesting betting market, but the injury news is the biggest stuff with this one. Like, Lamar Jackson's status is going to dictate where we go by the time we get to the weekend. Lamar, of course, dealing with the hamstring injury, didn't practice with the extra practice on Monday, has been limited on Wednesday and Thursday, but if you read the tweets from the beat reporters who are at practice, it sounds like he's just kind of like jogging around a little bit and throwing a couple of passes. So technically, yeah, he is limited, but it doesn't sound like a guy that's getting ready to play an NFL game on Sunday. Now, the injury report is a little bit better for Baltimore with the other guys, Roquan Smith, Ronnie Stanley, Chidobe Awuzie, those guys all expected to be back. For Chicago, Cole Kmet and Tyreek Stevenson are the big ones. Cole Kmet, DNP both days. Tyreek Stevenson, DNP both days as well for the Bears. But from the line movement, this was 7, got all the way down to 5.5. And then when Lamar was limited, people bet Baltimore at 6.5. I kind of think it's going to be Tyler Huntley again on Sunday. I don't know if your thoughts on this one, Nick, about who's going to be starting for Baltimore. I don't think it's going to be Lamar. And I'm getting close to just saying, you know what? Bleep it. Let's just bet Chicago plus 6.5 because I dare Lamar to go out there with his jogging around couple passes per week to go out there and play. So I understand what the total's been doing. That's been kind of been going to the under, but I think the big move is with the side here. And I think we're going to find out tomorrow maybe that Lamar is not actually ready to go on Sunday, and maybe you'll get a bunch of Bears money at that point.
You know, I don't know if I can be wrong.
You think he's going to play?
I feel like yes.
The way they're doing this, it doesn't seem like he's ready. No practice Monday, just limited on Wednesday and Thursday.
But I mean, they're 1-5. Now, a hamstring's a hamstring.
Correct.
So when you're ready, you're ready, and if you're not, you're not. So we'll know. They're 1-5.
Yeah, I mean, it's a playoff game for them.
I have interest in the Bears almost no matter what happens. If Lamar plays and the number goes up,
yeah.
Baltimore's that's the thing is like, yeah, like the Ravens will get some players back on defense. The defense was bad when everybody was playing.
Mm-hmm.
Just something to keep in mind. Niners and the Texans, Femi, coming up in Houston on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, the injury report's been big for the Niners all season long. Brock Purdy not expected to play on Sunday, dealing with that toe injury, although he is limited, but it sounds like they don't want to have him out there with the field turf in Houston. Ricky Pearsall was DNP on Wednesday. I have not seen the Thursday status for Ricky Pearsall yet. Bryce Huff, their edge rusher, which is another pass rusher for this Niners team, he's expected to miss a couple of weeks. And then Upton Stout limited on Wednesday, their stud rookie cornerback. For Texans, wide receiver cluster injuries continues to be the story. Nico Collins in concussion protocol, DNP both days. Christian Kirk hamstring injury, DNP both days. They got the young guys out there from Iowa State playing. Well, they're going to have to play a whole lot more. Didn't look good against the Seahawks. We'll see how it looks against the San Francisco 49ers. But as for the side and the total, we're seeing Texans money, despite all that injury news for Houston. This was pick'em. It was 1. Now we're out to 2. We even touched 2.5 at one point earlier this afternoon. The total, that remains to be hanging out at 41.5, but interest has been on the Texans despite the injuries for both sides. Houston is drawing the attention of bettors here, at least early in the week.
I do like Houston in this game. Haven't bet it yet, but my thought process, and said it on Tuesday on the show, Houston's offensive line's really bad. I don't think the Niners have the defensive front to be able to take advantage of it, especially with Bryce Huff also now out for the Niners. I do lean towards the Houston Texans. Bucks and the Saints on Sunday, Femi, in New Orleans. Baker Mayfield says he hates the Saints. What does the betting market say about Tampa Bay and New Orleans?
Well, the betting market says the opposite. They love the Saints because this was 6 earlier in the week, and now it's down to 4. And I don't know if this is just people just jamming Saints bets after we saw Tampa lose to Detroit on Monday Night Football, but the betting market has been very interested in New Orleans since that game. The total, that has gone up a little bit, 46.5 now to 47, which is a key-ish number. In terms of the injury report, it's not good for Tampa. Bucky Irving, he's not expected to play on Sunday. Chris Godwin, he was DNP both days. Mike Evans, see you later, 6 to 8 weeks with that shoulder injury and also dealing with a concussion. And now recently today, Vita Vea added to the injury report with a DNP, and Hassan Reddick, DNP both days. There's a lot of injuries for a lot of good players on the Bucs side. And for New Orleans, Chris Olave's got an ankle injury, but he was upgraded to limited today. So it looks like he's trending in the right direction. This to me feels like it's Saints or pass at 4. I don't know if I want to bet that, but kudos to the people that got in at 6 and earlier, because those I think are good bets that will age well, because I think this is going to be a competitive game, but I think we're at the right price as it stands right now.
Total at 47 I think is interesting. I'll tell you what, I think the Saints are going to be able to score on this game with the state of the Tampa secondary and the downfield passing attack to Olave and Shaheed. Maybe a thought on the over as we approach kickoff. 3 more games for us to hit here, Femi. Thursday, You Better You Bet, BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi, a bet buffet. The Indianapolis Colts, a very large home favorite over the Tennessee Titans. What does the betting market say, side and total, Colts and Titans?
Colts keep getting bet. It opened 14. We're as high as 15.5 at some sports books.
Wow.
14.5 is your consensus. But yeah, we are moving with this game. And it came earlier this afternoon once we got onto the air. Now for the total, it's been over money, 45.5 up to 47.5. But the reason why for that movement with the side, it's a bloodbath for the injury report for the Tennessee Titans. Calvin Ridley, DNP both days. Doesn't sound like he's going to be able to go with a hamstring injury. Jeffrey Simmons, their best defensive player, probably their best player overall. He has a hamstring injury, DNP both days. Doesn't look like he's going to go. Arden Key, he was limited today in practice with a quad injury. He missed the game last week, but sounds like he might be able to play. But L'Jarius Sneed was placed on IR earlier this afternoon as his injury history continues. He has a quad injury. He's going to miss the next 4 games. So those are all really impactful players for Tennessee. One of them sounds like he could play. 3 of them looks like they're not going to be playing on Sunday. For Indianapolis, a couple edge rusher injuries. Samson Ebukam, Tyquan Lewis, DNP both days. Maybe those guys aren't able to go, but yeah, you can see why the market likes Indianapolis for that matter. I kind of side with Tennessee. I've not placed the bet yet. I don't know if I will, because I don't know if I want to stomach this one, but I think we're getting to be a little bit too big here from a numerical standpoint. It's just, do you have the gumption to click the button?
Do you?
Not yet. I just don't. Just being honest, I don't have it yet. It's the worst ATS team in the last 2 years.
I think maybe you and I will work together to try to work up the gumption to make it happen.
Yeah.
Hit us with Broncos and the Cowboys in Denver, and then the Aaron Rodgers Bowl on Sunday Night Football with the Packers and the Steelers.
Yeah, the injury report for the Dallas Cowboys is it's limited but impactful. Trayvon Diggs still in the concussion protocol. Donovan Wilson, DNP both days, are starting safety. Denver, clean bill of health for the Broncos. And that side, it kind of keeps bouncing back and forth between 3 and 3.5. It's a 3.5, so or even money. The threes are -120 if you want to lay it with the Denver Broncos. That's where we've been hanging out, almost like at that 3.25 number that we talk about here on You Better You Bet. Money coming in on the over because it's a Cowboys game, 49.5. We've now touched the key number of 51. I kind of lean towards Dallas at 3.5, but let's just see the full injury report tomorrow. I think it's going to be what it is today, to where I can just place a bet on a Friday. In terms of Green Bay and Pittsburgh, the Packers, couple injuries. Devontae Wyatt limited in practice. I do think that's an impactful one. He was limited on Wednesday. Dontavian Wicks, DNP on Wednesday with the calf injury. Yeah, Dontavian Wicks, man, he's got that calf injury. He has a calf injury that he's dealing with here, but it sounds like Christian Watson should be good to go this Sunday. So welcome back, Christian Watson, after the ACL tear last January. And for Pittsburgh, Calvin Austin III practiced in full today. I like the Pittsburgh Steelers. We talked about that on Monday. That's now down to 3. I bet 3.5. I still like it at 3. I think Pittsburgh wins the game on Sunday. I'm right there with the Steelers. I think this is the nice Tomlin spot where he rah-rahs and gets everybody rolling after laying an egg in Cincinnati last Thursday night.
So I preferred Denver 3 to Cowboys 3.5. So no bet on that game for me yet. Total's really high. Maybe not high enough for Denver and Dallas. And Femi, I led the show yesterday talking about Green Bay and Pittsburgh in the Aaron Rodgers Bowl against his former team. I love the over.
Yeah, get some points.
Well, we watched the Steelers defense a week ago against Cincinnati. It was all bad just a week ago. And on the flip side, Aaron Rodgers is going to be playing with piss and vinegar on Sunday night against his former team. Even if he says, and I believe him, that it's not a revenge game and he has no animosity to. I actually, because here's Willow. Because I feel like if he were pissed at them, he would just say it. Like he's not a liar. Like people hate him because he tells the truth. Not that everything he says is the truth. He says what he believes to be the truth. Just wanted to cover myself there. Vaxxed. Final hour, power hour coming up on the other side. All our bets for tonight in the world of sports, including the Vikings and the Chargers. And we will be joined by pro sports bettor Rob Pizzola. NBC sports betting analyst Jay Croucher kicks it off next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Let's go. So tonight I am not betting on the NBA. I feel like there's a joke somewhere there, unlike some of the players, allegedly. But I'm going to go to the NFL and Thursday night football. I'm going to go with Chargers receiver Ladd McConkey over 55.5 receiving yards for -114. So you look at the matchup on the surface and you say, okay, the Vikings have been pretty good against wide receivers on the whole. But over the last few games, they have given up some huge numbers to opposing wide receivers. Just last game, Devonta Smith of the Eagles had 183 receiving yards. DK Metcalf of the Steelers had 126. Even if you look at that game against the Browns, there was a receiver, or a tight end, I should say, that had 67. David Njoku had 67 receiving yards when the Browns played the Vikings. So if you look at the other context clues we get from this game, Justin Herbert's passing yardage prop is 254.5. So the books think that Justin Herbert is going to have to sling it tonight. And I feel like he is going to depend on the target share king of Ladd McConkey in this one. Over the last 2 games, Ladd McConkey has gotten 24 targets, had 15 against the Colts last week, had 9 against the Dolphins, had 67 yards last game, and 100 in that game against the Dolphins. So I feel like it's going to be a big Ladd McConkey night. And usually he'll have like one big long reception. Like in that Dolphins game, he had a 42-yard catch. So I am banking on him having at least one of those. And I'm hoping that this is one of those props we get by halftime. A girl can dream, right? So I'm going to go Ladd McConkey over his receiving prop of 55.5 yards for minus 114.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, Jay Croucher, our crew, and you. Power Hour and every hour here on You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. 20 minutes from now, our friend, pro sports bettor Rob Pizzola drops by. His best bets for Week 8 in the NFL. And 40 minutes from now, our best bets for the NBA, the NHL. I have no hockey bets. Maybe Femi does. I do have bets in the NBA, and we will give you our bets and the final injury reports for the Vikings and the Chargers as Week 8 in the NFL kicks off tonight in Los Angeles. Chargers and Vikings. But joining us right now, and I'm really happy to see his face, because I had heard, a source had told me, that he was at the poker table with Chauncey Billups Ben Wallace might have been there. Joe Dumars.
And
maybe
me.
a couple others. You might have been there. Our friend Jay Croucher joins us on the show. Betting analyst for our friends at NBC Sports, on Twitter at CroucherJD. What's going on, my friend? How are you?
Yeah, lots going on, Nick. Brain in the blender at the moment with all the sport happening, but looking forward to talking about whatever you want to talk about, my friend.
Well, have you played Ghost of Yotai for PlayStation 5? Because it's really it's my favorite.
Played Ghost of Yotai.
Oh no! Would you like to talk? Would you like to talk about my marriage? It's on my mind right now.
Actually, I bought a PlayStation 5 like 2 years ago. So it was a way to play FIFA with my friends back home in Australia. The PlayStation 5's been turned on twice in the past 2 years. It's one of the worst purchases of my life. I've got 3 young children. When was I going to play FIFA with my friends back home or in a comically different time zone? Just a really bad process and bad outcome.
Yeah, well, and there's, all right. Let's move on. Got to get your thought on the big story of the day in sports, which is obviously I wanted to make a joke, but I'm just not going to. The arrest of Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier and Damon Jones, and kind of what this means for sports betting. Because a lot of people want to say, well, legalized sports betting is the reason for this. I pretty strongly disagree with that. You before, I think this is no secret, right? Before you did media, you worked for a sports book, right? And I don't think that's a secret. I hope you don't mind me saying it.
Yeah,
I think you will have, I just did. I think you'll have really excellent perspective on this. The floor is yours. Your thoughts on the arrest today in the NBA.
Yeah, I don't think that legalized sports betting has contributed to things like this happening at all. I think that, if anything, it gives more of an infrastructure to be able to identify this kind of stuff. When I was head of trading at a sports book, it was honestly a pain, constantly dealing with integrity agencies and reporting suspicious activity. And I'd have to answer calls because the Cowboys line moved 3 points in the preseason, and I'd be like, is there suspicious activity here? It's like, no, they ruled out all their players. This is normal. But there are a lot of checks and balances on that front
that's
in terms of identifying and reporting suspicious activity. And so say that legalized sports betting didn't happen or wasn't here in the US. Do you think this stuff stops? No, there are actually actors who have incentives to report this kind of stuff. And it's much more under the microscope. So yeah, this is obviously not a great look overall, but I wouldn't attach not a great look to the legalized industry. I would think that legalization is good for uncovering this type of stuff.
It's a really important question. Do you think that in the history of sports content, betting or otherwise, the word actor has been used more than it has today? I said it 5 times in the opening segment of the show today, bad actors.
Yeah, it's a great question, Nick, and one I've got absolutely no answer for whatsoever. But it's certainly in the discussion. It's completely lacking in falsifiability, the claim that you've just made, but it could be possible.
Pretty sure I'm doing this for 25 years. Pretty sure I'm right, at least in this quarter century. All right, I want to get to the NBA. Let's do NFL to start. Do you have a best bet for us, side total or prop, coming up for Week 8 in the National Football League?
Not side total or prop, but I do think it is interesting the way that the market has continued to upgrade the Chiefs. And not just this week against the Commanders, who are obviously lacking a bit with Jane Daniels out and Marcus Mariota coming in, but also the look-ahead line where the Chiefs are favored in Buffalo. And if the Chiefs are going to be favored in Buffalo, that means that they are, I think, the clear best team in the NFL, arguably in a tier by themselves. So how does that ripple into other markets? Well, Patrick Mahomes is already the favorite for MVP. I think he is the most likely player to win, but I think his price just can't be touched, given that he's plus 125 range to win MVP, but he's minus 130 to win his division. We spoke a couple of weeks ago. Nick, I know you're on the 10-1 Chiefs Super Bowl train with me, which has now left the station. But I do think the best bet around the Chiefs is that minus 130 to win the division because of the level that they have found, but also the other two serious teams in that division looking very flawed. The Chargers O-line is just broken. Even with Joe Alt back, like, he's one guy that's still 4 below average starters at the other 4 spots. Justin Herbert's just completely under siege. And the Chargers defense, which I think had a shot to be really good, I think is merely just okay and solid. And the Colts destroyed them. And then the Broncos, they're kind of like a very rich man's Carolina Panthers, where they don't justify, I don't think, their 5-2 record. With the offense, Bo Nix has looked very, very shaky. The defense is strange because the defense grinds bad offenses into dust, like they did with the Jets, like they did with the Titans, like they did with Carson Wentz in Week 18 last year and backups. Whenever they play really good offenses and really good quarterbacks, they seem to get lit up. Josh Allen destroyed them in the playoffs last year. Justin Herbert did whatever he wanted. I don't think Joe Burrow punted. Well, Joe Burrow didn't punt. I don't think his punter punted when the Bengals played the Broncos. And then this year, good offenses have gotten them as well, in particular the Colts game. So I just think the Chiefs are a couple tiers above all these teams, and I like them at -130 to win the division.
We're going to turn our attention to the NBA in a second here. So give us, or maybe we'll do an award market also in the National Football League. But just in like 20 seconds, I don't want to put words in your mouth. It sounds like you like the Vikings a little bit against the Chargers, maybe not, but the state of the Chargers' offensive line. We'll see if Alt and Pipkins are going to play. We'll find out later this hour. Do you have a bet for tonight's game? It sounds like you like Minnesota, but I want you to confirm that for us.
No, I don't love Minnesota. I don't love the Chargers either. I think that the line is fair here, just with the volatility of Carson Wentz. I will say, and if you still can get him in any fantasy leagues, Oronde Gadsden is like one of the most fun and exciting players in the league, one of the most highly volatile players. It's like, is this guy going to get 11 yards tonight? Or is he the greatest tight end who ever lived? Because both of those outcomes are very much in play. The guy went for 7 for 164 and a touchdown last week. I think he's had 8 and 9 targets the past 2 weeks. So I think the betting market in terms of his receiving prop is in like the 44.5 range, which is really just a guess from the market. But fantasy-wise, he is a very fun and speculative pickup.
Let me just ask you this question. So Tyler Morales on our show crew, are you familiar with Tyler?
Yeah. Tyler, the creator.
He's a clown.
Okay. I got no opinion on Tyler, really.
He asked, well, I just gave, that's your opinion now. He's bozo. He asked before the show and meant to, and then argue. He did that thing that people do when, like, they ask you a question and you answer it and then they argue with you. It's like, well, why'd you ask me? He said Mason Taylor or Oronde Gadsden this week in fantasy. Well, I said one plays for the Jets and the other had 160 receiving yards last week. What do you think? He wanted to play Mason Taylor. Now, Mason Taylor may not play, obviously. He's on the injury report. What would you... How about, let me phrase the question this way, and Femi's going to ask you some award questions. Do you respect Tyler Morales? 10 seconds.
No, I don't aggressively disrespect him, but I haven't built up that level of respect for Tyler Morales. I would start Oronde Gadsden, the Big O, as he's known. I don't believe that nickname is claimed in American sports history. So the Big O, very fun player rest of the way.
Oh, well, Tyler, deal with that, I guess. No respect for you. Let's talk about some other rookies, though, Jay, because the NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year market over at BetMGM. Jackson Dart's your favorite, -125. Emeka Ibuka's +250. Tyler Warren +650, and on down the line. I made the case that we all thought Ibuka was going to miss the game Monday night. He played. So why is he not still the favorite at +250? To me, feels like a bet. How do you see this Elroy market with Ibuka not having missed any of the time that we thought he was going to miss this time last week?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It feels like the market is moving off of Jackson Dart's face paint. I don't understand who decided that he gets to be the favorite in this market. Like, why is he the most likely player to win Offensive Rookie of the Year? He's a super fun player. He's a very bright prospect. Things are looking up for the Giants, but the reality is that the team is 2-5. He doesn't have a great deal of weapons. His offensive line is suspect. The schedule is really tough. And I think there's just going to be growing pains for Jackson Dart. I think his stats surface level looked okay against the Broncos. And it's the Broncos defense, which is a good defense. But the 3 touchdowns were all like, one was a completely broken coverage where Bellinger was wide open deep. Another was a tip pass intended for someone else. And then there was a screen pass to Scatterby. His completion percentage over expected was not great. And look, this isn't like pile on Jackson Dart. He's a rookie quarterback in a tough spot. I just don't think he's going to have one, the team success, and then two, the numbers given his weapons to be in a position to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. I mean, he can win, but I don't think he should be the favorite. The market is implying that he's around 50% equity. I think it's substantially lower than that. I'm with you, Femi, that I think Egbuka should be the favorite, but I don't think that there is a ton of distance between him and the rest of the field because one, the Bucs offense showed signs of shakiness against the Lions. Just their O-line is really banged up. I think Mike Evans going down is net positive for Egbuka's ability to compile stats, but at the same time, he's going to get a lot of attention, and he has struggled a little bit against man coverage and press coverage, so that will be interesting to watch. I mean, without Evans there, he didn't really do much against Detroit. So I think that Egbuka's price, I think it's fair. I think he should be favored over Dart, but that's more that Dart should be a lot longer. My bet in the market right now would be Tyler Warren at plus 650. I think that he is the highest floor candidate of everyone, where he just has a very viable path to being the number one tight end in football, leading the NFL in receiving yards, being the number one pass game weapon on what has been the best offense in football so far. He has his kind of extra element is that he gets used everywhere around the formation, right? He plays halfback, fullback. He's taking wildcat snaps. He's lining up at receiver. He's a great blocker. He's this do-everything type of guy. He passes the eye test. Tyler Warren's a superstar. And so I think that Tyler Warren being the number one tight end is a case that people will feel really good about if Egbuka tails off a little bit and Dart doesn't hit ceiling outcomes. So I think Warren should be shorter than plus 650.
All right, making the case for Tyler Warren there. Let's talk some NBA. 2 nights into the NBA season. Last night was awesome. Victor Wembanyama, VJ Edgecombe. What would you rather bet? Is it Wemby plus 300 to win MVP, or would you rather bet Edgecombe plus 175 to be Rookie of the Year? We got about 60 seconds.
I don't really want to bet either of them. To be honest, I think that ultimately, I think Cooper Flagg still warrants favoritism for Rookie of the Year. And then on the MVP front, I get like Wemby has an incredible ceiling. And Wemby has within a realistic range of outcomes, like better than Michael Jordan. Like it's probably not likely to happen, but that is within his range of outcomes. And you don't
Is
say
he the
that
best
about
player in the league already?
I don't think so, but it's very possible. And there's a material chance that we will get to the season and look back and think he is the best player in the league. I've just asked people who want to bet Wemby MVP, what does it actually look like him beating Shea in particular? Like, what does the wins gap need to be? Because Wemby, Nick, he can be the best player in the league and still not win MVP because he has 12 fewer wins than Shea, because Shea's on a much better team. So I think there are probably better ways to bet the Wemby MVP angle, like betting the Spurs to win their division, betting the Spurs to win the Western Conference, which is like 22-1. If Wemby's actually the best player in the league, then he shouldn't be 22-1 to make the finals. So I think there are better angles into that. I think that Shea is still the best bet in the MVP market. I think that there is no parallel for a team being as good as OKC, as young as their roster is. And that means that I think that they're just going to rev the gas every night. Like, this team just doesn't know how not to play hard. I think they can compile a ton of regular season wins and ultimately finish, 10, 12, 14 games ahead of the Spurs and 10 games ahead of the Nuggets. And Shea ultimately wins MVP off of team success, because that's a huge element of MVP.
5 seconds for this one. Would you consider betting Spurs adjusted win total 45.5 up 1 from before the season after the win last night?
Yes, I would. I think they go over. Good.
Why? Well, I mean,
Approved?
5 seconds. You did it in a second and a half. That was pretty good.
Gave you 4 seconds back. 3.5.
We have some people on the show that do TV, and I'm like 60 seconds, and they're like, I have to interrupt them.
No.
Like, you do TV. How do you? I once had an MRI, 45 minute on my shoulder. I woke up and I was like, there's 3 minutes left in this son of a bitch. Yeah. And I was right. At Croucher JD on Twitter. My friends say, well, we'll catch up with you next week.
Appreciate it, fellas. Good luck.
Pro sports bettor Rob Mazzola joins us coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
The Rams. I woke up early yesterday, kind of pissed that I did because the Jags didn't. They did not show up, but the Rams did. Even without Puka Nacua, man, right now, Matthew Stafford, we were all so worried, so concerned. Is he even going to play this year? Not only is he playing, he should be one of the favorites right now for the MVP award. Kind of like Baker Mayfield. Devontae Adams, huge for me yesterday in my sleeper league in fantasy football. And I think this Rams team right now in the NFC is the best value bet. They're still 6-1 right now. And last year at this time, they were 1-4 at their bye. Their offense was really struggling. They only scored 20 points just once. Now look at this offense. And they're winning games also because of that defense. If you go back to last December, the Rams have held 7 of their last 13 opponents under 10 points. Jacksonville had 358 yards, but had 6 consecutive drives go into Rams territory for no points. So even when they let teams in the red zone, they give nothing up, man. Also, right now they're second in the NFL, 26 sacks. So they're getting after the quarterback. They're protecting Stafford, and Puka Nacua is going to be back. So I think it's 6-1 right now to win the NFC. The best value bet would be on the Rams, not the Lions, definitely not the Packers, and not the Eagles. I think that the Rams, home field is obviously very important. They go into the bye, they're going to get a little healthier. But man, I really like this. I like this Rams team. I'm a buyer. I'm a believer. I like the plus 600 price.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All our bets for tonight in the world of sports, including the Vikings and the Chargers. Thursday Night Football coming up 20 minutes from now. But joining us right now, to talk Week 8 in the National Football League is our friend, pro sports bettor Rob Pizzola of The Hammer and Forward Progress. You can search Forward Progress on YouTube or wherever you get your podcast. Great NFL betting content. And I just want to give a shout out, because I love him, to our friend G-Stack George, who's the absolute best. Rob is on Twitter at Rob Pizzola. Welcome back to the show, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing great. Blue Jays are in the World Series. I'm very excited for that. NFL's been going great. It's been a great time, Nick.
Well, you beat my team and then Femi's team on the way to get there. So allow me to say, on behalf of Femi Abebefe, go Dodgers. Before we get to NFL Week 8, need to get your thought, Rob, on the betting scandal that broke this morning. Chauncey Billups, head coach of the Blazers, Heat guard Terry Rozier, and former Cavs player and assistant Damon Jones arrested as part of like an FBI investigation into illegal sports betting and illegal poker games backed by the mob. Like, this sounds like something out of like a Michael Bay movie. What's your thought, Rob? Betting angle on all of this?
Yeah, so I don't want to focus on the illegal poker game all that much, but on the betting side of things, with inside information being passed around, right? I think the larger conversation that needs to happen is about the regulated space, because I know a lot of people will say, well, regulation is good, because we were able to catch this type of stuff. Like we could see it happening in real time. People noticed it. That's good. But there's also a part of it where regulated betting has created new bet types that are creating opportunities for bettors to try to exploit them, whether that's same game parlays, micro betting, all sorts of things that are happening now are a product of new bets. When you can put a bunch of unders together and parlay them for a player who's giving information that he can leave a game, like that's going to create people who are really wanting to take risk to try to capitalize on it. So I think at some point you need some sort of like regulatory betting reform in the future of we got to stop offering X, Y, and Z or only offering them up to certain types of limits to take a lot of this nonsense out of there, because it gives a lot of credence to the people who think that all the games are fixed and rigged, and it's not like that. This is just like a couple of bad apples. It's not as widespread as people would like to think, but it just puts a whole stain on the industry. So I think a really large conversation at the regulatory level needs to happen.
Give us something, Rob, like one thing that you think could happen changing the industry as a result of this news, and maybe news that will come out in the future.
I think that there should only be a tier of players that are offered for player props and SGPs. I don't think that, I know what some bettors might think here, but there's no reason to have a bench player who's going to play 12 minutes in an NBA game offered across the board everywhere and being able to SGP his type of bets. Is someone going to stop betting because they can no longer bet on a player that's going to play 10 minutes in a game? No, they're not. And this is where a lot of the stuff is targeted at this point. And I think that's just one easy fix. There's probably a lot that they can go down the road, but I do think that player prop offerings, as much as I love to bet them, they should probably be scaled back a little bit.
Well, I'm just like, I better be able to bet on Jalen Noel over receiving yards, like 11.5, like I did on Monday night. I just want to say, like, let me bet on the fourth wide receiver, please. You could take the eighth player off an NBA bench off the board. Give me the fourth receiver, please. All right, bets for Week 8 in the NFL. Rob, let's start with the Bills and the Panthers in Carolina, where it looks like at BetMGM and other places we have come off 7.5 and down to the Bills as a touchdown favorite. Any bets for you with the Bills and the Panthers?
Yep, I make this short of 7. Now, obviously, I think you want to capture 7.5 if you still can out there right now. But if not, and you're just kind of waiting on it, I think 7 is fine. You just reduce your bet size. So Carolina has a really strong statistical profile, especially when you adjust for schedule, in running the ball well and defending the run really well. And in my opinion, those are the exact ways you want to beat this current iteration of the Buffalo Bills. I get that they're coming off a bye week. Maybe you see a few more wrinkles in their offense, but at their core, they cannot stop the run on defense. They kind of invite the run, which is a real problem against this Panthers team that has been running the ball on everyone. And on the opposite side, Joe Brady's talked about it for the entire year about how they got to get the running game going. They're leaning into the run more than most teams in the NFL. That's not the way to beat the Panthers. So I think a little bit of stubbornness on the Bills' end so far this year. Until I see that change, I don't really want to lay numbers like this in those types of spots. So give me the Panthers. Daquan Jones still not practicing for the Bills either, which has been a loss for them on the defensive line. I honestly think the Panthers are very live in this game.
Wow. I mean, how about that? Buffalo loses 2 straight heading into the bye, come out of the bye and lose to Carolina. That'd be a hell of a story for a team that everybody thought might be 13, 14 wins at the start of the year. How about in the AFC South, Rob? Titans and the Colts. Indianapolis, a 14.5-point favorite at BetMGM. We were talking about the side in the last segment, saying, hey, like, can we actually do this? Sounds like you might like the total. This is sitting at 47.5. What do you like with the over-under in this game?
Guys, I've bet a lot of over in this game. I still don't think it's nearly as high as it should be. The Colts offense has been historically efficient. Like, historically. They're number 1 points per drive. They're the lowest punt rate this century through 7 games. And now they're going to face the Titans defense that just put L'Jarius Sneed on IR. Jeffrey Simmons is not going to play. Like, the Colts move the ball at will any way they want in this game. They can run the ball. They'll still use play action, throw the deep passes. It's just a matter of whether Tennessee can get you there. Cam Ward, 7.5 yards per attempt last week, much better than the 5.5 in previous weeks. The Titans' O-line is at least healthy. The Colts are missing some depth players on the defensive line as well. So if you're just asking Tennessee to do their part and not lose like the Raiders did 40-6 to the Colts a few weeks ago, I'm a little bit more confident that they can make that happen even without Calvin Ridley. So I think that this number is still too low I mean, if you want, you could just play the Colts team total over. I think there's value there as well. I prefer to stick to the main totals and sides, and I like the over in this game.
What would you play that up to, Rob? Colts team total, because I was going to follow if you didn't say that.
Okay, so my fair in this game right now is 49.9. Just so people have the context of what I make the number in the game. I basically make it 50 in this game. So there's still probably another point of room here.
All right, awesome. You bet on this Thursday. Pro Sports Bettor Rob Pizzola with us. Check out his content, Forward Progress, as part of the Hammer Betting Network. Search Forward Progress wherever you get your podcasts, and you can also find the video show on YouTube. And yet another shout out to the great G-Stack George. Sunday Night Football, Rob, and we've both been betting for a long time, and I know you remember I bet the Vikings in both of the Favre-Rodgers games in 2009. Rodgers against Jordan Love this Sunday night. The Steelers 3-point home dogs in this game. The total has been bet up to 45.5. How are you betting Packers and Steelers?
I like the Packers in this game. I know this is like the spot everyone wants to bet the Steelers. Extra rest, Tomlin, home dog, Aaron Rodgers, revenge game. I get that all, but at some point, I just think that the number is the number in the game. The Packers offense, I think stylistically matches really well with what the Steelers have struggled with this year. The Steelers have struggled everywhere really, but they're giving up a ton of explosives, and that's what the Packers kind of live for, is generating the aggressive play action game, working down the field. Pittsburgh's pass rush has just fallen off of a cliff relative to what it was in recent years. On the other side of things is where I actually particularly like this, though, a lot, which is the Packers have this scheme on defense where they are not blitzing much. They're one of the lowest blitzing rate teams in the entire league. They're generating pressure by rushing 4, and that is a real problem for Aaron Rodgers. If you can pressure him with a standard rush and make him get away from his first read by dropping guys into coverage, he has to hold the ball, and Zach Frazier's not practicing for the Steelers on the O-line. They could get killed on the interior there. So I personally just think that stylistically, the Packers could really dominate this game. And I've said that a million times before with the Steelers voodoo. And maybe it hasn't worked out every single time, but matchup-wise, really, really like how Green Bay fares here. So I laid the points with Green Bay.
What about Monday night, Rob, with the Chiefs and the Commanders? Marcus Mariota starts in place of Jaden Daniels. The Chiefs, massive favorites.
Yeah, so I don't love coming on and like giving plays after the number has moved a little bit, but I still, again, think that there's room here on the over. Washington's offense under Marcus Mariota has a very different profile to Jaden Daniels. With Jaden Daniels, Cliff tries to get a lot of quick passes out for him. Everything underneath, really. They don't attack downfield a lot. With Marcus Mariota, they actually use heavy play action. He throws downfield a lot. The Commanders' offense with Marcus Mariota has 6.4 yards per play this year. That would only trail one team in the league, which is the Colts right now. They create explosives, and using play action is the way to beat the Chiefs this year. They've allowed a high completion rate, 11.2 yards per attempt. That's the worst in the NFL. So I don't buy that Mariota's like a massive downgrade here. The problem is the Commanders can't defend anything. They put Dorrance Armstrong on IR now. That's 4 defensive linemen on IR. I just don't know how they're going to do it against this Chiefs offense. The Chiefs offense is so good. They generate tons of yards after catch. That's where the Commanders really struggle. They can't tackle. I mean, they rank 29th in yards per attempt on throws that are within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. So I think it's going to be a high-scoring game, ultimately. And I like the fact that we get Mariota here because he's the guy that pushes the ball when they're trailing versus Jaden Daniels, who doesn't. So, again, I think maybe another point here or so of room on the total. I like the over.
All right, I don't think we can do a full-on lightning round here because we spent a lot of time talking about the sports betting scandal that broke this morning. Well, let's get through as many games as we can. My New York Football Giants, Rob, off a really fun game last week in Denver, traveled to play the reigning defending Super Bowl champion Eagles. Point spread there in between 7 and 7.5. Total is 44.
If A.J. Brown ends up suiting up, I like the over in this game. Both quarterbacks create a lot of explosive plays out of structure, and that's kind of a spot that I look for when betting overs. In particular with the Eagles, they either punt or they drive the whole field and they score on touchdowns because they're so good in the red zone as well. Again, very conducive to overs. So that's where I lean in this game. I don't have anything on the side.
How are you approaching Bears-Ravens with all the injury uncertainty, especially as it concerns Lamar Jackson? And do you expect Lamar to play?
I am mostly approaching it in a way where I'm just not going to bet much on the game. I would love to bet the Ravens here. I just don't know the health of Lamar. I think he will play. My best guess is that he'll be limited in the running game, and they won't use him very much with his legs and turn him more into a pocket passer. That's not what I really want to bet in this game. Would have loved to bet the Ravens here, but I'm just essentially crossing it off my list for the week.
Rob, your team, the Dallas Cowboys, like serious playoff contender after the win last week against the Commanders, now travels to Denver. We are in between 3 and 3.5 at BetMGM with the Broncos favored at home. The total is 51.5.
Yeah, you could put a square on my forehead. You might as well paint it on for the amount of overs that I've bet this week. I bet the over in this game. Now, this one I think is out of range at this point. It's moved quite a bit. But ultimately, I just see this as Dallas is just a dead nut over team right now. They can't stop anything on defense. They can't stop the run, especially outside runs where the Broncos like to attack. That's my biggest concern in this particular game with the Dallas defense. I will say, though, their offense has shown they can move it on everyone. And they did that when they had O-line injuries, when CeeDee Lamb was out. So I expect points. I think if there's buyback on the under here, you're fine to take the over. From a side perspective, I think the number's right. I'm kind of like at minus 3.2 as my fare in this game, so I'm very, very unlikely to play the side in this game.
A couple toilet bowl affairs. Atlanta laying 7.5 against Miami, 44.5. Cincy 6.5 at home against the Jets. We don't know who the Jets quarterback's going to be. Total 44.5. Anything on those two games?
I think it'll be Tyrod. I'm hoping the sevens come back in this game, and I will bite on the Jets. It's bad for them on the injury report as well. Garrett Wilson's not practicing again. Sauce Gardner's not practicing. It's pretty messy, but at some point you got to just say to yourself, like, the Bengals are going to have to win this game by 8 to beat me. I'm fine taking that bet with pretty much anyone in the league at this point. So that's where I'm at with the Jets. Atlanta, Miami, man, I miss the Atlanta sevens. I'd really like that. I'm kind of hoping Kirk Cousins plays in this game and someone just pops Miami in the market thinking like it's this big downgrade. Miami's defense sucks. They're just going to give up yardage and points to everyone. So I'm monitoring the quarterback situation. 2 times limited for Penix. Come on, give me Cousins. Give me someone excited about betting Miami with Cousins, and I'll come back on Atlanta.
We got 3 games left to hit. Saints, Bucks, Niners, Texans, Browns, Patriots. Anything you like in any of these games? And if not, we can do something else to close.
So I will say, like, what I'm targeting here, I would like the Patriots at 6.5. That's one spot that I would like. And maybe it's, again, a little bit square. I don't think the way to beat the Patriots defense is in the running game. They have a very good run defense. I think Cleveland showed they could run the ball in Miami last week, but that's not going to work here. At some point, they're going to have to pass the ball because that's what New England does. They have a high pass rate over expected. They generate explosives, which has always been the problem with Schwartz's defense as well. Good down to down, but give up a ton of plays downfield. So I'm monitoring that one in particular. Saints and Bucks is interesting as well because Vita Vea got added to the injury report today. And if he doesn't play, that's massive. I mean, the Bucks injury report, when it came out yesterday, I laughed so hard. Not only at the amount of players that were on the injury report, but that Teddy Bridgewater was also listed with a teeth injury, which, right. I mean, I've never seen that in my life before.
He got his teeth whitened or something, right? Or got like crowns put in. Like that has to be it.
I have no idea. Like what I don't know. Did he chip a tooth in practice and they had to put it on the report so they don't get fined? I want some investigative journalism into what's going on with Teddy Bridgewater's teeth.
Hey, Pablo Torre, you listening?
Yeah, exactly.
Who's going to win the World Series? 5 seconds.
Jays are going to win the World Series.
Give us a best bet that will change the world in 5 seconds.
We're not playing this game again. No.
Pro Sports Bettor Rob Pizzola with us. Forward Progress is the show on YouTube and podcast. Good luck. We'll talk to you next week, my friend.
Thanks, Nick. Good luck.
Our best bets for tonight close the show right after this.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
if I go down the list and I say, all right, Mendoza, Simpson, Sayan, Reed, Pavia, Stockton, Moore, Love, Dampier, Jeremiah Smith, Beck, Carr, like, is there a real leader?
No, there's not. They're just basically moving off the money. Sayan's been getting a lot of money last couple of weeks. I know that for a fact. People have been betting it. I don't know that the voters are going to get there. You brought up that comment a couple of weeks ago where the bettors and the voters probably see things differently. And I don't know that the voters can get behind Sayan. Maybe I'm wrong. I also would not bet Julian Sayan at 3-1 to win the Heisman, but
no,
I digress.
I think you're right. Yeah, there's a lot to go over there. It feels like now we're resetting because a lot of guys that have been favorites are viewed as out. Like, eliminate them. We can go over that. Like, all the guys that have been favorites, are they all out now? And then moving forward, are there going to be new names? Maybe. This thing is wide open right now as they're just changing numbers a ton on a week-to-week basis.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
By the way, I forgot to ask everybody, including Brad, let's blast out the Twitter link. We're on Twitter Live here. Sorry. It's my bad. Hand up. All right, got some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up. Oh, Tyler says Tyler blasted it out, everybody. We're good. We're good. Don't
that
worry.
Repost.
Tyler's on it, everybody. He's got it. We love Tyler. We have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the tremendous football and basketball Thursday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight. In the world of sports, we had 3 tremendous guests joining us on the show today. Our friend Joey Knish from The Hammer, Jay Croucher, NBC sports betting analyst, and pro sports bettor Rob Bizzola. Our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Our technical director, the aforementioned Tyler Morales. Our engineer, Jake the Snake Hassan. Our video producer, God's Perfect Creation, and head coach of the New York Knicks, Mike Brown. And our associate producer, I don't, have we ever met Addie Bates? Who is she? She's not really here anymore. They tell me Addie Bates was on the show today. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our friend Ryan Horvat and our guest at this time, the one, the only Brad Evans. Brad, happy Thursday. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos. Happy #Tequila Thursday to you, fine gentlemen.
Can you, only because I like when you say it, can you ask the bartender to pour us all stiff drinks?
Bartender, pour us a stiff drink. I don't need those mamby-pamby single-digit pours. Make it 3 fingers, por favor.
Oh, did you mean for that to rhyme? That was good how you worked yourself into that. What is the best bet, Brad, for tonight in the world of sports?
All right, guys, I'm going to go Thursday Night Football. It's only natural here when I'll be slugging back the on-air, but not on air. That would be a violation of certain rules. I love me some Jalen Naylor tonight, guys. Low threshold here for cross in the receiving yards market. I took the over on 15.5 receiving yards. I play this. Maybe the alt market at 25 plus, at significant plus money, but sticking with the standard line at a minus 120 juice. Yes, the Chargers are number 10 in the NFL in dropback EP80 enter tonight. They've allowed the 10th fewest yards to wide receivers this season, but he's going to get some Tarheeb still in coverage, who's given up close to 100 passer rating and over a 67% catch rate. Naylor has done this as well a multitude of times this season. He's gone over this in 4 straight games. So Jalen Naylor, all I need, maybe it's not an OCC, yeah, you know me kind of grab, but I think 2 receptions and he'll cruise past 15.5 receiving yards, bar none, my top play on Thursday Night Football.
Brad, have a great show tonight. BetMGM tonight. We'll catch up with you tomorrow on a Phenomenal Football Friday.
Quentin Johnston, anytime touchdown at plus 160. I'm out.
Oh, got a head shake there on the I'm out. Brad Evans joining us on the show. BetMGM tonight follows us tonight and every weeknight here on the BetMGM network. All right, we will drop the dope ass beat in a second, but first, our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, with the real ones bets from YouTube and Twitch for tonight's football game. Bill?
Nick, here we go. Let's start with Demetrius Nicolaitis, who says Mason over 63 yards is a lock. Vikings are terrible, but Jordan Mason will get 63 against this Chargers team, who gives up like 120 rushing yards per game. Also, Vikings should have lost to Chicago week 1. I don't see Minnesota getting to 7 wins this year. How about Reed Phillips Rad? I'm playing Carson Wentz throwing an interception. I'm also dabbling with 2 interceptions. Why? Because Carson Wentz sucks and it cashed for me last week. Why not now? And we'll wrap it up with our guy Kilmers, who says his favorite prop bet of the night is Willow to interrupt Femi's Island at plus 150. This has hit 3 of 7 recent shows. Gotta take the plus money. Hashtag dogs are barking. Little sample from the real one.
Thank you very much, Bill. Where is Willow right now?
She is on the stairwell, just laying down, monitoring things. Now she loves the bark, obviously, when she hears people outside. I've closed all the blinds so she can't see them, but yeah, she's just hanging out, sleeping a little bit. Just for fun, like, would you stand up right now and just start screaming, just like start yelling and like waving your arms around? Let's just see what happens. I will not be doing that. Honestly, I think she would just sit up and look at me like I was like a weirdo, because that would be a very weird thing to do, and then just like lay back down. Like she's very chill unless she needs to use the bathroom. Then she'll let you know she needs to use the bathroom, which I appreciate.
Honestly. Yes, dogs and people. Not totally dissimilar. All right, let's drop the dope-ass beat, get to the bets. Go ahead, hit it, please, Jake. All right, go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With today's Pro Football No Sweat token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager doesn't win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. And don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Catch up on everything from today's show, including Femi's Hour, where he gave you bets for NFL awards. And download, like, comment, and subscribe to our YouTube page and our Twitch page. Download made no sense there. Sorry. 2 NBA games for tonight, Femi. We have an NBA Finals rematch in Indiana. The Thunder 7.5-point road favorites at the Pacers. Halliburton obviously out for the year. No J-Dub tonight for OKC. And we have the Nuggets visiting the Golden State Warriors. That is a pretty fun game. The Warriors have gotten bet as the day has gone on. Golden State a 2.5-point home favorite. How are you betting tonight in the association?
Yeah, I'll be on the other side of that Warriors team. I'm backing Denver to win the game outright. It's obviously they're a 2-point underdog, so it's not like it's some like grandiose underdog bet here. But plus 110, I'll take the plus money with the better team, the best player on the floor, Nikola Jokic. I'm just going to be against the Warriors in some of these early season games, and I want to do it with a team with the quality that Denver has. I think they're the second best team in the NBA, and they show it opening night.
So I will join you on the Nuggets, and this is more just I think the Nuggets are the second best team.
Yep.
And I want to bet them to win tonight. So I'll be on the Nuggets with you. And this is a narrative bet by me here, but I think you get the all-star Indiana Pacers effort of all time tonight against the Thunder team that beat them in the NBA Finals. No Halliburton. It's possible they get trucked. Like, the talent disparity is wide. I think this is the game where the Pacers come out and give you everything they've got in this one against the team that beat them. Small bets for me in the NBA early in the season, like I talked about yesterday. Indiana plus the points. Give me the Nuggets plus the points as well. All right. NFL. We're not betting hockey. The Chargers, 3-point home favorites against the Vikings, total 44.5. Femi, it is official. Joe Alt is active, and he returns tonight to protect the blind side for Justin Herbert. Trey Pipkins active as well. Aaron Jones off IR will play tonight for the Vikings in that backfield along with Jordan Mason. How are you betting this one side total?
Yeah, Alt's active, Pipkin's active, Femi is active. I am betting the Los Angeles Chargers. I laid 3. I paid minus 117 to do it. I think even minus 120 is fine. I don't think you want to lay the hook there. I do believe the Chargers laying 3 is a good bet because here's Justin Herbert on one side, here's Carson Wentz on the other side, and now Herbert has his old line intact. Chargers win this one by more than a field goal. I like LA.
BetMGM is your home to bet the Chargers right now. BetMGM hanging a 3 minus 110 for the Chargers. I just looked at an offshore, which is where I used to bet, like before, where the place that eliminated my Duke bet. 3 minus 120 there. It is 3 minus 110 at BetMGM. So the Chargers are your home right now. And let me just for bleeps and giggles. Chargers money line at other spots right now, minus 170. Okay, the money line is adjusted fairly. But Chargers 3 minus 110. I like the Chargers as well with Joe Walt set to play. Small bet for me, laying the 3. And with that, get your Did we hit on Monday night? I don't remember. And that's terrible.
We did not hit.
Right? No.
We didn't
hit
go to the island.
All right, sorry. I know we hit recently again. That's my bad.
John Smith last Thursday, man. We hit on that one.
Yeah, lots of brain cells getting killed by me. Can't wait to hit the pen when I go home. Get your SPF, get your daiquiris. It's time to hit the island.
Let's do it on a Thursday night and try to go back-to-back in TNF with the Vikings and the Chargers. Last week, on Sunday, this player was robbed of a touchdown. This week, he'll help us rob the sports books as we get ready to celebrate National Tight Ends Day this weekend. Let's go with DJ Hawkinson at 13-1 to be your first TD scorer. And for the Chargers, it's a DIY kind of night in LAC. He's the second leading rusher on the team. The O-line is healthier, but he can evade the rush as he's athletic. Justin Herbert calls his own number at the big price of 25-1. So it's DJ Hawkinson, it's Justin Herbert, and I'll see you on the island.
Man, it's like Sunday's National Tight Ends Day.
Get ready to hear that one a lot over the weekend.
Oh my God! I mean, I love NFL Red Zone's fun. Like Scott Hansen does a great job. He's gonna say National Tight Ends Day like 7 million. I don't care. I just don't care. Did you know Josh Allen won't sack Josh Allen? Yeah, is it? It's too much.
What about Antonio Brown taking off his shirt?
Yeah, what did he say? Antonio Brown is shirtless, or Antonio Brown is topless.
He's topless, my man.
Yeah, honestly, like it'd be like in 1996 if you were watching like at the MTV VMAs and like Pamela Anderson took her top off. Like it's a guy. Like it's not that big a deal. He doesn't have a shirt on. Let's get to the prop king for Vikings and Chargers.
Now approaching the betting window, it is your prop king, Nick Costos. All hail King Costos.
All hail King Costos.
Worship me, pigs. It's absolutely disgusting. 1 yardage prop. Justin Jefferson's the best Vikings receiver, obviously. Has anyone picked up on the fact that Jordan Addison's kind of like a number one receiver as well? He's not as good as Jefferson, but he's really good. His receiving yards prop tonight is 51.5 for 52.5. I think he hit 70 over on Jordan Addison receiving yards. Anytime touchdowns. Small bets on these as always. Give me Chargers rookie receiver Trey Harris. And then it's like BetMGM. Okay, so MGM has Scott Matlock, Columbo's friend. So with Hassan Haskins out, Amarian Hampton out, Najee Harris out, Kamani Vidal will be the Chargers' #1 running back, and then we have Nyheim Hines, Jared Patterson, and Scott Matlock all behind them. Hines is the only one listed at BetMGM. Honestly, if you want a small bet on all three, Patterson, Hines, and Matlock, why can't one get goal line carries? Vidal, not really an in-between-the-tackles runner. Just saying. And that does it for the Tremendous Football Thursday edition of You Better You Bet. I'm going to hit the poker table with some former Detroit Pistons. Until we meet again on a Phenomenal Football Friday, Jake laughed in my ear. It wasn't really that funny. He has no taste. I'm wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I think the bottom line for me is that if there's ever a spot for Carson Wentz to succeed, this is it. Like like you mentioned, the Chargers defense has not been great, giving up at least 27 points in each of their last 3 games. And one of those games was to the Dolphins. So it's not like they've been playing a murderer's row of great offenses. Like, okay, you gave up 38 to the Colts. We'll let that one slide. But it's a Chargers team that has had some major injuries. Like you said, though, I will say the good news is this. Joe Alt might be returning. Trey Pipkins might be returning. So that should help the passing game. So some of this depends on how much you believe in Justin Herbert and if he can will this team to a win. Because the defense is not going to be great. The run blocking for the Chargers has not been great in the recent stretch as well. And that's why you're seeing really high props when it comes to Justin Herbert and his passing numbers. Like, Jenks, we play a lot of passing props, or we at least look at them each and every week. 273 is really high. And so is 268 for Carson Wentz. So I'm looking at this total of 44.5, and I'm saying, okay, do we just not believe in these teams in the red zone? Because I think both these teams will have a good chance to score some points.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
Not going to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise of the raucous edition of BetMGM tonight. And on this hashtag Tequila Thursday, you know what that calls for? Bartender, pour my guys around. We got to take some shots, and we're going to be doing exactly that here momentarily on Thursday Night Football and the action in the City of Angels between the LA Chargers and Minnesota Vikings. Of course, going to be reviewing our cards here momentarily. Our top 3 plays tonight. We're going to be breaking down a major story that broke earlier today. They probably know where that's going to go, and I'm going to get Ryan's opinion. Looking forward to having that conversation. We'll do another edition of Crew to Cash. Build a 4-legger as Michael Montgomery Monty, working the video board, is going to get back into the mix. So we're going to say hello to a little friend, roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice, and working some bonus time bets as well. Then Betalytics' Rachel Krychak is going to be joining us, breaking everything down. What is her model suggesting? There could be some advantageous plays tonight in Thursday Night Football. We're going to ask her that question. Of course, we're going to be diving in and maybe dropping the puck and make some bucks in the NHL as well, as we have a handful of games going down a little bit later on tonight. After Rachel, Antoine Staley is going to be hopping on, breaking down the Jets. Oh, they stink. Who knows when they're going to win a game? I'm going to ask him that, actually. We're going to get the latest on the trade rumors that are really servicing and making the rounds right now about Breece Hall for you fantasy football managers out there, and break down their matchup upcoming here in week 8 against the Cincinnati Bengals and Joe Flacco there in the Queen City. So it's coming up in Seg 4, followed by Fantasy Lames, and Shocker Specials, week 8 edition at running back, and then Fantasy Lames, Shocker Specials at wide receiver and tight end, also ahead of the week 8 main slate. And segment 7, we're going to get down with our guy Rob Brown, discussing everything in the world of college football. Well, may work in NFL question there, and maybe even throw a curveball with a little MLB World Series chatter. So you want to stick around for that, followed by another rollicking edition of college football fade or follow. Got another 4-pack of games we're going to break down ahead of week 9. And 2, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine program. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, could pertain to tonight or the main slate of action in week 8, we'd love to help you out and hear your questions and conundrums. If you want to share your hot sports bets tonight in Thursday Night Football or elsewhere on the docket, by all means, so way to call us here on BetMGM tonight. You just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this on this hashtag Tequila Thursday: who finds the end zone in Vikings and Chargers? Odds, of course, pulled from BetMGM. Your options are Jordan Mason, even with Aaron Jones back at plus 115. Kamadi Vidal, the running back who's going to be the starter. No Hassan Haskins in uniform night for LAC at plus 125. Justin Jefferson, will he be dynamite at plus 145? Or Keenan Allen, despite getting along the tooth, still one of the most precise route runners in the league at plus 155 so far. Over 160 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Now, normally we do another outstanding edition of Choose Your Own Adventure. I list a bunch of topics off. Ryan then picks from those topics which one he really wants to delve into. But my goodness, we have scandal rocking the world of the NBA as the FBI director, Kash Patel, came out and dropped the bombshell news. So, Brandon, roll it.
As you now know, individuals such as Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, and Terry Rozier were taken into custody today. Former, current NBA players and coaches. What you don't know is that this is an illegal gambling operation and sports rigging operation that spanned the course of years. The FBI led a coordinated takedown across 11 states to arrest over 30 individuals today responsible for this case, which is very much ongoing. Not only did we crack into the fraud that these perpetrators committed on the grand stage of the NBA, but we also entered and executed a system of justice against La Casa Nostra to include the Bonanno, Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchese crime families. And the fraud is mind-boggling. We're talking about tens of millions of dollars in fraud and theft and robbery across a multi-year investigation.
Yeah, the mob being involved, just nuts. There's no really other way to play it. There are some new details that have come out. This story, of course, is still developing. So just kind of a broad overview before I bring in Ryan. The FBI arrested Blazers head coach Chauncey Billups, former Cavs player and assistant Damon Jones, and 30 others, as Patel laid out, and their alleged involvement in a mob-tied illegal rigged poker game and games that have been going on for a number of years. Terry Rozier, meanwhile, also arrested for his alleged performance manipulation from 2022 to 2023, that season in which he was a member of the Charlotte Hornets. And we've been seeing some highlight clips. Yeah, there's some question marks, to say the least. So, Horvat, what was your immediate reaction and take that scandal that rocked, and not only NBA, but the entire world of sports? My mind is still blown, and I can't wait to see the Netflix doc that's going to come out on this probably in about, 6 months?
So I was honestly more surprised with the Chauncey Billups mob card game
me too.
Story coming out here, charges coming out here, than I was the Terry Rozier news. Just because I always said, once the league started getting in bed with the, obviously, the sports books and whatnot, I always said the easiest league to fix is going to be the National Basketball Association, the NBA, man, because in the NFL, you can't really fix games. I mean, you do have the ball in your hand a lot if you're the quarterback, but you could get yourself killed if you're out there shaving points. Baseball, too hard. I know there's the Shohei Ohtani jokes, but it's pretty tough. Pete Rose was gambling on himself as a manager. NBA, though, you have the ball in your hands. Also, there was a lot of weird stuff that went down with Terry Rozier. There was a game, I believe, last year or the year before where you couldn't find a prop market on him all day, and it didn't look like he was going to be able to go. And then all of a sudden, he's announced he plays 1 quarter, 9 minutes, checks out of the game, and all of his unders hit. So that doesn't really shock me, although it being Terry Rozier kind of does surprise me because he did make himself quite a bit of money. But the Chauncey Billups news, man, is insane. I looked at this. His career NBA earnings over $108 million. What is he getting, a 1% rake on these bets from the mob? So just stupidity, just really dumb. But that one surprised me a little bit more, just being involved in the mob and these card games. But I want more information, before I say much else. But just kind of weird. A weird day in the NBA, obviously.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And again, some of the details are starting to pour out. There were like X-ray machines and certain tag cards through glasses. They could recognize what exactly they were, and cameras that were, in secret locations. I mean, it's very elaborate, a very sophisticated operation. Would you expect anything shy of what the mob does? There's always a racket. They find a way. And it's sounding like that Chauncey Billups was kind of a lure to bring people into these games where they can embezzle and take their cash. So again, we're peeling back the layers of the onion on this. Just a rocking story that has shocked the entire sports world, and there will be more and more details that are going to come out. And I will say one other side note in regards to Terry Rozier and his allegations that were pinned against him. You know, a lot of people trash the sports book saying, hey, this is where everything was going to go. People are going to be throwing games. They've been doing this for decades, fools. I mean, go back and look at like Northwestern basketball back in the day. There's countless examples in college. It was eventually going to probably spill over in the NBA. What the sports books do is they cast a bright light on the darkness where a lot of these incidents have taken place. So it's a good thing. And these are going to crop up more and more and more because of the transparency and the flags that are planted when these situations do arise. So I say, you know, it's actually a good era that we're living in with legal sports betting because it's, again, casting a light on something that would otherwise occur and nobody would realize it. So that is a positive takeaway. But again, more to come on both of these fronts as the scandal rocking the world and the FBI revealing, if you're just now joining us, Chauncey Billups and former Cavs player assistant Damon Jones, along with 30 others, their alleged involvement in the Sicilian mob tied illegal rigged poker games. And then separately, Terry Rozier also arrested for alleged performance manipulation from the 2022 to 2023 season, which he was a member of the Charlotte Hornets. Stay tuned, folks. High drama, to say the least, as both those guys, Rozier and Chauncey Billups, were placed on leave, understandably so, by the NBA today. All right, we got to get down to some action. Let's get out with our cards right now, my friend. Our top 3 plays in the world of sports betting. We have our eye on Thursday Night Football, the matchup between the Vikings and the Chargers. Harvey, what do you got at numero uno?
I'm going to bet the Chargers here. I'm not going to bet them at 3.5. I'll go 3 minus 120, which you could grab. I know that's, juiced up. Actually, you could get 3 minus 110 right now at BetMGM, which I just noticed. So I bet a crappy number, but I do like the Chargers to bounce back here. I know there's a lot of love for Minnesota tonight, but Joe Alt is officially in. We just found that out 9 minutes ago. That was my concern, man. If Justin Herbert had another, or if he's already without Slater for the entire season. So if he's without his 3 top tackles in this game, his 2 starting tackles, he might be in big trouble going against this Brian Flores defense and Minnesota's blitz. But with Outback, man, I think he'll have enough time in the pocket to make enough plays. Give me the Chargers here. I think they win this game by at least a field goal. So I'll roll with them tonight.
Loving that. I hope that narrative comes to fruition because numero uno on my card, give me JJ, who is going to be dynamite. Justin Jefferson and most receiving yards in the game. I shared this bet last night at plus 135. It's still plus 130 right now at BetMGM, folks. He has logged at least 75 receiving yards in 5 straight games. Not an overly intimidating matchup. Who is likely going to see in Dante Jackson, who's number 38 in pass coverage grade, also giving up a 15.6 ADOT. That's average depth of target. It always going to be force fed. He's averaging 8.3 targets per game. So give me Justin Jefferson to lead all receivers in receiving yards tonight at plus 135. And numero dos on your card, please share.
All right, if I like the Chargers tonight, we're going to need a solid game from Justin Herbert. So I grabbed him over 23.5 completions, which you could get right now, even money, plus 100. 4th highest passing grade when blitzed this season. The last time he saw Brian Flores defense, granted, he had both tackles. It was week 3 of the 2023 season. Vikings sent blitz on more than 80% of those dropbacks. He finished that game with 40 completions. He was 40 for 47, 405 yards, 3 touchdowns. We don't need 40 completions tonight. We only need 24 to hit this bet. And the Chargers this year, even with Greg Roman calling plays, it's kind of been surprising. One of the more pass-heavy offenses in the NFL. They've dropped back on 67% of their plays, 3rd highest rate in the NFL. So I think Herbert completes at least 24 balls tonight. So over 23.5 completions, even money.
I like that call. Numero dos on my card. Hopefully there's going to be a long bomb or 3 thrown to Quentin Johnston. I'm going to take him on the over 20.5 yards on the longest reception is what I got it at yesterday at BetMGM at a minus 115 juice. Yes, Minnesota, number 3 in dropback EP80. But as I mentioned, he's going to get a lot of Byron Murphy Jr., who's a weak link in that secondary. He's giving up a 143.5 passer rating and over a 78% catch rate this season. Johnson has done this 8 times this season. top 10 in total air yards, top 10 in total deep ball targets. I think Johnson grabs at least one pass for 21 yards or more at a minus 115. And numero trace on your card, Horvey. Bring it home.
I'm going to go Jordan Mason, 50-plus yards, minus 136, even with Aaron Jones coming back. So the Vikings use runs at the 5th highest rate in the NFL. And the Chargers right now giving up 6 yards per carry on those zone runs. And that's where Jordan Mason has gotten going a little bit this season. So I think that Jordan Mason gets at least 50 rushing yards tonight. Maybe I'm wrong, and Aaron Jones lights it up tonight, but I'll go with Jordan Mason, 50-plus yards, minus 136.
Great call. I totally agree. Numero trace on my card. Same game parlay. Kamani Meidel, 3+ receptions. And the Vikings and the alt spread at plus 10.5 on that two-legger, plus 110. Vidal has done this in back-to-back games. A guy that's gone 16 routes and 31 routes run last week. Remember, no Hassan Haskins uniform. He may play 90% of the snaps. He's going to be active as a runner and a receiver, and I think the Vikes will keep this game within single digits. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back, bets, and more bets. Stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
When you look at the Irish, how good is Notre Dame?
I think it's a really good football team. I think it's a football team that's hitting its stride. I think, you need to root for Miami if you're Notre Dame. That loss Friday does not help because Miami now does not control its own destiny in the ACC race. But I don't think there's any shame, right, in losing to Miami and Texas A&M by a total of 4 points. I think those are two teams that will be right there in the playoff picture at the end, as will Notre Dame. I mean, the schedule certainly helps, but you got to remember they're breaking in a first-time starter quarterback who's a redshirt freshman that Miami game, and they had a new defense coordinator in Chris Ash those first two games as well. And I'm not saying this is the steel curtain overnight, but you've seen this group adapt to Chris Ash, get much better throughout the course of the season. They had a few hiccups early against USC, but they're able to really control that game in the second half. And I think, in a year where it feels like it's Ohio State and everybody, and even then I think Ohio State is beatable. I put Notre Dame right up there. I mean, I've seen them as high as 3 in some people's power ratings. I don't know if I go that high right now, but I do think you put them on the field against anyone, they're going to have a good chance to win.
Which team do you think is most overrated right now that you don't really like compared to maybe the general public?
I still think it's Texas.
You're right.
I think I have not. I couldn't believe that they won the game. Yeah, I know you're a Texas grad, Mike.
You're right, though. You're right.
I mean, Arch has just been so underwhelming. I don't know what they're going to do in the offseason with him, if they're going to part ways, go a different direction. That's going to be a fascinating topic because, Arch was a Heisman frontrunner coming into this year. But they got absolutely outgained by dominated the line of scrimmage, but were able to steal that game. I just think that they have not really looked the part or passed the eye test the entire year. They just have the Texas name brand, and they were preseason in the top 2 or 3.
You got the running back unders in both Cleveland and New England. They play each other. Coincidence, or you shorten both guys separately?
It is coincidence, and let's talk about it. My favorite play of the weekend from a prop standpoint is Ramondre Stevenson under 17.5 rushes against Cleveland. Patriots offensive line struggling. Ramondre tends to do exactly as well as his offensive line allows. And against the Browns, that's going to be very little. And when Ramondre flops, he flops hard. He's had 3 good games. He's had 4 bad games. In those 4 flop games, he's averaged 22 rushing yards, 13 receiving yards. He is 1 game removed from an 18-yard game. And his flop is absolutely in play. Here's Cleveland, so best run defense in the league. They're number 1 in ESPN's run stuff win rate, number 1 in Pro Football Focus's run defense ranking, number 1 in rush defense success rate, number 2 in rush defense EPA, and number 1 in yards before contact. And when he does have these flop games, he averages 7 rushes a game. 7. He's only topped 17.5 rushes 1 game all year. That's it. I don't even know what we're doing at a 17.5 over under on rushes. Seems, he's got to have an elite out of the ordinary game, and that ain't happening against the Browns.
Now it's time to roll the shoulders and break out those sledgehammers right here on BetMGM Tonight.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday, which means bartender, we're still thirsty. We're barely getting started. Hells to the yes. We're going to throw it back, and we're going to give you some more bets here in a second. Bets, and more bets. What we do here every single night on BetMGM. Tonight, we're going to do a crew to cash. We're going to get Michael Montgomery back in the mix, so we're going to build a 4-leg parlay, and it's oh so juicy. We're going to roll the shoulders, get seduced by the juice. We're going to say hello to a little friend, the Sledgehammer Special, and working some bonus time. Wagers as well. Friendly reminder, phone line still wide open. If you have any 11th hour fantasy football questions, maybe on some guys that are going to be involved in Thursday night football between the Vikings and Chargers, or you just want to talk fantasy or sports betting in general, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. I'll go and give this to you again because we've got a short window. Pole dancing poll question today is on X right now, and it's asking you this on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Who finds the end zone in Vikings Chargers? Your options are Jordan Mason at plus 115, Kamani Vidal at plus 125, Justin Jefferson at plus 145, or Keenan Allen at plus 155. So far, nearly 165 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of BetMGM, go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With a Pro Football No Sweat token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. So opt in right now on the Pro Football No Sweat token only at BetMGM. All right, let's go ahead and get our crew to cash out to the masses. Every single one of us here on BetMGM tonight's going to offer up a leg. We'll give you what that leg is, and then we'll give you the final juice. And as always, fade or follow, that is entirely up to you. All right, I'll start things off, and I am a wimp. I'm a coward. I'm going to go the alt market. I'm going to go with, I feel, a low-hanging hurdle here from Quentin Johnston. And he should be able to eclipse this number world if he's could be on a single catch, honestly. 25-plus receiving yards. Again, love his matchup against Byron Murphy, who's given up that 143.5 passer rating. Johnston has done this in all but one game this year. All he does is get chunk receptions. That's the name of thy game. That's why he's top 10 in total air yards. So all I need is 25 yards, and we're cashing leg numero uno. Going a little bit deeper now. Horvey, who is your pick to click on Thursday Night Football?
Aaron Jones is back tonight, but his rushing attempts are only 6.5. I think his rushing yards are only 23.5. I could see him making a difference tonight as a pass catcher, but I think Jordan Mason's going to get the majority of the carries. And right now, the Chargers they're giving up the third highest explosive run rate. Let's go with a Jordan Mason anytime touchdown for the parlay.
I'm also writing that bet. I grabbed it early day at plus 130, now plus 115 at BetMGM. Let's go to Brandon Combs, our outstanding executive producer on this show. You are also going the anytime touchdown market, but who is it?
I'm going with the other running back, Kamani Vidal or Vital, or however you want to say his name.
You got a Vidal.
We're gonna go with Kamani. I'll just stop there to get in the end zone as well. I think they're look, this passing rush for the Vikings is crazy. I think they're gonna try to establish the run, especially inside the red zone. I think Kamani will find the end zone.
All right, Kamani Vidal. Duty go to Vidal. Anytime touchdown. I think that's an excellent call there. Built short to the ground, and he gets appreciable yak. Look at the numbers as tracked there at Pro Football Focus. Monty, welcome back to the mix. A man working the video board. Also the purveyor of batters-box.com. Check that site out if you want some World Series action. Excellent insights and advanced analytics there for all of your Major League Baseball player prop needs. So, Monty, what do you got in your crew to cash leg?
Yeah, in terms of batters-box.com, wait till tomorrow. It'll be up tomorrow. But for tonight, Justin Herbert over 17.5 rush yards, having a career best year running the football, averaging 26.6 yards a game, gone over this number in 5 of 7. Blitz-happy defense, struggling offensive line. I know they're getting Joe Alt and Trey Pipkins back tonight, but we'll see how effective they can be coming off their injuries. And I think Justin Herbert's going to look to run like he has been all season. So over 17.5 rush yards for Herbert.
Certainly opportunistic. Madison Beer is there, or Bear, or whatever her last name is. She's attractive. All right, the crew to catch tonight. Leg numero uno, Quentin Johnson, 25-plus receiving yards. Leg numero dos, Jordan Mason, anytime touchdown. Kamani Vidal from Brando, anytime touchdown. And Monty rounded things out with Justin Herbert over 17.5 rush yards. Uno, dos, tres, en cuatro, mi amigos. All 4 legs hit. You're looking at a cool plus 775. Yeah, they're at BetMGM. Again, as always, fade or follow. That is up to you. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvath. What is a phrase that pays?
All right, Brando, I've been going back and forth with 2. So daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer. All right. I'm going to throw 2 really quick because one I've kind of brought up 3 times and already given the reason why. This game kind of has my brain in a pretzel a little bit, like all these props. There's a lot I like, but not a lot I love, if that makes any sense. So I did bet the Chargers, but I don't love them. I know a lot of people like Minnesota. At 3.5 or 4, I'd probably like Minnesota because I could see this being a field goal game. But I want to buy low on this Chargers team, who a couple weeks ago I thought could make a run all the way to the Super Bowl. I'm going to go Aaron Jones under the 6.5 rushing attempts, though, minus 125. With that, though, and I do like Jordan Mason to score tonight, and I like the over on his rushing yards, I'm going to go Jordan Mason under 1.5 reception. Right now, you can get this plus 128. So I don't think he's going to get used in the pass game. I think that's going to be Aaron Jones' role just coming back tonight. So let's go with an under. Jordan Mason under 1.5 reception, plus 128. I'm actually kind of surprised by this price, and I'll take it right now.
Yeah, I'm shocked by that price as well. Hopefully, Mason's going to show some stone hands. Dad jokes. I'm lame. Let me get my sledgehammer special out there. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have a brother. Let's go. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. I love this bet. Carson Wentz. I'm a sicko, folks. I'm going to take him in rush yards. Yes, the red-headed runner. That's what I need him to be tonight. I'll take the over at 11.5. Now, I grabbed this at a minus 115. It's juiced up to minus 135 right now. So if you want to reduce the juice so you can get seduced by the juice, by all means, I'll build a little same-game parlay and out another leg of your liking. But I think Wentz will hit the over as an opportunistic runner tonight. Why? Well, you look at the Chargers. They only are number 21 in pocket pressure rate, down up the heat on 17.6% of opponent dropbacks, but they are number 27 in rush EPA defense on the year. They've also allowed the third most quarterback rush yards at 30.6 per game. Hell, Geno Smith ran for a big 2-0. Carson Wentz has definitely been advantageous on the ground. He's averaging 2.8 rushes per game, 14.3 rush yards a game. He has hit the over on 11.5 rush yards in 3 straight games, make it 4 straight, and we cash and bring home that winner on my Sledgehammer special tonight. Again, Carson Wentz over 11.5 rush yards. I grab it at minus 115 right now, though, minus 135 there at BetMGM. All right, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Hey, get bartenders, leave the tequila bottle there. I'm probably going to swallow the worm tonight. We're going to get after it here on our plus money bet. So let's belly up to the bar, Horby. Throw back some shots, catch that buzz, and hopefully cash a winner. What do you like at plus odds, mi amigo?
I'll go Keenan Allen anytime touchdown. Right now, you could get this plus 170 down to plus 160. I'll take the plus 170. Comes into this game with a season high 14 targets, 119 yards. And, you know, if you're looking at the most red zone targets, this actually kind of surprised me. He's tied for second in the NFL right now with Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's got 12 targets in 7 games. He's caught 5 of those and has yet to score a touchdown. So let's go with Keenan Allen tonight, plus 170 to score a touchdown, finally in the red zone.
All right, I have too much stock in this individual, so he's probably going to post nothing but Krispy Kremes tonight. I'm probably cursing him right now, but Quentin Johnston already on the over on 20.5 yards, longest catch. And bonus time, early one. I also took the over at 47.5 receiving yards. How about anytime touchdown? Why the hell not? Especially at a seducing plus 160. Again, Byron Murphy giving up that 143.5 passer rating has also allowed 3 touchdowns to his assignments. And Johnson is likely going to see a lot of Murphy in this game. Johnson is well number 18 in total red zone targets. He has scored a touchdown in 4 of 6 games. So nice little rhythm, nice rapport and chemistry that he has built. Again, he got that hands transplant in the offseason, and it has been wondrous for him because he's catching everything in sight. So the drops of last year, long in the past, I say Quentin Johnston catches a bomb for a touchdown tonight. Honestly, it could be a handoff. It could be a simple 3-yard out, and I would still score the winner as long as he crosses a chalk there at plus 160. All right, it's bonus time. Whether in a Thursday night football, maybe you want to drop the puck and make some bucks, and maybe look at the NBA on night 3 in that sport, looking ahead of college football or the World Series, which starts tomorrow. All that I ask, Ryan Horvat, is for you, my good man, to give me another bet. So give it to me. Give it to me.
Let's go with the special tonight, the degenerate special. Just one, though. Not 2 tonight. Just one. Justin Herbert, first touchdown, 22-1. So I like Keenan Allen to score. He's got 4 receiving touchdowns this year. None have come in the red zone, like I just said. So I was thinking about him. Good on that. Thought about Quentin Johnston. Not a good enough price. I'll take a stab with Justin Herbert. This could be a quarterback sneak. It could be a scramble. Maybe a little read option designed to run. 22-1 is just a great price on an athletic quarterback. So I'll go with Herbie to score the first touchdown tonight, 22-1. Pizza money bet.
Yeah, that's bold, man, and hopefully it won't be disputable and it cash in there in the end at 22-1. That is sensational. This sucker cashes. Holy mother of the gambling gods, back of the damn truck. I'm going to go with Jalen Naylor, and hopefully I'm going to hit this right on the head on the over at 15.5 receiving yards at a minus 120. I love these old threshold props. I know you're a fan as well, Horvey, and I think this one is going to come home. I know the Chargers number 10 in dropback EPA defense. They've only allowed the 20th most wide receiver yards this season, but 15 15 WRs, have caught at least 16 receiving yards against them. And he sees a lot of action out of the slot, 46.8% of the snaps, which means got to see a lot of Tarheeb still in coverage, who's given up an appreciable 99.6 pass rate as assignments, who has given up a 69.7 catch rate as well. Also the 20th most yards of any slot defender. So Jalen Naylor, this could be an OCC. Yeah, you know me. One catch cash. Honestly, I think it's going to take a couple of grabs, and I think he'll get there. And that is over 15.5 receiving yards at a minus 120 juice. Horvath, what do you think about my Naylor selection? Or would you prefer back in my other skull selection on Carson Wentz over 11.5 rush yards? And yeah, I'm insane in the membrane.
No, I honestly like both, man. I really like the rush yards on Wentz. I think there's going to be a couple scramble opportunities. I don't know how many design runs there's going to be, but we saw a couple scrambles last week. And then with Naylor, that's a low number, man. I really like that. Had October 19th, because, you know, he was a little bit beat up, had 2 grabs for 37 against the Browns defense, even 3 for 27. I like that. I think he finishes with at least 20, so I'll play that as well.
Yeah, it really is kind of crazy that Naylor line post that immediately grabbed it, plays considerable snap share overall, and a guy that will probably see around 3 to 4 targets in this game. The other piece of news that came out today, of course, overshadowed about what went down in the NBA, but Jordan Schultz reports that Chris Olave and Rashid Shaheed of the New Orleans Saints are drawing interest from, quote, several teams ahead of the trade deadline. Do you think any one of those guys gets dealt? And to who possibly, which would make sense? Who's got a wide receiver need that is vying for contention right now?
If I'm the Saints, I don't know if I want to move on from Olave, but I would probably make a deal for Shaheed, and I think he would be a great pickup for several different teams, man. Now, Olave, I would like for Buffalo. I think Buffalo needs a true number 1 wide receiver, or a team like Baltimore, even though they got a lot of ground to make up. But Shaheed, he could be a fit everywhere, man, because everywhere needs a vertical threat. I think there's more of a chance. It's more likely he gets moved, though, than Olave.
All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, the maven of math, Rachel Kryshak's going to be joining us, giving her favorite bets ahead of Thursday Night Football right here. BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM Network. Stay tuned.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, tune in, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I'm dying to get your expertise on VJ Edgecombe's Rookie of the Year price and Victor Wembanyama for MVP after what we saw. We don't often get that, right? Night 1 in the NBA and a huge move in the MVP market and Rookie of the Year market.
I mean, this thing was happening in real time with both of these. I want to start with the MVP because Wemby is the big story so far 2 days into this NBA regular season. This is 14-1. Before the game starts. And now we're down to 3-1 over at BetMGM, to where he's pretty much co-favorites with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And I'll go as far as to say, it might sound crazy, but I actually do think there's a path for Wemby to win this award. And I think you can make an argument that he should be the favorite to win this award. And here's why, because team success is a big thing. And you brought that up earlier in this segment. And I 100% agree with that, except for this case where I think Wemby might be able to get around it. Because everyone watching that game, and it's not going to be that every single night. At least I don't think it is. I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe this is just a sign of what's to come.
If he's averaging 40, he's going to be the favorite soon.
But I think, and we talked about this summer when we were discussing win totals, the Spurs win total was at 42.5, 43.5. And it's hey, they might have the best player in the league, and this is the win total? Are we sure? If they get the 5 seed or even the 6 seed, let's just say they avoid the play-in tournament, and they're one of the top 6 seeds, I don't think there's going to be a player that has more of an impact on winning than Wembanyama this season. All the box plus minus, value over replacement player efficiency rating, all that stuff He's going to be number one. And if he's number one in all of that, and we at the end of the year come to the consensus that, hey, he's just the best player, I mean, SGA can go 68-14 again if he wants to. I think Wemby might beat him out. I think he would, just because like that, nobody's ever seen what we saw last night. If that's a sign of what's to come, I don't know how you beat that.
Give us a thought on VJ Edgecombe, Rookie of the Year.
Fun. I would caution people to just pump the brakes a little bit. Edgecombe, obviously, I think is going to be a really good player, as we saw last night. But now that he's sitting there at like one of the co-favorites to win the award, or just behind Cooper Flagg, I don't think we need to overreact to that one. I think Wemby's more real. I think Edgecombe will be in the conversation, especially early in the season. But I think Flagg should still be your favorite. But unless they keep doing this point Flagg stuff, if that's the case, then yeah, you might want to circle that. But as it stands right now, I still think Cooper Flagg is your most likely Rookie of the Year. It's one bad game. It's not going to be that every single night.
And obviously, Jared McCain's going to be back. Paul George is going to be back. Less shooting opportunities. And Joel Embiid's going to shoot more as well as the season goes along and he's healthy.
Be better.
So less opportunity you'd hope so, for VJ Edgecombe. I do think like Neek Clifford, 80-1, starting games for the Kings.
I'm good.
I feel like I'm the opposite of speechless, to the point where I want to tell everybody about this. Like, I'm in the Wendy's drive-thru. I'm like, listen, did you see those Wemby highlights last night? It's like, ma'am, do you want fries with that or not? Because it's one of those things that, like, if you follow basketball, you're like, something crazy is going on here.
Yeah.
Like, I have watched a lot of basketball, and that is not normal. Some of the touch and some of the moves that Wemby had last night, like, we were talking about this during the offseason. Apparently, Wemby trained with Kevin Garnett, and Kevin Garnett himself, who is a Hall of Famer, was super impressed to the point where he compared his game to a mix of Kevin Durant and Shaq. And that's exactly what we saw last night.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you, and in the house with me on this hashtag Tequila Thursday, my guy, Ryan Horvath. We're going to be talking to our good buddy, Rachel Krychak for Betalytics here momentarily. Get all of her model picks, not only on Thursday Night Football ahead of kickoff, but also covering all kinds of sports here on that site, the NHL. And, of course, we got to ask her about her Toronto Blue Jays as a die-hard fan. The World Series begins tomorrow against the LA Dodgers. Before we bring on Rachel, a further reminder, folks, if you have any fantasy football questions for us, if you want to share any of your sports bets ahead of Thursday Night Football, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of BetMGM, with an MLB World Series No Sweat SGP token, you get a stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. Step up to the plate and call your shot. Opt in right now on the MLB World Series No Sweat token on an SGP only at BetMGM. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's bring on our lady of the night. That is Rachel Krychak, who is a buzz right now about her Toronto Blue Jays. Also feeling extra saucy tonight with some of her wagers that she has in Thursday Night Football. And naturally, in the National Hockey League as well. She's the CTO of Betalytics. Give her a follow on X, would you kindly, at Rachel Krychek. Again, on X, at Rachel Krychek. Rachel, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Let's dig in on Thursday Night Football with Vikings and Chargers about to kick off. Give our listeners and viewers a favorite bet, or preferably three your model is high on, whether side, total, player prop. If you want to build us an SGP, I wouldn't hate it. Go ahead and pick it. What do you got?
Yeah, so I do, as you know, Brad, a lot of tracking on my models. So it's not even just like I build them. It's how accurate are they, and on what players are they accurate on. And so every pick tonight is, with the exception of the touchdown pick, because that's a little bit separate, is hitting at 80% or better on the Betalytics model this season in the NFL. So I love these. This is kind of like my jam. Justin Herbert over 18.5 rushing yards. This number was sitting at 15.5 earlier on some books, and I can't even tell you how big of the sledgehammer came down on that. I have laddered him to 30 plus because at Betalytics.com we have him projected for 29.8. And he has been running a ton. And if you look at how Brian Flores mixes up his defense, he forces QBs to run. And Justin Herbert's been doing a little bit more running this year. Now he gets Joe Alt back tonight. And thank God, because the pass protection has been trash, to say the least. So I love that bet there. Carson Wentz, the other quarterback, under 33.5 attempts or under 21.5 completions. I think you get Aaron Jones back tonight. You've already got Jordan Mason. The Chargers' run defense has given up a lot on the ground. And I think when we're looking at it, Carson Wentz is 7-0 on Thursday Night Football. And while I don't necessarily think that's relevant, I think it is important to point out that the Minnesota Vikings are likely to run the ball a little bit more tonight. And therefore, 33.5 is a little bit high for me. The last one is a Jordan Mason TD. Like I mentioned, the Chargers, not fantastic against the run. And they've given up at least 2 rushing touchdowns in almost every game. And Jordan Mason, we just need one. And at one of the books, it was sitting at plus 170. So that's fantastic value.
Yeah, love that as well, Rachel. So we're together on that one. What about the NHL tonight? Let's actually start with the sides and totals, because I think we still got 6 games that haven't went down yet. Anything that you like or the model likes as far as a side or total tonight on the ice? Sorry.
Yeah, so there are a couple things. There's some intriguing value on the board. And it's not even just like a side or a total, it's a team total. So Seattle Kraken team total under 2.5. They're playing the Winnipeg Jets. They're finishing off kind of like the Eastern road swing. They came through Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, all that kind of jazz. And you look at it, they're having trouble scoring, and they're going up against the Vezina winner. And so I look at that. Team total under 2.5 was plus 120. There's really, really good value on there at Betalytics. I believe we have them for 1.9 goals. So certainly a lot less than 3. I like that. And then Winnipeg, again, playing Seattle, and Edmonton playing Montreal. And Montreal is on the second half of a back-to-back. And Edmonton has coming off an Eastern road swing where they were awful. They need to get right. And if you parlay those two together just on the money line, it's plus 112. And our implied probability says that the odds should be closer to like minus 130 for this bet. So you're getting 40, almost 45 points of value here. I really like that. And then we hit a live bet last week, so I feel like I'm going to need to do another one tonight. I'm going to take Tampa on the money line tonight. Chicago's up 1-0 right now.
Yep.
And the Blackhawks are on borrowed time as it pertains to what their goalie's not giving up versus what he should be giving up. And so I think that might go sideways later in this game.
Completely agree. There's still 18:37 to go in the second period in that one. I will tell you on that one, I said the same thing. I was just waiting for you to clarify there. All right, let's go to any player props that you like tonight as well.
Yeah, so I'm about I love that. Connor Hellebuck of the Winnipeg Jets over 21.5 saves. There's been 3 of the last 5 games he's had over 30 saves. So I don't know why this number is at 21.5, especially because we think Seattle's going to be losing. They're going to have to put pucks on net. This seems really low. We haven't projected for 27 saves tonight. And then he broke the dam against Ottawa. We're going to go with Connor McDavid. 3+ shots and 1 point against the Montreal Canadiens tonight.
Love that. Oh, absolutely love it. Rachel Krychak cranking out all kinds of plus money offerings, not only in the NFL, but also the NHL. She's the CTO of BetAlytics. Give her a follow on X, would you kindly, at Rachel Krychak. Again, on X, at Rachel Krychak. Rachel, getting back to the NFL and the main slate ahead of week 8. We got a 16 bye week, so it's Bye-Mageddon is what we've nicknamed it. Give our listeners and viewers and hook them up with your top 3 player props in whatever your heart desires. So it could be anytime touchdown market, receptions, rushing yards, whatever. I don't care. Give me 3 of them. What do you got?
Yeah, so it's tight end day this weekend. We all know what that means. It means you get a touchdown and you get a touchdown and you get a touchdown. And so what I did was I took a look at the matchup ratings. I took a look at what quarterbacks already like to use their tight ends. And Tyler Warren and Tucker Kraft parlayed for a touchdown is paying more than plus 200 right now. And I don't think any of us sitting here would be surprised if both those guys found the end zone maybe more than once this weekend. So I'm definitely parlaying those 2. The other guy I want to point out, he doesn't have any lines up right now, is Mason Taylor of the New York Jets. Tyrod Taylor is expected to start, and the Cincinnati Bengals are giving up more than 70 yards a game to tight ends. Aaron Glenn has said he wants to involve Mason Taylor. That is somebody I would point out. However, we are going to go back to the Green Bay Packers. Jordan Love over 15.5 rushing yards. This guy is sailing over this line. I have hit a ladder on him 3 weeks in a row at this point, and his line at 15.5 when we have him projected for nearly 30 is just way too low for me. So I am probably going to be hitting that ladder again. And then we cannot ignore the fact that Bijan Robinson is playing the Miami Dolphins. That is like, if you don't bet on him, I really don't know what to tell you. That's like the one thing you should bet this weekend, and maybe sprinkle Tyler Algier in there. But Bijan Robinson over 36.5 receiving yards, over his rushing and receiving yards, Bijan Robinson for a touchdown, all of it. If you haven't watched the Miami Dolphins play this year, don't. But just know that running backs are literally running them over. So those are the ones that I absolutely love.
Yeah, I totally agree. Flippers are going to flop yet again. Rachel, before we get you out of here, Game 1 of the World Series featuring your Toronto Blue Jays against the LA Dodgers begins tomorrow night. So try to bury the bias the best way that you can. But what advantages do you see in the betting market? Whether on the run line, the total in Game 1, player prop, maybe something in the series as far as some of the futures that are out there. So just give us a World Series bet or 2 if you don't mind.
Yeah, so at BetAlytics, all 3 of the co-founders are Jays fans. So right now you can get a 7-day free trial, and it's basically we'll give you all the World Series data for free if you want a 7-day free trial because we love the Jays. And here's the thing, I could put my heart aside and just do some math. I am all heart, but at the same time, there is value on the Jays to win the series. This line should be closer from a series price to plus 135. It is plus 180 right now. That is way too much. The implied probability here, especially when you look at what, yes, I get the Dodgers are the Dodgers, but when you look at what the Jays bring and the fact that they can get to pitchers, this could be problematic for the Dodgers. I think the best value, though, in the series, if you think the Dodgers are going to win and you obviously don't want to take minus 200 on the number, the best value is on either team to win in game 6 or 7. If you think the Jays are going to win, game 6 is plus 700. If you think the Dodgers are going to win in 6 or 7, it's still plus 300 or 400. That's where you're going to get the value. I don't think this is going to be a 4 or 5 game series. So if you really want to get some value, you either take the Jays to win outright or you take the Dodgers to win in 6 or 7.
Oh, outstanding stuff. Good luck to your Toronto Blue Jays, Rachel. I'm going to be pulling for him because I don't want a team to just buy a championship. Yeah, I'm pointing the finger at you, LA Dodgers. All right, we got to let her go. Rachel Krychek, CTO of BetAlytics. Outstanding job she does there. Follow on X at Rachel Krychek. When we come back, Antoine Staley is going to join us to talk all things New York Jets right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stick around.
Don't go anywhere. BetMGM tonight will be right back with more football bets on the BetMGM Network.
I was more impressed with how Vanderbilt went to Alabama and kind of held their own in a game where I thought maybe Alabama would have their way in the trenches, and I didn't think they did. I thought that they were able to blow it open late. I just think Vanderbilt at the line of scrimmage is really, really good, and they're such a unique style of play. And if they get in that playoff, I think that they're going to give fits to whoever it is. And what they were able to do to LSU last week, and what they were able to do at South Carolina, at Virginia Tech, when you win road games by multiple scores in hostile environments, that's when you start getting my attention. So I know that they're in the SEC, but they're still treated like a mid-major for whatever reason, just because of their name. I think Vanderbilt is still the most underrated team in the country.
The Colts favored over the Titans, a divisional matchup. The biggest reason why, Sam, any pool that I have the Colts available then I will be using them is future value. Even though the Colts are having a very good season, they have little future value. So you have a team that's on fire, a 2-touchdown favorite, and if you look down the road, I'm like, oh, at KC, there'll be a dog. At Seattle, probably be a dog. Other games, Pittsburgh on the road. Live in that industry. That's all they talk about. We're more sides and totals people.
and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Hey, bartender, come on. Keep them flowing and going, baby. The party's about to get underway there in SoCal. Muchas gracias, mi amigo. As Thursday football going to be kicking off here in a matter of minutes between the LA Chargers and Minnesota Vikings. We've already given you oodles of picks that we're going to be sweating out live and in real time. We might do some live dives as well. So keep it up to date, all the action there at SoFi Stadium. We're going to be talking to Antoine Staley, all Jets all the time. A lot of rumors milled about that franchise ahead of the November 4th trade deadline. So we're getting the very latest from Antoine Staley of the New York Daily News. Before we bring Antoine on, friendly reminder, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, if you want to talk sports betting with, guess who? Us, you absolutely can. Easy way to contact Horvath and I on the show. Just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Let's head out to the phone lines right now and talk to Antoine Staley, Jets beat writer and columnist for the New York Daily News. Make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there at Antoine Staley. Again, on X at Antoine Staley. Antoine, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. And straight away from me, amigo, an ESPN report surfaced yesterday. Breece Hall could be on the trade block with the Texans, Chiefs, and Chargers as possible suitors for his services. What have you heard about Hall and his potential of leaving town? Give us a percentage chance he changes locations on or before the November 4th deadline, and possibly where.
It's complicated because the Jets were without Braylon Allen, who's their second back right now. He's probably going to be out for the year. He has a knee injury there. I mean, they talked about being out from 8 to 12 weeks, and that pretty much puts you at the end of the season. And considering how badly the Jets have played, there's really no point of really bringing them back, just for the last few games. So, it's kind of like, do you trade Breece Hall? Like, what are you getting for him? I think it could go either way, to be honest with you. Like, either way, he's not going to be with the Jets next year. I think everybody knows that. It's just a matter of, if they do trade him, what can you get for him? And is that any more than what a compensatory pick would be? So what I understand, no, it's not. It's probably going to be a day 3 pick anyway. So I would hold on to him anyway, because I just feel like you're going to get the same compensation anyway. It's just a matter of when you get it. Do you want it in 2026 or 27? That's the main thing what the Jets have to evaluate there, because, you're not getting a 3rd-round pick for a guy that's going to be a free agent after the season. I mean, this is not realistic, especially at the running back position. You're probably looking more like a 5th-round pick, and you're going to get that as a compensatory pick anyway. So the Jets are still weighing that out. If I had to guess, it'd probably be, 40% traded, compared to the 60 not. But, it's definitely possible.
Antoine, Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson both missed practice again today. What are the chances we see either of those guys go this weekend against Cincy? And while we're talking about Garrett Wilson, we just talked about Breece Hall. Any chance he gets moved before the deadline?
Well, he just signed an extension in July, so there's no chance of that happening whatsoever. I don't know where this is coming from, to be quite honest with you, because I don't know if people understand the salary cap ramifications and everything like that. Garrett Wilson's contract hasn't even started yet, to be quite honest with you, as far as the extension. So, I don't think the Jets have any plans to trade him whatsoever. So, I can't see that happening. As far as Sauce and Garrett, it's very unlikely either one of those guys are going to play. Sauce is still in concussion protocol. When he suffered that concussion against Carolina, we already knew he probably was not going to play this week. Garrett, they have a bye next week. again, the Jets are 0-7. So what's the rush even bringing them back out there for this game? But in particular, who we don't even know who the quarterback is going to be. And he hasn't practiced all week, in 2 weeks for that matter. So, yeah, I don't think either one of those guys are going to play. And also Mason Taylor missed practice on Thursday, too. So that also further complicates things, too, with the Jets offense.
Yeah, and their offense has been a mess, man. I bet them last week. I thought they were going to pick up their first and maybe only victory of the season, and they let me down. So they're on my you-know-what list right now. But going back to the quarterbacks, who gives them the better opportunity to, I'm not even going to say to win, to move the football and kind of to bounce back off that? Does Aaron Glenn survive this season to draft his guy this summer?
I'll answer the second question first. I think as of right now, the Jets have no plans of firing Aaron Glenn. They are committed to him. Woody Johnson is committed to him. He's the decision maker, the end all be all with the Jets organization. Woody is given that powers right now. So as of right now, I can't see any scenario where Aaron Glenn does not finish the season or gets fired after the season too, for that matter, unless they go 0-17 or 1-16, and I think all bets are off in that case. Which, honestly, right now, there's a chance they could. I mean, I think they have 3 winnable games left on the schedule. They got the Browns after the bye week on November 9th, and then you got the Dolphins and Saints, in December. So I think those are their best 3 chances to pick up a victory this year. But in terms of your quarterback question, I think Tyrod Taylor moves the ball a little bit better. I don't know if necessarily they have a chance to win, especially with no Garrett, potentially no Mason Taylor, and then you got a banged-up Breece Hall, too, as well, who's dealing with a bit of an injury himself. So it's just a bit of a cluster. Not to say the entire word, but it's just a bit of a mess there for the Jets right now. It depends on whether you want to lose by 3 interceptions or you want to lose by the guy holding the ball too long and getting sacked 9 times. It's up to them what they want to do.
I think the entire word certainly applies right now, this franchise, Antoine. I'll just throw that out there right now. We're talking to the great Antoine Staley, the Jets beat writer and columnist of the New York Daily News. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at Antoine Staley. Again, on X, at Antoine Staley. Antoine, focus on the matchup this week against Cincinnati. What won, and of course got some question marks out there, New York Jet could reward dice-rolling fantasy football managers who are dealing with a soul-crushing 16 bye week. We're hoping that Mason Taylor can suit up because the Bengals have allowed the most fantasy points to opposing tight ends, but we shall see. If Taylor can't go, who could be that guy? It's going to be Josh Reynolds, somebody else that we're not even thinking about. Maybe Davis steps up in that backfield, working in synchronicity with Breece Hall. What are your thoughts on anybody standing up, showing up, and showing out for this Jets squad against Cincy this weekend?
Honestly, I have no idea. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I have no idea. If Mason doesn't play, Garrett's out, Breece is hurt. It'll have to be Breece Hall. I guess you have to rely a lot on him. But again, like, he's dealing with an injury himself. So I don't know where the yards could have come from, to be honest with you. I think we found that issue. They had the same issue last week too, when they had no Garrett there. Breece left the game for a little bit there. You had Tyler Johnson. I believe he had the most catches out of any Jets receiver. I think he had 3 catches for 60 yards. So I guess you probably have to go with him by default. But yeah, it's dire. It's a dire situation for the Jets right now, especially considering their defense has been playing so much better the last couple of weeks there. But as you know, if you can't score points, you can't win in this game. So you're gonna have to figure out a way to score points and manufacture it somehow.
Man, what a dumpster fire this organization is right now offensively. Let's not sugarcoat it. I mean, that's just a stark reality, unfortunately. Antoine, before we get you out of here,
it is what
broad
it is.
question. It is what it is. Yeah, we're just keeping it real here on BetMGM tonight. Broad question. The over-under, and this is a real line, on rest of season wins for this winless franchise is 3.5 right now at BetMGM. Of course, it's used to the under at a -150. Does this team win multiple games? They have a remote shot or maybe a snowball's chance? Does it actually happen?
I think they can win 2 games. I do think that. And initially at the beginning of the year, I thought they would win 6. just simply because I thought their defense would be really good, and I thought they'd be good enough offensively where they'd be able to get some teams there potentially down the line. But again, if you can't score points, then it's hard to beat anybody. But I think they got a game against the Dolphins in early December. I think they could win there. It's going to be interesting to see where the Dolphins where they're at mentally and just coaching wise there, because there's been a lot of talk about Mike McDaniel himself and that organization. And then you look at the Saints too as well. They got to go to New Orleans towards Christmas time. That'll be an opportunity for a win there. I would take the under, to be honest with you. You say 3.5. I'm taking the under with that because I don't trust this team to get more than you mean to tell me they're going to get 4 wins before the end of the year and we got 10 weeks left in the season? I highly doubt that. So I'll probably say 3 would be the maximum I would take, but yeah, definitely take the under with that.
Yeah, that number's outlandish to me. 3.5. Honestly, when I was looking at it, I thought it was going to be 2.5 at the highest. I mean, even 1.5 is on the table. I mean, does this team win 2 games? I think you give a compelling case against the Miami Dolphins because they're a trash heap in their own right. So, wow, tough times right now in East Rutherford, to say the least. Antoine, say that we appreciate the time, as always. Thoroughly enjoy our conversations every time we have you on. You're the Jets beat writer and columnist for the New York Daily News. Read his awesome stuff and give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at Antoine Staley. Again, on X, at Antoine Staley. Antoine, we appreciate the time. Buy yourself multiple bottles of tequila and somehow survive this season, mi amigo.
I'm trying out here, but yeah, thanks for y'all having me on. I appreciate it.
Our pleasure, man. There he goes. Antoine Staley. Fascinating news. Again, the rumor mill is just spinning wildly right now about Breece Hall. And, he laid out a very strong case of why trade him for a compensatory pick. Essentially a 5th rounder. Why do it right now? Just wait. You might be able to get something else a little bit more valuable in the offseason. Maybe it's a 4th rounder. Maybe somebody backs up a truck somehow, gives you a 3rd round pick. Why deal him for a 5th rounder? But we shall see. Garrett Wilson, of course, is not going to move. Maybe there's some other pieces that could be sent out of town. And what do you think this team does by the November 4th trade line? Do they even move a soul? What do you predict here, Ryan?
I don't think they move a soul. I don't. That's why I was shocked to see Yahoo today with the Garrett Wilson trade rumor story to maybe potentially Cleveland. Like, what would Cleveland trade for a wide receiver for right now when they don't even have a starting quarterback?
No.
But Breece Hall would make a ton of sense. As a fantasy owner, I keep holding out hope that he could be traded, somewhere like, I don't know, Kansas City. But do the Chiefs even need him? Pacheco has been much more efficient. I really like Brashard Smith. He's getting more and more opportunity. He's not going to be an every down back, but solid 3rd down and pass catching back. I don't know where it makes the most sense for Breece Hall, but I would love to see him moved as a fantasy owner, man, because this Jets offense is bad. I mean, if you just watch the Red Zone channel, you don't see them ever. They never cross the 50-yard line. They're never in the red zone. I really need the Mason Taylor injury is the one I'm really paying attention to this week, though, Brad. I need Mason Taylor, man. I was going to bet some props, and I have him going in 2 lineups. And I'm starting him, so hopefully he does go.
Yeah, he's dealing with a quad injury. There is optimism that he is going to be able to practice. Even if he gets a limited session in tomorrow, I think he'll be able to suit up and be good to go. But that's TBD. The coaches have come out and already said, it's not a major injury. There's nothing to see here. Well, prove it. Send his ass out there and practice tomorrow if it ain't that big of a deal. So, again, monitor. If he gets in a limited session, I think you're going to have the luxury, and I can't believe I'm saying that, tied to New York Jet, but the luxury of playing Mason Taylor in a 16 bye week, given the fact that he's got the mother of all matchups against the Cincinnati Bengals, who've allowed the most opponent tight end points of this season. So it is a supreme matchup, and hopefully he can take advantage. How crazy is that over underline 3.5 wins rest of season right now at BetMGM?
It's insane. I would only bet the under. I mean, he called, and I love Antoine, but he called the Browns a winnable game. I'm not betting the Jets over Cleveland, man.
Nope.
That quarterback situation, that offensive line against Myles Garrett and that pass rush, good luck, man. So I could see them beating the Dolphins. Let's see what version of the Dolphins we get after this week. I do think that they've already quit. Other than that, I would have to go under. I can't find 4 wins.
I can't either. I'm not even sure they're going to be able to muster two. Look, I felt really good preseason about New Orleans Saints having the worst record in the National Football League. I might as well roll and smoke that ticket right now because the Jets are going to take the cake there. They may not win a game. You were kind of half joking, I think, a couple of days ago when we brought this up. And you're like, Jets ain't going to win a game. Aaron Glenn's going to go over. I think you're right. I think you're spot on. I just don't see it. Maybe it gets the Dolphins because they're a train wreck in their own right. But, man, this franchise has got so many injuries, so many ills, so much ineptitude. However, Ryan, I need Tyrod Taylor to get the start. I'm desperate into Superflex, and I picked him up, and I'm praying he gets me, if he gets to start, like 10, 11 fantasy points. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, as bad as that offense is, it's sad, man, because I have Garrett Wilson on a roster. I have Taylor on 2 different teams, and then I have Breece Hall on 2 different teams. So that's why I'm really hoping that Breece gets moved because, I wanted to make the case for things to get better after last week. I don't think it's going to get better this year. Maybe next year with a new coaching staff and a new quarterback.
No, the circling the drain is just going to continue there for the Jets, Jets. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. The fantasy football conversation is going to continue to roll on. We're talking flames, shocker specials at running back right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
When you look at the Irish, how good is Notre Dame?
I think it's a really good football team. I think it's a football team that's hitting its stride. I think, you need to root for Miami if you're Notre Dame. That loss Friday does not help because Miami now does not control its own destiny in the ACC race. But I don't think there's any shame, right, in losing to Miami and Texas A&M by a total of 4 points. I think those are 2 teams that will be right there in the playoff picture at the end, as will Notre Dame. I mean, the schedule certainly helps, but you got to remember they're breaking in a first-time starter quarterback who's a redshirt freshman that Miami game, and they had a new defense coordinator in Chris Ash those first 2 games as well. And I'm not saying this is the steel curtain overnight, but you've seen this group adapt to Chris Ash, get much better throughout the course of the season. They had a few hiccups early against USC, but they're able to really control that game in the second half. And I think, in a year where it feels like it's Ohio State and everybody, and even then I think Ohio State is beatable. I put Notre Dame right up there. I mean, I've seen them as high as 3 in some people's power ratings. I don't know if I go that high right now, but I do think you put them on the field against anyone, they're going to have a good chance to win.
Which team do you think is most overrated right now that you don't really like compared to maybe the general public?
I still think it's Texas.
You're right.
I think I have not. I couldn't believe that they won the game. Yeah, I know you're a Texas grad, Mike.
You're right, though. You're right.
I mean, Arch has just been so underwhelming. I don't know what they're going to do in the offseason with him, if they're going to part ways, go a different direction. That's going to be a fascinating topic because, I mean, Arch was a Heisman frontrunner coming into this year, but they got absolutely outgained by dominated the line of scrimmage, but were able to steal that game. I just think that they have not really looked the part or passed the eye test the entire year. They just have the Texas name brand, and they were preseason in the top 2 or 3.
got the running back unders in both Cleveland and New England. They play each other. Coincidence, or you shorten both guys separately?
It is coincidence, and let's talk about it. My favorite play of the weekend from a prop standpoint is Ramondre Stevenson under 17.5 rushes against Cleveland. Patriots offensive line struggling. Ramondre tends to do exactly as well as his offensive line allows. And against the Browns, that's going to be very little. And when Ramondre flops, he flops hard. He's had 3 good games. He's had 4 bad games. In those 4 flop games, he's averaged 22 rushing yards, 13 receiving yards. He is 1 game removed from an 18-yard game. And his flop is absolutely in play. Here's Cleveland. It's the best run defense in the league. They're number 1 in ESPN's run stuff win rate, number 1 in Pro Football Focus's run defense ranking, number 1 in rush defense success rate, number 2 in rush defense EPA, and number 1 in yards before contact. And when he does have these flop games, he averages 7 rushes a game. 7. He's only topped 17.5 rushes 1 game all year. That's it. I don't even know what we're doing at a 17.5 over under on rushes. Seems, he's got to have an elite out of the ordinary game, and that ain't happening against the Browns.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Get rid of it, Wentz!
What is he doing?
He did, but that might be grounding. That was 4th and 1. We got action already underway in Los Angeles between the Chargers and Minnesota Vikings, and it looks like on that 4th and 1 and the first drive of the game, Minnesota's going to have to punt it away. That was an ugly final play that is going to force them out of this possession. And we're going to keep you up to date, all the action there. By the way, we're going to talk some Fantasy Flames lame shocker specials at the running back position ahead of the Week 8 main slate here momentarily. And a friendly reminder, if you have any fantasy football questions for us, if you want to share some of your bets, whether on Thursday Night Football, maybe get a live dive or some action that you've already locked and loaded upcoming this weekend, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up with your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Let's go in and get our pole dancing poll question today results out there. I'm going to shut it down because the game is already underway on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Who finds the end zone? And Vikings and Chargers, your options were Jordan Mason at plus 115, Kamani Vidal at plus 125, Justin Jefferson at plus 145, or Keenan Allen at plus 155. Officially 170 votes cast. Horvath, who led the way?
I'll go Justin Jefferson, plus 145.
Of course, people are going to go with a brand name at 32.5%. It was actually kind of a tight race, though. Second place goes to Jordan Mason. You're a fan of that one, so am I. At 27.8%, Kamani Vidal. Brando's in on that one. That was the third place at 26%. Dead last, Keenan Allen, plus 155 at 13.8%. We had a couple of comments. One from MJA said, big lad. He's not really big. He's diminutive, Lad McConkey, but the McConkey donkey is who he's going to ride with. And then our EP, Brandon Combs, of course, offers his 2 cents, as he always does, on our pole dancing poll question of the day. Either running back is a good play tonight. Brando says Kamani Vidal at plus 125 is my favorite play of the night. So hopefully that sucker is going to cash. We're going to find out how much work Vidal is going to get from the get-go here as the Chargers going to get their first possession of the game. Again, no Hassan Haskins in uniform. I would be surprised if he play anything less than 90% of the snap share tonight. By the way, on that opening drive from Minnesota. Carson Wentz 2 for 4 for 23 yards. Jordan Mason had a carry for 2 yards. Aaron Jones had a carry for absolutely nothing. Aaron Jones is also targeted for absolutely nothing, but we'll come back to the lineup. Justin Jefferson had a 16-yard reception, and Jordan Mason, a nice little juke move in the open field, but only went for 7 yards. So that's all the action we have so far in Thursday Night Football. We'll chime in on a live dive once we get some interesting action in this game. We both expect it to be a little bit higher scoring than anticipated, although that was a bit of a discombobulated end of that first possession for Minnesota. Right now, we got to talk some fantasy flames, lames, and shocker specials at the running back position. Let's start with the fantasy flames ahead of the main slate in week 8. To qualify, Horvat, these are guys that are under 60% started. That could really surprise and shine in a bye-heavy week. Again, Arizona, Detroit, Jacksonville, Las Vegas, the LA Rams, and Seattle all out of action here in week 8. So, Harvey, what do you like as a fantasy flame this weekend?
Yeah, in my league, he barely meets the criteria because 6 teams are in bye. But I'm going to go with Woody Marks, and this is going to be the first time since trading for him I'm actually going to use him. Looked like the lead back, at least on Monday night. He played 61% of the snaps. There were 15 running back carries. He had 10 of those. He also led the backfield with 20 routes ran and 5 targets, was used in the red zone. So if they're trailing in this game against San Francisco, the Texans, I think he can catch some balls. Also, San Francisco, they've been better this year, but now without Nick Bosa, without Fred Warner, a little worried about that defense. They're allowing 4.6 yards per carry since the Bosa injury, 1.5 yard before contact, which is the 6th highest in the NFL. So I like Woody Marks against San Francisco.
And I believe we have a touchdown on the board. Yes, we do. That's a pick 6. Man, that was a wounded duck. That was an ugly pass off the hand of Justin Herbert. What in the hell? What did I just witness? What did I see? All right, so I'm seeing the replay. A little bit of pressure off the edge. Hey, he throws it in double coverage. His receiver, McKinney, that was McConkey, hadn't even turned around yet. And it was an easy pick. Oh, did the ball touch the ground? Oh, this is going to be an interesting call here on the replay. This might come back. I mean, it looks like he has control, but I think the tip of the ball made contact with the ground. So here's the call. Right now, we're hearing it. I can't hear it. I'm going to see him. Official review is what they're saying. Okay, so they are going to review this, but just a mystifying pass off the hand of Justin Herbert there. I don't know what he was reacting and reading in that moment. I think this has a really good shot, though, of coming back, Horvat. What do you say? It seems like a 50-50 prospect. On the field, they allowed the play to run through, and they called a touchdown. Oh, here's a good angle on the zoom. Again, it hits the ground. Yeah, it's going to be incomplete. It's got to come back, right?
It does. He did, he made a nice move right there, getting both hands under it, trying to secure it. But like you said, the tip of the ball touches the field as they show the expression of Jim Harbaugh. And he's like, no effing way. I'm with you, Jim. I need Justin Herbert to score the first touchdown, not the Vikings defense, which was probably like 50-1 or something like that. I think this comes back. I don't think this is ruled an interception, but who knows with my luck, man, because I have both the Chargers and that Herbert first touchdown. So I'm hoping it looks like that's coming back. Looks like Herbert's going back on the field.
This just said on my live Yahoo Sports app scoring, this is real. Justin Herbert pass intercepted to left. Isaiah Rodgers intercepted Justin Herbert for a 999-yard loss. Wow, that's historic.
Yeah, that's a record breaker right there. So it looks like the Chargers. Okay, 3rd and 13, no pick. We live to see another day.
No pick.
The first
no pick.
Whew.
Man.
Yeah. I mean, there was a little bit of ball movement there. I didn't quite have both paws underneath it. So that was a good call there on instant replay and rather expeditious with that call. Yeah. So well played. It is 3rd and long. We're going to see what Herbert does. All right, we're going to get, we'll chime in. We'll keep you up to date. We got to talk some fantasy flames, and shocker specials at the running back position. You went Woody Marks. I'm going to go with Tyler Algier, getting gear with him. 18% started right now in Yahoo leagues. And a guy who I believe is going to get 15-16 touches this week in a primo matchup against the worthless Miami Dolphins, number 26 in rush EPAD. They're giving up 5.19 yards per carry to first down, a pass to Keenan Allen. Nice play there by Herbert. Also, the Miami Dolphins giving 128.3 rush yards per game, 6 total touchdowns to running back position, the 5th most fantasy points to RBs. And Algier, he's been efficient when he's got the rock, working in concert there with Bijan Robinson. He's number 22 in yak per attempt. I see it's at least 50 on the ground, and I think he finds the end zone as well. Double-digit points, you will take that all diggity day long, given the hellish bye week we have in front of us. All right, flip side of the coin, fantasy lames. Guys started in over 50% of Yahoo leagues you think are going to flop. Who is that?
Yeah, so last week, man, I was all about Chase Brown. Played all of his props, and it paid off. He ran for 108 yards, but yet only scored 12 fantasy points. And without Joe Burrow, I think 12, 13 points, even against this Jets team that's 0-7, I think that's probably his ceiling, man. The Bengals running backs right now are only averaging 0.3 yards before contact. It's not all on Chase Brown. It's all on the offensive line not getting any push. It's gotten a little bit better the last couple of weeks, but the Jets, the one strength that they do have is their run defense, only allowing 0.8 per carry, yards per carry, obviously, before contact. So I'm going to stay away from Chase Brown. Even though the matchup seems okay against a Jets team that's 0-7, they do have a very good run defense on paper.
Rondé Gadsden with a nice little reception there for about 10 yards. He's becoming a thing, folks, there in Los Angeles. All right, I'm going to go with Saquon Barkley. You have to fade the guy, right? He's 84% started. You're facing the Giants. Now, the Giants are dead last in the NFL. Yes, even worse than Miami and rush EPA defense. They're giving up 5.34 yards per carry, 96.3 rush yards per game, and 6 touchdowns in totality just to running backs. However, they're number 14 in most fantasy points allowed to the RB position, but the problem is Saquon. He's been so inefficient. Number 47 in yak per attempt. He's only forced a missed tackle on a just perplexing 12.4% of his carries. And remember, a couple of weeks ago, he had 67 total yards in game 1 against the G-Men. May get a little bit better, but it didn't find the end zone. I don't think he's going to score. I think it's going to be another subpar game from one of the biggest disappointments in fantasy football this year. All right, let's dig a little bit deeper and go with, they're showing Amari and Hampton. Come back, my sweet prince. Come back. I need you. Shocker special, under 15% started at the running back position. Who could maybe don a crown that people aren't really thinking about?
I'm going to go Brashard Smith. A lot of that usage did come against the Raiders in a game that they dominated, man, 31-0. But he did play 36% of the snaps, had 14 carries, 5 targets, which equaled 13.1 fantasy points in PPR leagues, and had 81 yards. And this is kind of what I expected. It was going to take him some time to get on the field, but the Commanders have allowed the 6th most receiving yards to backs. They've also given up a ton of explosive runs at an above-average rate in the last month. So I like Brashard Smith. I think, this game could get ugly, especially without Jaden Daniels. And even if it's a close game, I do think that there will be some reception. So I'm going to go with Smith again this week because I'm really desperate.
Wow, and again, Herbert goes to Ronnie Gadsden for another sizable gain, about 14, 15 yards there as Mekhi Becton grimacing on the sidelines. Looked like he was walking to the locker room in pain. So the offensive line issues continue for LAC. I'm a big Manung guy. Give me Kyle Manung guy. A bear down! Chicago Bears! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Brando. Always on cue as the Bears starting to really get it done on the ground. That 1-2 punch of DeAndre Swift and Manungai, kind of a poor man's version of Jahmyr Gibbs and Dave Montgomery that Ben Johnson had in Detroit. The reason why I like Manungai, Baltimore number 23 in rush EPA defense. They're giving up 4.73 yards per carry, 149.3 total yards per game just to RBs, and 9 total touchdowns. They've also allowed the 2nd most fantasy points at the RB position. You look at Menenge, 2.57 yak per attempt, unexciting, but improving in that area, forcing a missed tackle on 28.7% of his carries, averaging a hefty 5.12 yards per touch. He's not going to blow away in the box score, kind of like Tyler Algier, but maybe he's like, 50, 60-ish combined yards, crosses a chalk. You will take that, again, all diggity day long, knowing all the guys on a 1 week siesta. So I like Common guy, definitely flexy, sexy material, my man, in 12-team and deeper leagues here in week 8. All right, let me give you a live line right now as the Chargers continue to drive. It is 3rd and 1. Justin Herbert under center. I'll give this to you live. Fakes the handoff. And he chucks across the middle of the field. Oh, caught by the McConkey Donkey. A sizable game, but there is a flag down on the field. Maybe a late hit, possibly, as Herbert was pulled up from the turf there. We're going to find out here momentarily. Right now on the live line, LAC laying 7.5. The over-under at 41.5. It is roughing the passer, late hit. Chargers really in business. The Vikings, if you like them to come back and win this game, if LAC puts points to the board, plus 290 on the money line. Horby, you're banking on Herbert to run in the first touchdown at 22-1. If he doesn't get it, who does?
If he doesn't get it, it'll probably be Gadsden, because that's who I was going to play, and I ended up going with Herbert, mainly because of the 22-1 price. But I'm cool if it's Gadsden, because our guy Brando does have him. But I'm going to go, it's National Tight End Week, like Rachel said. I forgot about that. So watch it be one of the tight ends. I'll go Gadsden here.
Yeah, it does make sense as Vidal goes absolutely nowhere, gobbled up for about a half a yard or 1 yard loss. 2nd and goal right now for the LA Chargers. Run to Gadsden, man. He's just been turning them up between the hash marks. A guy is a thing. I mean, some people were doubting him coming off that 100-plus yard game and a touchdown last week, a hot commodity to say the least off the waiver wire in fantasy football. So for those of you that slapped a wallet and spent some fab cash, you're getting an instant return on his services. Officially a 2-yard loss for Vidal. He's got a pair of losses already on the ground. 5 carries for 3 measly yards. Oh, Herbert, look out. He gets out of trouble. Oh, he's running. He's running. Oh, only about a 2-yard gain, though. There was a fleeting moment there, Herbert, where I'm like, he might actually take that in. And then the gap closed. But the window still remains open on 3rd and goal. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. More fantasy football discussions. We're going to talk claims, lame, shocker specials at wide receiver and tight end in week 8. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Run it in for Herbert.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
I'm dying to get your expertise on VJ Edgecombe's Rookie of the Year price and Victor Wembanyama for MVP after what we saw. We don't often get that, right? Like night one in the NBA and a huge move in the MVP market and Rookie of the Year market.
I mean, this thing was happening in real time with both of these. I want to start with the MVP because Wemby is the big story so far 2 days into this NBA regular season. Like, this is 14-1. Before the game starts. And now we're down to 3-1 over at BetMGM, to where he's pretty much co-favorites with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And I'll go as far as to say, it might sound crazy, but I actually do think there's a path for Wemby to win this award. And I think you can make the argument that he should be the favorite to win this award. And here's why. Because team success is a big thing, and you brought that up earlier in this segment, and I 100% agree with that. Except for this case, where I think Wemby might be able to get around it. Because everyone watching that game, and it's not going to be that every single night. At least I don't think it is. I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe that's just a sign of what's to come.
If he's averaging 40, he's going to be the favorite soon.
But I think, and we talked about this summer when we were discussing win totals, the Spurs win total was like at 42.5, 43.5. And it's like, hey, like they might have the best player in the league, and this is the win total. Are we sure? If they get the 5 seed or even the 6 seed, let's just say they avoid the play-in tournament and they're one of the top 6 seeds, I don't think there's going to be a player that has more of an impact on winning than Wembanyama this season. All the box plus minus, value over replacement player efficiency rating, all that stuff. He's going to be number one. And if he's number one in all of that, and we at the end of the year come to the consensus that, hey, he's just the best player, I mean, SGA can go 68-14 again if he wants to. I think Wemby might beat him out. I think he would, just because like that, nobody's ever seen what we saw last night. If that's a sign of what's to come, I don't know how you beat that.
Give us a thought on VJ Edgecombe, Rookie of the Year.
Fun. I would caution people to just pump the brakes a little bit. Edgecombe, obviously, I think is going to be a really good player, as we saw last night. But now that he's sitting there at like one of the co-favorites to win the award, or just behind Cooper Flag, I don't think we need to overreact to that one. I think Wemby's more real. I think Edgecombe will be in the conversation, especially early in the season. But I think Flag should still be your favorite. But unless they keep doing this point Flag stuff, if that's the case, then yeah, you might want to circle that. But as it stands right now, I still think Cooper Flag's your most likely Rookie of the Year. It's one bad game. It's not going to be that every single night.
And obviously, Jared McCain's going to be back. Paul George is going to be back. Less shooting opportunities. And Joel Embiid's going to shoot more as well as the season goes along and he's healthy.
Be better.
So less opportunity for, you'd hope so, for VJ Edgecombe. I do think like Neek Clifford, 80-1, starting games for the Kings.
I'm good.
I feel like I'm the opposite of speechless, to the point where I want to tell everybody about this. Like, I'm in the Wendy's drive-thru. I'm like, listen, did you see those Wemby highlights last night? It's like, ma'am, do you want fries with that or not? Because it's one of those things that, like, if you follow basketball, you're like, something crazy is going on here.
Yeah.
Like, I have watched a lot of basketball, and that is not normal. Some of the touch and some of the moves that Wemby had last night, like, we were talking about this during the offseason. Apparently, Wemby trained with Kevin Garnett, and Kevin Garnett himself, who is a Hall of Famer, was super impressed to the point where he compared his game to a mix of Kevin Durant and Shaq. And that's exactly what we saw last night.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with Ryan Horvath in the house on this Tequila Thursday. We got a score on the board in Minnesota and the LA Chargers as Ronnie Gadsden with the first touchdown of the game. Congratulations, Brandon! Brandon Combs, our outstanding EP, had 3 wagers on first touchdowns of the game. Gadsden was one of them. At Brandon, what was it? 12-1? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. 12-1.
Nice.
Bravo, my man. Bravo. Go out and buy yourself the finest bottle of tequila, because it is Tequila Thursday. Again, 7-0 LAC over the Minnesota Vikings. They're sorting out a penalty on the field. They're saying a false start on the kickoff. Let's do a live dive here, if you don't mind, Horry, because you've got a fun factoid that I think you really need to share with our audience. The LAC right now laying 7.5 at a -115 juice on live line. Over under a live total of 44.5. If you believe the Vikings are going to come back and win this game, they're plus 325. Some nice value there. But based on what the Chargers have done this season, this is probably going to be nip and tuck, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. So I like the Chargers in the game. But the thing is, they never win by margin. They either get blown out or they only win by a field goal, it looks like. I mean, and this goes back to before Harbaugh got there. And I thought with him arriving and taking over, that would change. But they beat the Chiefs by 6 in the opener. They beat the Raiders by 11. But other than that, man, they beat the Broncos by a field goal. They lose at the Giants by a field goal. They get smoked by the Commanders by 17 points. They only beat the Dolphins by 2. They lose to the Colts by 14. So I just don't see them winning this game by more than a touchdown. So 3.5, I like the Chargers, but at 7.5, my play would be Minnesota. I think they keep this within a touchdown.
Yeah, I think so too. Again, I took him to the alt line in a parlay at plus 10.5. Actually, I have that parlayed, I believe, with Jalen Naylor or the over 15.5 yards. Hopefully he's going to get some action here on this drive. By the way, the first play of the next drive there for Minnesota went nowhere. It was another loss. Jordan Mason -1 as it looks like Carson Wentz about to get, he gets out of it. Oh, get rid of it, Wentz. Get rid of it. Oh, he does across the middle of the field. Nowhere. Jordan Addison did not grab that one as that one fell a little bit short, but no penalty down. It looked like there was some extracurricular activity, but they are not going to call 3rd and long right now for Minnesota. The offense already looking out of sorts like they did in the first drive. They had a nice start over the first 3 plays of the game, and they had to go with a punt about midfield on that first drive. Now they're faced with another 3rd and long, 3rd and 11. I'll give it to you live since this sucker is about to go down. And then we're going to jump into some fantasy flames, the lame shocker specials at wide receiver and tight end. Winston shotgun, claps his hands, collects his snap, and he swarmed under sack. God bless America. That Minnesota offense just looks completely out of sorts here a couple of drives in. All right. Again, we'll keep you abreast of what is going down there at SoFi Stadium. But right now, let's do Flames, Lame Shocker Specials. Wide receiver, tight end. Let's start with the Fantasy Flames. Guys under 60% started, Horv, that you believe could shine in Week 8. Who is it?
Yeah, thank God I have this guy on my roster. I would have been really desperate this week in my Dynasty League. I just wouldn't have been able to start anybody because there's no receivers right now on the waiver wire that are even going to see a target this week. Luckily, I have Romeo Doubs at the end of my bench. So he's had at least 8 targets in each of the last 3 games. He is Jordan Love's go-to guy, as I talk about every single week. Now, I do like Matthew Golden, but I think both Golden and Romeo Doubs could eat in this matchup, man. He's averaging right now, Dobbs is 17.8 fantasy points per game with at least 10 in each game. And the Steelers have given up the 6th most fantasy points per game to wide receivers, the 4th most yards to outside receivers. That's what Dobbs does. Golden's going to run the stuff from the slot, but Dobbs is going to run 82% of his routes, or he has at least so far this season, out wide. So let's go there, man. And then you also have the Steelers who have struggled against the vertical stuff, and that's where I think Golden eats. But I think Dobbs finishes with at least 5 to 6 grabs in this game and a touchdown. So I'll go with him against the Steelers.
Yeah, that's a good call there. Somebody for Green Bay is going to blow up. I actually hope it's going to be Matthew Golden. Just going to put that out there to the fantasy masses. My guy, I'm popping a Pez for Tez. Give me Tez Johnson. Only 17% started right now in Yahoo leagues, and a guy that could see an increase in target share, much like he did last week after the exit of Mike Evans. He went for 58 yards and a touchdown in Detroit, and I think he's going to carry that momentum over into Week 8. Why? He's on the road facing the Fleur-de-Lis and the New Orleans Saints, who are number 25 entering the week in drop-back EPA defense. Have allowed the 14th most opponent wide receiver fantasy points per game. More specifically, got to get a lot of Kool-Aid McKinstry. You know what I got to say? Oh, yeah! A guy who has been so generous to his assignments. He's allowed the 5th most yards of any defensive back this season, a 118.9 passer rating. He's number 64. That is it. And pass coverage grade at Pro Football Focus, also giving up a 70.6% catch rate. Tez Johnson can really stretch the field, 18.7 yards per catch. He weighs about as much as a box of golf balls at 154 pounds, but he's got the shimmy, the shake, and he's got the speed to get separation in the open field. He's also averaging a hefty 2.37 fantasy points per target. So I like Tez Johnson. I think he's going to be a top 30 fantasy wide receiver this week, north of 60 yards. I think he finds the end zone yet again. Flip side of the coin, fantasy lames. Guys starting over 50% of Yahoo leagues. That could give us a bit of a letdown if you plug and play him. Who do you got?
I'm going to go DJ Moore. So first off, he has a hip injury, and I know the matchup looks really nice, really tasty against the Baltimore Ravens, but I don't see it happening, man. He's had 5 targets. He has 5 targets in all but one game, with 6 is the lone outlier, but his target and air yard shares are only 17%. And I think this is more a Rome Odunze game. I don't trust him right now. He's had 1 game only, over 10 fantasy points. Kind of hard to believe for DJ Moore in this offense. And it was 12.8. And he needed that late touchdown against Dallas just to get there, or else he wouldn't have even had double-digit points against the Cowboys in a matchup where I really liked him. So no DJ Moore for me against Baltimore. I'll be sitting him, even with a tasty matchup against that secondary.
All right, I gotta sit DJ Moore. Hey, Mr. DJ. No, thank you, says Ryan Horvat. I'm not walling for Jalen. That's a bad drop by the McConkey Donkey there. Get your hands checked, my man. Jalen Waddle, 65% starter right now in Yahoo leagues. I hate this matchup against the Atlanta Falcons. Number 5 in drop back EPA defense have allowed the second fewest fantasy points of wide receivers. Mike Hughes is the projected primary assignment. He's only given up a 52.8% catch rate and 78 flat passer rating. Waddle, yeah, I see a hefty target share, 6.3 targets per game. He's over 20 yards per route run. I like the fantasy points per route, but here's the other fact you got to consider. Tua, if he stinks again, he's going to get benched. So you got to consider that as well. I think Jalen Waddle is somebody it's hard to trust. I understand it's a buy-heavy week, but if you have like a Tez Johnson and you're trying to decide between him and Waddle, I would definitely play Tez ahead of him. So I think Waddle's like 4 or 5 grabs, nothing more than like 50, 55 yards, and I think he'll be held out of the end zone. All right, let's dig deeper and go with a shocker special. Could be a wide receiver, could be a tight end, under 15% started in Yahoo leagues. Horby, who's your pick?
All right, so I want it to be Higgins or Noel, one of the Iowa State kids for the Texans. But it's probably going to be Xavier Hutchinson. So I picked him up actually in one of my leagues. Now, he hasn't went over 34 receiving yards in a regular season NFL game ever in his 3rd year. But if Nico Collins can't go, he's in the concussion protocol. Christian Kirk's dealing with a hamstring injury. And the other 2, Higgins and Noel, are rookies. I could see this being the Xavier Hutchinson game because that's just usually how it goes, man. So I'm going to go with Xavier Hutchinson for the Texans by default because he might be wide receiver number 1 come this Sunday against the 49ers.
Yeah, desperate times call for desperate measures. Give me Rashad Bateman coming off the bye. Nice run there by Kamani Vidal. First down, LAC, as the end of the first quarter about to wrap up here. But I like Bateman quite a bit. I know the Bears, again, they're improving defensively up front. Definitely tighten the screws in that capacity, but still number 18 in drop back EPA defense. So rather subpar, mediocre, mundane, vanilla, if you will. Give it up a 7.73 pass yards per attempt, 2.5 passing touchdowns per game. Why I like Bateman in particular, Nahshon Wright is going to be his projected primary assignment, who's given up a 69% catch rate, 4 touchdowns as well, the 22 most yards of any defensive back in the NFL, along with a 106.7 passer rating. Bateman is only gone into double digits 1 time in fantasy points this season, and you look at the air yards, you look at the yards per target, much different player than what we saw last year, but coming off the bye, refreshed. You got Lamar Jackson back. Yeah, I got a feeling he's going to score like 3 for 65 and a touchdown. I think that is on the table. Again, only 4% started right now in Yahoo leagues. All right, let's do a live dive update as we're in a commercial break. Chargers now 12.5-point favorites. Horvat at a minus 118 juice. Over under at 43.5 plus, let's see, 525 for the Minnesota Vikings on the live money line. Is now the time to bet Minnesota based on the recency bias and the performance of this Chargers team this season, week in and week out. They usually either lose by a whole lot or they play and win by a tight margin.
Well, I liked him at 7.5, so I really like him at 12.5. The only thinking here, if you want to wait, is if the Chargers are able to at least put another field goal on the board, make this a 10-0 game, we might get 13.5, 14. We might get up to 2 touchdowns with the Vikings. And I still think that they could hopefully not cover the original number because I have the Chargers, but cover that 7.5. And I also like the over now that it's went down a point. I kind of like the over in this game, man, especially if the Chargers put on pressure. That means Wentz is going to be dropping back a lot. There's some good with that maybe because you have Justin Jefferson and Addison, but there could also be some bad with that because it's Carson Wentz and he could throw a couple pick sixes. So I kind of like the over, anything under 44 right now or 45.
Yeah, excellent call. I think I'm going to grab that right now since we got to head to a siesta. So when we come back, folks, it's about to get rowdy and raucous in here in a great way as we're going to get down with our dude, Rob Brown, talking everything when it comes to college football, NFL mixed in as well. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I was more impressed with how Vanderbilt went to Alabama and kind of held their own in a game where I thought maybe Alabama would have their way in the trenches, and I didn't think they did. I thought that they were able to blow it open late. I just think Vanderbilt at the line of scrimmage is really, really good, and they're such a unique style of play, and if they get in that playoff, I think that they're going to give fits to whoever it is, and what they were able to do to LSU last week, and what they were able to do at South Carolina, at Virginia Tech. When you win road games by multiple scores in hostile environments, that's when you start getting my attention. So I know that they're in the SEC, but they're still treated like a mid-major for whatever reason, just because of their name. I think Vanderbilt is still the most underrated team in the country.
The Colts favored over the Titans, a divisional matchup. The biggest reason why, Sam, any pool that I have the Colts available then I will be using them is future value. Even though the Colts are having a very good season, they have little future value. So you have a team that's on fire, a 2-touchdown favorite, and if you look down the road, I'm like, oh, at KC, there'll be a dog. At Seattle, probably be a dog. Other games, Pittsburgh on the road, Atlanta, Houston, Jacksonville, twice divisional matchups. San Francisco, when they're probably going to be healthier. No future value, 2-touchdown favorite. Any spot where I have not used Indianapolis, Sam, I think you've got to use the Colts this week if you haven't yet. And I think it's funny that a lot of these sports books have been promoting prop betting and same game parlays, and this is the way to go. Why? Because they make money on it. Because people want to do those same game parlays, get those lottery tickets together. And let's promote all the winners. Let's not talk about all the losers. They do it. They all do it. All of them are guilty. And then, well, what if prop betting goes away? Now what? Maybe it does. Maybe that's what's needed. I don't think me and Sam really care all that much. We don't bet a lot of prop bets. There are some people that live in that industry. That's all they talk about. We're more sides and totals people.
On. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge. They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We got another touchdown on the board from the LA Chargers. Kamani Bydell, a guy, if you had him, the spackling that you desperately needed in your fantasy football starting lineup, really was off to a slow start, a lot of negative gains, quite honestly, but emphatic finish to that drive. Justin Herbert, by the way, already cashed the over on his rush yards, which closed at 17.5 at BetMGM. He's already got 3 for 26, so well done, Michael Montgomery. We had Rachel Krychak on earlier from Betalytics, and she called that out. Absolutely love that bet. So absolutely nailed it. Vidal, by the way, 9 carries, 22 yards, and a touchdown. Herbert, 7 of 8, 73 yards, a passing score. Ronnie Gadsden has been money in the bank as well. 4 receptions, 37 yards, and a touchdown. The McConkey Donkey with 3 targets, 2 grabs for 19. Keenan Allen, 1 for 17. And then you look at Minnesota, they've done a whole lot of nothing. Carson Wentz, 2 for 5 for 23 yards. Jefferson has the 1 catch for 16. Addison, 1 for 7. Jordan Mason, your leading rusher, 2 carries for 1 yard. That's it. So we'll see what Minnesota can do. They're catching 15.5 right now on the live line. And, the LA Chargers, they simply don't blow people out. But maybe that narrative changes tonight. All right, we're going to be getting Rob Brown on here momentarily. Before we get down with our buddy, friendly reminder, the NHL Odds Boost token belongs on the first line. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NHL bet only at BetMGM. So drop the puck and try to make some bucks and opt in on the NHL Odds Boost token there at BetMGM. Also, friendly reminder, phone lines remain wide open. You want to talk fantasy football with us? You want to talk some sports betting? That is allowed and permissible too. All you got to do to contact Tori and I is you pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. We got Rob? Yes or no? Yes?
Oh, yeah.
I hope so. Okay, we do. All right, let's go out to the guest line right now. We're talking to our guy getting down with the one, the only, ever so handsome Rob Brown, host of the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Man, you got to follow on X. Always bringing the spicy hot takes on that platform at the Rob Brown Show. Again, on X at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, thank you for joining us. It's always a pleasure to hear your words. Pleasure my ear here on BetMGM tonight. So let's go ahead and book it off the block. Starting off with college football and a game of high interest between a pair of playoff-minded teams. Many thought would not be in that discussion back in August in Las Vegas. What fan base is closing the local bars there in the battle of black and gold? Missouri or Vanderbilt? Currently at BetMGM, the Commodores are 2.5-point favorites. So what are your thoughts in this SEC showdown?
I'm going to get to that, Brad, but I do have to say, I before I come on, I always get sent a list of questions, comments, and conversations that we may or may not get to while I'm on the air. And I noticed that Georgia Tech's not anywhere on this. Where's my rambling wreck of Georgia Tech? They're not on here anywhere. We're not gonna talk about Brent Key and the boys at all after last week, Ryan. What? I looked the whole thing. There's no Georgia Tech here.
So, okay, hold on. Good call on that one, dude. Oh, I got you though. I got you on Georgia Ole Miss. So we went 1-for-1 on each other last week. I went Georgia. You went Ole Miss. And typical Duke. Again, total yards. Duke, 444.
Oh, can't trust him.
Georgia Tech, 350. What did Duke do on the opening possession? They get the ball at the 1-yard line and Mensah fumbles it away. So congrats. But I don't hate my position in that game. Go Duke.
I don't either. I just saw a man get up and do a live in-show wardrobe change. You think I wasn't ready for the LeBron finesse layup on that one? Of course I will. You did a wardrobe change like Shakira on stage at the Super Bowl. Of course we were coming back to it, man. Oh, come on. Okay. Vandy Mizzou. I like this game a lot. And I'll tell you why. Because I think this is a game where Diego Pavia's got to play quarterback, right? Like Missouri has a rush defense that is average to below average at the very best. Except for some reason, they're one of the top 10 defenses in stopping quarterback runs. And as the LSU not so fighting Tigers can tell you, boys, Diego Pavia gets an inch, he takes a yard, he takes a mile. That's what that guy does if he gets any sort of space. So with that being the strength of the Mizzou defense, keeping Diego Pavia, keeping quarterbacks from taking off and running, and that being the strength of Vanderbilt, that kind of makes this interesting. You add into that the fact that Mizzou is an offense that, while it is based around the run game of Ahmad Hardy, of Bo Pribula, at the same time, they've got chunk play through the air potential in them. We've seen that a couple times. We saw it against South Carolina. We saw it against Alabama earlier in the year. Like, this team can go and they can pick up some big plays down the field. That is what Vanderbilt struggles with. Vanderbilt struggles with not giving up explosive plays. That is how Alabama beat Vanderbilt. They had 2-3 explosive plays. They built up a lead. Vandy played from behind. It didn't work out. So you've got two Missouri strengths that match up with Vandy exceptionally well. Here's the problem. That's still Diego Pavia, and it's still Clark Lee. And I go back and I look at a couple of the games that Missouri has won this year that I thought they would be in, but maybe not where they are as a one-loss team. And what I have seen is nobody's going to attack them like Diego Pavia, and I don't think anybody's going to coach against them like Clark Lee. Mike Shula's offense in South Carolina has been ass-tastic all year, and Mizzou took advantage of that. The only team I think that Mizzou has really squared up and had to go up against, there's like been maybe one or two top ends. So like, I don't think they have faced a coach like Clark Lee. Diego Pavia is an absolute dog. Even if you can stop the quarterback run, as Bama can, as LSU can, and he still was popping off big plays against them. Fellas, I'm going to ride the Vanderbilt Commodores one more time again, because Diego Pavia is built for games like this, games that you say Mizzou's defense is built to stop Diego Pavia. So is everybody else's, and ain't nobody been able to do it yet.
One of the games of the week in the SEC, maybe the game of the week, will be Oklahoma They're laying the cheapest price, 5. If you like Ole Miss, you could actually get a 6 right now, minus 115. Total 51.5. What do you think, man? Is this a bounce back for Ole Miss, or do you like Oklahoma with a healthier John Mateer at home?
I got to tell you, Ryan Horvat, last week I sat in with PJ Glasser on the Saturday show from noon to 4. And by the way, why in the hell anybody would ever give up noon to 4 on Saturdays is an absolute bananas idea. What a terrible time slot that is. I sat in with PJ.
My show, we were getting 3.5K views every Saturday.
And doing it for like 4 years. Could you imagine what kind of psychopath would do that? So I was talking with the Glass Man about the Oklahoma South Carolina game. And I said, I'm not going to touch the line early. I'm going to wait. I want to see one drive. And I want to see what No Fear John Mateer looks like, because I think that's the hook of this game. If the hand is still banged up, if the grip strength isn't back, if he doesn't look like he's able to fire the football around, then I'm probably going to take South Carolina and the cover 5.5. But if John Mateer comes out and he looks like him, he looks like that guy, it looks like maybe he just needed two full weeks of rehab or whatever he had to do to get the grip strength back. If he looks like that guy that was the Heisman frontrunner before he had to have surgery, then I'll take Oklahoma to cover the 5.5. I saw one drive. I saw 2 passes. I went, John Mateer is back. Give me the Sooners to cover by a whole lot. And they ended up covering by a whole lot. I'm going to ride here. I'm going to ride with Oklahoma in the cover because of John Mateer. I like Trinidad Chambliss. I have enjoyed thoroughly the summer of Joey Freshwater, a.k.a. Lane Kiffin. I think college football is better when Lane is being an absolute psychopath. He is my favorite caricature in all of college football coaching, fellas. But I think Oklahoma, that loss to Texas, much like the loss to Florida State, kind of kicked Alabama in the nads a little bit. I think that loss to Texas kicked Oklahoma in the nads a little bit. And if they get John Mateer back, and if he's healthy, and if he can put that zip on the football, I don't see why I should expect that Oklahoma's offense doesn't go right back to humming along like it was before the shootout. Give me the Boomer Sooners. I kind of think, to be honest with you, I love, like I said, Lane Kiffin. Trinidad Chambliss has been a fun little revelation to watch in Oxford, Mississippi, boys. Is it just me, or is like Ole Miss kind of feels a little bit fraudulent, right? Like they do this all the time. They get good, they get close, they lose to good teams. I think they're a little fraudulent. I think they're a little overrated. I'll take Oklahoma on the cover.
I like that one quite a bit. I'm sorry, man. I had my computer on mute. Old mistake when I'm coughing. I have BYU, Iowa State, Rob. That's the other game I wanted to ask you about, man, because Iowa State is actually favored. So it's one of those spots where you have the unranked team going against the ranked team, and yet they're 2.5 favorites. What would you do here? Would you take the points with BYU?
I got to tell you, I like this Iowa State team. I'm having a hard time understanding why not only is BYU catching points, why it's 2.5, and it looks like it might grow a little bit more. There are, and I say this to you guys about once a week, there are spots where I just go find 4 numbers. Each team's offensive and defensive efficiency. I just want to see where they are, especially when we're a little deeper in the season. We've got a little bit bigger of a sample size. What do the numbers look like? BYU's run game is churning out 233 yards per game. They are just going to grind you to death for an entire football game. I've watched them do it a number of times. Then I look over on the other side. Iowa State's defense has been questionable at the best. Cincinnati ran 260 and 3 touchdowns on the ground. I got a lot of respect for what the Bearcats have been doing there. But fellas, if Cincinnati can put up 260 and 3 tutties on the ground, BYU is going to run through, around, over, anywhere they want to run on Iowa State. I expect that to be the case. Of the games that we will talk about, this one feels like the one that is the most confident bet for me. BYU, and I'm getting damn near a field goal. Yeah, I'm going to take that all day to the bank.
Same. We're talking the great Rob Brown right now. Host of the Rob Brown Show with the fan upstate. Follow him on X, would you kindly? At the Rob Brown Show. Again, on X, at the Rob Brown Show. Rob Horv is supportive of my University of Illinois Fighting Illini in Seattle as a 4.5-point underdog against the Washington Huskies. But we had Joe DeLeon on last night, and he remarked Washington laying the points was his favorite bet of the weekend. Absolutely destroyed and crushed my soul. Here's your chance to earn brownie points with your boy. What is your honest take about the battle in Seattle? Does Illinois cover?
I got to tell you, Brad, I was very apprehensive about answering this question. And the reason why is not only have I believe, picked against your Illini to cover every week I've been on the show, I think I've been right every week so far. So I'm a little hesitant here because I don't mind giving Horvey a little crap about the tech taking out his Blue Devils because, again, wardrobe change. You at least have the rocks to show up on the show already adorning the blue and orange. You don't have to get up and go change like a diva and have the sparkle glitter come down to cover it up and make it like a Taylor Swift concert up in here. And because of that, I respect it. My only question, Brad, if I asked you in 20 seconds to tell me about Illinois' pass defense, what would you say? How would you describe it?
Non-existent.
Okay. Because Washington has one of the 10 best passing offenses in football this year. I am sorry. I'm doing it again. I don't know how I keep getting invited back on this show every week, but I'm going to keep doing it. I'm sorry. I love you. If I was there, I'd kiss you right on top of that beautiful bald head. Give me the Huskies. Sorry, brother.
It's all good, my friend. We'll get you out of here on this. Make it quick. Rumors are really big in and fly around the NFL trade deadline on November 4th with the Dolphins, Jets, and Raiders most likely to be dealers. What big names, give me one, do you think that's going to get moved to the trade deadline in the NFL?
Okay, I'll give you one right now, and I'm interested to see how this plays out. He said he wants to stay. Chris Olave is going to be on the market, the New Orleans Saints wide receiver. He's going to be on the market. And I have seen some thoughts already, and it's fans take it and leave it, but I've seen the Saints, people thinking they might be able to move him for like a couple of seconds, maybe 2 seconds in a fourth or something like that. I think Olave is going to be out there. Can I give you a weird name? Do the Bengals trade Trey Hendrickson? Because the edge rusher is going to be big. And you already had the drama. Trey Hendrickson's going to be on the market, and he'll fetch a Micah Parsons price, boys.
We love you, Rob Brown. We're up against it. That's a great call there on Trey Hendrickson. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back, and we're going to talk some college football. Another edition of Fade to Follow right here, BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
When you look at the Irish, how good is Notre Dame?
I think it's a really good football team. I think it's a football team that's hitting its stride. I think, you need to root for Miami if you're Notre Dame. That loss Friday does not help because Miami now does not control its own destiny in the ACC race. But I don't think there's any shame, right, in losing to Miami and Texas A&M by a total of 4 points. I think those are two teams that will be right there in the playoff picture at the end, as will Notre Dame. I mean, the schedule certainly helps, but you got to remember they're breaking in a first-time starter quarterback who's a redshirt freshman that Miami game, and they had a new defense coordinator in Chris Ash those first two games as well. And I'm not saying this is the steel curtain overnight, but you've seen this group adapt to Chris Ash, get much better throughout the course of the season. They had a few hiccups early against USC, but they're able to really control that game in the second half. And I think, in a year where it feels like it's Ohio State and everybody, and even then I think Ohio State is beatable. I put Notre Dame right up there. I mean, I've seen them as high as 3 in some people's power ratings. I don't know if I go that high right now, but I do think you put them on the field against anyone, they're going to have a good chance to win.
Which team do you think is most overrated right now that you don't really like compared to maybe the general public?
I still think it's Texas.
You're right.
I think I have not. I couldn't believe that they won the game. Yeah, I know you're a Texas grad, Mike.
You're right, though. You're right.
I mean, Arch has just been so underwhelming. I don't know what they're going to do in the offseason with him, if they're going to part ways, go a different direction. That's going to be a fascinating topic because, I mean, Arch was a Heisman frontrunner coming into this year. But they got absolutely outgained by dominated the line of scrimmage, but were able to steal that game. I just think that they have not really looked the part or passed the eye test the entire year. They just have the Texas name brand, and they were preseason in the top 2 or 3.
You got the running back unders in both Cleveland and New England. They play each other. Coincidence, or you shorten both guys separately?
It is coincidence, and let's talk about it. My favorite play of the weekend from a prop standpoint is Ramondre Stevenson under 17.5 rushes against Cleveland. Patriots offensive line struggling. Ramondre tends to do exactly as well as his offensive line allows. And against the Browns, that's going to be very little. And when Ramondre flops, he flops hard. He's had 3 good games. He's had 4 bad games. In those 4 flop games, he's averaged 22 rushing yards, 13 receiving yards. He is 1 game removed from an 18-yard game. And his flop is absolutely in play. Here's Cleveland, the best run defense in the league. They're number 1 in ESPN's run stuff win rate, number 1 in Pro Football Focus's run defense ranking, number 1 in rush defense success rate, number 2 in rush defense EPA, and number 1 in yards before contact. And when he does have these flop games, he averages 7 rushes a game. 7. He's only topped 17.5 rushes 1 game all year. That's it. I don't even know what we're doing at a 17.5 over under on rushes. Seems, he's got to have an elite out of the ordinary game, and that ain't happening against the Browns.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. And bartender, go ahead and serve us up another pour if you don't mind. I kind of need it right now. They're numb to pain as I have way too many bets on the Minnesota Vikings. But we got 5 minutes to go in this first half, though. It is 2nd and 17 for the land of the 10,000 lakes. They did score a field goal. It is 14-3, and Dicker missed his. He hooked it to the left. A nice reception there by Justin Jefferson. That gives them a 3rd and short. So they got about 15 yards there. They got to get some points on this drive. Right now, the live line currently at BetMGM, the LA Chargers laying 11.5. Remember, the high was at 15.5. Just a few minutes ago. The over-under now at 43.5. And the Vikings are plus 550 on the live money line. Horvath, any interest in a live dive as the Vikes are trying to get some additional points on the board here before halftime?
I'm going to stick with my Chargers bet, but I've seen this movie more times than I've seen The Godfather 2 and Happy Gilmore, and it's Minnesota somehow comes back and wins this game. This is just what the Chargers do. They're never mind. Wentz holding his arm. That does not look good. Yep, I'm just going to ride it out with the Chargers. My live bet might be the Chargers. That don't look good for Wentz. We'll see if he's able to stay in this game. That could be bad news with no J.J. McCarthy. I didn't even see what happened on the play. Oh, he gets his face mask. Oh, because he goes to bat it down. I don't know what happened to his arm, though. His face mask gets grabbed a little bit there. But I didn't see what actually happened to his shoulder. He's already got the brace on. Max Brosmer, by the way, would be the backup quarterback with no J.J. McCarthy, the rookie out of Minnesota. Yeah. So I'm going to wait to play anything live, even that total, just because I have no idea if Wentz is going to be able to come back in this game.
Yeah, this could ultimately be a disaster in the props market if you bet on anything Minnesota-wise. I mean, Justin Jefferson is having a heck of a first half. 6 targets, 5 catches, 55 yards. But the pack leader right now in receiving yards is Ronda Gadsden. He's tearing it up. No answer by the Minnesota defense. They're leaving him wide ass open across the middle of the field. No adjustments whatsoever by that coaching staff. 5 targets, 5 grabs, 77 yards. Already has a touchdown in the game. And again, if you scored him, looks like Wentz is going to be all right. He's shaking it off. But yeah, we're going to see if he can return. They desperately need him. So maybe they're going to, give him some kind of greenie or something at halftime. Be like, yep, slap on the bass and get on out there, kid, and try to give it your best shot. But I think he'll return. But we're going to find out here soon enough if he'll, be able to get back in this game. Or, we'll find out if that rookie out of Minnesota trots out of the tunnel in the second half and he takes snaps under center. If that were the case, yeah, you're right. Back of the damn truck on the LA Chargers. Again, the spread now up. It's jumped 2 points to 13.5. The over-under has dropped a couple of points at 41.5 on the live line. Again, we'll keep everything up to date in the world of Thursday night football as the LA Chargers right now in command and Carson Wentz's status rest of game very much in doubt. But we got to talk some college football ahead of the week 9 slate. We got another 4-pack of games to get to in another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM tonight.
All right, let's go ahead and get after it as we always do every Monday through Thursday during the college football season. I got 4 games. I'm going to give you the 2 opponents. I'm going to give you who is favored in said game. And then the numbers nerd is going to come out, give you a statistical preview and a background there. And then I'm going to hand the baton off and ask Orion Horvat, are you going to fade or are you going to follow the favorite? He's going to take it from there. He knows all the ins and outs, sleeping positions, the eating habits of all of these teams. Going to be breaking things down in his official handicap, and he'll decide where he stands with that fade or follow on the line. All right, let's go and dig in. And a battle of the Wolverine State, a couple of storied rivals there in the Big Ten. Michigan laying 14 on the road in East Lansing against Michigan State. The numbers nerd says this. Football Power Index, Michigan at number 15, the country according to ESPN. Michigan State much further down the list at number 72. Offensive efficiency data pulled from PFF. Michigan number 43 in the nation. Michigan State number 63. Defense efficiency from PFF. Michigan 13. Michigan State 101 in the country. So again, with all of those advanced analytics at your disposal, what you call here, Michigan minus 14 at Michigan State. Horvat, fade or follow?
I think I would only follow Michigan in this spot. I would love to fade them and take the points here with Michigan State because I really like their starting quarterback, Aiden Childs. I like Jonathan Smith as a head coach. But right now, they're just so beat up, and they're not playing any defense either. But really, it's the injuries, man. They, if you look at RotoWire, they're tied right now for the 6th most injuries in college football. They have right now 17 players on the injury report. It goes Charlotte, Rutgers, Nebraska, New Mexico State, UTEP, Wyoming, Michigan State. So without 17 players, I just don't know going against Michigan, man. I'm not the biggest Sharon Moore fan. I do like Bryce Underwood, their quarterback. Their defense is still really good, although they have struggled against dual threat quarterbacks like John Mateer. So I think that Childs will make some plays, but at the end of it, I think Michigan pulls away late. If I was going to play Michigan State, it would be the first half. I'll lay it here with Michigan, even on the road.
All right, going to lay it at -14 against the not so much of a Purdy there. All right, let's move on to the SEC. A little bit tighter matchup. At least the book believes it's going to be Tennessee -8.5 on the road in Lexington, taking on the Kentucky Wildcats. And numbers there, it says this. Volunteers, number 13 in the country, according to ESPN's Football Power Index. Kentucky, number 51. Offense efficiency, according to BFF. Tennessee, 18. Kentucky, number 114. Defense efficiency, Tennessee at number 49, and Kentucky much more palatable, number 42. So again, with that backup information at your disposal, what's the call here? Tennessee -8.5 at Kentucky. Fade or follow?
Yeah, this one I did bet, and I faded Tennessee, and I grabbed Kentucky. So I like Tennessee, man, but they have not covered in 4 straight games. The best game that they played all season was a loss to Georgia. They probably should have won that game, but they easily could have lost to Mississippi State and Arkansas. In fact, Arkansas outgained Tennessee. They only lost by 3 in Knoxville, and they had a -3 turnover margin. You got Kentucky coming out of the bye here. Kentucky actually should have beat Texas, and I know Texas is a little overrated, but it was a 85% post-game win expectancy with over 200 more net yards. Kentucky outgained them by 200 yards, man. They played Ole Miss tight until the end in a 1-possession loss. So I just think that they have the better data points. Also, I give Kentucky the nod in special teams, man. Tennessee has a major penalty problem. They're outside the top 110. They're 118th in penalties per game. So you also have the more disciplined team, and you're catching 9 points. I'm not the biggest trends guy, but Josh Heupel, Tennessee's head coach, 8-16 against the number, covering is only a 33% clip as a conference favorite of 7+ points. He's 0-2 this season against Mississippi State and Arkansas. Give me Kentucky to cover this number and keep it within a touchdown.
I'm going to roll a Big Blue Nation. It's not even basketball season. Love that call right there. Yeah. Let's go Arizona State. Laying 7 against the Houston Cougars next. The numbers there, it says this about Arizona State and Houston. Football Power Index at ESPN has the Sun Devils at number 42 in the nation. The Cougs at number 59. Offense efficiency, according to PFF, Arizona State number 102. Houston at number 98. Defensive efficiency, Arizona State number 69. Not so nice. But you look at Houston, number 19, been very good on that side of the ball. So with all that information, what's your call here? Arizona State -7 at home against Houston. Fade or follow?
I think this is a little bit of an overreaction because Arizona State won that game last week, and Texas Tech was without their starting quarterback Morton in that game. Sam Leavitt ended up playing in that game. I loved Arizona State. They end up winning it outright, but I got to fade them. I'll grab the points here with Houston. Houston actually has one of the more underrated defenses in the country. So I think Arizona State wins this game, but I think it's closer to a field goal, maybe a 4-point win. The matchup, Houston has one of the worst offensive lines in the country. They have the worst PFF pass blocking grade, the 3rd worst in the FBS at 30.3. They've given up a 41% pressure rate, which is the 8th worst mark in the country. And Connor Wegman has really struggled under pressure. He's 90th in the country with a 47.3 passing grade under duress. But Arizona State's pass rush can't get any pressure. They're 111th in the nation in pressure rate. So I actually think that Wegman will have some clean pockets. They'll score enough points to cover. I think this is a 24-21 Arizona State win. So I like the under. And I'll grab the points here with Houston.
I love the under in this game. Houston really does defend the rock extraordinarily well. So the advanced data tells you that. The eye test tells you that. I think the fade is definitely all right. Last one. Big 12, the Utah coming off that tough loss against BYU there in the Holy War. They're laying 13.5 against the Colorado Buffaloes, according to ESPN and the Football Power Index via the numbers nerd. Utah's number 16 in the country. Meanwhile, Colorado at number 52. There goes Justin Herbert with the legs, man. He absolutely crushed the over on rush yards in this first half. Offense efficiency for Utah, according to PFF, number 27 in the country. Colorado number 94. Defense efficiency, Utah number 52. Colorado Ooh, craptastic, number 115. What are your thoughts on Utah laying 13.5 against Neon Dion and those Buffaloes? Fade or follow?
I will follow Utah. So faded Utah last week because they were on the road, and I grabbed BYU. I really like this BYU team. But the week before that, I bet Utah because they were at home against Arizona State, who at the time was 24th in the country. Utah won that game by 32 points, 42-10. They're just a different team at Rice-Eccles. I think it's top 10, one of the toughest places to play in the country. And whoever Colorado rolls out there at quarterback, whether it's Salter or the other two guys, I think they're going to turn the football over against this Utah defense, which according to their standards, it's been a huge letdown. But back home, man, they still have something to play for. I like the Utes. I think they win this game closer to 17. After a loss last week to BYU in the Holy War, now you get a motivated, pissed-off team going back home with Kyle Whittingham preparing for Dion. They're going to want to lay it on the Buffs. So I love the Utes this weekend.
Yeah, drive down that narrative street and go ahead and peel out. I totally agree with that viewpoint. All right, to recap, he's going to follow Michigan, lay the 14 on the road against Michigan State. Horvath is going to fade Tennessee, the 8.5, and take Kentucky plus those points. He is going to fade Arizona State and take Houston plus 7, but he is going to emphatically follow the Utah Utes minus 13.5. Against Colorado. Fade or follow, that, of course, is up to you. All right, let's get an update right now. In Los Angeles, as the Chargers are driving right now. Oh, boy, the McConkey Donkey goes across the middle. I am just bewildered that Quentin Johnson hasn't had a single target. Of course, I bet on him, Horv, and he's got to just post nothing but Krispy Kremes, Dunkin' Donuts. He's going to be a franchisee. I see his ass on the field. Throw to him. He's not even looking his direction. He's going to either Keenan Allen or Lab McConkey or Rondé Gadsden in this first half. I mean, heck, even Trey Harris has a reception for the LA Chargers, not Quentin Johnston, who's healthy. He's out there.
Yeah.
He's running routes. I just don't get it.
I don't either. The fact that he doesn't have a target, right? Like, that's what I don't know. Watch, he's probably going to catch a touchdown here. But yeah, I'm just double checking the box score right now. He does not have a single target in this game, which is kind of hard to believe. Gadsden has 5, McConkey has 4, Allen has 4, and Trey Harris has 1, which he caught. Let's see if we could get something here from Herbert. I still, even though it's an 11-point game, that's a dime. Wow, McConkey.
McConkey, a dime dropped by Herbert. What a half by Justin Herbert. Another touchdown pass for him. He's got 2. Kamani Vidal has the other touchdown. 45 seconds remaining in the first half. LAC about to go up 21-3. The live line now. Minnesota plus 20.5. Again, you liked them a plus what, 7.5?
Yeah.
Plus 12.5. Now it's plus 20.5. Or maybe you should have waited. You did make the right call for certain on the over, which you liked at 41.5. It's now at 45.5. But do we triple down on Minnesota? It's moved now at plus. Now it moved back to plus 20.5.
I see Brandon hit the next drive to be a touchdown. Those are disgusting markets, Brando. No, I think we just stay away from this one, man. I think this could get real ugly real quick. You got Wentz beat up. You got the Chargers with an 18-point lead. I don't think Harbaugh is going to show any let up here at home, coming off a disappointing loss, barely beating the Miami Dolphins. They needed a good showing here, so I'll stay away. If anything, I'm just going to bet the over because I do think Minnesota will get on the board here soon, maybe. I don't know.
Brando, congrats, 7-1. He just cashed in again on the next drive touchdown. Way to go, partner. All right, we're going to come back. We're going to give you a breakdown of all of some of the player prop action, maybe some leans there as halftime approaches. Stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Keep cashing, Brando.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
I'm dying to get your expertise on VJ Edgecombe's Rookie of the Year price and Victor Wembanyama for MVP after what we saw. We don't often get that, right? Like night one in the NBA and a huge move in the MVP market and Rookie of the Year market.
I mean, this thing was happening in real time with both of these. I want to start with the MVP because Wemby is the big story so far 2 days into this NBA regular season. Like, this is 14-1 before the game starts. And now we're down to 3-1 over at BetMGM, to where he's pretty much co-favorites with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And I'll go as far as to say, it might sound crazy, but I actually do think there's a path for Wemby to win this award. And I think you can make the argument that he should be the favorite to win this award. And here's why, because like team success is a big thing, and you brought that up earlier in this segment, and I 100% agree with that, except for this case, where I think Wemby might be able to get around it, because everyone watching that game, and it's not going to be that every single night, at least I don't think it is. I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe that's just a sign of what's to come.
If he's averaging 40, he's going to be the favorite soon.
But I think, and we talked about this summer when we were discussing win totals, the Spurs win total was like at 42.5, 43.5. And it's like, hey, like they might have the best player in the league, and this is the win total. Are we sure? If they get the 5 seed or even the 6 seed, let's just say they avoid the play-in tournament and they're one of the top 6 seeds, I don't think there's going to be a player that has more of an impact on winning than Wembanyama this season. All the box plus minus, value over replacement player efficiency rating, all that stuff. He's going to be number one. And if he's number one in all of that, and we at the end of the year come to the consensus that, hey, he's just the best player, I mean, SGA can go 68-14 again if he wants to. I think Wemby might beat him out. I think he would, just because like that, nobody's ever seen what we saw last night. If that's a sign of what's to come, I don't know how you beat that.
Give us a thought on VJ Edgecombe, Rookie of the Year.
Fun. I would caution people to just pump the brakes a little bit. Edgecombe, obviously, I think is going to be a really good player, as we saw last night. But now that he's sitting there at like one of the co-favorites to win the award, or just behind Cooper Flagg, I don't think we need to overreact to that one. I think Wemby's more real. I think Edgecombe will be in the conversation, especially early in the season. But I think Flagg should still be your favorite. But unless they keep doing this point Flagg stuff, if that's the case, then yeah, you might want to circle that. But as it stands right now, I still think Cooper Flagg is your most likely Rookie of the Year. It's one bad game. It's not going to be that every single night.
And obviously, Jared McCain's going to be back. Paul George is going to be back. Less shooting opportunities. And Joel Embiid's going to shoot more as well as the season goes along and he's healthy.
Be better.
So less opportunity for, you'd hope so, for VJ Edgecombe. I do think like Neek Clifford, 80-1, starting games for the Kings.
I'm good.
I feel like I'm the opposite of speechless, to the point where I want to tell everybody about this. Like, I'm in the Wendy's drive-thru. I'm like, listen, did you see those Wemby highlights last night? It's like, ma'am, do you want fries with that or not? Because it's one of those things that, like, if you follow basketball, you're like, something crazy is going on here.
Yeah.
Like, I have watched a lot of basketball, and that is not normal. Some of the touch and some of the moves that Wemby had last night, like, we were talking about this during the offseason. Apparently, Wemby trained with Kevin Garnett, and Kevin Garnett himself, who is a Hall of Famer, was super impressed to the point where he compared to his game to a mix of Kevin Durant and Shaq. And that's exactly what we saw last night.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. The king is up and no good. Brad the Big Noise Evans away. They Ryan Horvath out of the house. A bit of a fire drill in that half. A massive catch there by Justin Jefferson at the end of the half, but was not quite a first down. The Minnesota Vikings had no timeouts. They scurried, they ran, they sprinted. Kicker came out, booted up. It was online, but short. 21-3 is your halftime score. Really dominant first half by the LA Chargers. Give me a statistical breakdown, and we're gonna go run through our bets, see how we're doing. I'm not doing great. Horvath, I know, is already doing a heck of a lot better. The man who's on fire tonight on BetMGM tonight is our EP, Brandon Combs, who keeps cashing these live, long odds of bets in various markets. So listen to him, folks, not me. Probably not even Horvath. But anyway, you look right now. The Chargers, Justin Herbert, 14-18, $191, 2 touchdowns in that first half. Just electric first half for him. He had 51 rushing yards. Again, that prop closed at 17.5. We featured early on in the show. Of course, we wagered on as well. Kamani Vidal, 11 carries for 24 and a touchdown. Patterson, the other active back, 2 for 7. McConkey, 5 grabs, 77 yards and a touchdown. Oronde Gadsden, I could see what you do and do the same thing. 5 grabs, 77 yards, and a touchdown. Same line as McConkey has at the half. Keenan Allen, 3 for 35. Trey Harris, 1 for 2. And again, I don't know what the heck is going on with my boy, Quentin Johnston. It's probably because I bet on him. Not even one single target. He's been out there running routes, but Justin Herbert not looking his way at all. And I'm a little bit ticked off about it. Anyway, from Minnesota, Carson Wentz, not a great half for him. 10 for 16, 99 yards. No TDs, no INTs. Aaron Jones, your leading rusher, 3 carries for 9 yards. Jordan Mason has 2 carries for a yard. That is it. Justin Jefferson, of course, your leading receiver for Minnesota, 6 for 72. Jordan Addison, 2 for 22. Jordan Mason, 1 for 3. Aaron Jones, 1 for 2. Thielen had a target. My guy Jalen Naylor had a target, but no receptions there. Again, 21-3 right now. Chargers up on Minnesota halftime. The live line currently at BetMGM, LAC laying 19.5 points. Over under at 44.5. If you think Minnesota somehow, some way is going to come back, I don't think it's going to happen. They're plus 2,000 on the live money line. So there's that. Horvath, you and I have talked endlessly about some of these live dives on the standard sides and totals. Let's talk a live dive possibly in the player props market. And I'm looking at receiving yards because typically, what I see when you have a deficit like this of 18 points, I'm like, okay, pass catching running back, right? What's the number going to be? So Aaron Jones right now in receiving yards is 9.5. However, I still like Jalen Naylor a little bit more. His number right now, last I saw, there it is, 5.5. That's a 1-catch cash. Does he get that grab in the second half? Who would you rather have? Aaron Jones at the 9.5 number or Jalen Naylor at 5.5?
Man, maybe Naylor just because it's a lower number, right? And like you said, it could be 1 reception. I kind of like both of them. If I were going to play any props live right now, it would be only receptions and it would be only Minnesota Vikings because with a positive game script, I don't know what to expect here from the Chargers, especially because usually, in years past with Greg Roman, you would figure they're going to take their foot off the gas and run the rock, but they're throwing the ball on early downs on 65% of early downs. So, I don't really know what their game script is going to look like, but with Minnesota, it's very clear. They're chasing points right now, so Wentz is going to have to drop back a lot as long as he's healthy enough. So I like both of those guys, to be honest, and I would maybe look at their receptions too. But for live dives, I would only probably play Vikings props.
10,000%. Quentin Johnson, I guess he's dead to Justin Herbert. I have no idea what's going on there, but he must have ticked him off something. Maybe he stole a beer out of his fridge. I have no idea what's going on there, but I just wagered. It's processing. Come on, lock it in, baby. Yeah, we're in. Jalen Naylor over 5.5 receiving yards at -115. All I need is a catch. It's not going to be it'll be a 5-yard gain, and I'm going to get screwed out of that. But I feel pretty good about it. Again, I liked The original number would have closed at 16.5. I grabbed it at 15.5 yesterday. Naylor should get a couple of more targets in this game. They're playing catch up. I'm really curious. What do you think the rushing yards prop is right now on Carson Wentz? Remember, I got it at 11.5. That was my sledgehammer special tonight. Do you want to predict the prop? What do you think that number is?
Ooh, maybe 6.5 right now. That sound about right?
That sounds about right. Here's what's crazy. It's locked, unfortunately, so I don't have that. So Kamani Vidal is at 57.5. Aaron Jones is at 18.5. Jordan Mason, you want to venture a guess? He's got 1 yard. He's got 2 carries. You know, you and I both liked him in the anytime touchdown market. What do you think his live rush yards prop is?
It's got to be low. 13.5.
Yeah, you're close. 12.5. That's crazy. It's outrageous. And I don't feel confident in playing it.
No, I know. And I couldn't bet the over, man, because are they going to look to even run the ball, establish the run? Maybe on that first drive, there will be a couple carries, but Aaron Jones started the game. Just like now, they can't get anything going. Yeah, he's got 3 for 9, 3 yards per pop. His longest of the night was a 5-yarder. And then Jordan Mason has 2 for 1, and he actually had a 2-yard gain. So he lost 2 yards on the other one. So 5 carries for 10 yards ain't going to get it done against this Chargers team. Yeah, I would have to play receptions, man. Right now, Aaron Jones only 1 grab for 2 yards. Jordan Mason 1 grab for 3 yards. I don't even know who I would. Man, yeah, it'd probably be Naylor for me. He's only got the 1 target, no catches. I'd go with Jalen Naylor, especially at 5.5 yards.
Yeah, again, this is a guy that's netting. Let me see what he was averaging target wise coming the night. 4.2 targets per game and 12.5 yards per catch. And again, that number is at 5.5. So again, this is kind of the benefit. Oftentimes, you and I, preach this until we're blue in the face. Sometimes we wish we exercised some patience and just let the game kind of play out. We thought the original number was soft. It can often get even doughier in live action, and that's certainly the case right now with Jalen Naylor. So I'm in, man, on the 5.5, and it's a standard minus 115 juice. So it's not like you're really slapping the wallet here like minus 150, minus 175. That's where you can take advantage in live betting, is in certain markets like that, beyond the standard sides, totals, and money lines. So sometimes in a player props market, I look at the game script, the narrative of what's going to happen in the second half. We know that Carson Wentz is going to be required to uncork early and often if they have any remote chance of coming back and making the game interesting. So chances are pretty strong that Naylor will at least see a couple of targets, maybe as many as 3, and all we need is 1 catch. And we're likely going to cash on that over 5.5. So hopefully we'll sacrifice some chicken wings here at halftime, the sports betting gods, and make that happen. All right, Horv, let's go ahead and get after with our cards so far this evening. How are your bets looking? Mine ain't looking so great because Quentin Johnson doesn't have a single stinking target.
Yeah, Chargers -3 is looking all right. They have the double-digit lead here at the half, but it's the Chargers, so I never feel great. I also bet Justin Herbert over 23.5 completions. I wish I would have went with the rushing yards, man. He's got 14 completions, so he only needs 9 more, or I guess 10 more to go over this number. The concern would be they have a 18-point lead. How much are they going to throw the football? So that one's going to be a sweat. Jordan Mason to have 50 rushing yards. I'm going to call that one a loss right now. So we're looking at maybe a 1-2 night on the card. Crew to cash, we still need the Jordan Mason anytime touchdown. Sledgehammer special. Jordan Mason under 1.5 reception. Even that's going to be a sweat because he already does have 1 catch. Keenan Allen anytime touchdown. Of course, that doesn't come home because he throws it to McConkey and Gadsden. So let's get the Chargers home here, and then let's hope maybe, just maybe, Jordan Mason could break one for 50 yards and a touchdown. It's been a decent night.
Yeah, number 1 on my card, Justin Jefferson have the most receiving yards of the game. Right now, it's tied with a pair of Chargers. McConkey and Gadsden both have 77. But again, with this major deficit, Jefferson's got 55. I think that's very much in play at plus 135. Number 2, Quentin Johnson on the over 20.5 yards on the longest reception. Don't feel great about that. Number 3, I'm going to chalk up as a loss. Kamani Vidal, over 2.5 catches. They're not going to be utilizing him in the pass game in the second half. Minnesota plus 10.5. So I will say on that one. Sledgehammer, Carson Wentz over 11.5 rush yards. Still in play, though hopefully he'll get out of the pocket and make some plays with his legs. Seduced by Juice, Quentin Johnson, anytime touchdown. Still live, but I don't feel great about it. And then bonus time was Jalen Naylor on the over 15.5 yards. And again, I just didn't double down on the original number. Took on a live number, 5.5. So that ain't dead yet. Could be a terrible night. Could make up some ground, though, in the second half. So we shall indeed see. I am off tomorrow because my son, it's senior night. I'm going to be walking the field with him at his local high school. So I'm really looking forward to that. And, being alongside for the ride and seeing him perform there. He's in a local band here in Central Illinois. So let me give you one of my favorite bets of the weekend, Horv. And believe it or not, it's Jalen. It hurts so good. Come on, Jalen, make it hurt so good. Took him in the alt market, 220 plus pass yards against the Giants. And I grabbed today at plus 125. Again, he went for 280 in the first game. He's gone for at least 280 in 3 consecutive games. Again, that one of them in week 6 was against the Giants. Giants, not too shabby on the back end defensively, improving there, but they're giving up over 250 yards per game. Man, I feel really good about Hurts uncorking down the field to Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown and cashing in on that prop. Are you feeling me on that one?
I am. Yeah, man. I really like Hurts lately, the last couple of weeks, what he's been doing with his arm. I would love for Saquon to get going on the ground because I've been betting his props, thinking maybe he would come out of hibernation, but that'd probably be my look. Maybe the only look that I would have in that game would be Hurts.
Indeed. All right, I got to hit the stage left and pray that Quentin Johnson actually gets a couple of targets in the second half, and same with Jalen Naylor. Horvat's sticking around for a bonus time hour of BetMGM tonight. Until next time, Monday for me. Adios, amigos. Let's go, Naylor and Johnson.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
I was more impressed with how Vanderbilt went to Alabama and kind of held their own in a game where I thought maybe Alabama would have their way in the trenches, and I didn't think they did. I thought that they were able to blow it open late. I just think Vanderbilt at the line of scrimmage is really, really good, and they're such a unique style of play. And if they get in that playoff, I think that they're going to give fits to whoever it is. And what they were able to do to LSU last week, and what they were able to do at South Carolina, at Virginia Tech, when you win road games by multiple scores in hostile environments, that's when you start getting my attention. So I know that they're in the SEC, but they're still treated like a mid-major for whatever reason, just because of their name. I think Vanderbilt is still the most underrated team in the country.
The Colts favored over the Titans, a divisional matchup. The biggest reason why, Sam, any pool that I have the Colts available with then I will be using them is future value. Even though the Colts are having a very good season, they have little future value. So you have a team that's on fire, a 2-touchdown favorite. And if you look down the road, I'm like, oh, at KC, there'll be a dog. At Seattle, probably be a dog. Other games, Pittsburgh on the road, Atlanta, Houston, Jacksonville twice, divisional matchups. San Francisco when they're probably going to be healthier. No future value, 2-touchdown favorite. Any spot where I have not used Indianapolis, Sam, I think you've got to use the Colts this week if you haven't yet. And I think it's funny that a lot of these sports books have been promoting prop betting and same game parlays, and this is the way to go. Why? Because they make money on it. Because people want to do those same game parlays, get those lottery tickets together. And let's promote all the winners. Let's not talk about all the losers. They do it. They all do it. All of them are guilty. And then, well, what if prop betting goes away? Now what? Maybe it does. Maybe that's what's needed. I don't think me and Sam really care all that much. We don't bet a lot of prop bets. There are some people that live in that industry. That's all they talk about. We're more sides and totals people.
Feeling really good about the day. We hit the gym. We hit the squat rack. More than 3 plates still, even though we're pushing 40 years old.
It's time for the madness.
You just go right on Twitter or X. That's where you're going to see me giving out college football bets. We don't win every week, but we are going to win 8 of the 12 weeks.
It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark. Ryan Horvat with you here for the next 60 minutes. We got Brandon Combs, executive producer, but tonight, he's the co-host. Brandon's going to be joining me for the entire hour on the microphone. Well-deserved for my boy. You know what isn't well-deserved? This ass-kicking that the Vikings are getting tonight. So the Chargers have picked up 20 first downs. The Vikings 4. Now, let's be honest. I'm happy about this. I bet the Chargers -3. Still liked it at 3.5, but we bet the 3 at -120. Right now, an 18-point lead. They're in the red zone. We'll keep you updated what's going on there. Joining us, as he does every single Thursday, Jonathan Coachman. You hear him on Stadium. You hear him all over the place. Coaching company, coaching bro. I saw Brando on with you guys the other day.
Yeah.
So let's Coach. Let's start here. I asked you. We were talking about this off the air, obviously, but a weird day in sports news. Portland Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups, former player, now Portland Trailblazers head coach. Miami Heat point guard Terry Rozier and former Cav player and assistant coach Damon Jones have been arrested as part of a pair of wide-ranging investigations related to illegal sports betting and rigged poker games backed by the mafia. Okay, so just first off, man, you see this story, you dig into the information. What are your thoughts? What do you think happens here? It's just there's a lot still coming out, but man, what a weird day. And honestly, man, I saw this happening in the NBA, right? Because at least for the on-field stuff, it's hard to fix a game in the National Football League. It's hard to do it in Major League Baseball. The only sport really where you can is basketball because you have the ball in your hands. But man, what a weird day, especially the Chauncey Billups mafia thing going on here.
Yeah, I played college basketball. I know how easily I could have manipulated my, points or rebounds or assists or whatever I had in a game as well. So I spent almost the entire day looking at videos. And what's crazy is that there were videos, Ryan, out 2-3 years ago that were talking about these poker games, but nobody believed the guys that were going on these podcasts talking about it. They're like, "Oh no, he would never do that." What is crazy to me is that Chauncey played 2 decades in the NBA, played for a really, really long time. He was making 7 figures all the way through. And I've seen some people go, wow, he made so much money. Why? I'm asking the same question, but also understand in my 20s and 30s, I gambled a lot myself, and it's not even about the money sometimes. And when you're involved in a poker game, it probably was as easy, Ryan, as, hey, let's get to Chauncey. Hey, Chauncey, we'll give you $100,000. All you got to do is sit there and we'll do all the rest of the work. Because from what I understand, the poker game was before he became the head coach. Because the FBI said when he was a former NBA player, not a current NBA coach. But you think Portland cares right now? I saw Chauncey walking out of the courthouse today, and he's probably thinking, what the hell did I just do? Damon Jones, it is so backwards to be buddies with LeBron James and know that he has a bum knee and then tell all your buddies to bet his under. And if you're Terry Rozier, telling your friends, yeah, I'm going to pull myself out of the game so I don't get to my 9 points, and then have them bring the money over to your house and you count it together. I mean, there are so many things here that make no sense, but at the core of it, Ryan, is it's easy money for these guys, or at least they think it is, or they get in so far as 7 figures, and these mob guys, they're not to be messed with. When I lived on the East Coast, my 2 bookies were both in the mob. They loved me because I made just enough to play pretty big, not enough to pay it all off. But I was a gentleman to them, and they were a gentleman to me. But when you owe them 7 figures, that goes out the window. This is crazy. These guys have just ruined their entire careers. And for Chauncey, oh my God, I'm still baffled at every detail I read that's coming out. And I guarantee you, there's going to be more names that we know. This is just the first wave, I believe.
Yeah, Coach, that was one of the first things that I thought of when I saw this story. I was like, man, this is going to get big, and it's going to get big quick. And there's probably going to be names from other leagues that might even get brought into this. And we'll see if that happens. My question, like, if you are Adam Silver and you're trying to do how do you get people back into your league? You know what I mean? Like if you're in his seat, if you're in a commissioner seat, what do you do to get fans to be like, no, I'm not going away from the sport. I'm still going to bet on this.
It's going to be very, very difficult because Brandon, this week he was on with Pat McAfee, and he was talking to the betting partners to take away some of the prop bets for the lower guys, like the over 2.5, the over 1.5 rebounds, guys like that you look. And I've looked at all the sports books. I'm like, why are those 5 or 6 dudes even on here? And when you're a guy that your number is 2 or 3, it's very, very easy for you not to score. Most of the time, you're going to be sitting on the bench. But here's also the problem. I saw an interview with a guy who ran a bunch of games 30 years ago, went to prison, came out, and the NBA hired him to talk to players. He said on TMZ Live today, he goes, guys, if you think it's just this little group, he said, let me tell you, this has been going on nonstop for 30 years. And this is the first big bust of this kind that started in 2019. So what happened from 1993 or 4 to 2019 that we didn't know about? So I think they're going to really struggle having people bet on their games, because now that we know that the players are willing to do it, and there's probably way more that are getting away with it, Brandon, than that got caught today, I don't think this is going to stop some guys. There's still going to be guys that get into trouble, and this is the easiest and fastest way to get out of a 7-figure debt, because these mafia guys love sinking their hands into you. Like I said, they can be nice until they're not, but these players have got to understand you cannot be involved with this, because you're throwing away your entire career that you make a lot of money at. That's what regular people just don't understand, and quite frankly, I don't either.
Yeah, well said. Totally agree, man. Jonathan Coachman joining us right now, host of Coaching Company on Stadium, host of Coach and Bro Show. Follow him on X at The Coach Rules. Let's go a little bit more positive, maybe positive, man, because I know people are really sick of the Dodgers and Shohei Ohtani and Max Muncy and Mookie Betts, loaded roster, loaded pitching staff. The bullpen's a little shaky, but they're huge favorites to win the World Series. Game 1 tomorrow night, they're minus 155. Blake Snell going for the Dodgers. The total in the game, 7.5. What do you think about Game 1, Coach? And what do you think about the World Series? Is it as easy
Hey,
as just betting the Dodgers? Or do you think Toronto's
Hell
got a
yeah,
shot?
it is, Ryan. Hell yeah, that's exactly what you do. You lay the 220, and this is what's nice about having one series as opposed to 12 games on a Tuesday in July. I don't mind laying the 220 or the 250 because the Dodgers are going to win in 5 at the most 6. You saw what their starting pitching did, including Blake Snell in the championship series. They were unhittable. They were unhittable. Snell should have gone the distance. Then they let Yamamoto go the distance. You never see that in the postseason. So the Blue Jays really struggled to beat the Mariners. If not for one big hit by George Springer, they'd be sitting at home as well. This, to me, is very, very easy. I would be careful about the game to game because the numbers are going to get higher and higher and higher. And probably by game 3 or 4, you're going to be looking at minus 190 or even minus 200, even if they're on the road, because they've got to even out the money that's coming in. But I'm backing the Dodgers with Blake Snell, Yamamoto, and then probably playing the over because, as the series gets along, guys loosen up a little bit, and then they go, okay, let's go out there and hit. So I think the over comes in later in the series. I think it's going to be really good pitching, and the under and the Dodgers are the play in the first couple of games.
Yeah, Coach, let's go over to the wrestling world here because, we just watched an unfortunate injury, obviously, with Seth Rollins, right? And it causes a flip in the script in the vision. I'm interested to know, because obviously you were in that world for so long, what is the behind the scenes? What goes into the change in the script and where they're going to go with it? Who makes that decision and how quick does it come together?
Well, I know I can tell you what happened when I was there, and I'm sure now it's very, very similar. So we would have production meetings every single day. And so you walk in on Monday afternoon, you walk in at noon, and they would go over the entire shows with the likes of me because I was an announcer, so I was privy to a lot of these meetings. And then they would have a meeting, Brandon, after the meeting where we got the show for that night. And if for some reason somebody was hurt, they'd have to pivot. Now, back in the day, we'd have a plan B, a plan C, a plan D. Now, you've got so many contracts with so many places, ESPN, Netflix, USA Network, still with Peacock, that you got to make a lot of people happy. So when you lose your world heavyweight champion like Seth Rollins, I guarantee you their next 3 to 6 months got thrown in the trash, got thrown out the window. So now they've got to figure out, how do we move forward with one less superstar? Because right now they've got a real issue. A lot of their big stars are hurt. And for whatever reason, because Vince used to use guys that were hurt on video, or they would do stuff and not get beat up. For whatever reason, they don't want to use guys and girls if they're hurt. Well, now we're starting to see one after another, very injury prone. I have a theory, because they don't do house shows. They don't wrestle a lot. Sometimes they're only wrestling once, maybe twice a month. Well, your body's not used to it. Can you imagine guys playing a football game in the NFL once a month? How many more injuries would you see? That's exactly what we're seeing in the WWE. So it's an issue, but so it's always at the top. And the big stuff, Brandon, that's going to be Triple H. That's going to be his really close, because they don't want it leaking out, because that's the worst. When it gets out to the internet and they tell you what's going to happen before it happens, there's nothing worse than wrestling. Vince, one time in Chicago, this is no lie, Mick Foley and his wife were the surprises. It got out on the internet. He looked at all of us, dead silence in the room, and he goes, "You don't want to be here if I find out it was you that leaked it to the internet. I promise you." Nobody looked around. Nobody said a word. It was terrifying. That's how big of a deal this is when it leaks out.
I was watching, I like to watch the old stuff every once in a while, man. And I love going back, obviously, and watching the Attitude Era. And I was rewatching the Royal Rumble I Quit match between Mick Foley, Mankind, and The Rock. And I've never seen anything. You almost forget how violent that is, man. When Mankind is like walking, he's got his back towards him, and The Rock just lines up like he's Shohei and just whacks him in the back of the head. Were you there that night? And was that all planned, or did he go off script a little bit there? Because that was vicious.
I was not there that night. I believe that was right before I started, but I was there for every one of those. I was ringside for a lot of those, and I was ringside for one, Ryan, at Madison Square Garden, where I believe it was Mick Foley and Randy Orton poured out a whole thing of thumbtacks. And when you see that from 5 or 10 feet away, and then somebody takes a backdrop, then all of a sudden there's 20 thumbtacks that are stuck to their back, that's very real. Mick Foley would not do it fake, and I don't know how you would fake it. I worked a lot with Mick. We did a lot of home videos, a lot of announcing once his body just shut down. He couldn't wrestle anymore, or he couldn't wrestle at a point that was believable against a guy in the shape like Rock or Stone Cold or Triple H or any of those guys. When you're that close, guys, I'm telling you, it's terrifying. I was a part of several things where I had to attack guys with chairs. I had to attack Shane McMahon. Imagine whoever your boss is and then his son. And they say, hey, coach, by the way, the first thing you're going to do as a heel is crack Shane McMahon 4 times in the back with a chair. And that's what I had to do. And so all that stuff is fun. It's real, but it's also nerve-wracking all at the same time.
Yeah, so staying along those lines, Coach, because I promised my son that if I ever got a chance to actually ask you this on air so that he could hear it, I would ask you this.
Okay.
We go to shows all the time, and the one thing that would scare the crap out of us every time, even when we knew it was coming, was Kane's entrance. You had a spot where you were on set, and Kane's music hits, and you fall out of a chair, and it was the funniest thing. We every time we see it, we still laugh. Was that planned, or was that just impromptu?
It's one of the most viral moments in the history of the WWE, the most watched moments. We had just moved the announce table from ringside back to by where they all come out, and it was not planned by me. It was planned by Vince. Vince loved to play practical jokes, and he loved to mess with good old JR for whatever. I mean, he loved it. And if he could make JR pissed, that's exactly what he wanted to do. So he got in my ear that night. He goes, hey, coach, I need you to act real cocky and put your feet up on the desk and just start talking. Because JR hated it when I would talk over him if he was trying to get through a move or get through a read or get through a commercial, whatever. And so I have my feet up, as you've seen in the video, and I start to go, and they hit it, and it's so hot. And it's so real. I did a complete backflip. I almost fell off the entire stage. And it's about a 10-foot drop to the floor. I was terrified. It was so scary. I also laugh at it now, but my mind goes right back to that moment. So tell your son it was very much real for me, but Vince set me up in a way. And JR just was JR, and he's a curmudgeon anyway in the best way possible. So we all had a laugh afterwards, but certainly not at that moment.
We only got about like 80 seconds here left, 90 seconds as they put in the chat. But was it tough? Because when you played like the heel, and I know Michael Cole did this as well, is it tough being an announcer and also like playing the heel, or is it easier because it's obviously wrestling and it's part of the script?
No, it was easier for me because I got to be this. I'm a heel at heart. I'm a nice jerk at heart. And so once I became a heel, that's, Rock always says it's turned up 10 notches. So I did way more physical stuff than I did announcing after that was the case. But I like being able to do it all, Ryan, because, especially now in this business, if you can do 5, 6, 7 things, you become more valuable. So being a babyface is hard, or being vanilla, that's even harder. So it's a lot easier when you're a heel. You know exactly where you need to go, who you need to root for or bag on. So to me, it was a lot easier once I turned heel. Much, much easier.
Coach, you're the man. I'm with you on the Dodgers in this series. Brandon has been fading the Dodgers all year. He's a lunatic. Let's do it again next week. We'll be listening tomorrow, getting all your football picks. Coach and company, thanks again, man.
Love you guys. Talk to you next week. Be good.
Thanks, Coach.
Jonathan Coachman right there. Like I said, he's all over the place doing great work. Coach and company on Stadium, Coach and Bro Show, which I love, and on X, the Coach Rules. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we got our NFL ATS Challenge. I owe Brandon an ass kicking from last week.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
When you look at the Irish, how good is Notre Dame?
I think it's a really good football team. I think it's a football team that's hitting its stride. I think, you need to root for Miami if you're Notre Dame. That loss Friday does not help because Miami now does not control its own destiny in the ACC race. But I don't think there's any shame, right, in losing to Miami and Texas A&M by a total of 4 points. I think those are two teams that will be right there in the playoff picture at the end. as will Notre Dame. I mean, the schedule certainly helped, but you got to remember they're breaking in a first-time starter quarterback who was a redshirt freshman that Miami game, and they had a new defense coordinator in Chris Ash those first 2 games as well. And I'm not saying this is the steel curtain overnight, but you've seen this group adapt to Chris Ash, get much better throughout the course of the season. They had a few hiccups early against USC, but they're able to really control that game in the second half. And I think, in a year where it feels like it's Ohio State and everybody, and even then I think Ohio State is beatable. I put Notre Dame right up there. I mean, I've seen them as high as 3 in some people's power ratings. I don't know if I go that high right now, but I do think you put them on the field against anyone, they're going to have a good chance to win.
Which team do you think is most overrated right now that you don't really like compared to maybe the general public?
I still think it's Texas.
You're right.
I think I have not. I couldn't believe that they won the game. Yeah, I know you're a Texas grad, Mike.
You're right, though. You're right.
I mean, Arch has just been so underwhelming. I don't know what they're going to do in the offseason with him, if they're going to part ways, go a different direction. That's going to be a fascinating topic because, I mean, Arch was a Heisman frontrunner coming into this year, but they got absolutely outgained by dominated the line of scrimmage, but were able to steal that game. I just think that they have not really looked the part or passed the eye test the entire year. They just have the Texas name brand, and they were preseason in the top 2 or 3.
You got the running back unders in both Cleveland and New England. They play each other. Coincidence, or you shorten both guys separately?
It is coincidence, and let's talk about it. My favorite play of the weekend from a prop standpoint is Ramondre Stevenson under 17.5 rushes against Cleveland. Patriots offensive line struggling. Ramondre tends to do exactly as well as his offensive line allows. And against the Browns, that's going to be very little. And when Ramondre flops, he flops hard. He's had 3 good games. He's had 4 bad games. In those 4 flop games, he's averaged 22 rushing yards, 13 receiving yards. He is 1 game removed from an 18-yard game. And his flop is absolutely in play. Here's Cleveland, so best run defense in the league. They're number 1 in ESPN's run stuff win rate, number 1 in Pro Football Focus's run defense ranking, number 1 in rush defense success rate, number 2 in rush defense EPA, and number 1 in yards before contact. And when he does have these flop games, he averages 7 rushes a game. 7. He's only topped 17.5 rushes 1 game all year. That's it. I don't even know what we're doing at a 17.5 over under on rushes. Seems, he's got to have an elite out of the ordinary game, and that ain't happening against the Browns.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM the Night After Dark. Ryan Horvat, Brandon Combs with you here. We got Michael Montgomery, Monty producing the show, video producing the show. Thursday, October 23rd. That's the date. I'm saying it out loud because pretty soon I'm not going to know the dates. If you know, you know. Right now, Chargers up 24-6 on Minnesota. The Chargers on the live line, 18.5-point favorites. Live total, 42.5. This game stinks. I'm trying to do the math in my head really quick, Brando. All right, so it was 24-3. So that would be 21 points, 3 touchdown game. They kicked the field goal to make it 24-6. I probably would have just went for it, man. 4 minutes, 46 seconds to go in the third quarter.
Now it's an 18-point game. It's not like you made it a 16-point game.
Yeah, you made a
18-point
three-possession game a three-possession game.
Yeah. It made
now,
no
3
sense
touchdowns,
right
if
there.
you score them, you win, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, but you got Carson Wentz under center, so you're more likely to hit 5 more field goals to try to make this a game than 2 more touchdowns.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. All right, let's do our NFL ATS challenge. And if we run through it, we could do some college football picks as well, because you're off tomorrow, Brad's off tomorrow. It'll be myself and PJ Glasser. So we'll go through every single NFL game again tomorrow night, and we'll give you all of our college football picks. And yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be a nice little Friday night. Let's start out in Atlanta. Atlanta, 7.5-point favorite. Brando against the Miami Dolphins. Jeez, this number continues to climb. Total in the game is 44.5. So, you know what, man? Oh, I like dogs, as you know. Taking underdogs here more than a touchdown in the National Football League. I just can't do it with this Miami team, especially in this matchup. Tua was horrendous again last week, a bunch of interceptions after calling out his teammates. The offensive line is abysmal. I feel like there's a lot of quit right now in Miami. Meanwhile, Atlanta's 500, 3-3. They're at home in this game. And I think Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier are going to run all over that Dolphins run defense, which is outside the top 28 in every single rushing metric. I hate to do it, but I'll lay it with Atlanta here. What about you?
Yeah, I'm also laying it with Atlanta. I think Bijan Robinson has an absolute field day. I think he's going to probably catch I would go 50 yards receiving or more on Bijan Robinson and 100 or more rushing yards for Bijan Robinson in this game. I think he is going to have an absolute monster game against this complete dumpster fire of a team in the Miami Dolphins. So, yeah, I'm on the Falcons as well, -7.5.
Man. So I'm like thinking, do I want to bet this? I'm not gonna. I'll come back to that later. All right, hold on. The Vikings have the ball back, 4th and goal. The field goal didn't count. Wentz back to pass. What did I miss here?
What happened?
And he takes.
I don't know.
He takes a sack. I have no idea. I have no idea. I popped it up on my phone because for whatever reason my broadcast froze, and I was like, "Wait a minute, what's going on?" And so I popped it up on my phone because they wiped the field goal off the board. They go for it. They sack Wentz. Now there's another flag on the play. I have no idea what's going on, but I can tell you. It's a 24-3 game. All right, so Atlanta's the side there. Game of the week for you out here by me in Baltimore. Baltimore, the Ravens, a 6.5-point favorite. Total in the game, 49.5. I'm going to go back to the Bears, dude. I'm going to continue to play the Bears until they fail me. 4 straight. They're a 4-2 football team. I think the defense is only going to continue to get better. They're starting to get healthier. I like the Dennis Allen hire. Now, I was a little worried after they gave up 50-plus points to Detroit, but I like what I've seen. And even if Lamar is back, which he should be back, he practiced today, this is his first game coming back from that injury, man. So let's go Chicago to at least cover this. Opened at 7, down to 6.5. Let's do it. Also, really quick, it's 1st and goal for the Vikings.
Yeah, defensive holding on the Chargers, it looked like. And so the Vikings now have the ball and Jordan Addison with the touchdown.
You didn't have any Addison, did you?
No, I had
neither.
I had next touchdown to be Justin Jefferson. You know, the number 1 target for the Vikings, and yeah.
Yeah, I have Jordan Mason, and I figured, 1st and goal, let's at least give him a touch. God darn it.
Yeah.
I caught myself. I didn't swear, management. I said, darn it. Gosh, that sucks. Are we bearing down together or what?
Yeah, bear down, baby. I love this Bears team. I do think I'm going to be right. I do think they're going to be a 9-win team. I still don't see them winning more than 9 games, but I do think a 9-win team is about where this team is at, and I think that's right for this team, and I think that this is a game they can win. This defense is playing really well. You do have Lamar Jackson back, but I think Lamar Jackson is very prone to turnovers. Their defense is terrible. The Bears' offense is clicking. If Caleb doesn't have another blunder of a game like he had last week, which I don't expect to see, I think that this Bears team actually wins this game outright. So Bears plus 6.5 is the play for me.
Bear down, baby. Wait, did that?
Bears.
Oh, Herbert threw I'm like so lost at what's going on in this football game. I can tell you it's a 24-10 game, 4:36 to go in the third quarter. Still a lot of football to be played here. All right, let's go out to New England, out to Boston. The Patriots are 7-point favorites in Foxborough against the Browns. Total's 40.5. Anytime the Browns are catching 3.5, 6, or 7, I'm betting the Browns. I keep saying this, man. They're only a quarterback away. And I know Dylan Gabriel picked up his first victory, but he ain't it, man. He's not the answer. He's serviceable. He's a game manager. They're winning games because they won 2 games, but they're competitive in these games because of that defense, which is the best in the league. And Quinshot Judkins is a stud, man. I think the Browns are a quarterback away. I do think the Patriots are for real. They're a 5-2 football team. I don't know that they win that division because obviously Buffalo's in that division. I think the Patriots win, but I think that the Browns keep this close enough. I'll take the points. I'll take the 7.
Yeah, look, it just seems like we're in synergy this week because it's Browns for me as well. I think the Browns defense is good enough. I also think their offense, granted, you don't trust any of the quarterbacks that are on that roster at all, but Quinshon Judkins is good, man. And Quinshon Judkins can keep this team in this game. I think he's going to have a Derrick Henry-like effect on this team the rest of the year where even if they're down by 1 or 2 scores, you could still hand the ball off to him, and he's going to find a way to make something happen. The Patriots' defense is pretty good. It's also pretty good at stopping the run, but I think Quinshon Judkins can have a big game here. So I'll take the Browns too, plus 7.5.
Love it. All right, let's go to the Giants and the Eagles. Revenge game for the Eagles. They're laying 7.5. Total's 43.5. I'll actually lay it with Philly here, man. At home, they were embarrassed in a standalone game. Jackson Dart and Cam Scattaboo, after the game, are tearing off their shirts and bouncing their stomachs off Ryan Fitzpatrick. Eagles have found something the last couple of weeks. I don't trust them right now to win by margin, but somehow, some way, even in a divisional game, I think that they'll win this game by 8. So I'll lay it with Philly. What about you?
Yeah, look, I believe in the Jackson Dart stuff right now. I believe in the Cam Scattaboo stuff right now. I believe what the Giants are doing. Look, the Giants, man, a really bad loss last week. I mean, you give up 33 points in the fourth quarter, and it's a bad look. I still think that they are good enough. I still think that their defense is good enough. I still think that Jackson Dart is good enough to keep this game close. And the Eagles just aren't playing well. I know they started playing a little bit better last week. I just can't get to the point where I'm laying this many points with that Eagles team. I just don't trust them enough yet.
All right, let's go. And that's very fair. I know a lot of people that like the Giants in that game too. Let's go to Houston. 2-point favorites over San Francisco. Total 41.5. This is a tough one for me, dude. You know what? Actually, it's not. I'm going to bet this right now. Give me the Texans. I was on the Texans on Monday night. I didn't even stay awake for the whole game because it was so boring. Even without, I mean, there's a good chance Nico Collins doesn't play. San Francisco keeps winning, man. And I really do like Kyle Shanahan as a coach when he's got a beat-up team. He's so good at motivating. But with those edge rushers going against that Purdy or Mac Jones, whoever it is Mac Jones still the quarterback, by the way? I have been so out of it. If you know, you know.
I think Purdy's going to be back in this one.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be back last week, but he ended up not being. But I think he's back for this one.
Yeah. I think Houston wins this game by 3. So I'm gonna lay it, actually. What about you?
Yeah, I think no matter who the quarterback is, I think the Niners win this game. So having the 1.5 extra points really helps. But I think that the Niners are good. And I think the reason why they keep winning is because Mac Jones is a decent backup quarterback. And they've got a lot of talent on this team. And CMC has been having himself an insane season. And the game last week was just another feather in the cap of his Hall of Fame career. I think CMC keeps it rolling. I think the Niners keep it rolling. So I'm going San Francisco.
I like that. All right, let's go. I mean, every week I bet against the Niners. I'm like, it's fine if you guys just want to win because I still do have that NFC future bet. Carolina is catching 7. Buffalo's a 7-point favorite. Total in the game 46.5. I feel like everybody's going to bet the Bills and expect them to get themselves right. I'll actually take Carolina. Carolina's a much better team at home. You may have been right on them, Brando. Now they're 4-3. The only concern, man, is Andy Dalton going at quarterback, but I'll still take the 7 with Carolina. What about you?
Yeah, it's what you just said right there. I saw enough of Andy Dalton when he was here in Chicago. The Red Rifle, the Red Rocket, whatever the hell you want to call him. I'm just not I'm not big on them, and I think that this Buffalo team, this is a get right game for them, and they've got to get right here, and they've got to get this offense rolling. They should beat the Panthers by 2 scores, so I'm gonna rock with the Bills, and I'll give up the 7.5.
All right, let's go to Cincinnati. The Bengals are 6.5-point favorites, only because they're playing the winless Jets. Total in the game 44.5. Look, man, the Jets stink, and I know last week I said I would never bet them again. But I can't lay 6.5 right now with this Bengals team. So I will actually bet the Jets, dude. I don't think they win, but I think they keep this game close enough. I can't bet Joe Flacco to win by 7 in the Lord's year of 2025. Jets, even with that idiot of a head coach, Aaron Glenn.
I've never been more wrong about a quarterback in my life, and I realized that last week than I have been about Justin Fields. Justin Fields does not look good at all. And I know a lot of it has to do with this offensive line and how bad this Jets team actually is. The coaching staff is terrible. Like this Jets organization is bad. And you get 6.5 with the Bengals. I get that it's tough. This Bengals defense is bad. I just don't know that the Jets can move the ball enough to carve them up. So I'm going to take the Bengals and I'm going to lay the points, as gross as that is.
Wow, you're a sick man. All right, Tampa Bay laying 4.5. They opened at 5.5 against the Saints. Total 46.5. Ah, man, this one's tough. I bet against the Bucs last week with the Lions. You know what? I'll do it. I'll take the points here with the Saints at home against this beat-up Tampa team. If Mike Evans is playing, or if Chris Godwin's healthy, even if Ibuka's healthy, man, he's playing at like 20%. And he had 12 targets and only 4 catches. I'll take the points here with the Saints. They're much more competitive at home. I faded them last week because I didn't trust Spencer Rattler on the road in Chicago in windy conditions. At home, though, in the Dome, I think they could keep this within a field goal. I'll go Saints.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Buccaneers on this one. Look, Baker Mayfield is just he's him. For like that. I mean, that's what the kids are saying now, right? He's him. And that's exactly who Baker Mayfield is. This dude does not lose. He does not let his team lose. I understand, they have to come back a lot and all of this stuff, but they score a lot of points, man. They really do. And I don't think the Saints team can get into a shootout with anybody. So I'm going to go with the Bucs, and I'm going to give up the 4.
All right, so Bucs for you, Saints for me in a big division, not big, but in a divisional matchup. All right, Indianapolis is a 14.5-point favorite against Tennessee. Total in the game, 47.5. Oh, I actually got a player prop that I got to bet in this game. Give me Cam Ward over 199.5 passing yards, and give me the Titans to cover. This is a huge number, man, in the divisional game. Colts win, but 15 points? No, I can't do it, man. Give me Tennessee here.
Yeah, I think the Colts are going to cover. I really do. This Tennessee Titans team is really bad, man. And the Colts have it clicking. I've faded the Colts pretty much every week this season because I keep saying at some point the Colts are going to come back to life. But, man, they are scoring 35 points a game. They are scoring more points per game than any team in the NFL right now. I'm just, at some point, you just have to be who you are. And right now, the Indianapolis Colts, one of the best teams in the NFL. Didn't think I'd be saying that this year, but they are. I'm going to go with the Colts. I'll lay the points.
All right, let's save the rest of the games for the final segment here because we only got about a minute left before the break. If I gave you $100 right now, which I wish I could, but I can't, Brando, which team other than the Chiefs would you bet to win the AFC? Do you think the Colts are like for real, like where they could make a run all the way to the Super Bowl? Do you think they're just like a wild card or divisional round team? Who do you think that team other than – because everybody we've asked, man, on the show, oh, it's the Chiefs. Hate to say it, it's the Chiefs. That leads me to believe it might not be the Chiefs. But if it's not, who is it in the AFC?
I bet the Bills at the beginning of the season to be in the Super Bowl. I still think they can find a way. I still think that they can turn it around. But if you gave me $100 right now to put on any team in the AFC other than the Chiefs, I'm going with the Chargers, man.
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah, same here still. I am too, man. I am. I would love to see them make a splashy move if somebody's available at the deadline, but I don't know. I think they just got to get healthier. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll wrap up the ATS challenge. Again, it's 24-10 Chargers. We go into the fourth quarter. Chargers on the live line. are double-digit favorites, and it just left the board, so I can't tell you the exact number. BetMGM tonight. We conclude the show next.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I'm dying to get your expertise on VJ Edgecombe's Rookie of the Year price and Victor Wembanyama for MVP after what we saw. We don't often get that, right? Like night one in the NBA and a huge move in the MVP market and Rookie of the Year market.
I mean, this thing was happening in real time with both of these. I want to start with the MVP because Wemby's the big story so far 2 days into this NBA regular season. Like, this is 14-1 before the game starts. And now we're down to 3-1 over at BetMGM, to where he's pretty much co-favorites with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And I'll go as far as to say, it might sound crazy, but I actually do think there's a path for Wemby to win this award. And I think you can make an argument that he should be the favorite to win this award. And here's why, because like team success is a big thing, and you brought that up earlier in this segment, and I 100% agree with that, except for this case, where I think Wemby might be able to get around it, because everyone watching that game, and it's not going to be that every single night, at least I don't think it is. I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe that's just a sign of what's to come.
If he's averaging 40, he's going to be the favorite soon.
But I think, and we talked about this summer when we were discussing win totals, the Spurs win total was like at 42.5, 43.5. And it's like, hey, like they might have the best player in the league, and this is the win total. Are we sure? If they get the 5 seed or even the 6 seed, let's just say they avoid the play-in tournament and they're one of the top 6 seeds, I don't think there's going to be a player that has more of an impact on winning than Wembanyama this season. All the box plus minus, value over replacement player efficiency rating, all that stuff. He's going to be number one. And if he's number one in all of that, and we at the end of the year come to the consensus that, hey, he's just the best player, I mean, SGA can go 68-14 again if he wants to. I think Wemby might beat him out. I think he would, just because like that, nobody's ever seen what we saw last night. If that's a sign of what's to come, I don't know how you beat that.
Give us a thought on VJ Edgecombe, Rookie of the Year.
Fun. I would caution people to just pump the brakes a little bit. Edgecombe, obviously, I think is going to be a really good player, as we saw last night. But now that he's sitting there at like one of the co-favorites to win the award, or just behind Cooper Flagg, I don't think we need to overreact to that one. I think Wemby's more real. I think Edgecombe will be in the conversation, especially early in the season. But I think Flagg should still be your favorite. But unless they keep doing this point Flagg stuff, if that's the case, then yeah, you might want to circle that. But as it stands right now, I still think Cooper Flagg's your most likely Rookie of the Year. It's one bad game. It's not going to be that every single night.
And obviously, Jared McCain's going to be back. Paul George is going to be back. Less shooting opportunities. And Joel Embiid's going to shoot more as well as the season goes along and he's healthy.
Be better.
So less opportunity for you'd hope so, for VJ Edgecombe. I do think like Nick Clifford, 80-1, starting games for the Kings.
I'm good.
I feel like I'm the opposite of speechless, to the point where I want to tell everybody about this. Like, I'm in the Wendy's drive-thru. I'm like, listen, did you see those Wemby highlights last night? It's like, ma'am, do you want fries with that or not? Because it's one of those things that, like, if you follow basketball, you're like, something crazy is going on here.
Yeah.
Like, I have watched a lot of basketball, and that is not normal. Some of the touch and some of the moves that Wemby had last night, like, we were talking about this during the offseason. Apparently, Wemby trained with Kevin Garnett, and Kevin Garnett himself, who is a Hall of Famer, was super impressed to the point where he compared his game to a mix of Kevin Durant and Shaq. And that's exactly what we saw last night.
Oh, no.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
The Ryan Horvat Show featuring Brandon Combs, soon to be the Brandon Combs Show, hopefully. We're here on the BetMGM network, and right now we got some NBA action going. I haven't even talked about the NBA, mainly because I don't care, but OKC and Indiana, that's a good one, and they're tied up 124 all. That's a finals rematch. Duh, Ryan. I keep forgetting about Indiana because Halliburton's not going to play this season. Live total, 260. Denver and Golden State underway. It's early, but the Nuggets are up 29-25. Right now, Thursday Night Football, Justin Herbert scrambling for his life, has a man in the back of the end zone for a touchdown. It's Trey Harris getting in the end zone. That'll make it 30-10 over the Vikings.
Raise your hand if you had that on your bingo card tonight. Trey Harris getting in the end zone.
So Brando, I thought about playing him first touchdown because he was like 85-1.
Yeah,
but I didn't.
It was.
But I didn't.
Even his anytime was crazy. I think it was like 12 or 14-1 for an anytime.
Yeah, I like this Chargers team. I liked them a lot tonight. I also heard everybody all day pick the Vikings, bet the Vikings. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna fade them, and I'm gonna roll with the Chargers at home. I thought it was a really good spot. They got a 21-point lead. Extra points good, 31-10, 12:40 to go. We'll keep you updated. I would love for Jordan Mason to get in the end zone now. That would be really, really cool. All right, let's leave off. Go back to actually where we left off in the ATS challenge. And it was Indianapolis. You're going to go with the Colts. I'm going to take the points with the Titans. Let's go to Denver. The Broncos are 3.5-point favorites over Dallas. Total in the game, 50.5. I kind of like the over, even though Denver's defense on paper is top 10 in pretty much like every metric, just outside the top 10 against the run. Dallas, though, man, on the offensive side of the ball, super efficient. Dak Prescott's putting up MVP-type numbers. George Pickens looks right now like he could win an offensive player of the year. It's not going to happen because now CeeDee Lamb's back. Jake Ferguson's catching touchdowns. Dallas has even found a run game with Javonte Williams. I think they keep this game close. I'll take the points with Dallas in a shootout. I'll grab the 3.5.
Yeah, I keep hearing about this Broncos defense, but I also watched them give up 32 points last week to the New York Giants. This Cowboys offense, even though their defense is bad, this offense is really, really good. And CeeDee Lamb is back. I'm on the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys win this one outright.
Dude, I actually do too. I'm looking at the money line as you say that. They are plus 154. Outright too. I think the Broncos are overrated. I know they're 5-2, man. But everybody keeps calling them Super Bowl contenders. Are you really betting the Denver Broncos against the Kansas City Chiefs? I'm not. Now, if the game's in Denver, that might make a difference. And we will see that matchup still twice. But I still like the Chiefs. All right, Pittsburgh's catching 3 at home against Green Bay. Total 45.5. I've already decided as a Packer fan, I'm going to cheer for both Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers. Over 45.5. Rodgers is obviously going to put on a show. That's what he does against people that either he hates or he has a chip on his shoulder he wants revenge on. And then Jordan Love's going to put on a show because he wants to prove that the Packers made the right decision with the youth movement. So I like the over, and I'll take the Steelers with the points. And if anybody out there is like, who's he cheering for? I'm cheering for Rodgers. I think it's BS when management lets go of a guy that's on top of his game. And Aaron Rodgers, when they let go of him, sure, wasn't his best year, but he was 1 year removed from winning the MVP of the league, dude. So, yeah, Steelers plus 3 for me.
Yeah, look, there are games where sometimes there are players that just show up, right? And sometimes there are games where players just don't show up, right? What was it? Prime time with who was I can't think of his name right now. The quarterback that went everywhere. You like that? What the hell is his name? Couldn't perform in prime time.
Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins. Thank you. Oh God, thank you. That was gonna bother me. Kirk Cousins could not perform in prime time. Jordan Love is not that. On Sunday Night Football, Jordan Love has 4 straight games in which he's had a passer rating of 115 or better. 4 straight games where he's thrown 3 or more touchdowns on Sunday Night Football. Jordan Love shows up on Sunday Night Football and balls out. I think Jordan Love does that again this week, and I think that the Packers, I should say, make a statement against the Steelers, and the Steelers go back home with their tail tucked between their legs. I'll take the Packers.
Looking at the Monday night game for next week, Brando, I'm going to get my doctor's note ready right now. The Chiefs are laying 12.5, and I'm going to lay it. I think they're going to beat the living hell out of the Commanders. The game's at Arrowhead. No Jaden Daniels. Marcus Mariota is serviceable, when they're going against the Dallas Cowboys. I think that Chiefs defense is starting to figure some stuff out for Spags, and we know the offense has already figured it out. I don't know that the Commanders score, man. Right now, the Chiefs offense is so efficient, and they move so slow. It's just like death by 1,000 paper cuts. First down after first down. They're not hitting the explosive plays because they don't need to. I'll lay it with Kansas City.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one too. I don't know how the Commanders are going to be able to move the ball. I don't know how the Commanders are going to be able to stop this Chiefs offense, especially with Rashee Rice back. There's too many weapons on this offense for the Commanders to handle. So, yeah, I'm with you. I think that the Chiefs win this one, and they win this one by 3, maybe even 4 scores.
Carson Wentz may have just thrown the worst ball I've ever seen in my life. Did you see
I
that?
don't know what he was
I
doing.
need to see that. Before we I want to do a couple college games with you, but before I even can, I need to see this replay. I think that was the worst interception.
Terrible, man. What does it say that J.J. McCarthy? Look, I know they keep running him out there, and when we talked with Coach about this, they keep running him out there, as the emergency quarterback. But if he's healthy enough to be your emergency quarterback, he's probably healthy enough to be your starting quarterback. Why? Like, what does it say about J.J. McCarthy? You can't get his job back from this guy because Carson Wentz has been terrible.
Yeah, dude. He's been terrible at every single stop, minus Philly, of course, before the ACL tear. It's crazy. He was about to win an MVP, and the team goes on to win a Super Bowl. You kind of got to feel for the guy, but he's rich, so I don't feel too bad. And he's out here throwing brutal balls, and I need an anytime touchdown. So, man, that may have just been the worst throw I've ever seen, though. I really mean that. Watching it again, I have to keep watching it. It's like a car wreck. All right. Let's go to some college games, some of the bigger ones, Brando. Ole Miss catching 5.5 on the road against Oklahoma. Total in the game, 52.5. Changed my mind on this game. I'm going to lay it with Oklahoma, man. I think they're the better football team, and also I still have an outside shot to cash that Mateer 25-1 ticket because the only stinker he had this year, he had a broken freaking finger on his throwing hand. So he was going to throw 3 picks against a really good defense. I think they win this game at home by a touchdown in a low-scoring game. I like the under 52.5. I like Oklahoma. I feel like Ole Miss is going to be popular this weekend.
They are popular, and they're popular by me too. I'm going to take Ole Miss. I will lay I will take the 5.5 because I like this. I love the Ole Miss running game. I really do, and I think Ole Miss can take this. I think they're going to win this game by 10. When I first looked at this and I saw that they were catching points, I was like, what am I missing here? I don't think I'm missing anything. I think this Ole Miss team is just underrated. And I think they win this game by 10.
Ole Miss money line plus 175 for Brando. What about Missouri, Vandy? I love Missouri, dude. I just think that Missouri is going to be able to get pressure on Pavia, keep him in the pocket a little bit, and I think Ahmad Hardy is going to rush for at least 150 yards. Give me Missouri to keep the points special. I like the 2.5, but give me the money line plus 125. I think Mizzou wins this game outright against Vandy. What about you? You rolling with Vandy?
I am rolling with Vandy. I don't know. I don't think when you look at the Mizzou defense, I don't think the secondary can contain Pavia. I really don't. I think Pavia is going to have a big game. It might even be running the ball. I don't know how they are going to contain him. But yes, they get a lot of pressure off the edges, Mizzou does. But once you get past that and Pavia steps back up into the pocket and breaks loose into that secondary, I don't know how they contain them. So I don't see any way. I don't see any way I could bet the other side. I can't bet Mizzou. I'm going to take Vandy. I'll lay the 2.5.
It's a good point, man. If they don't get pressure on him, he's going to pick apart that pass defense. Same thing that Ty Simpson did. All right, let's go to – I keep forgetting about this game somehow, man. LSU at home in Death Valley, 2.5-point dogs against A&M. Total 49.5. I'm going to take LSU to pull off the upset. The offense has been a big disappointment with Nussmeier, all those receivers. They've struggled to get a ground game going. I think they win this game. Tough place to play. 5-2. They lose this game, no college football playoff. This is a playoff game for them. A&M is a perfect 7-0, man, but they're flirting with disaster. Barely beating Arkansas, getting outgained by Arkansas. I'm going to take LSU here. What about you? I know you hate Brian Kelly.
You're gonna die on this hill, aren't you? You're gonna die on this Brian Kelly hill. And I'm gonna let you die alone on that Brian Kelly hill because I'm taking Texas A&M. I think this team is done. I don't think Nussmeier is as good as people thought that he was. I know for a fact Brian Kelly's not as good as people think that he is. And I think this Texas A&M team is every bit as good as people think it is. So I'll take Texas A&M and lay the points.
A&M's kind of flying under the radar. Maybe I should be looking at national title prices because they're a perfect 7-0, and yet nobody's talking about them. Last one for you, Brando, before we get out of here. Houston, Arizona State. Arizona State laying 7, total in the game 46.5. Big game. Arizona State's 5-2, number 24 in the country. Houston's unranked, but 6-1. They still have an outside shot, man, to win the Big 12. I'll take them. I'll take Houston to cover. I take Arizona State to win, but I think they win by a field goal. I'll take the points with Houston here.
Yeah, I think Houston was this game outright, so I'm with you. I'm going to take Houston. I'm going to take the points. I think Houston can beat Arizona State, so I'm there. I'm with the points as well.
All right, there you go. A little college football. We got through every NFL bet. Brando, you got the day off tomorrow. I'll be back with PJ Glasser, and we'll go through every single NFL game, every college game. The only NFL game we won't go through, obviously, is tonight's, and that's a good thing because it's a stinker. 31-10 Chargers, 9:45 to go in the fourth quarter, 2nd and 11, and Vidal goes for a loss of maybe 1 or 2 here. Minnesota, with 9:39 to go, most likely not coming back to win this game. But if you believe they can, it's 400-1. Crazier things have happened, kind of. Total in the game live, 48.5. Minnesota's a 20.5 point dog. The Chargers needed this win, and it looks like they're going to get it. Brandon, let me ask you one more question before we get out of here tonight. Are the Bears making the playoffs? Right now, you could actually get that plus 240. It was plus 200. I found a better price right now. Should I lay a little bit more, or do you think it's a sucker bet?
Look, I have PTSD, man. Bears traumatic stress disorder. I can't pick it. But if you think it's going to happen, I'm with you, and I'm going to root for you. I just can't pick it.
Bear down, baby. Bears making the Super Bowl. Notre Dame going to the Natty again. And this time, they win it. This time, they cover Jeremiah Smith. We're back tomorrow night. Some of us. BetMGM tonight.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
When you look at the Irish, how good is Notre Dame?
I think it's a really good football team. I think it's a football team that's hitting its stride. I think, you need to root for Miami if you're Notre Dame. That loss Friday does not help because Miami now does not control its own destiny in the ACC race. But I don't think there's any shame, right, in losing to Miami and Texas A&M by a total of 4 points. I think those are two teams that will be right there in the playoff picture at the end, as will Notre Dame. I mean, the schedule certainly helps, but you got to remember they're breaking in a first-time starter quarterback who's a redshirt freshman that Miami game, and they had a new defense coordinator in Chris Ash those first 2 games as well. And I'm not saying this is the steel curtain overnight, but you've seen this group adapt to Chris Ash, get much better throughout the course of the season. They had a few hiccups early against USC, but they're able to really control that game in the second half. And I think, in a year where it feels like it's Ohio State and everybody, and even then I think Ohio State is beatable. I put Notre Dame right up there. I mean, I've seen them as high as 3 in some people's power ratings. I don't know if I go that high right now, but I do think you put them on the field against anyone, they're going to have a good chance to win.
Which team do you think is most overrated right now that you don't really like compared to maybe the general public?
I still think it's Texas.
You're right.
I think I have not. I couldn't believe that they won the game. Yeah, I know you're a Texas grad, Mike.
You're
but
right, though. You're right.
I mean, Arch has just been so underwhelming. I don't know what they're going to do in the offseason with him, if they're going to part ways, go a different direction. That's going to be a fascinating topic because, I mean, Arch was a Heisman frontrunner coming into this year, but they got absolutely outgained by dominated the line of scrimmage, but were able to steal that game. I just think that they have not really looked the part or passed the eye test the entire year. They just have the Texas name brand, and they were preseason in the top 2 or 3.
You got the running back unders in both Cleveland and New England. They play each other. Coincidence, or you shorten both guys separately?
It is coincidence, and let's talk about it. My favorite play of the weekend from a prop standpoint is Ramondre Stevenson under 17.5 rushes against Cleveland. Patriots offensive line struggling. Ramondre tends to do exactly as well as his offensive line allows. And against the Browns, that's going to be very little. And when Ramondre flops, he flops hard. He's had 3 good games. He's had 4 bad games. In those 4 flop games, he's averaged 22 rushing yards, 13 receiving yards. He is 1 game removed from an 18-yard game. And his flop is absolutely in play. Here's Cleveland, the best run defense in the league. They're number 1 in ESPN's run stuff win rate, number 1 in Pro Football Focus's run defense ranking, number 1 in rush defense success rate, number 2 in rush defense EPA, and number 1 in yards before contact. And when he does have these flop games, he averages 7 rushes a game. 7. He's only topped 17.5 rushes 1 game all year. That's it. I don't even know what we're doing at a 17.5 over under on rushes. Seems, he's got to have an elite out of the ordinary game, and that ain't happening against the Browns.